I, Li, actually traveled through time. At this moment, I am in the Jingdong Awakening Plaza of the Huaxia Empire in the Blue Star world. Li, did you hear me? Didn't you sleep well last night? Today is the day of my final awakening, so don't cause any trouble for me. The shout beside me brought me back to my senses suddenly, and a large number of memories flooded into my mind like a tide. Here, everyone has to take the Miracle Awakening exam at the age of 16. Once awakened successfully, they can become the country's top talents, cross the class, and enjoy wealth and honor. This is also where merchants compete for fame and profit. After all, if they can get an awakener as a guest official, they can get strong funding from the country and their business operations will be smooth. The awakened are like amulets, and they can be forgiven even if they kill someone unintentionally. Today is the annual Awakening Day. All students who are over 16 years old and ranked in the top 100 in the history system will be sent by the school to participate in the awakening. All participants will enter the mirror of history, talk with the ancient sages, call out their names and be recognized by them, and seal them as gods before they can awaken successfully. The awakened can summon the sages' bodies to fight at any time, and the most powerful body currently in existence is the name of Miyamoto Musashi summoned by the key of the Sakura country. It is a pity that the culture of Blue Star is seriously broken, and only 1 in 10 survives. As I was recalling this information, the awakening square suddenly exploded, and a pool of blood spurted out. A majestic voice resounded throughout the square, "You scoundrel, you are courting death. How dare you insult me as a tyrant? It's Lu Su, he's the top student in number 1 middle school, who did he talk to, and why was he killed like this?" People were talking about it. Lu Su was directly squeezed dry and died tragically on the spot. A teacher stepped forward to check the fleeting picture. "This is Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty. What's wrong with this student? Didn't he learn history well? This is not just a tyrant." I thought to myself, Emperor Yang of Sui completed the Great Unification, conquered Tuyuan, created the imperial examination system, dug the Grand Canal, and made the river basins of China exchange what they have for thousands of years. Although he conquered foreign countries, indulged in extravagance at home, imposed heavy taxes, and played with his sister-in-law and stepmother, among emperors, what are these mistakes in the face of such merits? Later generations evaluated him as an emperor of the ages, no less than the first emperor Zheng. This historical gap is too great. If the information on ancient sages is not collected in full, will the power of ancient sages be wiped out if you say something wrong? Thinking of this, I couldn't help sweating on my forehead. This exam is different from ordinary ones. There is no chance to retake the exam. It is simply a death selection. I wonder how many of the millions of students in the country will survive in the end. Where did you come from, you country bumpkin? If you're afraid of death, don't come here. You have the guts to sign a life and death agreement, but you're afraid here. A girl sneered. I glanced at her and sneered, "Are you not afraid of death? There's a wall over there, see? Go and hit yourself on it." Why should I hit myself on it? Students of my generation should have a spirit of dedication. Lu Su is a good guy. Look at him, and then look at you, you are a hopeless case. The girl continued to insult. Next, Guyu. Guyu's name appeared on the big screen in our awakening area. The girl sneered at me, "It's my turn. Just wait. When I awaken successfully, I will kick you in the mouth with my toes." Guyu glared at me fiercely and walked forward. I crossed my arms and shouted, "Remember to wear black stockings." This woman was simply incomprehensible. She was talking to herself and complaining, and she had to scold me. How about a bet? Guyu suddenly showed a sly smile. "If you can be higher than me, I will give you one time, and wear black stockings for you once. If you fail, don't blame me for being rude. Your little brother will be crushed into meat sauce bit by my red high heels." I opened my mouth and subconsciously looked around. That's right, this is the school assessment square, not a glass house flashing pink. It's like no one cares about you. If you feel itchy, just pat it with your slippers or use salt water to kill the virus. My words made the classmates around me look at me blankly. They must be thinking, what is this word? How can the words of Longua form such a sentence? Just wait for me. See how I'll kill you when I come out. Guyu climbed onto the platform, tilted his head and walked into the vortex door. A name flashed on the screen, Mulan. I was stunned. There was a gap in Chinese history, but although Hua Mulan was unpopular, she was also mentioned in the dialogue. Half an hour later, the vortex gate flickered, and Guan Yu walked out proudly, with a 10-meter-tall phantom behind him. You're dead. I'm an awakener now, and you'll be crippled when you leave the awakening square. Guan Yu walked forward arrogantly. Now I want to crush you to death, just like crushing an ant. I rolled my eyes. You're so mean. I've decided not to accept your once. You. Okay, you're being stubborn now. You'll cry someday. I made a face. I'm so scared, I want to cry now. Next, Suli from class 3 of the 3rd middle school. I was about to retort when I heard a mechanical voice. It's my turn. I took a deep breath. I had never seen what awakening looked like before, but at this moment I could only bite the bullet and walk to the stage. His name is Suli. I remember it. Guan Yu gritted his teeth and said. Standing on the stage, there was a vortex door in front of me. I looked around and saw many similar stages, each with a student standing on it. Suli, right? Let me tell you the rules. After you enter, 3 ancient sages will be randomly refreshed. You must choose one to start a dialogue simulation, so that the ancient sage will recognize you and confer him as a god, then you can awaken. Each person can be conferred multiple times. When the degree of integration with the first god reaches 100, you can summon the second one. However, there has never been a precedent of an awakened person summoning a second one on Blue Star. Do you understand the rules? The guardian teacher introduced quickly. I nodded. I know. Go in when you are ready. If you can't identify it, you can give up and go back. Don't lose your life. I smiled slightly and stepped in without hesitation. Light waves flickered, and awakening began. My eyes blurred, and when I opened them again, there was a high platform in front of me. There were 3 10-meter-high stone sculptures on the platform. I looked up and saw the first statue was a young man, with a cold gaze looking into the distance, his left hand on his chest, his right hand holding a sword, and mist all around him. Who is this? Just looking at this, it was impossible to tell which ancient sage it was. There was too little useful information, so I had to put this statue down and walk towards the second one. Outside in the square, Guan Yu stared at the projection on the square and sneered. I see, this lowly guy doesn't recognize anyone. Yeah, either recognize the ancient sages clearly, and don't make any mistakes. If you make a mistake, you will be wiped out by the power of the ancient sages. Or give up and come out, then he can only be an ordinary person all his life, and even a first-level awakener can kill him. Follow him when he comes out, and break his legs after we leave the awakening square. Guan Yu announced with his chin raised proudly. The second statue was riding a horse, with its front hooves raised high, as if crushing the mountains and rivers of the universe. I looked at the face of the statue and was stunned. Long face, long beard, face like a date pit, and more importantly, there was a long knife stuck behind this ancient sage. The knife was 8 feet long, and the front blade was shining with cold light. I already knew the identity of this person, but I still wanted to see the third one. Outside the square, a teacher leaned against a stone pillar in boredom, looking at the students who kept giving up. This is too unlucky. How do the teachers in these schools predict the questions? There are only a few dozen ancient sages refreshed every year. Can't they answer them correctly? Teacher Wang, don't complain. These children are only 16 or 17 years old. Although they know the identity of the ancient sages, they are all scared. This is not a test. If you are not careful, you will be wiped out. It's right to give up. It's not easy to get an awakened person. Teacher Li said with a smile while smoking a cigarette. Alas, Miyamoto Musashi of Sakura country is under too much pressure. He is a general. Our most powerful awakened General Lianpa has a fusion degree of only 50, which is not as good as some ancient literary generals. Teacher Wang was a little frustrated. Yes, the selection of the Kingdom of God is about to begin. If we are suppressed by the awakened people of Sakura country, how can we be worthy of our ancestors? What's wrong with you? Teacher Li was talking when he suddenly saw Teacher Wang staring at the screen. Teacher Wang followed the line of sight and was also stunned. He shouted in a choked voice, "Martial generals. I have never seen a military general before. Quick. Level 1 alarm. Woo woo woo. The shrill alarm sounded throughout the awakening square. What's wrong? Some students looked around in panic. The city lord is coming. A figure fell from the sky, with the Bagua compass behind him. City Lord Wang Nua, a level 60 awakener, the awakening god, Zhuge Wushan. 2 military generals. What's the name of this awakener? Which middle school is he from? Wang Nua stared at my projection screen with ecstasy on his face. Class 3 of the 3rd middle school, his name is Suli. The teacher guarding the gate took out a booklet and answered. City Lord, these are 2 generals, but we don't have the information. We don't know what this ancient sage is. We are confused. Wang Nua's face darkened. Yes, 2 generals have appeared. This has never appeared in the past 10 years. 2 generals appeared in succession. The first one uses a sword, and the second one uses a knife. The war horse under the seat. What about the historical figure? Could it be the legendary Zhang Fei? Teacher Wang said with his chin in his hand. No, the Ministry of Culture has unified it yesterday. The legendary General Zhang Fei uses a spear, and there are also broadswords, but this kind of face. Alas. If we are given more time, the information of these 2 generals may be completed. 2 generals. If there is a bonus reputation, it may be able to surpass the Sakura country. Suli, right. What a pity. Wang Nua shook his head. Each newly refreshed ancient sage requires a large number of lives to fill it, and the information obtained from it is spliced together. Wang Nua turned and left, looking reluctantly and sighed. City Lord. The ancient sages are glowing. He recognized them. Teacher Li suddenly shouted. Wang Nua turned around suddenly, and then was stunned. Because I didn't talk to the first 2 ancient sages, but chose the 3rd one without hesitation. It was a middle-aged man in a long robe and a crown. He wore a short sword, looked into the distance, and wore a 9-dragon python robe. This is an emperor. Why did this student choose an emperor instead of a general? The emperor is the one that all awakened people are unwilling to choose. Once they say something wrong about the evaluation of history, they will die instantly like Lu Su before. 2 generals, an emperor who has never been seen before, all the leaders of Kyoto are here. This is the first time in 10 years. I looked at the sculpture in front of me with my whole body trembling. As a Chinese, how could I not recognize this emperor? I took a deep breath and said, Junior Suli, please ask His Majesty the Great Qin Shi Huangdi to open the way to the Deification. The dragon roar resounded through the sky and the earth, and I disappeared in front of the sculpture. Everyone in the square stopped when they heard this strange vision. This was the first strange vision of heaven and earth in history. The picture slowly unfolded, 9 dragons circling, jade pillars standing tall, and at the end, through the jade pillars into the corridor. The corridor was covered with red carpets, and rows of bronze tripods stood on both sides. The bronze dragons on the tripods bared their fangs and claws, showing the imperial style. The soldiers on both sides were wearing black armor, like cold-killing gods, which made people shudder. Entering the hall, my figure stood quietly. The hall was as vast as the sea, with candlelight swaying, and a purple-black curtain covering a figure at the top. The figure had his back to the door, and the breath was coming towards him, making people hold their breath. I felt the real touch, and my whole body was shaking. I tried hard to calm my excitement and walked step by step to the center of the hall. Ing Zheng, wearing armor, turned his back to the hall, staring intently at the hanging map of the 6 kingdoms. A breeze blew, and the light swayed. Ing Zheng turned around abruptly, drew his sword and pointed it straight at the enemy. His eyes were cold and calm, and a murderous aura filled him instantly, as if carrying the majesty of the emperors of China for thousands of years, attracting the 9 stars in the sky. I took a deep breath, clasped my hands together and bowed. Junior Suli, a descendant of thousands of years, pays homage to the emperor of the Great Qin. His Majesty the first emperor of Qin. Wasn't Qin Ershi the first emperor in the history of the Great Qin? Where did His Majesty the first emperor come from? A teacher was puzzled. Only Wang Nua trembled all over and shouted excitedly, "Quick! Write it down. A new emperor has appeared. New history has been discovered." Ing Zheng's crown trembled slightly, and the emperor's robe on his body moved with the wind. His right hand bent instantly, and the emperor's sword in his hand returned to the scabbard. Then he bent down and drew his bow to shoot an arrow. The arrow passed through me like thunder and lightning through the cold space. Bang! The bronze arrow was inserted into the wooden pillar, and the tail of the arrow shook greatly. Seeing this scene, Ing Zheng's pupils shrank slightly, and he took a step back, with shock in his eyes. My hands were full of sweat. I endured the numbness all over my body and looked at Ing Zheng neither servile nor arrogant. Ing Zheng is worthy of being Ing Zheng, and he quickly calmed down the emotions in his eyes. Since you come from 1,000 years later, has my territory lasted for thousands of years? Can I become the immortal exiled from heaven and be immortal for thousands of years? I looked at Ing Zheng's body, especially from his pale face. I could see that this first emperor was very unhealthy. In order to pursue immortality, he ate many so-called elixirs, which led to physical deficiency. King Ing Zheng of Qin died at the age of 50. His territory lasted only a few decades before the Qin dynasty was destroyed. I spoke loudly, and my voice spread throughout the hall, passing through the long river of history and reaching the ears of modern audiences. A cold wind blew in the hall. Ing Zheng stared at me with clear eyes, and his python robe fluttered behind him. I have worked day and night for the people and the people of the world to avoid war. Why would I destroy my country? I said loudly, Your Majesty is an emperor of all ages. He did not hesitate to pacify the 6 kingdoms and bring peace to the people. But Your Majesty is a mortal after all, and your son may not be able to defend the thousands of territories. At this moment, the body and territory of the first emperor were as lifeless as the terracotta warriors that had guarded China for 2,000 years. Is everything I have done vain? Ing Zheng lowered his head, as if he had aged 1,000 years and lost the dragon spirit of the emperor. My eyes suddenly became sharp, and my voice was like thunder. Ing Zheng, the son of King Zhuangxiang of Qin, inherited the throne at the age of 13, became emperor at the age of 39, and reigned for 37 years. He wiped out the 6 kingdoms, unified the country, unified the world, and made the world a unified place. All lands under the stars were imperial, and all people in the 4 seas were imperial subjects. He was the first emperor, and later generations called him the greatest emperor of all time. Really? Ing Zheng suddenly burst into a dazzling divine light. I bowed down, and this bow was a respect for the first emperor who founded China. Then he continued to say, Then he built the Great Wall to resist the invading enemies of China and protect the thousands of territories of China. Some people in later generations also said so. Ing Zheng listened attentively. Ing Zheng, who built a lot of buildings and wasted money, burned books and buried scholars, and once killed the people of the 6 kingdoms, was cruel and unbearable, and was a tyrant. Do you think so too? Ing Zheng was like a stone carving. My eyes were blazing as I sighed loudly, the river of time, who will judge the future generations. The first emperor founded the Chinese civilization, and his achievements made him the greatest emperor of 1,000 years. He spread the Chinese culture for 1,000 years, and accumulated for 2,000 years. In the hearts of the younger generation, he is the greatest emperor of all time. The greatest emperor of all time. History is actually true. Wang Nuo was so shocked that he stepped back. Everyone in the square looked at the screen with numbness all over their bodies. I want to cry so much. History has been completed. What I see is not that false person, but a living life. The first emperor Ing Zheng. Ing Zheng is the first emperor of the Great Qin Empire. We have finally completed the history of the Great Qin. A group of white-haired old men fell to the ground and wailed. They were historians. Be quiet. Now Suli has been recognized by the first emperor. Let's see how to confer the title. Wang Nuo said what everyone cared about. Yes, yes, yes. An old professor climbed up. The title is a big deal, even if it is recognized. Once the canonization is not in line, it will affect the completeness. Do we have an awakener at the level of the emperor's guardian spirit? An old scholar asked. There are a few, but they are all separatist princes of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. Strictly speaking, they are not emperors. It seems that our understanding of the emperor is incomplete. The power of these emperors is unpredictable, and the success rate is 0. Teacher Wang listened to the scholars and glanced at the remaining blood in the distance. The deceased Lu Su was not the first person to be wiped out by Emperor Yang of Sui, and Emperor Yang of Sui never admitted his own evaluation. But history cannot be fabricated, otherwise it will be completely shattered by the gate of history. Therefore, the canonization of awakened people has great risks, but it is also possible not to canonize them, such as Guan Yu, who is only recognized by ancient sages, or if you are lucky, you can find an unknown historical figure, which can also use their power. The only drawback is that the awakening degree is pitifully low, and you can only use their power and cannot summon them out. However, the Xiaojin of Sakura country can summon the complete Miyamoto Musashi, which is extremely powerful. He's going to be canonized, a teacher screamed. Suddenly, countless eyes turned to the screen. I walked up the steps, took a half step back, nodded and announced, the first Emperor Yingzheng, the greatest emperor of all time, is now canonized as the Dragon Ancestral. Roar! The dragons of heaven and earth roared. I turned around suddenly, raised my hand and shouted, "Gentlemen, listen to the dragon roar." The first emperor smiled slightly, stepped on the steps, and climbed up the white jade 9 dragon stairs step by step. The golden light of heaven and earth lit up, and a picture scroll slowly unfolded behind me. Guardian Spirit, Dragon Ancestral Yingzheng. Awakening Degree, Level 100. Guardian Spirit Skills, Emperor Sword Chi. Dead silence. The whole square fell into dead silence. All the teachers, leaders, and students looked up in horror, and they were motionless like stone carvings. Guan Yu even trembled all over, and sat down on the ground with fear, looking at me in the picture with a pale face. Her legs kept shaking, and a puddle of water flowed out. Offending a level 100 Emperor Awakener. Unless she is a direct descendant of the ancient sage, otherwise, if I hold a grudge, no one on Blue Star can save her. The other party can kill her Awakener with just one thought. It's over. China. Since the advent of the myth, the first 100-level Awakener has appeared. And it's an emperor. A 100-level Emperor Awakener. China is about to take off. Boom boom boom. More than 2,000 auras descended from the sky. Everyone, no movement is allowed. All guardian spirits are not allowed to appear. Otherwise, they will be killed on the spot. The killing intent filled the entire square like a suffocating force, and the surrounding temperature was cold and silent. It's the myth law enforcement team. 2,000 figures guarded the steps where I was, and the powerful aura even distorted the surrounding air. 100-level Emperor Guardian Spirit. What does this mean? After the next battlefield of the Kingdom of God opens, China can take the lead. At this moment, my status is comparable to the country's heavy weapon. What is he going to do? Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out. Everyone subconsciously looked up, and I stood on the selection table again. The sculpture on the far right had disappeared. At this moment, I stood in front of the general in the middle and looked up. No. Some old antiques came out in horror. That's enough. Emperor level 100 is enough. We can't let this level of awakeners take risks. They don't understand why I still have to choose. Although you can choose a second guardian spirit at level 100. But, it's too difficult. And, once the choice fails, the awakener died on the spot. In other words, the level 100 Emperor Awakener that China finally managed to find, might be dead. This thought is a terrifying thought in the minds of these old antiques. Not allowed. This kind of mistake must not be allowed. Buzz. The screen starts to glow. The sculpture in front of Su Li began to move slowly. Junior Su Li, hello to Mr. Beautiful Beard. Please open the door to dialogue. The vast sound seemed to descend from the sky. Su Li's figure slowly disappeared in front of the sculpture. Since the advent of the myth, the first second awakener has appeared. Yellow sand swept across the land. Weapons and weapons. 1,000-year-old ancient city sits on the earth. The soldiers on the city wall looked solemnly at the ground below. 300 meters away from the city gate, a general on horseback was looking ahead, holding a green dragon crescent blade. When the general dismounted from his horse, everyone was shocked. The general was 9 feet tall, with a beard 2 feet long, his face was as red as a jujube, and his lips were as red as painted with fat. He had phoenix eyes and drooping brows, and had a dignified appearance and an awe-inspiring demeanor. In front of him, there was a huge army, and the murderous atmosphere was suffocating. but it could not dispel the strong murderous intent emanating from the general. The murderous intent shot up into the sky, rippling across 100 miles. Everyone in the square was stunned. This general is so amazing. His aura is suffocating me. Suli just mentioned the men with the beautiful beard. Is there such a person in history? It seems that there is, but it was only mentioned briefly, as a brave and skilled general, not an ancient sage. I don't know what quality Suli's first emperor is. It would be nice if it was gold. Yes, guardian spirits are also divided into different levels. Although the fusion degree is 100, if the quality is bronze, it's actually just that. Let's test it after it's over. Who is coming? I, Hua Xiong, will not kill nameless people. The bearded man took a step forward with a knife in his hand. Suddenly, the earth shook slightly and all the grass and trees broke. That little Pan Feng is no match for me. Aren't you, a ruddy-faced man, going to die in vain? Leave quickly. I, Hua Xiong, never kill the weak. Hua Xiong was arrogant and didn't take the men in front of him seriously at all. His tongue rang like thunder, and his energy flowed through his chest, resounding like thunder on the earth. Yuan Shao, you little bastard, come out and die. It's Pan Feng. Pan Feng is a gold-level general. Can he not defeat Hua Xiong? No, Hua Xiong seems to be a figure from the Three Kingdoms period. I remember the Ministry of Culture once found out that Hua Xiong is a top-notch general at the 5-star gold level. He is comparable to Miyamoto Musashi from the Sakura Kingdom. Yes, I remember it too. Unfortunately, we only know Hua Xiong's name and cannot deify him. I think he appeared 8 years ago. Hiss. This is troublesome. A super-level general like Hua Xiong has appeared. What is the bearded man that Suli summoned? Can he defeat Hua Xiong? If you can't defeat them, it's useless even if you become the second guardian spirit. Only the 100-level spirits of the ancient sages can absolutely deter you. The square suddenly became lively. Wang Nua frowned and looked at the screen. Wang Nua, you kid, you didn't inform me when such an awesome awakener appeared, so I had to rush here from the coast. A figure fell from the sky and laughed. A guardian spirit flashed by behind him. Wang Nua felt a headache looking at the bearded man in front of him. I heard about it when I rushed here. Is this the first level 100 Emperor Guardian Spirit? This kid is so awesome. Xiang Wu patted his chest and stared at the screen in amazement. That also needs to be evaluated for quality. Although Wang Nua said this, he couldn't hide the smile on his lips. Whatever the quality. That is also the Emperor's Guardian Spirit. Xiang Wu frowned as he stared at the screen. Where's that kid? Why hasn't he come out yet? Wang Nua was stunned. You don't know. He authenticated the second Guardian Spirit. A second Guardian Spirit? This is unprecedented in Dragon Country, right? Xiang Wu's face was filled with shock, and he looked around hurriedly. No wonder the atmosphere at the scene was not right. I was wondering why the myth law enforcement team came out. I thought it was that big shot who was inspecting the people's sentiments. Alas, the problem now is that we don't know the second general, and the general is facing Hua Xiong, who is of 5-star gold quality. I'm afraid it will affect the fusion degree of the first Emperor Guardian Spirit. Wang Nua said with a sigh. Xiang Wu nodded. Indeed, although we have not seen the awakening of the second Guardian Spirit, according to records, if the second Guardian Spirit is of trash quality, it will reduce the fusion degree of the first Guardian Spirit. Let's wait and see. At least there's a 100-level Emperor Guardian Spirit at the bottom. I'm annoyed to death by Miyamoto Musashi from Sakura Country. That thing is close to the legendary level. I can't beat it. Hua Xiong frowned as he looked at the jujube-faced, long-bearded general who dared to dismount and hold a knife. Well, since you are so serious about seeking death, I will not hesitate to kill you. Prepare to die. Hua Xiong moved. Clamped the horse with both legs. The horse neighed and roared, galloped forward, and rushed towards the bearded man with a knife in hand. The bearded man had an expressionless face as he single-handedly withstood Hua Xiong's tremendous impact. Everyone looked at the scene on the screen nervously. The two are about to collide. Not even a car can withstand this kind of impact. It's going to collide. What a pity. What kind of general did Su Li choose? Why is he so? The man with beautiful beard slid forward with a long sword in his hand. He started running. Start sprinting. One man and one sword approached Hua Xiong at an extremely fast speed. A cruel smile appeared on Hua Xiong's face. This mute will be beheaded in the next second. Brush. The sword light reflected the light of the sun. The bearded man raised his knife with his backhand and chopped down with both hands. Hi Jin Jin. The warhorse was split in half. The intestines sank into the mud and fell into the distance. The smoke and dust were gradually blown away by the strong wind. The bearded man put away his sword and stood up, his face expressionless. Look at Hua Xiong again. Kneeling beside the dead warhorse with head bowed. What happened? Why didn't I see it clearly? Everyone in the square craned their necks to look. Snap. I saw Hua Xiong slowly starting to separate from the top of his head. His head was cut in half, revealing his pale red brain. Then the entire neck cracked. The bones in my back banged toward the beaches on both sides. He and his horse were dismembered. The smelly intestines died with heat mixed with soil. From beginning to end. The bearded man only used one move. With just one move, Hua Xiong, who was at the gold 5-star level, was killed. Dead silence. Some scholars opened their mouths wide. They are not familiar with the bearded man. But Hua Xiong was very familiar with it. He is a military general who ranks high in the literature that has been studied. At once. Just got killed by a single blow. Are you kidding? Where's Su Li? Where is Su Li? A teacher broke the silence. Yes, where is Su Li? He needs a conversation, otherwise how can we deify him? Don't worry, this scene is in Su Li's mind. In other words, in his mind, this man with a beautiful beard is so brave and good at fighting. He is about to come out. Everyone looked on eagerly. In the picture, Su Li stood nervously on the yellow sand. Looking at Hua Xiong, who was split in half in the distance, he took a deep breath and bowed. I am Su Li, greetings to the handsome bearded man. Guan Yu frowned as he looked at the strangely dressed young man in front of him. The murderous eyes just now looked around. Thus, everyone heard the voice of this mysterious general for the first time. Who are you? Su Li was nervous. Getting to know sculpture is one thing. It's another thing to be recognized. Once Guan Yu refuses to admit it, then the second awakening will fail. He will still be killed on the spot. Junior, Su Li, is a descendant 1800 years ago. I hereby come to ask Mr. Beautiful Beard to help our dragon kingdom resist evil spirits. Su Li spoke in a deep voice that was neither humble nor arrogant. Guan Yu sneered, 1800. After saying this, he turned his back. Su Li just wanted to speak. Suddenly, a white light flashed in front of him, and air conditioning hit him. The huge killing intent even caused the surrounding yellow sand to stand still. Su Li couldn't help but tremble all over his body. He turned his head inch by inch with difficulty, and his pupils shrank to the extreme. There was a knife stuck in the ground 3 meters behind him. Qing Long Yin Yue's sword. Guan Yu wants to kill him. Wow. Everyone in the square couldn't help but take a step back. The powerful killing intent that Guan Yu had just released even caused a faint blood color to appear on the screen. What a horror. It's over. This handsome bearded man doesn't seem to admit it. Is this a mess? A level 100 awakened person is going to die. There are all kinds of sounds in the square. A little jealous, the whole body is excited at this moment. It would be better to die. They won't be jealous if he dies. Wang Nua's lips turned pale. Now it is no longer a question of whether the quality of the generals is rubbish or not. Once it is not recognized, die instantly. He looked at Xiang Wu with a gloomy look, trying to find a solution. Xiang Wu shook his head. Once you enter the awakening gate, there are only 2 outcomes, come out alive, or become a pool of blood and be expelled. Wang Nua subconsciously glanced at the place where Lu Su had died before. The bloodstains were so eye-catching. He was desperate. We're done for. If Su Li dies, we'll be suppressed by other countries in this year's God War. Wang Nua's voice trembled, his temples gray as he spoke hoarsely. Is God going to destroy my dragon kingdom? Once the war between gods fails, the power of the gods will randomly wipe out 10% of the civilians in failed countries. All those over the age of 16 will be randomly killed. The dragon kingdom has already failed once. A full 100 million people. Su Li was thinking frantically in his mind. He is considering countermeasures. If Guan Yu had always been so persistent. He didn't acknowledge himself. Then, he will die immediately. That Lu Su is his future. Suddenly, Guan Yu burst into laughter. I now admit that you are a person from the future. What's going on? Su Li was stunned. He looked back and seemed to understand. Guan Yu's sword pierced through his body. Although I am not talented, I will not kill anyone old or young. As for the battle you mentioned, I have no interest in it. Guan Yu brushed past him, walked to the big sword, pulled it out with one hand, turned around and walked towards the city. Su Li's eyes were filled with crazy thoughts. Wait. If Senior doesn't help me, then no one will praise the Peach Garden Oath of Brotherhood in the future. Do you want others to forget you? If you don't mind, then what about Li Bai and Zhang Fei? Guan Yu stopped suddenly. What's going on? Did Zhang Fei, Li Bai, and Guan Yu know each other? There's a historical gap and we don't even know this. The scholars in the square were all stunned. This was the first time they heard that Zhang Fei and Guan Yu knew each other. 5 years ago, Zhang Fei was refreshed, but unfortunately he had a bad temper, which directly led to the deaths of 80 students. History is not only broken, it seems that the closed loop has been lost. Hurry up and write it down. Also write down the previous emperor Qin Shi Huangdi. He is the first emperor of the Qin dynasty. There's a chance. Wang Nua leaned forward and concentrated. Boom. A figure turned into a stream of light and appeared in the square. It's Han Hong, the captain of the Myth Law Enforcement team. Why is he here? Han Hong stared at the screen with a serious expression. Even Xiang Wu ignored the captain of the Myth Law Enforcement team at this moment. The three of them looked up and stared at Su Li on the screen. What did you say? Are you worthy enough to mention my brother? At this moment, Guan Yu went crazy. It's not me, it's the cultural gap in later generations. In later generations, Li Bai, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were gradually forgotten by the enlightened children. Whenever Li Bai is mentioned, it is not the heroic Uncle Lu Xuanda, but a fictional character who can only hunt pigs and kill crocodiles. When it comes to your second brother Guan, he is not a brave warrior, but a reckless man who can only ride a horse and hit people. As for Zhang Ida, he is just a big bearded man with a big belly and singing. You must come out and let future generations know how great Lu, Guan, and Zhang are. How invincible you are in the world. You are comparable to the god of war Lu Bu. Guan Yu was furious. Bullshit, I can defeat Lu Bu. Su Li smiled inwardly. It seems that heroes like to be praised and compared. Su Li nodded. I wonder if Second Master is willing to fight. I heard Su Li calling me Second Master. Guan Yu nodded with an expressionless ruddy face. Su Li was overjoyed. He stood solemnly and announced in a deep voice, his voice as vast as the abyss. Shocked the whole world. Spread across Kyoto for 100 miles. Today, the ancient sage Guan Yu fights against evil spirits for our dragon country, and is specially named the loyal and righteous divine martial spiritual protector of benevolence, courage and might. A golden light appeared from behind Su Li. Several lines of large gilded characters slowly emerged. Guardian Spirit, Martial Saint Guan Yu. Awakening Degree, 100. Awakening Skill, 7 Killing Dragon Slayer. 2 golden lights shot up into the sky. But it was blocked by a black and white bagua disc in the square. Wang Nua's lips trembled, his eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief, 200-level Guardian Spirits. The Dragon Nation has risen. Xiang Wu looked at the 2 golden lights and stammered, these are the first 2 full-level Guardian Spirits to appear in the Myth Advent. The name Su Li will definitely be famous all over the world. A super genius boy of 16 years old. Even Han Hong, the cold and indifferent captain of the myth law enforcement team, was staring blankly at the two golden lights. A 16-year-old super genius. Two guardian spirits of maximum level who stood out from the college entrance examination. How horrible this is. After the next war of gods begins, how will Miyamoto Musashi, the guardian spirit of the Sakura country, be crushed? Although the war between gods only started once. But that time, the price paid was too high. 100 million people were randomly wiped out. The last time, the Dragon Kingdom was killed by the guardian spirit of the Sakura Kingdom. According to rumors, the war between gods is divided into 9 levels. The Dragon Kingdom was eliminated in the first level. This is a shame for the Dragon Kingdom. The nightmare of 1.4 billion people. At this moment, hope appeared. This 16-year-old boy. After today, the whole Dragon Kingdom will celebrate. Wang Nua said happily as he smoked a cigarette. Xiang Wu frowned. What's wrong? Wang Nua asked puzzledly. Xiang Wu exhaled, looked at Wang Nua worriedly and said, 6 years ago, Dragon Country awakened a level 70 awakener. His guardian spirit was Xuerengui of the 5th grade gold quality. He was killed by the nearly suicidal attack of Sakura Country. That child was 17 years old at the time, right? Dare. Wang Nua's face was grim. From now on, I will watch Suli 24 hours a day. Have you seen Han Hong? All the awakened members of the myth law enforcement team are guarding Suli. Let's see how Sakura Country kills him. Xiang Wu said worriedly, you have to know that it's not just the Sakura Country, there's also the Korean country, the Indian country, these 3 are the most powerful countries in the God War. Neither of them mentioned the Eagle Country. Just because the Eagle Country has no ancient sages, where does their history begin in modern times? A mythical world where reheat weapons fail. Ironically, the Eagle Country has to rely on the Sakura Country that it once looked down upon. How frustrating this is. Oh no. Why hasn't Suli come out yet? Wang Nua suddenly shouted with a pale face. Suddenly, several worried eyes appeared from the air and looked at the screen. Yes, it's over. Why hasn't Suli come out yet? Asked the students watching. Could it be? Some people's pupils shrank to the extreme, their whole bodies trembled, and they stared at the screen with stiff necks. In the dead silent square, there was a trembling sound. Is he planning to awaken the third one? Are you kidding? He is only 16 years old. Yes. Suli was now standing in front of the first sculpture. The awakening ceremony takes place every other year. If the first awakening is successful, you can awaken to the second year. After the first failure, death or giving up, then you can only be an ordinary person. The national examination at the age of 16 is a watershed. Or it can be said to be a screening plate that distinguishes ordinary people from God. Although there is very little information about the first statue. But there are always clues to be found. 3 guardian spirits. What he wants is absolute crushing. Directly crush the Japanese's guardian spirit. It's so bad that their ancestral graves collapsed. Suli looked up at the mysterious guardian spirit. Ying and Guan Yu are both at level 100 legendary level. So, what is the first one? He has a handsome face, holding a book in his left hand and a sword in his right hand. He was wearing a blue shirt. His eyes looked into the distance, and behind him was a rushing river. Suli was stunned. He could recognize Guan Yu and Ying from their appearance and clothes. But the sculpture in front of me is a boy of about 17 or 18 years old. Suli closed his eyes and recalled the famous ancient sages in his mind one by one. The one who reads and uses the sword, Udayo, Xin Chiji. No. Suli looked at the river behind the sculpture. The water of the great river comes from heaven. Suli took a deep breath, sat on the ground and looked up at the sculpture. Once a mistake, he would be instantly obliterated by the power of myth. Lu Su is the next one. It must be foolproof. The water of the great river comes from the sky. Give me more information. Li stood up instantly and climbed onto the sculpture and began to explore it inch by inch. Everyone in the square stared at the scene in amazement. What is he doing? Wang Nua was at a loss. Not good. Li is not as decisive as the first two ancient sages. Is he not sure about this? Xiang Wu was shocked. At this moment, Li came out of the awakening space. He is from the advent of myth. The most talented college entrance examination student. Directly created history. Can. Wang Nua felt that everything was dark before his eyes. I forgot one thing. Li is only 16 years old. He is a teenager at heart. Young people all have a common problem. They like to brag and like to be in the limelight. Li must be inflated now. He definitely doesn't understand the significance of two full-level guardian spirits. If his blood rushes to his head and he forcibly awakens this ancient sage, and he fails, the Dragon Kingdom will be in darkness. Xiang Wu lowered his head and slowly walked to the stool, holding the stool with both hands and sat down. The next God War will be held in a month, which will also be the second God War. We don't have time. If we fail again, you and I might be among those who are wiped out. It doesn't matter if I die. My son is only 12 years old. Wang Nua walked forward and looked down at Xiang Wu, who had a look of despair on his face. He turned around abruptly and rushed towards Han Hong, grabbing Han Hong by the collar and shouting with red eyes, as the captain of the myth law enforcement team, don't you have a solution? Can't you get Li out? Han Hong said coldly, the students who came out of the awakening space are only. You don't have to tell me that. I just want to ask you, can Li survive? Han Hong looked at the gray-haired old man in front of him and said in a deep voice, if he can live, he can choose to give up and walk out with two full-level guardian spirits. Wang Nua slowly loosened his hands, and his legs could no longer support him, so he staggered and fell to the ground. He stared at the screen with tears in his eyes. I see. A loud voice echoed throughout the square. It's Li. A strong light burst out from Wang Nua's eyes, even making Han Hong beside him squint his eyes. Everyone looked at Li nervously. Han Hong, who was not allowed to enter the place, subconsciously took 2 steps forward. Wang Nua saw that Han Hong's right hand was shaking constantly. It was obvious that he had been suppressing his inner fear. 100 million people died indiscriminately. Anyone could become one of those 100 million dead souls. Li found a line of words on the right leg of this sculpture of an ancient sage. The pen falls and the wind and rain are shocked, the poem is completed and the ghosts and gods weep. The sword rises and the sky cries, who dares to call himself a sword immortal? Li stood up, clasped his hands together, bowed and said, Junior Li, please ask Li Bai to open the door to history. Boom. Next second. A red light enveloped Li. Red light. Why is it red light? Wang Nua shouted. Even if we emit divine light, it only appears after we have awakened successfully. So far, the lights we have seen are white, yellow, purple, and gold from low to high. What does this red light represent? I can't see it. The whole screen is invisible. Are we not allowed to see it? Everyone was waiting nervously. Red light. The light that has never appeared since the beginning of the myth. This time it took quite a long time. 3 long hours passed. From 2 to 5 in the afternoon. It's so annoying. Why should we stay here when he awakens alone? I want to go home. Guan Yu couldn't bear it any longer and shouted loudly. That's right, all the other awakening platforms are finished, but he won't come out alone. We can't leave. If that's the case, we might as well build him an independent one. Let's go. My mom is waiting for me to have dinner at home. I have awakened the 10th level white guardian spirit, Lord Gao Lishur. I want to go home and tell her the good news. From now on, I can also make money to support my family. With Guan Yu taking the lead. Regardless of whether they successfully awakened or gave up, they could not stand the long wait and walked out of the square. Ordinary people who fail have even less of a mind. After seeing the awakened, all their studies over the past 10 years became a waste. The best outcome in the future would be to be able to do chores for these awakened ones. Most of them end up entering the market and delivering takeout. However, since the advent of the myth, not many people are willing to go to work. They all started lying down. After all, a war between gods failed. But we have to wipe out 100 million people. It could be one of them. So why work so hard? But it's different now. After Suli appeared, it means that Dragon Kingdom can get back on track. No one has to worry about being randomly wiped out. Shut up. No one is allowed to leave until Suli comes out. Wang Nua flew up out of thin air and stood above the square. Looked down and watched coldly. A 10-meter-tall figure emerged behind him. He has a face as handsome as a jade, wears a silk scarf on his head, a crane cloak, a feather fan and a silk scarf, and is handsome and elegant, as if he is a god. Wang Nua's guardian spirit, Zhuge Kongming, conferred the divine title, Zhuge Wuhou. Town. Wang Nua pressed his hands down. Suddenly, everyone in the square was suppressed and unable to move. A gossip enveloped the entire square. Boom. Just when Wang Nua was about to speak, the door to the awakening space opened. After the light flickered and disappeared, Suli stood on the stage. The teacher in charge of awakening stared blankly at Suli, who was frowning. What the hell? Suli coughed, stomped his feet on the ground, and with a serious expression on his face, he called out, Zhu Long Ingzheng, Wuxing Guan Yu. Boom. Next second, 2 10-meter-tall shadows appeared behind Suli. Did the third Suli fail? Well, it seems that he gave up and came out directly. I'm scared to death. If we really take it seriously and the awakening fails, we will lose 200 level awakeners. Wang Nua landed and smiled. Suli, right. I am the mayor of Kyoto City. Come here. Xiang Wu and Han Hong couldn't help but smile. Suli was stunned and his body trembled. The guardian spirit behind him disappeared. He nodded and walked down the stairs step by step, facing this big shot who I could only see on TV before. Suli couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Suli, you will not be an ordinary person anymore. Please don't be surprised if the teachers speak to you in a harsh tone. A teacher walked up to Suli enthusiastically and patted him on the shoulder. Suli nodded hurriedly. Teacher, you are too polite. Origin challenge, on. The teacher's face suddenly became ferocious and fierce. He pulled out a knife from his chest and stabbed it into his heart. Phew. The next moment, 2 beams of light suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped Suli and his teacher. The 2 people slowly disappeared. A screen covering an area of 100 meters appeared in the sky square. Life and Death Arena. Wang Nua went crazy. Origin, open. Immediately afterwards, more than 20 beams of light descended. Each beam of light enveloped a student who had just awakened. Long live the Empire of Japan. These so-called parents and even some students hiding in the crowd all launched a life and death challenge to Longgua's newly awakened students. In a life and death challenge, one person must die. At the cost of death, burn the soul and summon a one-on-one mythical arena. The initiator must kill himself and use the power of awakening to open the arena. Either he dies or else. Otherwise, both of them will die. There's more to it than that. On this day, all the thunderbolts in the country emitted beams of light. Just because the history of Sakura country is complete. They have the most awakened people. The students who had just awakened had no time to master the skills of the guardian spirit and were forcibly pulled in like this. They will be killed one by one. This is the plan of suicide scheme initiated by the Sakura country. As long as all the awakened dragon fruits are dead. So, the next time the gods fight, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely lose. 100 million people will be wiped out in Dragon Country. Wang Nua, Xiang Wu, and Han Hong looked at the battlefield in the sky with anger. In the past 10 years, we have eliminated spies every time, and this time is no exception. How come they were able to sneak in? Wang Nua's face turned pale. It's over now. All those who have just awakened will die. Suli. Wang Nuo looked up at the sky like a madman. Boom. The teacher looked at Su Li in front of him with a ferocious expression. I have finally waited for you. I have been lurking for 10 years and spent the hidden power of the 3 golden awakeners of the Empire. Finally, I have waited for you. As long as I kill you, the Empire will still be safe. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Shiro Ishii. Does this name sound familiar to you? Shiro Ishii was laughing happily, even though he would die after the fight was over. But everything is straight. His death was exchanged for an awakened person in Dragon Country with 2 full-level guardian spirits. Worth it. My guardian spirit is Lord Date Masamune. It would be a blessing for you to die under this lord. Su Li frowned, and he was distracted by everything around him. Shiro Ishii saw Su Li standing in a daze and thought he was frightened silly. He laughed wildly. All right, die. Ishii Shiro stretched his hands forward. A 10-meter-tall guardian spirit slowly appeared behind him. A guardian spirit with a bald head, a whip, and wearing armor appeared. It's over, it's completely over now. Gold level 70, perfect proficiency. Wang Nuo was trembling all over. How is it? The guardian spirit of the Empire is majestic, isn't he? Shiro Ishii looked at Su Li proudly. Now all the top leaders of Dragon Country are watching him. See how he extinguishes the hope before him step by step. People of Dragon Country, listen carefully. Who killed your genius? Ishii Ranlang bared his teeth and introduced proudly, my guardian spirit is the 17th head of the Date family, a famous daimyo in the O region during the Azuchi Momoyama period, and the founder of the Sendai domain during the Edo period, known as the One-Eyed Dragon Masamune. In the history of your Dragon Country, he is comparable to the so-called Juga Kongming, and my guardian spirit is even praised as the Prime Minister of Xiantai throughout the ages. Little kid, stop pretending to be calm. Look. Look at your classmates. They are being hunted. Shiro Ishii seemed to be planning to kill Su Li last. Therefore, he had no intention of taking action, but instead stood happily in the distance and shouted loudly. The cheeks of several leaders in the square puffed up, staring angrily at the sky mirror above. Before the myth came, no country dared to provoke other countries in this way. But the myth came. After all, thermal weapons are disabled. This provocation comes from the confidence of the War of Gods. From the number of awakened ones. The Dragon Kingdom has no solution at all. Just because of the historical gap. Everyone was in despair. Su Li sighed. He still hasn't figured out what to eat. Even the lowest level awakener will have a house and 10 million in cash. I should have more. Okay, I should go. This business is really cruel. Su Li sighed. What's your name? Never mind. Is your family settled before you come? Ishii Shiro was stunned. Even the desperate teachers in the square were at a loss. What is Su Li doing? Isn't he afraid of death? Ishii Shiro frowned. What I just told you, you didn't listen to me. Su Li shook his head, thinking about something. You little brat from Longua, you are so rude. Didn't your family teach you to listen carefully to your elders? Shiro Ishii was furious. Su Li touched his head and said, one day, take some time and take a shit in the hall of your Jin State Shrine and then tell me something rude. Now, you should die. Su Li clasped his hands tightly in front of his chest and whispered, please ask the Marshal Saint Guan Yu to come. Boom. The sky and the earth changed color and trembled slightly. Su Li's voice was tiny, but it was like a spring thunder that exploded in all directions. The Marshal Saint Guan Yu has come again. How dare this lowly person act so presumptuously? A huge shadow of 30 meters appeared behind Su Li. Su Li's guardian spirit rode a chestnut warhorse, with red flames burning all over his body. Why is Su Li's guardian spirit so big? Yeah, aren't they usually 10 meters? Why is his so big? Is this what a 100-level guardian spirit looks like? The people in the square who were originally worried were now dumbfounded. A 30-meter-tall guardian spirit. Ishii Shiro's guardian spirit was just looking up at Su Li's guardian spirit's knees. Impossible. Ishii Shiro's face turned pale, and he shouted in a trembling voice, "You just awakened, why is your guardian spirit so big?" Shiro Ishii felt uneasy. Even when Shangjing Xiaojian's guardian spirit was summoned, the surrounding sky would turn dark red at most. But, the guardian spirit summoned by the boy in front of me just now. That scene. It's like the earth turning upside down. They are not on the same level at all. And this kid has 2 guardian spirits. Even if my guardian spirit is bigger than others, so what? I went through many challenges before being selected as a member of the Severing team. You just awakened your guardian spirit, you are just bluffing. Cross-killing sword. Ishii Shiro shouted in a deep voice. Can Suli succeed? Everyone watched nervously. How powerful is such a big guardian spirit? This is what everyone cares about. The sky of the entire arena was torn apart, and a huge golden swastika, 100 meters wide, pressed down from the sky. Suli below was locked tightly. Die. The genius of Dragon Country. Shiro Ishii roared ferociously. If one person on the ring dies, the challenge will be over and he will also die. In the real world, his heart is rotten. Boom. Guan Yu finally moved. Under the sky, war horses roared. Guan Yu sat firmly on his warhorse, slashing horizontally with the sword in his right hand. An ancient sound fell from the sky. 7 killings, Dragon Slayer, first kill, heaven and earth destroyed. Boy, you want to exchange your life with me? You are still a little naive. Shiro Ishii's face suddenly became grim. His guardian spirit move has been launched. Suli is doomed to die. He couldn't resist. Can only kill the awakened. But what can I do? He was already dead. Hee hee. But the next second, the smile disappeared from his face. Snap. There were crisp sounds coming from both sides of the origin arena. Guan Yu's attack directly broke the ring into pieces. For the first time since the myth came into being, it was shattered. How is this possible? Shiro Ishii shouted in disbelief. His body slowly began to shatter and dissipated into rain of light. Suli opened his eyes and saw a group of teachers and students in front of him. Protect. Zhou Tian Bagua Plate. Vajra Immortal Shield. Wang Nua, Xiang Wu, and Han Hong stood beside Suli in an instant. The 3 of them used the 3 talents formation to block out all sights around them. The people from the myth law enforcement team even protected the sky. Walk. Without any hesitation. The 3 of them took Suli and left the square directly. A teacher chuckled, raised his hands and clapped, "Everyone, look at me." Next second. His eyes widened, "Shut down, don't tell anyone else what happened in the square today, and don't mention the name Suli before the next God War. His guardian spirit is Kong Zhongni, a level 60 guardian spirit. The guardian spirit technique transformed from not talking while eating and not speaking while sleeping, the art of silence. You can specify a range to set specific events and people so that they cannot be told to anyone else." After doing all this, the teacher smiled and said, "The myth law enforcement team invites you all to a feast. Those who want to go can follow me. Those who don't want to go can go home now." Suddenly, the students who were originally unhappy all smiled happily. Guyu snorted coldly, "You are a bunch of poor people. I won't go with you. I've tolerated you for so long." A boy walked up and pointed at Guyu's nose and cursed, "Before, you were making trouble for no reason and provoking Sue, provoking Sue." The boy covered his neck and stammered, but he couldn't pronounce the name. "Now you look down on us again. If those dead classmates were alive, which one wouldn't be richer than you? Do you know why you are still alive? Because you are too useless, so useless that those spies don't even want to take action. People like you will be the first to die in the God War. Don't show off." The boy said this and Guyu turned pale. She forgot that all awakened ones would be forced into the War of Gods. In other words, she still has 1 month to live. No. I'm scared." Guyu's defense was instantly broken, and he ran out crying. "Wait until all the students leave." A teacher sighed, "So many awakeners have died, now hope lies on Suli." Myth Enforcement Bureau. Su Li was escorted to the door by Han Hong. Just step through the door. Suddenly, a transparent shield appeared above the entire myth law enforcement team. Everyone, from now on until the God War begins, you are not allowed to go home. You must protect the awakened. A middle-aged man, about 1.9 meters tall, with high cheekbones and a pale face, walked out. There are several awakened ones floating behind him. Su Li looked at the scene in astonishment. No need to be so exaggerated, right? Han Hong Wuxia on the side answered Su Li's question. He turned around and stood at the door, and a 10-meter-tall shadow appeared behind him. Guardian Spirit, Long Chia. City Lord Wang Nua, General Xiang Wu, please return to your posts immediately and maintain daily order. There are countless Sakura country lurkers hiding in Dragon Country. They are likely to be like they were 8 years ago. Assassinate a large number of awakened ones before the War of Gods begins. The middle-aged man with a pale face said in a deep voice. Then I'll leave Su Li to you. Wang Nua nodded and turned to leave. Xiang Wu paused, and a sword appeared out of thin air under his feet, and he flew away on the sword. My name is Su Li, right? My name is Wang Ren, the director of the myth law enforcement team. From now on, you will live here. No heretic dares to hide in here. Wang Ren smiled enthusiastically. Su Li pursed his lips and said, Director, I don't think those awakened ones in Xiaoshi can beat me. Wang Ren laughed loudly. Come on, let's go in and talk. I'm going to give you a comprehensive introduction to the layout of the myth. Han Hong, be careful. If any unscrupulous people come close to you, just kill them. Wang Ren smiled kindly. Yes. Han Hong nodded. These bastards from Sakura country actually dared to use a large-scale origin arena in the Awakening Square. Never forgive. Sit down, don't be restrained, just treat this as your own home. Wang Ren poured a glass of water and handed it to Su Li with a smile. How much do you know about the War of Gods? Wang Ren asked softly as he sat opposite Su Li. Su Li frowned, thought about it in his mind and said, the War of Gods began 10 years ago. The God Wars started last year, and every time there was a God War, an awakened one would be forcibly dragged into the duel. The country ranked last will have 10% of its citizens randomly killed. But what puzzles me is that the ancient sages of the Eagle country did not have any. How did they escape the selection in the last God War? Su Li asked the question that had always been in his mind. The history of the Eagle country began in modern history. They have no ancient sages. Could it be possible to summon Lincoln with a machine gun? Wang Ren was silent for a moment, then stood up, opened the window, looked at the busy traffic outside, and said in a calm voice. Except for Dragon Country, the history of other countries is basically complete. After the myth was revived, the historical source that Eagle Country traced back to was not in the timeline of the myth's revival. Seeing Su Li confused and puzzled, Wang Ren explained, all the ancient sages whose myths were revived are calculated according to the time of Dragon Country. Probably before the Ming Dynasty. It doesn't count after the Ming Dynasty. Therefore, the Eagle Nation relies on other countries. They don't have any awakened people, so they don't need to participate in the God War. If there are no people from their country on the battlefield of the war between gods, then there is no question of failure. Su Li asked doubtfully, why didn't our country do this in the first place? Wang Ren glanced at Su Li and pointed to the Awakening Square in the distance. Su Li understood instantly. This is God's choice. All nations eligible for the God War will descend on the Awakening Square. Must enter into awakening. Once you reject God's will, the whole country will be wiped out directly. Now, I'm going to tell you something different. Wang Ren sat on the sofa and looked at Su Li calmly. In this War of Gods, it is very likely that all awakened people in Dragon Country will be killed, a total of 53 million. Su Li's pupils shrank. The total population of Sakura Country is only 300 million. How many awakened people can there be? Wang Ren corrected, the total population of Sakura Country is 600 million. Since the War of Gods came, they are breeding population almost crazily, and now their number of awakened 16-year-olds has reached 200 million. Su Li stood up and asked, 200 million? Wang Ren nodded. 200 million. All of them who are 16 years old have awakened. No one failed, and no one gave up. Su Li's face looked a little solemn. 200 million awakened people. That's a lot of people all over the world. Join the God War together. A big brawl among so many people. How cruel this is. The number of casualties in the War of Gods alone exceeded 100 million. In other words, every time there is a war between gods, the global population will be reduced. If this continues, the human population will become fewer and fewer, and there will be no more humans on the blue planet. Su Li said in a deep voice. No, the number of deaths in Sakura country is far less than the number of births, and their population will increase. Ancient Egypt, Iraq, Iran, Syria, India, the land of cherry blossoms, the land of Korea, the land of dragons, and Greece. These are the awakened powers. Although other countries have complete histories, their populations are too small. Even if there are powerful awakeners, they will be beaten to death. Su Li frowned. Uncle, in other words, the God War is a huge fight among countless people. Wang Ren shook his head. No, the God War lasts for a year and is divided into 9 levels, and 1 in 10 awakened people must die in each level. The last level is a total melee, a battle between nations. Wang Ren stretched out his fingers and said, last time, there were 3 million people fighting. 3 million of them were so densely packed that you couldn't even see them clearly. We old guys who are still alive have tens of thousands of lives on our hands. Wang Ren stared at Su Li with a serious look. Last time, Jing Shijian from Sakura country slaughtered 800,000 awakened people from Dragon country by himself. Now you have 1 month to deal with him. Su Li lowered his head and thought for a long time. He slowly raised his head and asked softly, Uncle, then why don't you take advantage of this month to kill all the awakened people who are living a happy life? He can kill our awakened, so why can't we kill them? Wang Ren was stunned. He looked at Su Li carefully, and suddenly laughed. Good job, with your personality, at least you are not the type to be scared to death in the God War. But obviously, we can't do that. Our history is incomplete, even the awakening level of my guardian spirit is only 70. In fact, the limit of Dragon country is 70. We can't enter Sakura country, they have more than just Miyamoto Musashi. There are also 10 legendary warrior awakeners, a total of 10 of them. The entire territory of Sakura country is within their visual range. So, your task now is to master your guardian spirit. Wang Ren sighed. I know this is too much pressure, but there is nothing we can do about it. Longhua is relying on you alone. Wang Ren said a lot in one breath. Su Li felt heavy in his heart. The hopes of 1 billion people rest on you. Can you afford it yourself? I am only 16 years old. Su Li was placed in the villa of the Myth Law Enforcement Bureau. A large-scale screening began throughout Kyoto. Anyone who does not have a Kyoto ID will be deported. A large number of outsiders in Sakura country were secretly arrested and executed. Su Li closed the door carefully. He put his ear to the door and listened for a long time before sitting cross-legged on the ground. The red light in the awakening space. Su Li was a little hesitant. But he started calling anyway. Junior Su Li, I beg Li Bai to appear in this world. After a long time, Su Li opened his eyes in surprise. You're not coming out. No, you promised me that you would fight. Su Li stood up and frowned. There was no sign of the first one's awakening, not even any dialogue. Li Bai was a free and easy immortal. When Su Li left, a hearty promise appeared in his mind. My sword can only kill the most vicious creatures. I will naturally attack you when you encounter one. Su Li smiled bitterly. You are even more arrogant than Qin Shi Huang and Guan Yu. But there's no way. Who can blame him for being the most famous person in history? So far, red light has never appeared on the blue planet. It is unknown what level of guardian spirit this Li Bai is. Su Li focused his attention on the 3rd guardian spirit. The Qin Emperor Zheng. This person has never taken action. It is unknown how powerful his emperor's sword is. After the War of Gods ends 1 year later, can he go through the awakening screening again? If I could. Wouldn't his guardian spirit be endless? The most powerful Xiang Yu and Lu Bu have not appeared yet. These two are ranked first and second in the history of Dragon Country. If you don't come out, how can that work? If I can't invite you out, how can I invite Lu Bu and Xiang Yu? Su Li opened the door, stuck his head out and shouted, "Is anyone there?" Ding ding ding. There was a sound of dense footsteps on the stairs. "Here I come." A clear and sweet voice like that of a lark sounded. Su Li's eyes suddenly brightened. A pale-faced girl, about 1.7 meters tall, with twin ponytails and wearing a pleated skirt, came running up skipping. Staring at Su Li with wide eyes, he curiously asked, "Little brother, what can I do for you?" Su Li was stunned. It was the first time he saw such a beautiful girl. "This is much better than those school beauties." "Who are you?" "Me. My name is Lu Qianqian. The director asked me to take care of you. Do you have any clothes to wash?" Lu Qianqian asked softly, showing her two little fangs and tilting her head. "No, no." Su Li waved his hand hastily. "I would like to trouble you, can you give me a copy of 300 Tang poems?" Lu Qianqian asked in confusion, "What is that?" Su Li was stunned. "Don't you know the 300 Tang poems?" He frowned and thought about it carefully, his eyes froze. "According to my memory, there are indeed no 300 Tang poems handed down in this world. All of Li Bai's poems have been lost." Su Li sighed sadly. "What should I do?" "Then please give me a bottle of white wine and a plate of peanuts." Lu Qianqian's eyes widened. "How old are you? Can you drink white wine? I have to report this to the director. It's troublesome." Su Li felt very anxious and had no intention of paying attention to the beauty in front of him. He turned around and went back to the room. Lu Qianqian pouted, "I can't believe he's such a smart kid. He's addicted to alcohol at such a young age." Half an hour later. There was a knock on the door. Su Li opened the door. Lu Qianqian was holding a bottle of mitai in her left hand and a plate of pork elbow in her right hand. "The director said that you haven't eaten since morning. Eat some food and drink some wine. The chef in the bureau is cooking and will serve it to you soon." Only then did Su Li realize that he had indeed not eaten for a day. "My stomach is rumbling now." Lu Qianqian giggled and said, "Drink less." Su Li took a deep look at Lu Qianqian's straight white legs, took the wine, turned around and closed the door. "This little brother, hee, my legs are still pretty." Lu Qianqian saw it, touched her snow-white thighs, and skipped downstairs. The two little butts were twisting and turning, looking like two fairy peaches. Very tempting. Su Li put on disposable gloves and started to eat the pork elbow. Not bad, fatty but not greasy, melts in your mouth, and the meat is delicious." Su Li's eyes were shining as he ate up all the pork elbow. Hiccup. "It's time to get down to business." Su Li pursed his lips, sat down on the ground, picked up the bottle and took a big sip. "Not enough." Boom boom boom. "Until I drank half a bottle." Su Li's face flushed, and the one above him chuckled, "I don't believe you won't come out." After that, Su Li staggered and began to chant, "When life is good, you should enjoy it to the fullest, don't let the golden cup face the moon empty." Buzz. A faint red light flickered on Su Li's body. Efficient. Su Li was overjoyed, and stood up and shouted loudly, "Lanling's fine wine is like tulips, and the jade bowl is filled with amber light." Buzz. The red light kept flashing, covering Su Li's entire body. Su Li became more and more excited, and growled in a deep voice, "Masterson, Mr. Donchio, let's drink, don't stop." Su Li's voice became higher and higher, and his tone became deep and sharp, laughing over a glass of wine, killing people in the city. Junior Su Li invites the poet Li Bai to drink with me. Su Li raised the half bottle of mitai in his hand with anticipation. Li Bai's call is unique. He did not show it to the outside world, and there were no signs of awakening space. Su Li guessed that Li Bai's level might have exceeded the level recorded by humans today. "I didn't expect that after all these years, someone still remembers my poems." Li Bai, wearing a white gown, with a jade-like face and a long sword on his waist, appeared beside Su Li. Su Li was completely stunned. Once the guardian spirit appears, it will definitely increase dozens of times. The guardian spirits of all awakened ones are 10 meters tall. His 2 guardian spirits are also 30 meters tall. But Li Bai is as tall as an ordinary person. And he can appear beside him freely. What does this mean? Li Bai sighed and looked at this unique room. He opened the window and looked up at the full moon in the sky. The clouds resemble clothes and the flowers resemble beauty. The spring breeze blows across the threshold and the dew on the door is gorgeous. If we hadn't met on the top of the Jade Mountain, we would have met under the moon on the Jade Terrace. Young man, this wine. Senior, do you want to drink? But you are now. What a pity. Li Bai looked at the bottle of wine in Su Li's hand reluctantly. Su Li lowered his head and smiled slightly, then raised his head and said seriously, unless Senior allows me to be canonized, so that Senior can possess me for a short period of time and taste the fine wine and delicacies of this 1,000 years of future generations. Li Bai said proudly, what a joke. Would I live with someone else just for a bottle of wine? Su Li felt helpless. The pride of the ancient sages and scholars is stronger than you think. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Lu Qianqian said softly, the chefs have prepared the food. Can they bring it to you? Are you drunk? Su Li showed a look of joy, there is a way. Come in, come in. He opened the door enthusiastically. Lu Qianqian wrinkled her nose as she looked at Su Li, whose face flushed. Masters, bring it in. 5 or 6 chefs came in carrying delicious dishes. Carefully place the food on the table. Eat slowly, I'll clean the table after you're done. Lu Qianqian smiled, turned around and walked out. Su Li sat at the table, poured a glass of wine, picked up the food with chopsticks and started eating slowly. Li Bai's eyes slowly straightened up. Senior, do you really want to try it? All your poems have been lost in modern times. No one can appreciate these unparalleled poems, and no one knows the immortal poet Li Bai. Are you willing? The 1,000-year-old Tang dynasty was so prosperous that all nations came to pay tribute to it. But now, those Japanese pirates are bullying our dragon country's historical faults and killing our people. 1 month later, all nations will come to pay tribute to you. Don't you want the world to know the name of Li Bai, the poet from 1,000 years ago? Su Li became more and more excited as he spoke. Li Bai looked at the food on the table and said, that wine is really good. Su Li was overjoyed. He stood up and asked excitedly, Senior, are you willing? Li Bai said to himself, it's really good. The wine from the Tang dynasty is not so sweet and clear. Su Li's face was serious, and he said in a deep voice, Junior Su Li, today I will confer the divine name of Li Bai, Heavenly Sword Immortal. Boom. A strong and intense red light enveloped Su Li's entire body. A gilded font slowly appeared. Guardian Spirit, Sword Immortal Li Bai. Awakening Level, Legend. Awakening Skill, 300 Tang Poems. Su Li looked at the words that appeared in front of him in shock. The awakening level of the other 2 Guardian Spirits is the maximum level 100. And Li Bai's level of awakening is actually legendary. What shocked Su Li even more was why Li Bai could break free from the constraints of the mythical awakening space. Awakening in the real world. No matter how you look at it, it's beyond the current understanding of human beings. 300 Tang Poems, what kind of awakening skill is this? Su Li frowned. He couldn't imagine how a name like that could release skills. Li Bai had long been thinking about the bottle of wine on Su Li's table. He shook his body and slowly merged with Su Li's. Su Li found this feeling very novel. He could see everything in front of him, but he had no control over his own body. It's as if the body and consciousness are separated. Li Bai poured a glass of wine, put it to his lips and smelled it, and exclaimed, it tastes really good. After saying that, he swallowed. Ahem, this. Li Bai stood up excitedly, this is wine. So Su Li watched Li Bai drink up the remaining half bottle of wine. He began to look at the delicacies on the table again. Half an hour later. Li Bai sat on the ground and looked out the window with a long aftertaste. Young man, if you have any problems in the future, come to me. I will protect you. After he finished speaking, the red light on Su Li's body disappeared. Su Li had a painful expression on his face and lay on the ground, holding his stomach. He slowly crawled to the toilet and vomited over the toilet bowl. I vomited for 10 minutes. Su Li sat on the ground with a pale face, wiping the stains from the corners of his mouth. I am dying of stuffiness. After coming to his senses, Su Li smiled, ha ha ha. His third guardian spirit is so awesome. No need for out-of-body summoning. Can be attached to oneself. When the war of gods comes, everyone will use their guardian spirits to fight. The original bodies are all mortal bodies. If at that time, Li Bai is attached to himself, then, by then, I will be invincible. Kill the real body and the guardian spirit will naturally disappear. Su Li clenched his fists. Little ones, wait for your grandpa. Inside the Myth Enforcement Bureau. Wang Ren stood on the roof with his hands behind his back and looked around. Behind him, there is a guardian spirit in a dragon robe, with his eyes monitoring all directions. Guardian spirit, Tang Emperor Li Shimen. Han Hong. Director. Han Hong appeared beside Wang Ren with a shadow. As Long Ju's host. Han Hong was born with the murderous intent of a military strategist. Chief, there is something I need to tell you. Wang Ren looked at Han Hong in surprise. You are the type of person who never does things directly. What happened today? Han Hong looked towards where Su Li was. I don't know why, but when I got close to Su Li, I thought. What? Wang Ren's eyes became sharp. But he knew that these awakened people who possessed the guardian spirit of military strategists were all warmongers. This is because Su Li has 2 level 100 guardian spirits, so he decided to give it a try. No, as soon as I got close to Su Li, I felt a little nervous. Not only me, but my guardian spirit also felt nervous. Wang Ren was stunned for a moment, frowning. Is there any bond between your guardian spirit and Su Li's 2 guardian spirits? Han Hong finished speaking with a cold face. I will try not to get close to him in the future. Watching Han Hong hide in the darkness again, Wang Ren looked deeply into Su Li's room. No one has ever seen these 3 newly refreshed guardian spirits. After the advent of the myth, 3 new guardian spirits appeared for the first time. How did you get to know Su Li? Why can he call out the name at once? Wang Ren wanted to ask, but ended up smiling. There is still 1 month left in the God War. 1 month, he's still alive. If Su Li really knew all the guardian spirits. Can you write about these guardian spirits in detail? In the future, the awakeners of Dragon Country will be greatly improved. Qian. Wang Ren just finished speaking. A pink aura appeared around him. Lu Qian appeared out of nowhere. Mr. Director, you're looking for me. It's like this, what do you think of Su Li? Lu Qian was stunned, not understanding what the director meant by asking this suddenly. Still speaking honestly, it's okay, but he's a heavy drinker. Is he also an awakener? Su Li's identity is kept absolutely confidential. All the teachers and students in the Awakening Square were silenced. Now only the 4 of them know about it. Well, an ordinary awakener. I don't believe that ordinary awakeners can be protected by the Myth Law Enforcement Bureau. Lu Qian pouted and looked at Wang Ren, thinking to herself, you really take me for a fool. What does the confidentiality manual say? Wang Ren stared. Lu Qian shrank her head in fear. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. It's like this, isn't your guardian spirit Sudaji? The guardian spirit of Su Li might be suitable for your choice. After Wang Ren said this, a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. Sudaji. That is an existence that can charm the Shang dynasty. Moreover, Lu Qian's guardian spirit has a natural ability to avoid male awakeners. No male awakener would have the intention to kill her. This is also the reason why Lu Qian survived the last war between gods. In the last war between gods, only 1 in a million of the awakened ones survived. 1 million lives. The people of Longguo were almost wiped out. This continues. All awakened people under the age of 16 in Dragon Kingdom were killed in the battle. No more miracles happened in Dragon Kingdom. By then, it will be completely occupied by the Sakura country. Lu Qian frowned. Director, that child is only 16 years old, and I'm 26. Wang Ren chuckled, it doesn't matter. 10 years older is not that old. My wife and I are 8 years older than each other. Your guardian spirit can promote the complete integration of the guardian spirits of other male awakeners. Would you consider it? Su Li is quite good, and the God War will start in a month. Wang Ren's tone became low. I don't know if I can survive this time, but at least find someone who can protect you. Lu Qianqian was suspicious. Director. Are you saying he can survive? Don't be ridiculous. When the war between gods comes, no one can guarantee that they can definitely survive. Isn't what you said too imprecise? Wang Ren laughed and turned a blind eye. I didn't say you would definitely survive. Look at you. You used to be the campus beauty of Kyoto University. It's normal for you to have high standards. But now. Lu Qianqian raised her eyebrows. What's wrong now? I'm only 26, not 86. Why should I be so anxious to give myself to someone else? Do I have to let a man sleep with me? Wang Ren was stunned. Looking at Lu Qianqian, pinching her waist and looking at him coldly. He immediately rubbed his temples and said, think about it yourself. Anyway, I won't harm you. If you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to have this store again. If Su Li shines in this battle of gods, then it won't be your turn. Wang Ren said in a serious tone, regardless of whether the country is defeated or not, the relatives of the awakened ones who survived will not be wiped out immediately. After saying that, Wang Ren jumped off the roof. Ouch, who threw that fruit peel? I'm going to fall to death. Listening to Wang Ren's complaints with a gasp, Lu Qianqian silently looked towards Su Xing's position. This is the first time the director has praised someone so highly. And he's just a 16-year-old kid. Although the kid is good-looking. Lu Qianqian turned into a ball of pink mist and disappeared. She appeared in her room. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, a pink mist flashed through them. It shines like two elongated rainbows. Sister, please come down. Hi yeah. An extremely charming voice sounded in the room. Xiao Qianqian, have you found a good man for me? If not, I'm going to spank you. The sound was a charming moan with a drawn-out tone that no man could bear. Even Lu Qianqian's ears turned red when she heard this. Sister, Lu Qianqian's face flushed with embarrassment. She didn't understand why her guardian spirit wanted a man so much. Go ahead, Xiao Qianqian. The room was filled with pink mist. A white thigh flashed by. Even Lu Qianqian's neck turned red and her eyes began to blur. Sister, our director asked me to get close to a child. The child is only 16 years old. Oh, 16 is nothing. In my era, you could be a father at 16. Lu Qianqian was speechless listening to this charming voice. Sister, last time you let an awakened person approach, but you didn't like it. Su Daji chuckled and said, he doesn't have the aura of an emperor. At least he should be on the same level as Emperor Xian of Yinshang. Now you take me to see that little brother. Lu Qianqian didn't want to go. However, my heart is getting hotter and hotter. She knew that if she didn't go, something unspeakable would happen. She doesn't want to be like that here. Okay, I'll go take a look right now. Lu Qianqian rushed to the bathroom, turned on the faucet and washed her face with cold water. After feeling the unpleasant smell all over his body, he straightened his hair and walked out of the door. High altitude. A pair of eyes hidden in the air stared intently below. Director, what are you doing here? Han Hong asked in surprise, looking up. Show. Wang Ren put 2 fingers of his right hand together and placed them on his lips. Don't bother me. After saying that, she moved her butt a little, indicating that Han Hong should join in the peeping. Han Hong glanced and turned away. Lu Qianqian walked carefully towards Su Li's room with her slender white legs. She covered her chest with her hands, feeling very nervous. I didn't take Su Li seriously before. Just be a little brother who has successfully awakened. But now. It was her guardian spirit that instructed her to come closer. And realistically speaking, this is a blind date for her. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Lu Qianqian stomped her feet lightly on the spot. Slowly approaching Su Li's room. Listen carefully to the breathing sounds inside. He tiptoed and pushed the door open. Suli was lying on the bed, snoring loudly, and the whole room was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. Lu Qianqian covered her nose and frowned as she looked at Suli lying on the bed. Sister, it's him. A pink mist floated in the air, slowly approaching Suli. Lu Qianqian stared with wide eyes. Even Wang Ren, who was peeping from midair, stood up straight. Bang. Next second, the whole room was swept by a strong wind. A strong fighting spirit filled the surroundings. Two pairs of cold eyes scanned the surroundings. Lu Qianqian leaned back and was blown away by the powerful fighting spirit. Snap. The window was completely shattered. Lu Qianqian widened her eyes in fear. Her guardian spirit didn't respond. Not good. Wang Ren hurriedly flashed and grabbed Lu Qianqian. The two fell to the ground. Lu Qianqian's whole body was still shaking. What is that? Wang Ren coughed and said, it should be the draft. Lu Qianqian stared at Wang Ren with a pale face. Wang Ren also felt that this reason was unreliable. He scratched his head and turned away. With fear, Lu Qianqian returned to her room in panic. The weather in June is hot and dry. But she was shaking all over. It's just like the cold uterus during menstruation. I don't know how long it took. The biting cold slowly dissipated. Wow, what's going on? Lu Qianqian collapsed to the ground and started crying in fear. Wang Ren stood on the roof with a serious expression, looking in the direction of Suli. Director, who was that huge fighting spirit just now? Suli. Han Hong glanced at him in surprise and asked. Wang Ren exhaled heavily and turned his head to look at Han Hong. When you were unconscious, if you were in danger, would your guardian spirit come out to fight on its own? Han Hong was stunned. How is this possible? The guardian spirit can only fight if it is summoned. Wang Ren stretched out his finger with trembling hands, pointing in the direction of Suli. The huge fighting spirit just now was emitted by Suli's guardian spirit. And Suli did not summon anything at all. This is impossible. Wang Ren said solemnly, it seems that Suli's guardian spirit is different from ours. I'll try. Han Hong whispered, Junior invites General Long Jie to come. Boom. The warhorse neighed, and a young general in a white robe and holding a silver spear appeared. Walk. Han Hong waved. Long Ju reined in his horse and rushed towards Suli with a gun in hand. A 10-meter-tall guardian spirit flew over the building and leaned over to look. Han Hong and Wang Ren looked at them nervously. Boom. Next second, a pair of narrow eyes, 2 meters long and half a meter wide, appeared above Suli's roof. Countless sword energies burst out from these eyes. So happy. The warhorse's hooves went limp and it knelt on the ground. Long Jie's figure disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, the eyes disappeared. Those eyes. The fighting spirit just now also came from these eyes. Wang Ren was completely shocked. He didn't understand why a pair of eyes appeared on Suli's body. Moreover, just a pair of eyes can force back Han Hong's golden guardian dragon. Listen to my orders. No one is allowed to get close until Suli wakes up. Han Hong listened to Wang Ren's order and suddenly said, Director, Suli doesn't need our protection, right? Wang Ren waved his hand, we don't know what other methods the Sakura country has to perish together. Before the God War begins, we must protect Suli. Also, we will know Suli's strength after he wakes up and tests it in the Guardian Spirit test field tomorrow. Clear. Oh my, what a domineering aura. When Lu Qianqian was crying, a pink mist filled the room. A pair of charming and narrow eyes floated and swayed in the mist. Sister, what happened? I'm so scared. Lu Qianqian found her backbone and began to sob softly. The aura of the Son of Heaven. This aura only appeared in Emperor Xin back then. Xiao Qianqian, when the child wakes up, put him to sleep. Lu Qianqian didn't bother to cry anymore, she just stared blankly at the mist. That child has the guardian spirit of an emperor. And this is not just an ordinary emperor, but an emperor who carries destiny. Once you are infected with it, you can merge with me and achieve perfection. Su Daji's tone was full of yearning. Maybe your fusion with me can reach level 100, and then you can summon a second guardian spirit. This world is wonderful, and I want to borrow your eyes to see more. Lu Qianqian stood up at a loss and stammered, how can I sleep? Su Daji laughed and said, who am I? I am Su Daji, the queen of the Shang dynasty. I naturally have a way. I saw Lu Qianqian still hesitating. Su Daji leaned forward and said calmly, your current fusion degree with me is only 62. If another one appears who can summon me, once her fusion degree exceeds 62, I will become her guardian spirit. Only when I reach level 100, I will be your guardian spirit forever. Are you willing to let your sister become someone else's guardian spirit? Of course I can't bear to do that. Lu Qianqian was completely panicked. She couldn't imagine Su Daji leaving. After so many years, she has already regarded her as her own sister. That's good, go take a shower, after that I'll teach you how to sleep with that child. It hurts. Su Li opened his eyelids painfully, and suddenly felt dry mouth and splitting headache. Can't you drink less? Su Li complained in a low voice. A hearty voice said lightly, this wine is indeed good. You drank too much before. It has nothing to do with me. You. Good. Su Li rubbed his cheeks with his hands, stood up and prepared to wash his face. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. The knock on the door was 3 long and 2 short, with moderate force. Come in. Crunch. The door was pushed open and a white jade arm stretched out in. Su Li was stunned. I saw Lu Qianqian standing at the door holding a bowl of soup. The reason why Su Li was stunned was, at this moment, Lu Qianqian was wearing a short skirt, and her round peach was stretched very delicately. The upper body is a light yellow knitted short-sleeved shirt. Maybe it's the hot weather. The crystal-clear sweat was clearly visible on the white jade-like skin, flowing down the neck into the ravines. Su Li pursed his lips. He never expected that Lu Qianqian, who was 1.7 meters tall, actually had AC. How discordant this is. Lu Qianqian saw all of this, and a hint of barely perceptible contempt flashed across her eyes. What are you doing? Su Li asked. Oh, it's like this. You had a hangover last night, so I made you a bowl of ginger soup to sober you up. Lu Qianqian placed the ginger soup on the table and crossed her hands on her lower abdomen, revealing her iconic 8 teeth. You did it. Su Li looked at Lu Qianqian suspiciously. Yes. Su Li walked towards Lu Qianqian step by step. Lu Qianqian's lips froze and she took a half step back. As if he had thought of something, he took another big step forward. The watery eyes under the willow-shaped eyebrows stared straight at Su Li. Su Li stopped within half a meter of Lu Qianqian. In Lu Qianqian's astonished eyes, Su Li put his head close to Lu Qianqian and sniffed hard. Apart from body odor, there is no smell of oil smoke. After saying that, Su Li took 3 steps back and looked at Lu Qianqian with a smile. All right, you little brat. I asked the chef to make it. Do you want to drink it? Lu Qianqian sat on the chair angrily, rolled her eyes at Su Li and shouted. Drink it right now. Su Li sat opposite Lu Qianqian and started drinking the ginger soup. Lu Qianqian showed a cunning look and suddenly opened her legs. A light blue Doraemon pattern flashed by. Puff. The ginger soup in Su Li's mouth sprayed directly. You. Lu Qianqian stood up and hurriedly patted the ginger soup off her body. Su Li was choked and stood up, covering his mouth and pointing at Lu Qianqian. You are. He never expected Lu Qianqian to be so courageous. Just show him your underwear. Although I am reborn as a human being. But this sudden eroticism also made his heart beat faster. It's dirty. These are the clothes I just changed. Can I borrow your bathroom? Lu Qianqian rushed to the bathroom angrily, leaving Su Li alone and in a mess. Moment. There was a sound of water running in the bathroom, accompanied by clapping sounds. Su Li suddenly felt his face turn red. The whole body is hot and unbearable. He looked at the bathroom door handle with a confused look. The door handle gradually transformed into a pair of white jade arms, surrounded by a faint pink mist. Come on. My body, which was already dry from a hangover, became extremely thirsty. Thirst for water. Whatever water it is. In the bathroom. Su Daji stroked softly. Emperor Xin couldn't resist this kind of temptation, let alone a virgin. You should be mentally prepared. This is not the first time, right? Lu Qianqian lowered her head, her shoulders trembling, and let the showerhead soak her whole body. After extreme silence. Are you really a virgin? Lu Qianqian remained silent. Su Daji sighed, if you don't want to, then put on your clothes and leave here. No, I don't want to lose my sister. I also want to survive longer in the War of Gods. Lu Qianqian said in a low voice. All covered by the sound of water. Su Daji was silent. In fact, it's not that important whether you like him or not. You don't have to like this child, but the things in him can make you stronger. I have a feeling that it won't be long before a more powerful god descends. We are not actually gods. You must become stronger. When the real gods come, at least I can protect you. Don't talk, he's coming. Lu Qianqian covered her chest with her hands, her chest heaving, she was extremely nervous. The sound of footsteps was heard outside the door. The door handle was turned gently. The moment the door opened. Snap. The door handle returned to its original position. It gradually became quiet outside. What's wrong? Lu Qianqian put her head against the door and listened, no sound. She quickly dried herself, put on her clothes and carefully opened the door. The room was empty. Where are the people? Su Li climbed onto the roof and felt the summer breeze, and the heat in his heart gradually dissipated. What's going on? Why do I feel like I've been drugged? This was his first feeling. No matter how beautiful Lu Qianqian is. I shouldn't have almost pushed the door open like I was crazy. It's quite interesting. Li Bai's voice chuckled in my ear. What? Su Li was puzzled. I think the guardian spirit of that woman is a bit interesting. Su Li's eyes widened. Are you saying that my behavior just now was caused by Lu Qianqian's guardian spirit? It's half and half. It's okay for a man to be a little romantic. I had a few confidants in my time. Su Li slowly squatted down, why is that? Lu Qianqian is pretty, and there's nothing attractive about me, I'm just handsome. Alas. Su Li looked into the distance worriedly, is being handsome also a mistake? In fact, you were just one step away. Why didn't you go in? The woman was naked. Su Li's eyes widened, can you see through things? Li Bai laughed and said, I don't know what see-through is, but I feel like I'm not wearing anything. Su Li shook his head. Nothing. If I really have to sleep, then I have to sleep when I'm awake. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? There's someone watching you over there. I'm somewhat familiar with his guardian spirit bloodline. He's related to Li Longji. Su Li waved his hand, there is basically no danger here. I have 3 guardian spirits. He went down. Su Li climbed down from the roof, patted his butt and walked towards his room. Wang Ren frowned and watched Su Li climbing up and down. He has just awakened and cannot even use the power of the guardian spirit. After saying this, he jumped down from the eaves to the dark room. Su Li sat in the chair and looked at the half bowl of ginger soup on the table. This morning's scene was too ridiculous. Boom boom boom. There was knock on the door again. Su Li's heart almost skipped a beat. He is now afraid of knocking on the door. Who is it? It's me. The director wants to see you about something. Lu Qianqian replied calmly. Su Li let out a long sigh, walked forward and opened the door. Lu Qianqian was wearing a pair of light blue tight jeans and her legs were extremely straight. The upper body is wearing a white short-sleeve shirt with a chest wrap. A breeze blows. The scent of osmanthus made Su Li take a breath. Only then did he realize that this was Lu Qianqian's body fragrance. Lu Qianqian looked at Su Li calmly. It was as if nothing had happened that morning. Nothing had happened. It was just an unintentional exposure. I just took a bath after my clothes were stained by the ginger soup. Other than that, there was no contact. Li also figured it out, and the embarrassment in his heart slowly dissipated. Let's go, then. 2 people, one in front and one behind. Li looked at Lu Qianqian's round buttocks calmly. It was perhaps the most perfect and lovely object he had ever seen. 5 minutes later. Li stared at Wang Ren in front of him with wide eyes. 3 days to open. Isn't it a month? Wang Ren smiled bitterly. Just now, news came from the Awakening Square that the countdown to the God War has begun, and it will start on time in 3 days. Li's face looked a little gloomy. He didn't expect the fight to be so close. I called you here now because I want to open the testing station and see what level your guardian spirit is. Guardian spirits also have levels. Aren't there levels 1 to 100? Li asked in confusion. Wang Ren looked at Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian looked ahead and whispered, levels 1 to 100 are the degree of fusion with the guardian spirit. The highest level of fusion found so far is level 89. And each guardian spirit also has qualities, namely white, yellow, purple, and gold. Li frowned and asked, that's not right. I see you are all golden. Is golden so common? Wang Ren laughed, patted Li on the shoulder and said, that's because the ones you have contacted are all strong people in this world. There are too many awakened people in the world, and only 1 in a million is golden. Then go, I want to see it too. Li said with a smile. Lu Qianqian frowned, forget it, director. Now the God War has started ahead of schedule. What if his guardian spirit is of low quality? How can he fight on the God War stage? Wang Ren laughed loudly, it's okay, let's go. The 3 of them walked towards the backyard of the Myth Law Enforcement Bureau. Wang Ren glanced casually at the sky. Several auras were always staring at Li's back. They also want to see how powerful this young man who represents the hope of the dragon country is. The 3 of them walked down the corridor. A glowing gate suddenly appeared in front of me. This is the Guardian Spirit Testing Arena. Wang Ren explained while looking at the light gate in admiration. Li slowly raised his head and looked at the light gate that was nearly 10 meters high. What should I do? Li asked. It's very simple, just summon the Guardian Spirit and walk over. Wang Ren pointed to the gate. Lu Qianqian pursed her lips. She didn't understand why Li didn't go to the Awakening Square for testing when he first awakened. Instead, I came to the bureau for testing. But when a myth comes, even if he is the son of a leader, it's no use. The awakened ones are the real power of the world. Look, I am like this. Lu Qianqian smiled slightly and walked forward with a twist of her waist. There was a cloud of mist behind him. A 10-meter-tall statue of a lady in palace dress walked through the inspection gate. Buzz. The doorposts on both sides of the light gate instantly turned golden. Lu Qianqian looked back proudly, my guardian spirit is the highest level, golden. Seeing this, Li looked at Wang Ren. Wang Ren nodded. Li took a deep breath, please ask the Marshal Saint Guan Yu to come. Boom. Snap. Half the sky changed color. It was like a large sunset hanging in the sky. Lu Qianqian slowly opened her mouth and looked up at the sky. It wasn't until his neck was so sore that he trembled, oh my god, such a big guardian spirit. Guan Yu has a red rabbit horse on his crotch, and holds the Qinglong Yanyue sword in his right hand. With a red face and eyebrows raised, she looked at Su Daji. The huge fighting spirit in his body infected the sky. Su Daji's compassion turned into a large pink mist and dissipated. Lu Qianqian felt the same and groaned, covering her chest. How is this possible? Why can Su Li's guardian spirit make my guardian spirit dissipate with just pressure? Lu Qianqian shouted with disbelief. Wang Ren's face was solemn. This was also the first time he saw Su Li's guardian spirit. It's one thing to listen to what others say. It's another thing to feel it with your own eyes. In his eyes, he saw Lu Qianqian's pale face. Wang Ren closed his eyes and opened them again. Emperor Tang Li Shimin suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the huge fighting spirit dissipated a little. Su Li walked towards the inspection gate step by step. Let him pass through. Guan Yu rode his horse forward a step. The detection door shook violently. Director, why is the door shaking? Has it happened before? Lu Qianqian felt like she couldn't breathe. Wang Ren turned around abruptly and looked behind him. A golden stream of light came rushing through the air. Han Hong carried the guardian dragon and rushed straight towards Guan Yu. Guan Yu glared suddenly and slashed with the green dragon crescent blade in his hand. Bang! The spear in Long Chia's hand was vulnerable and broke into 2 pieces in an instant. Guan Yu became eager to fight. 7 killings, Dragon Slayer, first kill, heaven and earth destroyed. Snap! Guan Yu struck with his sword, and Long Ju slowly disappeared. Han Hong's face turned pale and he slowly knelt down. Han Hong, what are you doing? Wang Ren was shocked. Han Hong smiled bitterly, I don't know. Long Chia appeared out of control, and I was dragged here. Wang Ren's lips trembled with anger, and he pointed at Han Hong, trembling, what a warmongerer. Director, my Long Ju has killed 30,000 awakened people from the Sakura country, but he can't withstand the attack of Su Li's guardian spirit. Is he so invincible at level 100? Han Hong's face was full of despair. He saw a huge ravine in Su Li's body. That is between heaven and earth. How much? Lu Qianqian screamed. Level 100. Director, are you saying that the fusion between Su Li and the guardian spirit is at the maximum level? Lu Qianqian looked at Su Li in shock. Wang Ren said nothing but looked up at the gate. Next second, a golden and red light filled the air. The sunset glow above the sky was pulled and stuffed into the gate. Golden red. What level is this? Wang Ren's tone paused. Guan Yu slowly dissipated. Su Li returned and stood in front of the door again. Lu Qianqian digested the shocking scene just now. He asked in confusion, isn't this the end? Jin Hong, aren't we leaving? But then, she saw Wang Ren and Long Chia subconsciously took a step forward. His eyes were still fixed on Su Li. What's wrong? Lu Qianqian's head was full of question marks. Junior Su Li, please invite the great Qin Shi Huang to come. Boom. The sky and the earth suddenly darkened. Black dragon robe. A crown on the head. A 90-meter-tall emperor towers above the clouds. Looking from the bottom up. This giant blocked out the sun. Just like the god who created the world. 90 meters. Wang Ren and Han Hong were speechless and stunned. Above Qin Shi Huang, a black and white bagua disc concealed his figure. Otherwise, everyone within 100 miles would see it. Lu Qianqian slumped on the ground, the second guardian spirit, sister, the first full-level awakener appeared on Blue Star, and he has 2 guardian spirits. Lu Qianqian said directly and openly. Su Daji smiled charmingly, I said that the fighting spirit just now was different from the first time I approached. It turns out there are 2 guardian spirits. Xiao Qianqian, no matter what means you use, you must sleep with this little kid tonight. Must. Otherwise, once the God War is over, there will be a whole city full of beautiful women who want to throw themselves at this little kid. It won't be your turn at all, so put away your shame, this is your last chance. Lu Qianqian pursed her lips and said, I know. 200 level awakeners, with such a large size, they must be at the maximum level. If you sleep with him, your fusion with me will definitely reach the maximum level. Then you can awaken the second one. Lu Qianqian nodded tremblingly. She is excited. If before, she had listened to Su Daji's orders reluctantly. At this moment, Su Li was a hot commodity in her eyes. She started to get wet. And Su Li is very handsome. Maybe sleeping wasn't as bad as she thought. Wang Ren came back to his senses from the shock. 90 meters. Why is his guardian spirit so big? If it's a battle between gods, 30 meters is fine, but 90 meters, isn't it a sitting duck? Especially in the 9th level melee, with millions of awakened people attacking together. Chief, don't be impatient. Let's see what level this is first. Oh my god, it's 90 meters. Han Hong, who had a deadpan face, became more talkative at this moment. If this were to happen on a battlefield with hundreds of millions of people. Su Li moved. He stepped through the door. A roar that sounded like a tiger's came from behind the first emperor. Buzz. The detection door instantly made a roaring sound. The sound became more and more urgent. The door also began to shake. Next second, a light red light enveloped the entire gate. Lu Qianqian's voice trembled. Before it was a golden and red level, now it's light red. What level is this? Wang Ren exhaled heavily, calmed down and said, no matter what it is obvious that the Blue Star Guardian Spirit has reached a new level. Above the gold color, there are golden red and light red. Su Li looked up at the door in confusion. He didn't know what the two lights meant. Isn't it gold? Why are mine golden red and light red? Guan Yu and Qin Shi Huang are ancient sages who rank high in the history of Dragon Kingdom. It should be of high grade, right? When he walked towards Wang Ren, his eyes were stunned. The three of them looked at him with strange eyes. What's wrong? Is the level not suitable? Su Li asked worriedly. No, it's fine, it's fine. Wang Ren laughed. Then what is my level? Su Li asked. Golden, high-quality guardian spirit. Gold. Isn't there red one? Su Li was a little confused. Why is my guardian spirit different from the one set on Blue Star? Wang Ren touched his head awkwardly. It's only been 10 years since the myth was revived, and we only know a little about it. This may be a new level of assessment. Qianqian, Su Li's matter must be kept secret. Although the God War is still 2 days away and everyone in the world will see it, it is inevitable that some people will want to perish together with their enemies in these 2 days. Lu Qianqian looked at Wang Ren in confusion. Wang Ren looked at Lu Qianqian and earnestly exhorted, Su Li is the hope of Dragon Country. In this war of gods, at least we will be spared from the punishment of being wiped out. I understand. Lu Qianqian felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Only then did she understand why the Myth Enforcement Bureau would protect such a small child. It turns out that this little child carries the destiny of the entire Dragon Kingdom. All right, Su Li, this is the God War booklet. It has been recorded for so many years, and it also lists the top awakeners from other countries. Take a look. The God War will begin the day after tomorrow, and the whole world will be in chaos by then. Wang Ren took out a booklet from his arms and handed it to Su Li. I understand. Su Li nodded. Also, in the God War, you can't trust anyone. Even those who fight alongside you must be on your guard, because your own people are often the most ruthless. Wang Ren sighed and looked at Su Li. Awakeners who didn't participate in the God War can't survive the first level. After saying this, he took Han Hong away. Su Li lowered his head and looked at the booklet in his hand. How does this war of gods begin? He is very curious. Hundreds of millions of people were moved to another space as a whole. How big is that space? Aren't you lacking oxygen? Well, I have something to tell you tonight. Lu Qianqian looked at Su Li nervously. Su Li was stunned for a moment, then tell me. Can you come to my room? Su Li frowned. What on earth is this intended to do? Looking at Lu Qianqian's back, Su Li followed. Before leaving, he looked back deeply. He also has a third guardian spirit. That is an unprecedented legendary level. Could it be that the red ones are the legendary level? He wants to try it too. But now, no one knows that he has 3 guardian spirits. If you want to try it, you can only wait until no one is around. Li Bai is not as great as Guan Yu and Qin Shi Huang. He is about the same size as me. As long as you are fast, you won't be discovered. We're here. Lu Qianqian opened the door with her back to Su Li. Oh. Su Li took a deep breath and walked in. After Lu Qianqian turned on the light, a dazzling pink color caught his eyes. Pink bed and pink dressing table. Su Li even saw that the toilet in the bathroom next door was pink. Even the incandescent lamp on the ceiling is inlaid with a pink lampshade. Sit down. Lu Qianqian poured a glass of water and handed it to Su Li. Su Li sat on the chair cautiously, feeling a little overwhelmed. Lu Qianqian turned her back to Su Li and looked at the window. Su Li pursed his lips and lowered his head to drink water. Neither of them spoke. The subtle atmosphere slowly passed. Until Su Li drank a pot of water. The bladder feels a bit swollen. Lu Qianqian clamped her legs together, slowly turned around and looked at Su Li. That's right. Every awakener has a fusion degree when choosing a guardian spirit. Only when they reach level 100 can they completely release the guardian spirit from the awakening space. My fusion degree with my guardian spirit is only 62. If the awakening space is open next year and my guardian spirit is brushed out, and someone has a higher fusion degree with her than me, then I will lose my guardian spirit and become an ordinary person. So. Lu Qianqian lowered her head and her shoulders began to tremble. Su Li was stunned. It was the first time he heard that a guardian spirit could be taken away by someone else. The awakened ones will become ordinary people after awakening. That's right. There are only so many ancient sages in the history of Dragon Kingdom. Hundreds of millions of people are awakening every year. If everyone's awakener is fixed and locked, there's simply not enough points. Then what you mean is? Su Li asked cautiously. Lu Qianqian pursed her lips and said, you are a full-level awakener, which can promote the integration of awakeners and guardian spirits. How to merge? Su Li was a little curious. Just sleep with her. Boom. Su Li only felt a wave of heat sweeping over his face. He quickly stood up from his chair and backed away. Is it the same for men and women? Su Li's face turned pale. If he were with a man, wouldn't he turn into Tang Monk's flesh? No, it's only allowed when sleeping with a woman. This is called the fusion of yin and yang. Lu Qianqian explained hurriedly. That's good. Su Li patted his chest. He was stunned for a moment, and slowly looked towards Lu Qianqian. Su Li stood in front of the window, looking ahead absent-mindedly. Lu Qianqian sat on the bed with her hands clasped together, staring at her thighs. So, if you sleep with me, your fusion with the guardian spirit will reach the maximum level. Lu Qianqian's voice was as thin as a mosquito's, and the sound came from her nose. No, this is too ridiculous. Su Li refused directly. It's not certain whether I can survive this war of gods. I want to survive. Lu Qianqian's chest heaved as she took off her shirt. Su Li was about to speak. A pink air mass, under the cover of pink light, instantly poured into Su Li's body. He walked towards Lu Qianqian uncontrollably. Woo. Su Li was awakened by the hot sunshine. He felt sore all over and his thighs were numb. I slowly opened my eyes and what I saw was pink. He was startled and looked down. The chest lies on a snow-white back. Su Li felt like his breathing had stopped. How could I really give her to? Lu Qianqian snorted softly from her nose. Thighs raised. Su Li's pupils shrank and he saw a streak of blood falling on the bed sheet. Originally, Su Li didn't care much about it. Lu Qianqian is so desperate for her own purpose. In her heart, she is the kind of person who can give up everything for the sake of profit. Su Li felt mixed emotions. He carefully pulled his arm out. He put on his clothes, covered Lu Qianqian with a quilt, and walked out. Lu Qianqian slowly opened her eyes, sat up with a frown on her face, and covered her lower abdomen. Eyes turned red and tears flowed. She lay on the bed and cried softly, wow. I am such a shameless woman. A pink mist lingered. The mist gradually turned into substance and transformed into a palm-sized woman in palace dress standing on the bed. Don't cry. As long as something like this has value, it's worth it. Why take it so seriously? Lu Qianqian straightened up and looked at the little person on the bed with shock. Sister, what are you doing? Su Daji smiled slightly and touched her ear. As expected of an awakener with full fusion degree, the divine power in his body has made the fusion degree between you and me reach 70. Sleep with him a few more times and it will be guaranteed to be full level. Lu Qianqian opened her mouth wide. How many more times? Su Daji nodded. Of course, even if we can reach the maximum level of fusion, it is impossible to hit the soul in one shot. Also, the divine power in your body has been mixed with this little kid. From now on, if you have sex with another man, the divine power in your body will kill you instantly. What did you say? Lu Qianqian screamed and collapsed on the bed, a look of disbelief on her face. Chief, what are you looking at? Han Hong looked up at Wang Ren, who was standing on the roof with his back hunched. Shoo. Wang Ren turned around quickly and blocked his mouth with his fingers. Su Li grew up in an orphanage. There was no one in Longhua who was tied to him, but maybe there is one now. Han Hong frowned. You are a little too shameless. Wang Ren laughed. How is it shameless? Lu Qianqian is only 26 years old, 10 years older than Su Li. She is very caring. Besides. Wang Ren looked at the flowers in the distance with a serious expression. This time the God War has been brought forward. Many people may die, including me. It's always right to enjoy life while you can. How about, we give Su Li some intensive training in the next 2 days? Han Hong asked tentatively. Wang Ren raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Han Hong jokingly. His guardian spirit can smash the origin arena with one blow. How many blows can your guardian spirit withstand? Han Hong paused and sighed. Doesn't Su Li have 2 guardian spirits? The other one is the terrifyingly tall black-robed emperor. Wang Ren showed an expectant look. Then we can only watch it in the God War. Late night. Su Li, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes. He tiptoed, opened the door and walked out. Taking advantage of the night, he wanted to see what level Li Bai was at. What exactly is the legendary level? Little brother. A tingling and shy sound made Su Li turn around subconsciously. The last thing the eyes saw was a visible pink mist. Then he fainted. Lu Qianqian bit her lip and looked at Su Li lying on the ground. From now on, you will sleep with him once every hour. This time is enough for him to sleep for a whole night. The fusion degree must be brought to the maximum level. Su Daji stood on Lu Qianqian's shoulder and whispered. Yes, I understand. Lu Qianqian bent down, picked up Su Li with the help of Su Daji's magical power and walked towards the bedroom. After putting it on the bed, Lu Qianqian's face was so red that it looked like blood was dripping out. When I saw Su Li's powerful muscles on his upper body, my whole body was shaking. I was so embarrassed. For my sister's fusion with me. An hour later. Su Daji woke up the sweaty Lu Qianqian. Don't sleep, keep going. We're already at 82. 2 hours. Being woken up again. 92. Lu Qianqian endured the discomfort and continued. 3 hours later. Su Daji's voice contained a hint of excitement. 93. Lu Qianqian's face turned pale, and she asked in disbelief, wasn't it 92 an hour ago? How come? You've reached 90, and each step of fusion is very slow. You need 7 more. Oh my God. Lu Qianqian was trembling all over. This time I was scared. It's happened several times already. I'm slow, I can't do it anymore. Get up. The God War will begin tomorrow. I have a feeling this God War will be brutal. You must reach the maximum level of fusion with me, only then can I protect you. Su Daji rubbed her hands together. The thick reddish-pink mist penetrated into Lu Qianqian's body. In an instant, Lu Qianqian's face flushed and her eyes were bloodshot. His whole body looked like a cooked shrimp. With a low growl, he pounced forward. Suddenly, a pair of cold and majestic eyes opened. Su Daji's soul began to melt. Lu Qianqian's eyes rolled back and she fainted. How dare you, a little demon, tarnish the Emperor's image? Kill the demon. A big sun slowly rose from the room. Su Daji let out a miserable cry. I was wrong. The Dragon Nation was in utter disaster. As a guardian spirit, I made the host stronger in order to protect the inheritance of the Dragon Nation. Once the Dragon Nation is destroyed, we will disappear from the long river of history. I hope your Majesty can forgive me. Su Daji knelt on the ground humbly and tremblingly, kowtowing and begging for mercy. This son is so righteous. The sheer force of his gaze alone could completely melt her away. The emperor's voice thought for a moment. You have done wrong, but you have also done good. I will extract the original power of your soul as punishment. A strong aura was drawn out from Su Daji. Nourish Su Li's body completely. Thank you, your majesty. Su Daji quickly surrendered and kowtowed. The emperor's eye slowly dissipated. Su Daji looked at Su Li with horror. I still underestimated you. Still coming out? Wang Ren asked with a frown standing at the door. Han Hong shook his head, neither of them came out today. The God War will begin tomorrow. What are these two doing? Wang Ren sighed. Han Hong stared at Wang Ren as if he were an idiot. Why are you looking at me like that? Wang Ren felt very uncomfortable being looked at by Han Hong. Han Hong said coldly, didn't you promote the relationship between Lu Qianqian and Su Li yesterday? Why are you so? Wang Ren was shocked and said in a low and slightly vulgar voice, you mean the two of them? Wang Ren made a circle with his left hand and poked it with his right middle finger. Boring. Han Hong turned and left. Hee, this is interesting. Wang Ren was in a good mood. He lay leisurely in a chair with his hands behind his back, basking in the sun. Boom. Suddenly, two figures fell straight into the yard. A golden light flashed in Wang Ren's eyes. A 10-meter-tall statue of an emperor appeared. When he saw clearly who was coming, the Dharma image gradually dissipated. Wang Nuo and Xiang Wu looked at Wang Ren with serious expressions. What happened? Wang Ren asked solemnly, feeling something was wrong. Wang Nuo asked, where's Su Li? Sleeping, what's wrong? Mori Motonari, who ranked 7th among the top 10 legendary generals of Sakura country, used an algorithm to calculate that a remarkable awakener appeared in Dragon country, and he is approaching rapidly now. Wang Ren's face turned pale. 7th. He came here in person. Xiang Wu nodded. Besides him, the 8th place Honda Tadakatsu is also coming along. Wang Ren exhaled heavily. 2 of the 10 legendary generals have arrived. Now, where is the awakener from my dragon nation? Wang Nuo laughed bitterly. That's a legendary guardian spirit. No matter how many awakened people there are in dragon country, none of them are of this level. They can easily slaughter them all. Stop them. Use human lives. If 100,000 isn't enough, then use 1 million. If 1 million isn't enough, then use 10 million. Use 10 million awakened people to stop these two. As long as we can hold off until tomorrow morning. The God War will begin, and Dragon Country still has a glimmer of hope. Wang Ren's eyes turned red. Everyone, all those who participated in the last God War must be dispatched. You must stop them. They came here without any intention of going back this time. Several people remained silent. Even if they are 2 legendary generals. Hundreds of millions of awakened people from Dragon Country piled up. If they waste their divine power, they will be exhausted to death. The Sakura country's plan of committing suicide has spread throughout the entire country. But then, Wang Ren discovered something was wrong. Wang Nuo and Xiang Wu's expressions became more and more ugly. They have already arrived in Kyoto. Xiang Wu nodded. I sent 80,000 awakeners along the way, and they were all killed. They didn't intend to slaughter us at all, and rushed here at the fastest speed and the most time-saving route. Xiang Wu pointed to the sky and said, at this moment, the 2 of them are above the clouds. The guardian spirit behind Wang Ren suddenly burst out. Several others also displayed their huge guardian spirits. The awakener who made the empire tremble is right below. A short man with a mustache looked down indifferently. Behind him, a 10-meter-tall guardian spirit wearing a Confucian robe closed his eyes and calculated. Countless Bagua runes flashed behind him. The 7th of the top 10 legendary generals in the Sakura country is Mori Motonari. A wise ancient sage with a fusion degree of up to 90. Behind him, a guardian spirit wearing armor and holding a hammer was staring down ferociously. A 100-meter-long red cloak extended behind him. The 8th of the top 10 legendary generals, Honda Tadakatsu. known as Zhang Fei of the Three Kingdoms. The strong sense of oppression even turned the white clouds over Kyoto into gloomy black clouds. All the awakened ones felt difficulty breathing. Even Wang Ren and the others were trembling slightly all over. 2 legendary generals have arrived and stood in the capital of Dragon Kingdom. What a shame. Kill. Han Hong carried the guardian spirit dragon and shot into the sky. San Lang San, give these dragon people a little shock. The man with a mustache said arrogantly and contemptuously. Nemoto Saburo twisted his neck and pointed at Han Hong, who was rushing towards him. Kill. The guardian spirit in the red cloak behind him took a step forward. 2 hammers poured down from the sky. Half of the sky is curved. Boom. Long Ju transformed into a galloping warhorse and tore through the air with a spear. 2 30-meter-tall giants collided and exploded. There was thunder and lightning over the entire Kyoto. Bang. Han Hong lost his balance instantly and fell headfirst. The guardian spirit was directly dispersed. You. Han Hong's eyes widened with anger. Snap. Next second. His eye sockets exploded and thick, turbid pus flowed down his cheeks. Ah. Han Hong knelt on the ground in pain, covering his eyes. Just one hit. His eyes were blown out. How dare you, a weak dragon country bug, challenge me? Nemoto Saburo wiped his right hand with disdain. Their country's history is complete. He is the ruler of the blue planet. Dragon country. That's the past. Does the Dragon Kingdom have a history? No. Even worse than South Korea. How small. Ha 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 ha, he he he. Han Hong is blind. He stood up and staggered towards the sky. Without eyes, he could only see nothingness. Go to hell with your life. You bastard. You are still too weak. Kill me if you have the guts. Wang Ren's eyelids twitched, and he grabbed Han Hong and asked, Are you crazy? Han Hong said calmly, These 2 bastards killed 80,000 of us. 80,000 people. We didn't have any way to stop them. As he spoke he cried in pain. But there are no tears. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down his eye sockets. Like tears and blood. Where is Su Li? Wang Nua began to calculate as the Bagua plate appeared behind him. He suddenly said, There is a chance. If Su Li takes action, there is a chance. No. Wang Ren shook his head and refused. What if? What if he is killed? Su Li has no combat experience at all. This is not just a matter of summoning a guardian spirit. His true body does not have the power of a guardian spirit at all. These 2 can completely bypass the guardian spirit and kill Su Li's real body directly. Wang Nua counted on his hands for a long time and said, If Su Li doesn't take action, all of us here will die. The survival rate is 0. Several people looked towards the backyard. Found it. Nemoto Saburo opened his mouth. The guardian spirit walked behind him. Hiss. Su Li felt like he was crushed into pieces by a crusher. My whole body aches. My thighs were already numb. The most serious one is his Optimus Prime. It feels like being pushed by a wild boar. And it was a group of wild boars. He opened his eyes painfully. Suddenly I felt something was wrong. He was lying on the bed. I sat up slowly and felt something soft with my right hand. Su Li turned his head stiffly and looked over. Lu Qianqian fell into a deep sleep. Shit, what happened last night? Su Li was confused. Su Li placed 2 fingers under Lu Qianqian's nostrils to investigate. After finding that he was still breathing, he got out of bed. The entire bed was wet. This water output. Su Li felt his legs go weak. That's a lot. You must be a water baby. Su Li suddenly looked out the window. A powerful aura made him frown. This aura, why is it exactly the same as that day in the Origin Arena? It's really disgusting. Su Li snapped his fingers. Please invite the Marshal Saint Guan Yu to come. Boom. No. Stop them. Wang Ren took the lead and summoned Li Shimin to rush forward. Several people were furious and rushed towards the two legendary generals of the Sakura country. But their speed is not as fast as the other. I watched as the room where Suli was smashed into powder by a hammer. The sky turned red. A 30-meter-tall general on horseback slowly appeared, his maroon face staring coldly at the awakened person from the Sakura country in the sky. This is... Nemoto Saburo's pupils shrank. I saw a scene that I will never forget in my life. A 30-meter-tall ferocious general riding a maroon warhorse stood blocking the sky. 7 killings, Dragon Slayer, first kill, heaven and earth destroyed. A deep voice from ancient times resounded. Guan Yu held the green dragon crescent blade and slashed at Nemoto Saburo. The world is in silence. Everything is sad. It's him. Kill him. Behind Zwarue Ueno, Mori Motonari glared at him and shouted harshly. Kill. The 8th General Honda Tadakatsu behind Nemoto Saburo rushed forward. Snap. Countless mottled cracks appeared on his body. 7 kills to slay the dragon, 2nd kill, slash the soul and kill the spirit. A transparent, invisible arc-shaped blade energy emerged from the ground. Saburo Nemoto looked around blankly. Zwarue Ueno pointed at the ground in horror, it's under your feet. Under your feet. Nemoto Saburo lowered his head. Phew. An invisible blade slashed across his lower body. The body went to the beaches on both sides, exposing the intestines and stomach emitting hot steam. A 10-meter-long piece of intestine fell from the air, splashing blood. The white brain matter and broken bones exploded directly. He was cut into pieces by Guan Yu's sword. His guardian spirit, Honda Tadakatsu, began to dissipate. Guan Yu, kill him. Let him disappear in the long river of history. Su left the room. Guan Yu held the green dragon crescent blade in both hands. 7 killings Dragon Slayer, 3rd killing move, 100 battles to death. Ho ho ho. The roar of weapons and horses could be heard between heaven and earth. Wang Ren and others stared at the scene with wide eyes in horror. What's wrong? Han Hong stood up and groped forward. My God, how can a guardian spirit have so many fighting skills? Wang Ren was completely stunned. Their guardian spirits only have one combat skill. But 3 types of Su Li's guardian spirits have already appeared. Is this the horror of a full-level guardian spirit? The guardian spirit of Saburo Nemoto, the ancient sage ranked 8th in the Sakura country, was broken into pieces. It turned into countless rains of light and completely dissipated. After that, this ancient sage will not be refreshed in the awakening space of Sakura country. He was totally deprived. Seeing this, Zwarue Ueno drove his guardian spirit Mori Motonari to flee without looking back. Suli commanded in a deep voice, kill them. Guan Yu riding a horse holding a sword. The red hare neighed clearly and chased after it. 7 killings, 4th killing move, cut with 1 knife. Following the charge of red hare, Guan Yu cut it off with his sword. A sword energy covering an area of 1,000 meters swept over. The whole sky ripples like ocean waves. The sword energy was like a huge wave chasing after him. Zwarue went up to the field trembling with fear. He gritted his teeth and patted his chest. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out and merged into Mori Motonari's body. Take the message back. After he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and swallowed. The 10-meter-tall Maori Yuan became 1 meter tall and disappeared in an instant as a stream of light. Zwarue Ueno chuckled and opened his arms to greet him. Bang. His body exploded into a bloody mist. The internal organs and brain matter turned into powder and fell down. Dead silence. Wang Ren and others stared at the scene in a daze. Just die like this. Those are 2 legendary warriors. Wang Nua's eyes suddenly burst into a brilliant light, and he raised his arms and shouted, there is hope for the dragon country. Both legendary warriors were killed. The threat looming over Long Nation is no longer so heavy. Su Li frowned. Why do these awakened ones seem so weak? He actually hoped that Guan Yu would be defeated. In this way he can summon Qin Shi Huang as the first emperor in the history of Dragon Kingdom. The pressure from Qin Shi Huang was definitely not what was detected by the inspection gate. What a joke. On the ancient sages, Qin Shi Huang killed Guan Yu in seconds. Guan Yu was so fierce. What's more, what about Qin Shi Huang? What a pity. These Japanese pirates from the Sakura country only forced Guan Yu to make his fourth kill. 3 kills left. I believe the next 3 kills will be enough to overturn everything. Boring. Su Li shook his head. I didn't take it to heart at all. He closed the window and looked at Lu Qianqian lying on the bed. But what can I do? Su Li left. Afternoon. There was a gentle knock on his door. Crunch. Open the door. Su Li was stunned. Wang Ren and others in front of him were looking at him with a flattering look on their faces. Something happened. Wang Ren looked at Wang Nuo in surprise. There was some confusion in their eyes. Wang Nuo asked, "Don't you know what happened? You just killed 2 legendary generals from the Sakura country." They were legendary generals. Wang Nuo was so excited that his saliva was flying everywhere. Su Li suddenly looked behind Wang Ren. What happened to him? Wang Ren glanced at Han Hong and said, "He's fine." Fine. Su Li's tone was even higher. It was fine yesterday, but today both eyes are gone. You still say it's okay? What do you mean it's okay? Wang Ren chuckled. Okay, President. But you, after killing those 2 legendary generals, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look a little pale? Listening to Wang Ren's concern, there was something strange in Su Li's eyes. He was almost drained dry by Lu Qianqian. Compared to killing 2 pieces of trash from the Sakura country, it didn't take much effort. What harm could be done by using Guan Yu? I'm fine, maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Su Li waved his hand. That's good, that's good. Now we need to talk to you about something serious. Su Li was stunned. Inside the office of the Myth Enforcement Bureau, Su Li listened quietly. Wang Ren said, "At 12 o'clock tomorrow night, all awakened people in the world will be pulled into the myth battlefield. The myth war will last for 1 year and will be divided into 9 levels." Gone? Su Li asked in surprise. Wang Ren shook his head. The last time was the first God War after the myth revival. Although this time is also 9 levels, judging from the information in the awakening space, this time is different from the first time. I don't know how to start a war. Su Li frowned. In other words, this battle of gods depends on luck. Wang Ren stood up and looked out the window. This time, the entire Dragon Kingdom will help you. Even if we all die, you must survive to the end. Wang Nuo was speechless. Are you going to announce it to the whole country? Wang Ren nodded. We must let Su Li survive to the end. Su Li's information has been leaked and can spread all over the world within a day. Long Nation has been oppressed by them for so many years, they will never allow us to have a chance to turn the tables. Xiang Wu nodded. This war of gods might be a hunt, with awakened people from all over the world hunting down Su Li alone. Let the nation know. Midnight. Su Li sat alone on the roof and looked at the moon. After 12 o'clock, he will be dragged into the war of gods. What a beautiful moon. Why didn't I see it before? Su Li closed his eyes and let the cool breeze blow on his cheeks. Rustle, rustle. Su Li opened his eyes and was surprised to find Lu Qianqian sitting next to him. By moonlight. Only then did Su Li realize that Lu Qianqian was wearing a white dress and looking forward with exquisite makeup. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. He and Lu Qianqian had sex without even talking to each other properly. And both times seemed to be passive. Why are you doing this? Even if it's just for the fusion of the guardian spirit, you still have to ask for my opinion. What is this? I'm not a breeder. Su Li spoke first, standing in a commanding position to accuse Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian had her hair tied up with her white wrist and her watery eyes were looking at the darkness ahead. My fusion with the guardian spirit has reached the maximum level. Su Li was stunned. Lu Qianqian turned sideways and looked at Su Li with a smile. Don't worry, I know you are very popular, and I am not that kind of woman. You and I can just treat it as a fleeting romance. Su Li didn't say anything. Just as Lu Qianqian said. Tonight is the War of Gods. It's not certain whether you can survive. Is there anyone at home? Lu Qianqian asked softly, looking at the willow tree in the distance. Su Li shook his head. Lu Qianqian looked straight ahead and asked in confusion. Su Li said, no more. Yes, the last god war. I'm sorry. Su Li smiled and said, no, I have been an orphan since I was young. Maybe my biological parents died in the last war of gods. Lu Qianqian turned sideways and looked at Su Li's profile seriously for the first time in the moonlight. Only then did she realize it. The little brother in front of me, who is only 16 years old, has an indescribable look of vicissitudes on his face. Lu Qianqian stood up and said calmly, I'm sorry. I know I'm a cheap woman, but I just want to survive. The only thing I can sell is my body. If I die, I hope you won't hate me. After apologizing, Lu Qianqian jumped down, dragged by the pink mist under her feet. Su Li looked calmly at the darkness in the distance. Do you hold a grudge? People like Lu Qianqian forced themselves to sleep with her in order to achieve their goals. If it weren't for the upcoming War of Gods, Su Li even planned to kill this woman. But now, he found that it was uncertain who would live and die after the War of Gods. Grudges are no longer that important. He sat on the roof and thought a lot. In fact, I've only been in this world for a few days. Senior, what do you think? Feeling the revival in his body, Su Li began to ask. Li Bai's voice was a little carefree. When life is good, you should enjoy it to the fullest, and don't let the golden cup face the moon empty. Su Li smiled. I understand, let's have fun. Boom. The sky and the earth suddenly turned white. Night turns into day. There are 3 big suns hanging in the sky. 3 full moons are suspended in the sky on the left. An extremely huge door was suspended in the sky. The sky became a reflection of the earth. God War, begin. This voice suddenly appeared in the minds of all awakened people around the world. The voice was neither male nor female. It was like the sound of millions of people speaking at the same time. Everyone looked blank. Next second, the blue star burst into brilliant light. This light is emitted by countless awakened ones. A beam of light encompassed every awakened person. The beams of light gradually converged into an ocean of light. Boom. Su Li was horrified to find himself slowly rising off the ground. He kept flying towards the sky. 100 meters away from the ground, it suddenly turned into countless rain of light and dissipated. The Blue Star God War begins. The war between gods has begun. May the Buddha bless our dragon nation to win. I really don't want to die. My daughter has just been born. Please, let Longguo win. Don't we have Su Li this time? Yes, Su Li. The ordinary people who remained on the blue planet looked up at the sky. The gate of the sky gradually melted and turned into a screen. A huge screen covering the entire blue planet. Su Li only felt a flash before his eyes. Before your eyes are layers of mountains and swaying fairy grass. Cranes are flying in the summer sky. Thousands of peaks are lined up like a fairyland. As far as the eye can see, there is a transparent protective shield every 500 meters. There are 2 awakened ones standing in each shield. Everyone looked around in confusion. Su Li was the first to react. Look at the awakened person on the stage in front of you. He asked tentatively, "What's your name?" The other person looked to be a boy of 16 years old. When he heard Su Li's question, he looked around. Su Li wondered, "What are you looking at?" Baka. Hearing the other party's native language, Su Li's eyes suddenly lit up. He took something out of his arms as he walked. "Brother, do you want to smoke? Have a cigarette." The other person's daily life was still looking around in confusion. There was no way to estimate Su Li's behavior. "Brother, come on. Blue Star." Hundreds of millions of viewers in Dragon Country looked at the camera in the sky. The awakeners in each area will appear in the corresponding area. The sky above a city is divided into tens of thousands of shots. The audience in Kyoto District 1 where Suli was located were all in an uproar at this moment. Is this Suli? Why is he like this? Fuck, I knew this kind of person is unreliable. His legs go weak when he sees the little life. What a coward. I now suspect that Suli is Xiao Rizi's undercover agent. Puff. Sudden. Suli approached Xiao Rizi and raised his hand to slap him. Under the divine power bestowed by Li Bai, the little day awakener just opened his eyes wide, his neck turned into pieces and he fell to the ground and died. Even the guardian spirit was not summoned. Suli then slowly looked around. Except him. There are two people in all the shields. From the same country. There are also two relative countries. Well done, Suli. Those who had been cursing before were now shouting in ecstasy. Didn't you just say that Suli was a spy? Hey, I was blind. It's my fault. I won't talk nonsense again. The God War begins, the awakened in the shield summons the guardian spirit to compete, and the winner is the one who kills the other. 3, 2, 1. Open. Suddenly, everyone in the world looked up at the sky. They want to see which country wins first. Ding-ling-ling. On the Kyoto campus. A round-faced boy sat on the playground with his hands on his chin, looking at a girl in a short skirt in the distance. I really want to lick their olge. The boy licked his lips subconsciously. He is a pervert. He simply gave up on the awakening space. There is no awakened person who has become a superior person. I can only continue to go to school in a daze. After graduation, serve these awakened people. Well, there are still benefits. At least there are no capitalists now. After the thermal weapons fail, every awakened person is a walking nuclear weapon. Their rights are above everyone else. Xiaopeng thought about it and continued to focus his eyes on the legs of the girl in the short skirt. My God, this calf is really white. If I could play with it, even if I let my oregano rub it, it would be worth dying for. Sizzle. The sound of an electromagnetic wave interrupted Xiaopeng's abnormal fantasy. The sound gradually grew louder. Slowly, it was like a wave of sound sweeping across the country. A light curtain rose in all the areas where all the awakened people in the country were located. That's Wang Ren, the director of the Myth Law Enforcement Bureau. What's going on? Ordinary people also know it. After all, the War of Gods began. Live broadcast worldwide. Wang Ren appears on the screen. Everyone, the God War will begin tomorrow. Last time our dragon nation was defeated, 100 million people were wiped out. This is the extinction of humanity. But now, we have hope. All over the country. Those who were working, going to school, collecting excrement, and working on AI all stopped at this moment. Since their last failure, everyone has been drunk and forgetting everything. Even the Dragon Kingdom has lost its legal agreement. No one knows whether it will be their turn to be wiped out in the next War of Gods. But now, Wang Ren's words made these numb hearts pause. Thump. Wang Ren threw down a ball of meat. This man was the 8th of the 10 legendary generals of Sakura country. He died here. The 7th general also died. Wang Ren finished speaking. Everyone continued to focus on their own work. A bearded man sneered as he drank, how shameless. What a thing. They are the 10 legendary generals, and we ordinary people all know that we should not mess with them. Dragon country. What did Longwei use to kill them? I'm afraid that Longwei's capital has been massacred. There was more than one strange sound. But all of it. Wang Ren continued to speak to himself, and he is the awakener who appeared in the awakening space this time, the genius boy Suli who has 2 full-level guardian spirits. It's blowing again, puff. The bearded man's eyes widened and he spat out the liquor in his mouth. The picture starts to shrink. I saw 2 guardian spirits spanning the sky. One is Xiang Wu's guardian spirit, Xiang Zhuang. What shocked everyone was the guardian spirit beside him. That huge guardian spirit is at least 3 times larger than Xiang Zhuang. Oh my god, can a guardian spirit be this big? The entire dragon kingdom fell into deathly silence. I hope that all awakened people in Dragon Country will protect Suli at all costs in this war of gods. For your families. For the bond of Dragon Country. This time. We can win. Bang. The screen is dark. Inside the Myth Enforcement Bureau. Suli let go of the guardian spirit and looked at Wang Ren. Are you sure this is okay? Wang Ren smiled bitterly. Everyone is afraid of death, but this will at least let the awakened people of Dragon Country know you. Even if the awakened people of other countries want to beat you up, they will help. Wang Ren sighed. This time, perhaps only a few will survive. Suli was silent. 10 years of development have been accumulated. The awakened ones are no longer as ignorant as they were during the first war between gods. This war between gods will definitely be brutal. Noon. Suli looked at the sumptuous meal on the table with a sense of melancholy. Maybe this is the last time we eat together. The war between gods lasted for a year. The whole year will be spent in the so-called world of war between gods. Those who survive are the best in the world. I seem to have forgotten something. Suli stood up and opened the door. Cautiously, he stuck his head out and took a look. There was no one in the corridor and he tiptoed towards Lu Qianqian's room. On the roof. Wang Ren, Xiang Wu, and Wang Nuo lay on the eaves and watched quietly. Last night, both of them were. Wang Nuo asked softly, lowering his voice. Wang Ren nodded. Xiang Wu leaned against the eaves and exclaimed, "You are indeed a young man, but you are addicted. I can't stand it anymore. I am most afraid of my wife calling me at night. To be honest, every time she calls me, my calves twitch for a long time." Has Hua Tuo arrived? Wang Ren looked at Xiang Wu. He should be here. Zhao Shua just sent a message saying he has arrived in Kyoto. Wang Ren nodded. Zhao Shua's guardian spirit Hua Tuo can cure Han Hong's eyes. It's so annoying. After he lost his eyes, he sighed every day, like a nagging woman. Let's go. Stop looking. Suli's guardian spirit can detect our sight. If we are discovered, we will lose face. Crunch. Suli pushed open the door. Walk in gently. The sunlight penetrates in from the window. A faint white light spread over Lu Qianqian's round features. The 2 peach-like buttocks are glowing brightly. Suli took off his clothes and covered Lu Qianqian's body. Pour a glass of water and put it on the table. You're not going to faint, are you? Suli sat carefully on the edge of the bed, placing his right middle finger and index finger together on Lu Qianqian's nose. Wake up, hey. What can I do? Suli didn't expect that he would be so powerful in this aspect after awakening. No, I am passive. Suli touched his head, stood up, looked at Lu Qianqian again, and walked out. 5 minutes later, a plate of food was placed on the table. I'm like a dog. You can eat or not, but I'll let you serve me after you sleep. The more Suli thought about it, the angrier he became. He sat at the table and ate all the food. After eating and drinking, he slapped Lu Qianqian on the buttocks. Bang. Remember to get up and wash the dishes. Only then did Suli walk out leisurely. I feel better too. That's right. I was wondering why it was so congested just now. Lu Qianqian opened her eyes, frowned, felt the burning pain in her buttocks, and pouted. This little brat doesn't know how to be gentle with women at all. It hurts so much. Lu Qianqian turned over and suddenly felt a burning sensation in her lower body. Look down. It has already become a fat steamed bun. Last night Lu Qianqian remembered that she had taken the initiative to ask for it last night. His face suddenly turned red. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. How could I become like that? Woo-woo. Okay, stop pretending. Now let's see how well you integrate with me. Su Daji's charming voice sounded. Lu Qianqian sat up and closed her eyes. A golden light appeared on the white back. Fusion degree, 100. Lu Qianqian opened her cherry lips in shock. Really, it really works. Su Daji remained silent for a long time. Congratulations on becoming the second person on Blue Star to awaken a guardian spirit of the maximum level. This time, our Sakura country will definitely win. The 10 legendary generals are invincible in the world. Will those shirtless guardian spirits of ancient Egypt show their magical powers this time? Someone asked doubtfully. Ha ha ha. Spartan warriors, the guardian spirits of those countries are so weak. It's still more cost-effective to summon a mummy. All the people in Sakura country were leisurely drinking beer, eating delicious food, and watching this battle between gods that could decide the life and death of the country. They weren't worried at all. The entire Blue Star, even the former Eagle Kingdom, surrendered. Is there any country more powerful than the Sakura country? Those 10 great generals made all countries despair. Especially now, in a one-on-one competition. The Sakura country will definitely take the first place. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Awakener Su Li for winning. The rules of the War of Gods have just been announced. These words resounded throughout the entire Blue Star. What? Those people in Sakura country who didn't care were horrified at this moment. An Eagle country soldier who was following the Sakura country lady got up breathlessly and looked at the sky. The land of Sakura doesn't have a first place. But the Dragon country, which lost 100 million people in the last failure, is the first to emerge as the winner. How is this possible? Are you crazy? How could a useless country like Dragon country be the first to win? This is impossible. The whole world was in uproar. All countries fell into confusion, madness, doubt, and shock. Only in the Dragon Kingdom was there a thunderous salute. Fireworks were set off in every county. Some casinos even started taking bets. Even if the country fails, they will be wiped out. This bet still needs to be continued. Enjoy life to the fullest when you are happy. Where is Su Li? People all over the world began to watch. But only the people in Su Li's area can see it. After discovering Su Li's projection, some people started live streaming one after another. Some hidden people even live-streamed the footage on platforms around the world. A live broadcast room named Dragon Country God of War Su Li suddenly appeared on the internet. A large number of viewers from all over the world clicked on it. It's such a little kid. That's Okamoto Biyun from our Imperial Kyoto No. 3 high school. He ranked 10th in the entire grade in the college entrance examination. How come he couldn't even hold on for a single move and was killed? Some people recognized the dead people in Su Li's shield through live broadcast. Yes. This time there are also people participating in the God War for the first time. It is normal for them not to react at first. These days I quickly calmed down and comforted myself. The people of Long Country also calmed down after seeing these comments. What they said is right. Whoever adjusts his state first when entering will be able to adapt better to the War of Gods. Su Li is just ruthless, but he has just awakened. Where does he get the power to kill another awakener with one blow? You know, the awakeners of Sakura country are particularly difficult to deal with. Yes, their awakened ones and guardian spirits can protect their masters spontaneously. In other words, Su Li's guardian spirit is stronger than that of Sakura country. Let's take a closer look. This God War has 9 levels in total. It's impossible to pass the first level so easily, right? An hour later. Just when Su Li was bored to the extreme, a mechanical sound resounded through the sky and the earth. The number of participants in this God War, 863,893,420. End of the first stage, wipe out half of the defeated people. Number of survivors, 431,946,710. The first place winner, Su Li from Longwa. Reward, Myth Fragment January 9th. The second place winner, Sakura Country, Yamamura Chivalry, Guardian Spirit Miyamoto Musashi. Reward, Myth Fragment February 9th. Third place winner, Sakura Country, Hikawa Steel Cover, Guardian Spirit Oda Nobunaga. Reward, Myth Fragment February 9th. Huge rankings appeared all over the world. Except for the first place Longwa Su Li. The second to 10,000th places are all from the Sakura country. Only after 10,000 people did the Dragon country and other countries appear one after another. The entire list is dominated by daily life. Oh my god, if it wasn't for Dragon country Su Li's good luck in being the first to kill the Awakener, all the places from 1 to 10,000 would have been dominated by Xiaorizi. It's so terrifying. I'm desperate. This time, Sakura country will probably be the first. Look, those who won last time got a myth fragment, and this time there's another one. That's 2 already. That's right. Last time, there were 9 levels of God Wars. Those who participated for the first time got a myth fragment, but that was only obtained after the 9th round. How come there were myth fragments at the beginning this time? Could it be that, this time they are planning to collect all the myth fragments for everyone? What will happen once 9 myth fragments are collected? As soon as this sentence came out, everyone's curiosity was aroused. What will happen if you gather 9 myth fragments? Su Li didn't feel any joy. He stared blankly at the sky. Things change rapidly. Cranes are flying around. Fairy mountains stand tall. Lingji spreads. 431,946,710 people. 400 million lives were directly wiped out. Human life is so easy to die. He slowly looked around. No one cares. Even some young people who have just awakened are immersed in joy at this moment. They gained some fusion and divine power. I feel that the guardian spirit is becoming more and more powerful. The disappearance of 400 million lives is just a number. Slightly larger numbers. Besides, how many people died? What does it have to do with them? Only then did Su Li completely suppress his indifference. You will really die. Any slight mistake would lead to his demise. I will never see the full moon again. No more delicious food. I'm only 16 years old. I haven't seen a better world yet. I must survive. The peace in Su Li's eyes gradually disappeared. The first level is over, the second level will start in 3 days. Boom. The next moment, everyone disappeared into the shield. When I opened my eyes again, what appeared in front of me was the stairs to the fairy pavilion. The food is delicious. Su Li stood up and looked around. This is a world full of birdsong and flowers. In the distance, golden ears of wheat emit a halo. The cicadas chirped loudly under the scorching sun. Behind me a waterfall fell from the cliff. The cool mist splashes all over the body, bringing indescribable comfort and pleasure. A rule appeared in Su Li's mind. This is a mythical world. Everyone is resting in this world, preparing for the war of gods in 3 days. Whatever you want will appear before your eyes as long as you think about it. But it's limited to delicious food. Su Li took a deep breath as he felt this fairyland-like world. I stretched my body and immediately felt relaxed all over. I don't know how big this world is. It can accommodate more than 400 million people wandering around. It must not be much smaller. After Su Li had eaten and drunk his fill, he stood up and walked down the mountain. While you have time, enjoy the scenery. The discomfort he felt inside after killing someone before suddenly erupted. He killed a living person. Fortunately, we are living a peaceful life, so I don't have this feeling of guilt. But it's just disgusting. It's as disgusting as stepping on a pile of shit. I wonder if Wang Ren and the others survived, and that woman Lu Qianqian. Su Li stopped. Lu Qianqian apologized to him on the roof last night. Maybe she had a premonition that she wouldn't survive this time. Su Li felt a little strange inside. This feeling made him inexplicably irritated. Su Li from Dragon Country, stop. A mechanical voice made Su Li turn around. A man with an Asian face walked down the hillside. The man is about 1.7 meters tall. He stared at Su Li with cold eyes. Su Li frowned. The voice this person makes is like that of a robot. Southwest, the first place winner is such a little kid. Dragon Country is really deserted. Are all the cowards who survived the last war of gods dead? The men sneered and mocked. This time, Su Li stared at the man's mouth. I found that the words reaching my ears were not in the same tone as what came out of his mouth. Li immediately understood. Is it because they are afraid of communication barriers? Everyone's words, as long as they are not from the same country, will be simultaneously interpreted by the God War world. After figuring this out, Li looked at the life in front of him calmly. Bastard, what do you call me? Xiao Rizi glared at Li and cursed, my name is Edo Ruaju, and my guardian spirit is Lord Qianqiu, the 9th of the 10 legendary generals. You better hope you don't run into me, little bastard, or I'll let you know what fear is. Li narrowed his eyes. Junior summons the martial Saint Guan Yu. Boom. A powerful aura suppressed it directly. Li just lay on the ground. Ha 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 ha. Are you an idiot? You don't allow guardian spirits to fight. And you summoned them anyway. How could there be such a stupid person in Dragon Country? Li slowly got up, twisted his wrist, grinned, and rushed forward. Just raise your fist and hit. The Edo bamboo shoot proudly puffed out its chest. Li saw this and stopped suddenly. Oh, you're quite smart. Let me tell you, fighting is not allowed in this world. Once you fight, you will be wiped out immediately. Yeah. Li closed his eyes, and a strong wind began to sweep behind him. What are you going to do? Edo Ruaju subconsciously took 2 steps back. On the blue planet. Everyone stared blankly at Li, who was causing a storm in the world of War of Gods. What is he planning to do? The guardian spirit is not allowed to appear, so how did he attract this wind? Li. What is he planning to do? Can he ignore the War of Gods? Even if he's awesome, even if he's a genius, even if he can summon a guardian spirit, he can't attack this little day. He will definitely be wiped out. Boom. Suddenly, the entire screen was rippling with water patterns. Li suddenly opened his eyes. A shadow slowly appeared behind him. Guardian Spirit, Sword Immortal Li Bai. Level, Legend. What are you going to do? Jiang Huruaju stared at Li. Li showed his teeth and smiled, I have more than one guardian spirit. Boom. The whole world was in an uproar. They knew that Li's guardian spirit was very big. A full 30 meters. But no one knows that he has only one guardian spirit. Oh my god. Did I hear it right just now? Did you hear correctly? Li said he has more than one guardian spirit. This. In the capital of Dragon Kingdom, 7 or 8 powerful elders stood up in shock. United Nations headquarters. The Secretary General was so shocked that he dropped his chair. Cherry Blossom Country. Kyoto. The Prime Minister of the Sakura country arranged for Shingo to fall off Maria Ozawa and looked at the sky in horror. He didn't care about the resentment of the women around him at all. He stared at the live video playing on the computer beside him. The video actually shows the area where Li is located in Longwa, Kyoto. Guardian Spirit, a second one appeared. Could it be that his first one was already at the maximum level from the beginning? Baka baka. The whole world was shocked. Regardless of gender, age, or status, the rich and the poor. Even the old man squatting at the entrance of the village smoking a pipe was holding his cell phone and panting. The guardian spirits of their area are sleeping in the sky. Only Li was wandering around. And he happened to meet the awakened one of the 10 legendary generals of the hated Sakura country. It's him, I remember him. An old man stood up tremblingly and criticized the mobile phone screen. It was this man who killed all the awakened people in our village last time. My grandson had just awakened and was killed by him. My son couldn't bear the shock and jumped off a cliff because he became mentally ill. An octogenarian burst into tears and knelt on the ground wailing. A middle-aged man sighed and looked at the old man pitifully. It's so tragic. He's the only one left after his whole family died. Too fragile. My family is also dead. My son is great, said another middle-aged man with disdain. You weren't in our area 10 years ago, were you? No. The middle-aged man was silent for a long time, then he spoke. His son was torn into pieces by Edo bamboo, and his intestines and stomach were pulled out. Was your son's death so tragic? His parents couldn't stand the shock and went crazy on the spot. Isn't this a massacre? Another middle-aged man was furious. What can we do? Didn't the Sakura country do enough evil things when it invaded our country? You think, will Suli take action? The rhetorical question silenced everyone present. Haha, even if there are 2 guardian spirits, so what? Can you do anything to me? Edo Ruaju said with disdain. No one can go against the rules of the world of war between gods. In the face of such an inexplicable force in the world of war of gods, all awakened ones are ants. So weak and pitiful. Suli smiled slightly. I think I can kill you, what do you think? You try it. Edo Ruaju sneered. Boy, being passionate is a good thing, being young and energetic is also a good thing, but the combination of the two is a bad thing. This is a war between gods, and the power of one person is so weak. Even if you are the awakener of 2 guardian spirits, there are hundreds of millions of awakeners in our empire. How weak you are. Suli smiled. He stretched out one hand and began to call, please ask the Chinese sword immortal Li Bai to come. Suli suddenly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes are those? Indifference, frost. Like an ancient sword that has existed between heaven and earth since time immemorial, it stands tall between heaven and earth. Open. Suli put the 5 fingers of his right hand together and turned his hand into a sword. Cut. Bang bang bang. The sword intent spread in all directions in an instant. Jiang Du Ruaju's whole body was shaking, his face was red and ferocious, and he roared, I don't believe it. I don't believe you dare to kill me. If you kill me, you will also be wiped out by the rules. I don't believe it. Dragon people. His eyes were horribly bloodshot. Like a crazy gambler. Suli slashed away calmly. The earth began to tremble. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. The scene where Suli was located was filled with smoke. Everyone in the Kyoto area pointed at Suli's screen. Look, Suli's screen is invisible. What happened? Could it be possible that he really dares to kill the awakened one from Sakura country? Suli is a righteous man. He is willing to sacrifice his own life to kill the 10 legendary generals. This kind of awareness. I am ashamed of myself. The smoke and dust dissipated. Everyone craned their necks to look. The Prime Minister of Sakura country stood up nervously and looked at the screen. If this dragon countryman really killed the awakener, will the rules of the world of war between gods wipe it out? Wipe out everything? Just in case. What if the rules of the war between gods are not erased? Such an awakened person who can summon guardian spirits at will wanders in the world of war between gods. It is a destructive existence for the awakened people in other countries. The smoke has cleared. The picture became clear. And Jinwoo suddenly lost his voice. How is this possible? Only seen on the screen. The bamboos in the lake were submerged by the collapsed mountains on both sides. His body was trapped in a narrow passage. Suli cut the mountain open with a sword and buried the Edo bamboo inside. You're right. Under the rules, I can't kill you, but I can trap you. In that case, you can't eat or drink, right? The second level of 3 days will be opened. I hope you have the strength to summon the guardian spirit. Suli clapped his hands and said with a smile. After saying that, he is not satisfied. Edo Satake was on top of his head. He took off his pants and started peeing. Jiang Ruaju lowered his head tightly, his whole body trembling, and growled fiercely, Suli. Hey, Grandpa is here. Suli. Pray that you don't meet me. You can't imagine the complete power of our empire's guardian spirit. You will be torn to pieces alive by me. Suli shuddered and nodded, well, I'll be waiting. Come on, try to survive. By the way, if you feel unsafe, you can drink the nectar I just gave you now, so you won't die of thirst in 3 days at least. Suli smiled slightly and turned to leave. What is this? Shingo Ampere stared at the screen with a grim face. Didn't they say that we can't attack? What is this? He's cheating. Countless people in the land of Sakura were furious. Others in our empire can do the same. Find the damned dragon people and bury them. But then, when they saw a person from the Sakura country trying for a long time but still unable to dig up a handful of soil from the mythological world, the atmosphere of despair surrounded the people of Sakura country. Suli walked down the mountain step by step. During this time, I met an Egyptian. The Egyptian looked at Suli from a distance, remained vigilant, and turned away. Suli didn't catch up either. He specifically wandered around looking for people from the Sakura country. The second one is called Shansuan Xiajian, right? His guardian spirit is Miyamoto Musashi. I think I've heard of this name before. He was the one who made Wang Ren and the others despair. Suli didn't know what the lowly girl in the mountain village looked like. Wang Ren and his team are so unprofessional. Didn't they collect any photos of their opponents? But it took a day to find it. Except Jianghu Ruaju and that Egyptian. Not a single person was found within a radius of 100 miles. It seems that in the mythological world, meeting other people is a low-probability event. Suli was too lazy to look for it. Just turn around and go back. He is hungry too. Passing by the hillside, I took a special look at the Edo bamboo. You little bastard, let me go if you can. In just one short day, Edo Satake went completely crazy. Lived in modern society for so long. Suddenly I felt like being buried in the ground. It immediately made him collapse mentally. Suli clicked his tongue in amazement. I have to say, you guys are really bad at heart these days. You bastard. Bastard. You. Ugh. Bah. Bah. Suli grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it into his mouth. Edo Ruaju suddenly began to retch. This made Suli's eyes light up. Is this possible to contact? Looking at the brightness in Suli's eyes that was like a 120W incandescent lamp. Jianghu Ruaju's eyelids twitched, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart. What are you going to do? Kyoto, the land of cherry blossoms. Shingo Amp stared at the bear paw on the table and felt a little nauseous. Is it not to your taste? How about tiger meat? How about giant panda meat? The nutritionist at the side hurried forward and said. Do you think it is possible for the Dragon Kingdom to rise again? Ampere Jinwu asked in a deep voice, leaning back in his chair. The nutritionist was stunned. He didn't expect the king to ask such a big question. He bent down carefully and answered, it should be. Oh, that's definitely not possible. If China had no historical gaps, it would be so terrifying that it could crush the entire world. But now their history is so broken, how could they be our opponent? Even the country next door would be enough to crush them. Shingo Amp knocked on the table. Let's eat first. After saying this, he stretched out his hand. The beautiful girl at the side hurriedly handed over the white jade chopsticks. Only then did Shingo Amp turn his attention to the delicacies on the table. He gently picked up the delicacy and started eating. Now that the first level of the God War has ended its truce, have you counted the number of people who survived in our country? The nutritionist said hurriedly, the loss rate is no more than 1%, and there are still 80 million people alive. What about Dragon Country? It's lost about half, and there are still 200 million left. Open the latest live broadcast and see what that damn Suli is doing. Shingo Amp suddenly spoke. The nutritionist hurriedly turned on the TV. Next second, he stood up, held onto the table and began to vomit violently. The nutritionist looked at the TV in confusion. Suddenly, his face turned pale and his lips trembled. Eyes widened. Only seen on the screen. Suli was carrying a bag of turbid substance and stuffing it into Jianghu Ruaju's mouth. Jianghu Ruaju closed his mouth and struggled, but Suli poured the liquid into his nostrils. Almost choked to death. Suli found a lump of liquid feces from somewhere and was feeding it to Jianghu Ruaju with great interest. Ugh. It's not just Shingo Abe. People all over the world watch Suli's live broadcast, including those in the Kyoto area of Dragon Country. Everyone vomited. Because this time is lunchtime. They were having lunch. Then I saw Suli feeding others. Ugh, although it's well done, ugh, but, ugh, it's too ugh, disgusting. With tears in his eyes, Edo Ruaju stared blankly at the sky. The lingering scent of lips still filled his nostrils. There is nothing left in my stomach to vomit out. My whole stomach contracted as I vomited. Mom, I miss you, Mom. These people from Long Country are not human beings. They insult me like this. His fate was already determined. Even if I survive this war of gods. It's a shame in the land of Sakura. As one of the 10 legendary generals. Being fed shit and urine by a newly awakened child from Longwa. Committing suicide by disembowelment was his best option. This shame is not his alone. But the ancient sage of the Sakura country behind him is Kanetsugu Naosuke. He directly tarnished the reputation of this adult. He is a sinner in the history of Sakura country. Shame. A shame that cannot be escaped even after death. Don't cry, it's only the first day. Suli grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it into Jianghu Ruaju's mouth. Edo Ruaju was too lazy to spit out. Let the loss in your mouth slowly soak and soften. Maybe choking to death is also a good option. Well, not bad, live well. Suli smiled slightly, turned and walked towards his own cave. Only in the cave can you get whatever you want to eat just by thinking about it. The poor Edo bamboo was not so lucky. Senior, are you really unable to take complete action? Suli hid in the darkness to make sure that he would not be discovered. His voice was very low. Li Bai answered in his mind, the rules of this world are too overbearing. I can only use your hand to attack for a short time. Today's attack has consumed my divine power, and I can't attack again. Suli was silent for a long time. 3 guardian spirits. Only Li Bai can dialogue freely. The other 2 guardian spirits have no thoughts of their own except that they can be summoned. This made Suli feel something was wrong. These guardian spirits seem to be missing something. If the gap can be filled completely, you can survive in modern times like Li Bai. They could have come from thousands of years ago. Riding on the river of history, we descend into the modern era. What a joy that is! There are so many ancient sages in the history of Dragon Kingdom. If only they could be summoned one by one. Just thinking about it made Suli tremble all over. By the way, Senior, what are those so-called mythological fragments? Suli asked puzzledly. Li Bai was silent for a long time, then he said, although I don't know, I have a feeling that once you gather them all, something extremely terrifying will happen. Perhaps the mythical figures in the history of Dragon Country will be resurrected. Suli was completely shocked. He muttered to himself, mythical figures revived. For example, Pangu. That's impossible. The fault is so serious now, and the real history has not been completed. Many awakened people are unable to complete history. How can a mythical figure descend again? In this case, wouldn't a mythical figure be crushing an ancient sage? It's impossible for Guan Yu to fight Pangu, right? Li Bai slowly appeared in Suli's mind. There are still many white clothes. But his eyes were particularly cold. I am talking about the overall myth revival. You have also discovered that all the awakened people in Sakura country are 2 myth fragments. Suli stood up in shock. He looked extremely pale. He instantly understood what Li Bai meant. If this continues to the 9th level, the awakened people of Sakura country will have all the myth fragments collected. So, they then began to awaken the mythical beings. After the next war of gods begins, the Sakura country will use mythological characters to fight against historical figures from around the world. This is a big trouble. The next day, Suli slept until noon and then opened his eyes. There was food and lodging for these 3 days, and the scenery was beautiful. Therefore, he decided to treat it as a vacation. After eating and drinking, Suli walked down the mountain carrying a bag of leftover garbage. Anyway, there is no one else within 100 miles. The Egyptian is probably in hiding too. Therefore, Suli's target was the Edo bamboo buried in the mountains. Get up, get up. Suli grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it over. Edo Ruaju's mentality from being tortured last night has exploded. I finally fell asleep. He was forcibly awakened by Su Li again. You damned dragon country bastard. You shall not die a good death. You have violated human morality. Edo Ruaju started cursing. Su Li waved his hand. All right, you Sakura country are the most moral. You bastard. You. Ugh. Su Li took out a fish bone from the bag and threw it accurately into Jiang Ruaju's mouth. Eat slowly, don't choke. Su Li advised kindly. Edo Ruaju's face was distorted because of the fishbone. He wanted to vomit, but the fishbone was stuck in his neck. Su Li sighed and squatted down. Tomorrow is the last day. Time is passing too fast. I really hope time can go slower. At this moment, Jiang Ruaju's eyes were full of fear. Even though he had once slaughtered the awakened ones from the Dragon Kingdom. But at this moment, seeing Su Li's eyes, he shuddered. Those eyes were exceptionally calm. Even stepping on an ant to death will cause fluctuations. But even though this little kid tortured him like this, his eyes remained calm. There is only one explanation. He doesn't take human life seriously. In other words, the lives of the people of Sakura country are not considered human beings. I just ate, I'm going downstairs to relax. The sun is nice today, you should be careful of heat stroke, you can't die. Su Li smiled slightly, bent down, grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it on Jiang Ruaju's face. With hands behind back, he walked slowly down the mountain for an outing. Beast. Edo Ruaju opened his mouth. Su Li wandered around the mountain that day. His purpose encompassed the entire mountain. He wondered where the Egyptian was. He did not know Egyptian history. I don't know how powerful the guardian spirits of these people are. They also created a full-level guardian spirit. But I wandered around for a whole day. Still no one was found. Looking at the deep red sunset and fiery clouds in the distance. Su Li took a deep breath and sat by the lake, watching the birds flying over the water. If no myths had come, how free it would be to live in seclusion here. The breeze is not dry. The green leaves are swaying. Kingfisher crisp. Everything is picturesque and poetic. Senior, do you think you will not be needed in this war of gods? I think Guan Yu is enough. Su Li suddenly said. The Sakura country is the most powerful country in the revival of mythology. They have a complete history. But even the 10 legendary generals were no match for Guan Yu with just one sword. This is just Guan Yu. If were gods like Xiang Yu, Lu Bu, Bai Qi, and Gai Nia came out. How terrifying it would be. Li Bai was silent for a long time, myth fragments. Su Li smiled bitterly, sometimes I also feel that it is too fate. I have obtained 3 full-level guardian spirits, but before the world knows the power of Dragon Country, the version has started to change again, and the mythical characters are about to appear. Su Li sighed. It is inevitable that when the Sakura country goes out this time, their country will definitely open up the myth awakening space. Then, the third war between gods will begin. It will be a complete global crush. There's no need to be so sad. As the old saying goes, men can conquer nature, and even men can conquer nature by half a step. Li Bai said with a carefree smile. Su Li also smiled, stood up and stretched. Yes, men can conquer nature, let's take it one step at a time, it doesn't have to be so hopeless. I'm in a bad mood. Su Li bent down, put his hands together and swung the sword. A toad with pus oozing from its back emerged from the water. Su Li found 2 reeds, picked up the toad, and walked towards the hillside. The audience on Blue Star who had just finished dinner lay on the sofa and watched the live broadcast leisurely. Most people were lying in the yard or on the balcony looking at the sky. After all, the awakened people in their area are all their sons. Su Li was just a temporary gimmick. Apart from the area where Kyoto Su Li is located and the high-level prime ministers of various countries. The Dragon Kingdom has produced 2 awakened guardian spirits. For ordinary people, it may be that 1 + 1 = 2. For these people, this is a qualitative change. He has 2 guardian spirits, so that makes 3. In case I can continue to awaken. It reminded Su Li of all the historical figures of the Dragon Kingdom. Will tens of thousands of guardian spirits be summoned at that time? It makes my scalp tingle just thinking about it. It's like a walking nuclear weapon. What is he going to do now? Shingo Ampi now felt his scalp tingling. Every time I see Suli approaching the Edo bamboo, his stomach began to churn. The death of Edo bamboo is not a pity. But his guardian spirit is an ancient sage from the history of Sakura country. Neo Kanetsugu. A famous general during the Sakura Warring States period and the elder of the Usuji clan. He is known as a talented general who is both civil and military, and capable of both internal and external affairs. His father was Higuchi Kanetsugu, the family elder of Nagao Masekage and the butler of Ueda, and his mother was the sister of Naosuke Kagetsuna, a senior retainer of the Usuji family. Kanetsugu later inherited the Naosuke clan and was known as the #1 retainer in the world, together with Katakura Kagetsuna, a retainer of the Date clan. In addition to being good at using heavy hammers as weapons, he is also the leader of the 7 pillars of Sakura country. According to rumors, his strength is comparable to Zhao Yun during the Warring States period of the Dragon Kingdom. The ancient sage has been insulted like this. This Edo Ruaju deserves death. Go and make his entire family apologize. Shingo Abe gave the order directly. Prime Minister, is it a cesarean section? No, it overflowed. Yes. The people of Dragon Country are so hard to kill. I killed so many of them last time, but they still won't behave themselves. The weak should just submit. What is he going to do? Suli was seen squatting in front of Edo Ruaju, who had a terrified look on his face, holding a toad that was oozing with pus. Shingo Ampi's eyes twitched. I suddenly remembered that what you said before was quite right. We cannot go against humanity or we will be punished. Suli sighed, and the remorse on his face was as strong as that of a master in a temple. Anyone who sees the compassionate look will say that he is a good child. Edo Ruaju's throat rolled. Here, I'll give you something to eat. After saying that, Suli picked up the toad with pus oozing from its back and began to stuff it into Edo Ruaju's mouth. Ugh. Edo Ruaju wanted to vomit, but the toad stuffed the food into his throat. I could only keep dry heaving. Don't vomit, don't vomit. You haven't eaten for 2 days. Don't starve yourself. Not eating is not good for your health. Suli stuffed his face with a crazy twist. Coo coo coo. The sound of swallowing. Edo Ruaju's throat was swollen due to the toad blocking it. My breath started to choke. Suli saw it and advised kindly, swallow it quickly, otherwise you will choke to death. Think about it, don't you want to live and seek revenge on me? You can seek revenge on me only if you are alive. Edo Ruaju's body trembled, and aura began to ripple behind him. A 10-meter-long shadow flashed and appeared. Suli's eyes lit up and showed anticipation. Boom. But the next moment, the rules of the mythological world were directly suppressed. His guardian spirit was forcibly pressed in. There was a look of pity in Suli's eyes. Edo Ruaju stuffed the toad into his stomach. Suli stood up and said, eat well and have a good sleep. Tomorrow is the last day. After saying that, he walked up the mountain. Inside the cave, Suli frowned. Li Bai can still make one more move. Once the Edo bamboo is pushed to the extreme. If his guardian spirit forcibly carries out the rules of the mythological world, must be weak. By then, Li Bai will be able to kill him completely. This is Suli's purpose. He was completely destroyed after beheading the guardian spirit of Edo Satake. No matter what the second-level God War looks like, it is safe for the awakened ones of Dragon Kingdom. The 10 legendary generals are insignificant to him. But for other awakened people in Dragon Country, still invincible. Night. Suli sat in the cave and began to mutter to himself. Li Bai's voice sounded, you must remember them all. With each song you memorize, your chances of survival are very high. Suli's face turned pale. Li Bai has so many poems. Write it all down. It is an extremely difficult challenge for memory. He could never have imagined it. They are both guardian spirits. Guan Yu is summoned directly to kill the enemy. There is no need to direct it yourself. It's Li Bai's turn. Create a skill called 300 Tang Poems. What's even more bizarre is that you need to recite poems by yourself. Only Li Bai could draw on the power of the long river of history to gather divine power. Therefore, you need to read all of Li Bai's works carefully. Where are we? Su Li asked, rubbing his temple. Quiet night thoughts. Li Bai said calmly. Su Li was stunned. Is this poem powerful? Li Bai smiled and said, it's very powerful. Okay. Su Li cleared his throat. The moonlight shines brightly in front of my bed. I wonder if it is frost on the ground. I look up at the moon and think of my hometown. Next one. Look at the Lushan waterfall. In the dark night. Su Li recited in a low voice. Keep reciting all of Li Bai's poems. This moment. He seemed to have returned to his previous life's hard-working appearance before the college entrance examination. Ahem. Tokyo, the land of Sakura, and the Gangnam area of the land of Dragon are on the same screen. The awakener of Sakura country is Yamamura Shizuru. The awakener in the south of the Dragon Kingdom is Ma-Su, and his guardian spirit is Yuchi-Gong. The two of them exist in the same mythological world. Therefore, in the mountain village of Tokyo area, the two of them can be seen in the Jiangnan area of Longhua. But at this moment, the eyes of ordinary people in Longhua Jiangnan were red. Some elderly people even fainted from crying. In the picture, Shansuan Xiajian stroked his cheek, squatted down and looked at Ma-Su who was lying on the edge of the cliff. Little boy, just jump down obediently. It's been a day. How long can you hold on? Ma-Su was shaking with fear and crying helplessly, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the rules of this world will not let you go. Shansuan Xiajian smiled slightly, look at what you said, did I do anything? No, you jumped down here by yourself. Ma-Su thought of what the village villain had done, and his hands began to grow weak. Well, it's almost time to eat. Shansuan Xiajian smiled slightly. But it made Ma-Su's lips turn pale. Here we go again. I saw the village gang tying a child from the tree behind him. The child was about 16 years old. At this moment, the right leg turned into bones. The fresh granulation tissue at the base of the thigh is still oozing blood. The boy's face was filled with extreme fanaticism. The rule is simple. You can't kill other people. But this is my son. Killing my son doesn't count as breaking the rule, right? The mountain village villain showed 8 standard teeth. The teeth are very white. But it made Ma-Su tremble all over. Good son, bear with it. The mountain village villain walked forward, his face suddenly ferocious, and began to tear his son's wounds with his hands. Large pieces of flesh and blood were torn off. Blood, flesh, tendons, and even the stomach began to be ripped open. Aawiawa. Ma-Su held onto the cliff tightly with both hands and roared in a low voice. The intense pain made his eyes turn white and his lips tremble. I don't know what kind of guardian spirit this lowly son of the mountain village has. Once the body is tortured and cut open, the intense pain will be transferred to the designated other person. Limited by the rules of the mythological world, the body is not allowed to cause harm to others. Summoning of guardian spirits is not allowed. This invisible pain just circumvents this rule. The young man was torn to pieces alive. Ma-Su's lips turned pale and his stomach rumbled softly. Bang. Ma-Su was spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The intestines and stomach broke through the belly and hung on the cliff. He had no strength left and fell straight down to his death. Under this extreme pain, he died in great pain. It is no less severe than death by slicing. Shansuan Xiajian stood on the edge of the cliff and looked down. He slowly turned around and looked at his dying son with a smile. Good job. The boy forced a smile. Dad, can I take it back? Yes, that's fine. With permission. The young man grunted and ate the fallen intestines raw. The wounds and severed limbs began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Except for the blood on the ground and the pale face. There are no sequelae. Let's go, son. I'll give you something delicious to eat when I get back. Shansu and Xiaojian smiled slightly, took his son's arm lovingly and walked towards the top of the mountain. This scene. Whether it is the cherry blossom country or the Jiangnan region of the dragon country. Everyone watching felt a dry throat. The body feels weak. A nightmare appeared in his eyes. What is this thing? Why is he still alive after being in this state? Is he a human? Son. In the Jiangnan area, a family of 3 knelt on the ground and howled in pain. Their son was tortured to death by the awakener of Kohira Miyamoto Musashi. The painful face of the dead still vaguely remains on the screen. Day 3. Suli got up early. He recited it all night last night. I really have no patience today. I felt inexplicably irritated. So he found the dying Edo bamboo. At this moment, Edo Ruaju's face was pale and his eyes were dull. Maybe it was because I ate a toad in 3 days. It made him weak at the moment. Suli squatted down and looked at the Edo bamboo. Hey, wake up, the sun is shining on your butt. Suli stood in the distance and grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it on Edo Ruaju's face. Jiang Du Ruaju slowly opened his eyelids. Please, let me die, I beg you. Suli glared, what are you talking about? If I kill you, won't I be wiped out by the rules? I've been serving you delicious food and drinks for so many days, and this is how you repay me. Do you have a conscience? Do you have any moral bottom line? Suli stood up, a little angry. He turned and walked down the mountain. Look left and right. Finally, a 1-meter-long python was found. He hurried forward, holding the moving python and squatted beside Edo Ruaju. No. The Edo bamboo twisted wildly, but was stuck tightly by the surrounding soil. He screamed in despair, no. Please, kill me. Suli frowned, look at you, you are anxious again. I told you to be grateful. You know what gratitude is, right? Compared to the 731 experiment you conducted back then, I am really an angel. Be good, open your mouth, don't make it too difficult for me. Suli smiled. Under the sunlight. Like a walking llama. Looking at Edo Ruaju's struggling expression with his mouth shut. Suli looked at the giant python in his hand. How about, change to a smaller one? This one is really too big. Suli smiled slightly, threw the python down the mountain, turned around and walked away. After a moment, he walked up again. I don't know where I found the plastic bag this time. The stuff in this plastic bag weighs about 7 or 8 kilograms. When Edo Ruaju saw clearly what was inside, his eyes were as round as copper bells. There was a bag of tadpoles densely packed inside. At this moment, it was rustling around. Come on, this time you can drink it all in one gulp. It's super smooth and I guarantee you won't choke. Blue Star Cherry Blossom Country, Kyoto. Shingo Amp stared blankly at the scene on the screen. He specifically went to the area where the Edo bamboo shoots were located. I looked up and saw that look. Slowly lower your head. This is a yard. There were 3 bodies lying neatly in the yard. 2 elderly men and a woman in her 20s. The woman's abdomen was slightly bulging. Obviously she is pregnant. All dead at this moment. They were none other than Edo Ruotake's family. The ancient sage of the Sakura country suffered such a great humiliation. This is the price. What a shame. This is Suli from Longwa, right? Go check. Does he have any family in Longwa? At this moment, all the awakened people have left Blue Star. Weapons failed. It's very easy to sneak in and kill an ordinary person. Prime Minister, this Suli is an orphan. Shingo Ampere suddenly lost all his strength. And, Prime Minister, the awakened have not left the God War, so it's best not to attack other countries. What if the rules of the God War are violated, or what if, that 1 in 1,000 chance, the dragon country survives? An awakened with 2 guardian spirits, how terrifying it is, you know. Ampere Jinwu sneered, if it weren't for the fact that there were so many awakened people in the Empire and the complete history, you and I would have been crushed by those lunatics in Dragon Country. I want to see how far Suli can go. The cabinet minister was just about to speak. Seeing the hateful look in Shingo Ampiai's eyes, he gave up the idea. Before, the lowly people in the mountain village had directly dismembered and awakened young men from the Dragon Country. This is just the beginning. Are you full? Suli squatted beside Edo Ruaju and asked with interest. Dragon people, you are too shameless. Edo Ruaju no longer dared to swear. He was afraid that Suli would stuff something into his mouth again. Suli clapped his hands. Look at what you said, how good I am to you. What you did to our Dragon Country back then was a punishment that is worse than the 18 levels of hell. Tomorrow you will start the second level, and you will be free soon. Jiang Huruaju closed his eyes and didn't look at Suli. Suli shook his head. How rude. I don't know how your mother raised you. Don't talk about my mother, you bastard from Dragon Country. You pig. Edo Ruaju went completely crazy. All these days of torture did not make him angry. When Suli talked about his mother, he could no longer hold back. Suli blinked. You scolded me. I just talked about your mother, and you scolded me. I remember that 10 years ago, your population was not large, only about 200 million. How come such a large population suddenly exploded in just a few years? Could it be that? Suli stood up and shouted exaggeratedly, are you breeding randomly? Shingo Amp's face was completely distorted. Kill him. Kill this beast. Suli's unintentional words touched upon the pain point of the Sakura country. This expansion of the population by hundreds of millions in just 10 years. In addition to having children indiscriminately, there is also the issue of universal pregnancy. As long as they were able to get pregnant, they were all forced to get pregnant. This is the population explosion plan of Sakura country. For example, Edo Ruotake and his mother. The cabinet minister sighed and withdrew. I was furious with incompetence. You bastard. You bastard from Dragon Country. The Edo bamboos swayed constantly. The body shook wildly. But in 2 days, the soil where he was buried had been compacted. There's no way to get out. Don't move, don't move. AA. Edo Ruotake fell into madness. I told you not to move. Are you deaf? Suli's face was full of anger. He threw a plastic bag from behind him, and wasps as big as fingers emerged from it. The hornets rushed into Yamamoto Ruaju's mouth, stinging his head like crazy. 1 minute later, the entire head of the Edo bamboo shoot has doubled in size. My eyes were swollen like peaches. The mouth turned into a banana mouth. You have the ability to kill me. Suli sighed, be good, don't argue with me, I'll go down and make you something good. After saying that, Suli turned around and walked away. Wang Ren said. The War of Gods begins. Live broadcasts will appear in skies around the world. The people in the area where Edo Sasutake is located are definitely watching their daily lives. Killing an awakened one is nothing. The most important thing is to break their will. The kind of despair that can only be seen but not touched. As Suli thought about it, a smile appeared on his face. He is still laughing. Is this person still a human being? There is no humanity. There is not even a little bit of humanity. If you want to kill, just kill. Why torture like this? The people of Dragon Country are all demons. We helped them back then, but they repay us like this. The little people in the area where Edo Ruaju was located were trembling all over. Countless screens cut the sky apart. The other awakened ones were sleeping, eating, and sitting around. Only the picture of Edo bamboo is so glaring. Although I can't hear any sound. But this picture was enough to make them hysterical. Bagayalu, what is he going to do? What's this bastard got in his hands? It looks like a leech, right? Could it be? Shingo Ampere stood up and raised his head with his whole body trembling. Asshole. Come, eat something. Suli placed the leech near Edo Ruaju's mouth. The leeches smelled the blood and started to crawl into his mouth. Suli stood up and stared at Edo Ruaju coldly. He turned and faced the earth. This angle allows the people of the Sakura country on Blue Star to see themselves in their entirety. He raised his right hand and stabbed his neck. Nightfall. Suli took a special look at the Edo bamboo. I found that this little day is very tenacious. Still breathing. Not bad, not bad. The leeches didn't suck your blood dry. But as you are now, when the second level of the God War begins, you will die miserably, and I won't even have to do anything. Jiang Huruaju could no longer hear what Suli said. These 3 days. He had his mouth stuffed with a toad. Being drunk by tadpoles. Buried in soil. Tortured by bumblebees and leeches again. He was already dying. He couldn't even imagine it. Such a 16-year-old boy. Why are you so perverted? Doesn't he have an ounce of sympathy? How do teachers in Longwa educate? So perverted. Boom. There was a sudden flash of light in the sky. Start the second level of God War. 3, 2, 1. Open. All of them were instantly enveloped by the beam of light and disappeared into the earth. The same shield as the first level still cuts through the earth. But this time there were 4 people inside the shield. In front of every awakened person there is a swirling light gate. Suli glanced at the light gate. Focus on the other 3. These 3 people look like Indians. The other 2 are all Asian. Suli asked immediately, brothers, which country are you from? Ah-san was a warm-hearted young man. He introduced himself, I am Mohan Modmoji from ancient Egypt. Which country are you from, brother? Suli smiled and said, from Dragon Country. Baga. Boy from Dragon Country, kneel down for your grandfather. Boom. A guardian spirit in armor erupted from the little person in front of him. Suli nodded, from Sakura Country. And you? The other one was white with a bowl cut and said proudly, Dahan. Koreans, this is my first time meeting a Korean. It seems that your country's guardian spirits have always been treated like grandsons and beaten by our country in history. Suli told the truth. You bastard from Dragon Country, how dare you insult me? The young man from South Korea summoned a general on horseback and stared at Suli with a cold gaze. Suli rubbed his head, what a bad temper. The rules haven't been made clear yet, and you've already exposed your guardian spirit. What a fool. Rule 1, the second level does not allow summoning existing guardian spirits. Boom. The 2 powerful pressures directly pressed the 2 men to the ground. The 2 guardian spirits also screamed and disappeared. Suli smiled slightly, see, I'm still breathing heavily after calling you idiots. This is not good. Suli's advantage is the 2 guardian spirits. Now he is not allowed to use the guardian spirits, and he offended the 2 opponents at the beginning. Yes, Suli is young and energetic after all, so easily impulsive. It's all over now, ah. Some leaders in the Kyoto region of Longwa shook their heads and were no longer optimistic about Suli. The 2 guardian spirits lost their advantage. 1 against 2, and there is also an ancient Egyptian awakener who is eyeing them covetously. No matter how you look at it, it's a losing battle. Kyoto, the land of cherry blossoms. Shingo Am's inner depression was finally swept away. He stood up and looked at the sky in ecstasy. Ahahaha, the heavens have eyes, the heavens have eyes. This is what the second level of the God War will be like. If Suli's guardian spirit doesn't come out, I'll see how he dies. The cabinet ministers also showed their joy, the big rock floating on the empire's head is finally falling. Dragon Country boy, just wait for death. The awakened ones from the Sakura country and the Korean country all looked at Suli. Although they didn't know each other. But the goal was unified in an instant. Suli touched his nose and smiled, look at you two. I kindly asked your names, but you started to curse me and now you want to kill me. Well, when all the rules are announced, I will feed you leeches. Leech. What is that? The 2 had no idea what Suli was talking about. Rule 2, the mythical world grants all awakeners a limited time awakening space. Enter and randomly select 3 ancient sages. Please identify and awaken them. Regardless of level, only one can be awakened to participate in the battle. When 2 awakeners die, the second level ends and the guardian spirit will be taken back. Rule 3, the first awakener to kill will participate in the myth fragment reward and be ranked, from 1st to 100,000th. Second level God War, start. Buzz. The sky above the blue planet is filled with countries without any awakened people. Other countries burst into brilliant light. Everyone was pulled into the awakening space. This death was due to luck. An old man in the capital of Dragon Kingdom suddenly spoke up. "What do you mean, Mr. Wang?" another young man asked in confusion. Old Wang sighed. "Think about it, reselecting a guardian spirit is not a problem for other countries. Their history is complete, and they must be familiar with the ancient sages. But what about Dragon Nation? What if an unfamiliar guardian spirit is refreshed? Just give up and come out to face the other side's brand new guardian spirit. It's going to be a massacre. Dragon Country is so unfair." Suddenly, the entire Research Institute compound fell silent. That is to say, just by screening, most of the Dragon Nation can be eliminated. Perhaps, they will all be eliminated. How many of the remaining 200 million people will survive? Isn't there Su Li? The one who awakened the 2 guardian spirits. He will definitely not die. Where is Su Li? There. That screen on the left. Everyone looked over nervously and worriedly. It's still a familiar space. This time there are still 3 sculptures in front of me. Su Li didn't look at it. Instead, he lowered his head and thought. This time it may be devastating to the Dragon Nation, and the second level will be eliminated. Su Li felt heavy in his heart. There are already 400 million awakened people participating in the God War alone. Plus if it fails, 100 million will be wiped out. Just this once. The Dragon Kingdom lost half of its population. The battle of national destiny, is it so cruel? Su Li was a little confused. Unless you can summon the gods of the ancient sages. Li Bai's voice appears appropriately. Su Li was stunned. How can you still speak? Li Bai smiled freely and said, I am not an ordinary guardian spirit. I am telling you this. The myth guardian spirit is 1 level higher than me. Once the myth comes out, the third God War will not be on such a large scale. Instead, the awakened ones will participate in the God War. That is to say, none of the awakened people from Dragon Country will participate in the God War next time, and Dragon Country will fail directly. The third time, 100 million were randomly wiped out. The fourth time is still the same. At most 8 times, the Dragon Nation will be destroyed. It's a vicious cycle. So, you must win this God War. Only in this way can the Dragon Kingdom descend into the myth awakening space, and a large number of myth awakeners will appear. Su Li nodded, and his heart became firm again. Then I understand. He looked at the 3 statues in front of him with a tenacious gaze. The first one. He was over 7 feet tall, with a slender waist and shoulders, his eyebrows were as sharp as a sword, his forehead was as white as a lilac, and his eyes were as white as a pearl. There was a pheasant's tail floating behind his head. He wore a 3-pronged purple gold crown on his head, a Sichuan red cotton robe with flowers on it, a chain mail with a beast mask and a head-swallowing armor, and a lion-shaped belt around his waist. He carried a bow and arrow, held a painted halberd, and sat on a roaring war horse. This horse is exactly the same as Guan Yu's. Su Li was deeply shocked. I didn't expect that this person would appear in the God War space. Su Li suppressed the throbbing in his heart. He looked at the second one. Oh my God! Is that the second most powerful general in the history of the Dragon Nation that we have been studying for 10 years? Old Wang shouted excitedly with trembling voice. The voice was a little hoarse and exhausted. It seems so, but we only know his name from the remaining ancient books, and we know nothing about his life. Can Su Li succeed? Mr. Wang, what if it succeeds? A researcher nearby asked softly. Everyone looked at Mr. Wang. Old Wang took a deep breath and said with certainty, if successful, Su Li will definitely pass the second level. No, Su Li went straight around the first sculpture and looked at the second one, a researcher screamed. The second one, what is that? Su stood in front of the second sculpture and looked up. He was 10 meters tall, with a solemn face, holding a large broadsword in both hands, and there were white bones under his feet. What shocked Su even more was, this sculpture is extremely large. Hundreds of skeletons behind him surrendered and struggled. A bloody aura burst out all around. The smell of blood enveloped the entire awakening space. There is a line of poetry in front of this sculpture. Every word emitted a scarlet blood mist. This place was originally a battlefield, with vast and flat deserts. There are always storms and ghosts crying, as if in an ancient deserted temple of heroes. The Zhao generals are left with 1,000 years of hatred. Why do the Qin soldiers want to continue their destruction? I'm so tired of visiting the temple and worshipping it. I don't believe that the skeletons can have a king. Su was shocked and took 3 steps back. It's this person. 2 great generals of all time, what a pity that they appear in the mythology battlefield. If they appeared on Blue Star, I would definitely succeed. Su calmed down. Turn your gaze to the last sculpture. This time he was completely stunned. The sculpture is 8 feet tall, wearing a purple gold crown inlaid with jewels on his head and a golden headband with a pattern of 2 dragons fighting for a pearl tied to his eyebrows. Her face is like the mid-autumn moon, her complexion is like flowers in the spring morning, her temples are as if cut by a knife, her eyebrows are as if painted with ink, her face is like peach petals, her eyes are like autumn waves. Even when she is angry, she seems to be smiling, and there is affection in every glance. Even though Su was a man, he felt a little dazed at this moment. He wore a black mask on his profile. Who is this? Su was confused. There are too many historical figures. He really couldn't recognize the refreshed ancient sage. But at this moment, countless women on Blue Star were all staring at the screen where Su was. So handsome. Are there really such good-looking generals in history? No, I want him to be my husband. Countless women, their eyes sparkling, stared at the screen in fascination. Choose him. Leave now. Choose him. Some old scholars and professors were at a loss. The third sculpture offers no hints. Except for the beautiful face and the half-black mask. How do I choose this? I know who he is. Li Bai's voice sounded in Suli's ears. Su was surprised. Senior knows. Who is he? Li Bai was silent for a moment. Gao Changgong. Su looked confused. He had never heard of this name. He lived too long ago, and his name has been forgotten by history. But you must be aware of his title. Su asked, what title? Prince Lanling. Su was silent. Su bowed to Lanling King for a long time. I'm sorry, Senior. If it were outside, I would definitely choose you, but now it's a war of gods, and it concerns the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. I can't choose you. Su walked resolutely to the second sculpture. What's wrong with Su? The first statue is clearly the legendary Lu Bu, a great general ranked among the top in history. Why would they choose the second one? Su is confused. What is the second one? It's over, it's over. Could it be that you don't even recognize Su? Are you planning to go all out? Junior Su, please ask Bai Qi, the Lord of Wuan of the Great Qin, to open the door to dialogue. Boom. The blood began to surge. The entire awakening space was covered with bones. A river of blood gurgled across heaven and earth. The eyes in front of Su gradually turned white, and his body slowly disappeared. Wuan Jun Bai Qi. Write it down. Scholars from Blue Star took out their booklets and began to register. Above Bai Qi are His Majesty the First Emperor of Qin and Guan Yu, the martial saint of the 3 kingdoms. Now, there is an additional Qin Wuan Jun Bai Qi. Another scream. The surviving Lu Qianqian stood in the palace, dressed as a palace maid and looked ahead. She pursed her lips and her eyes were calm. The beaded curtain was blown up by the breeze. A bright red dragon robe fluttered in the wind. Lu Qianqian suppressed her inner trembling and knelt down. Junior pays respect to the Empress Wu of Zhou, Wu Zhao. Wang Ren stood on the battlefield with his broken arm. In front of him stood a fat general with a square figure, 7 feet tall, holding a Xuanhua axe. Junior generation to join the great Tang Qing Yaojin general. What made the scholars of Dragon Country ecstatic was, as long as the dragon people survive in the first level, as long as their guardian spirit has recognition with one of the 3 guardian spirits they choose, or it could be from a dynasty that was not too far away, they can all recognize success. This made the originally desperate scholars smile. In this way, the second level of Dragon Country might suffer the least losses. Bloody battlefield. The world is gray. A figure stands outside the vast city, looking into the distance calmly. The soldiers around him, wearing black armor and holding spears, trap this man in the center. Hundreds of Qin soldiers looked at the men in front of them with pale faces and fear. The man stood silently, his eyes still looking towards the capital. There was a deep confusion in his eyes. Why would King Zhaoxiang of Qin listen to the advice of someone like you? Bai Qi looked at a civil servant behind the soldiers. Fan Zhu had a calm expression, raised the imperial edict in his hand, and shouted loudly, "Lord Wuan, the king asked you to resist Prince Xinling of Wei, but you kept refusing, causing most of the cities of Qin to be sacrificed. Today, the king orders you to commit suicide." "Ha ha ha, I had already asked the king to send troops to attack the enemy, but you delayed doing so. You only let me do it after Prince Xinling of Wei surrounded the enemy. How can you send troops if you are bedridden for a long time? You are a minister who supports me. Please, Wuan Juan." Fan Zhu put down the imperial edict and said, "As the Marquis of Wuan, you killed 400,000 people. Now it is the explanation of the Qin dynasty to the state of Zhao and to the people of the world. I hope Wuan Juan can be more decent." Bai Qi lowered his head and looked at the dagger thrown at his feet, revealing a miserable smile. "Is this my destiny? My destiny?" He bent down, picked up the dagger, and pointed it at his neck. His blood-red eyes looked at the soldiers around him. "I brought you all here." Seeing this, the soldiers put down their spears. Fan Zhu's face turned pale and he shouted angrily, "Raise your weapons. Do you want to disobey my order?" He knew how terrifying Bai Qi was. Killing people like crazy is not enough to describe him. A walking butcher. Man butcher is the most appropriate description of him. Hee. Bai Qi looked at Fan Zhu, who looked like a clown, and suddenly became free and easy. The dagger in his hand was pointed at his neck. The world suddenly froze. Su Li appeared slowly. His pupils shrank. He shouted urgently, "Senior, stop. This is a bit strange. No matter how you look at it, this is a general at the end of his rope. Is it really right for Su Li to choose this? You can die at any time. How can you be considered an ancient sage? Stop arguing. Since Su Li chose this, there must be a reason. Something's going on over there. Is that Lu Qianqian? She's from the Myth Enforcement Bureau, and it seems like she chose an emperor. Empress." As soon as these words came out, most eyes turned to Lu Qianqian. Cherry Blossom Country. Shingo Ampere looked up at the sky. Well, not bad, not bad. They all passed. Shansu and Xiaojian and the others also received the approval of the ancient sages. The spirit that had been tortured by Su Li had obviously improved. "Prime Minister, look over there. Is this Yamamoto Ichijin in the area where Su Li is? His guardian spirit is Akechi Mitsuhide. He was the greatest general of Oda Nobunaga during the Warring States period. The empire actually produced such an awakened being who can communicate with the golden ancient sage." Ampere Jinwu stood up and praised excitedly, Okay, let's see if Su Li will die this time. Go, arrange the best villa resources for Yamamoto's family. The empire finally has another golden awakener. Look at Su Li's." The two looked at the live broadcast on the computer on the table. A suicidal general. Ha 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 ha. Su Li of the second level will definitely die. Who are you? Yellow Sand Land. Bai Qi looked at Su Li with his scarlet eyes. Just to be looked at. Su Li suddenly felt a strong smell of blood rising up his throat. My whole body couldn't help but tremble with fear. He is indeed a man killer. I am a member of the Dragon Country from 2,000 years ago. Thousands of years later, the mythology revived, and the history of our dragon country was interrupted, and we were killed by Japanese pirates from other countries. When two countries go to war, death is normal. I have killed hundreds of thousands of people before. Bai Qi didn't care at all, not even about human life. A full 400 million people. The yellow sand gradually solidified. The scorching sun is so dazzling. Even the manslayer Bai Qi was a little dazed at this moment. He turned slowly. How much? 400 million people. Bai Qi was silent. I'm going to die soon. Bai Qi suddenly smiled freely and easily. Su Li hurriedly said, "This is just your historical projection. I need you to be canonized by me and go back to the long river of history. King Zhaoxiang of Qin was afraid that your achievements would overthrow him. Now, the world is in danger. Are you willing to die? Are you willing to be buried in the long river of history and forgotten by the world?" But was the Qin dynasty finally destroyed? Bai Qi asked sadly as he looked at the vast land filled with smoke. No, in this year, a 2-year-old child named Yingzheng appeared in this world. A few years later, the Qin dynasty will unify all the kingdoms. Ha 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 ha. So, my great Qin is so great. Boy, I am willing to lend you a helping hand. Su Li nodded, his eyes dignified and calm. Open your mouth like the sound of nature. Shock the vast earth. Appoint Bai Qi as the Marquis of Wuan, the god of killing. Boom. Blood and anger are everywhere. The murderous intent spreads throughout the world. What a horrible aura. My legs are numb just by looking through the screen. Bai Qi, the god of killing. What an overbearing title. Is this Bai Qi more ferocious than Lu Bu? Listen to the debates of people around you. Old Wang still stared at the sky. Even though Lu Qianqian has already been recognized by Wu Zhao. Su Li is the first person in history to possess 2 guardian spirits. What a history in the making. Moreover, there are historical figures that have never been recorded in Longhua. Su Li can do it with ease. Wu Zhao has long been thoroughly studied. Lu Qianqian's success is inevitable. But who was Bai Qi in the era of King Zhaoxiang of Qin? It is here that history is completely disrupted and broken. Moreover, the history of subsequent dynasties was completely disrupted. Only fragments of the characters have been preserved intact. Not good. The guardian spirits of that little guy in the Korean country are both at the golden legendary level. Su Li's doesn't seem to have any level. Just wait and see, it will appear soon. Su Li opened his eyes. In front of us, there is a small day, a stick, and an ancient Egyptian. Su Li raised his head and looked upward. Guardian spirit, god of killing Bai Qi. Level, legendary. Skill. Su Li took a deep breath. Except Li Bai. This is the second legendary guardian spirit. Even Qin Shi Huang and Guan Yu couldn't achieve that. Dragon country boy, you will be the first to die today. Yamamoto Ichijin sneered. Behind him stood a 10-meter-tall phantom of a general. This is our ancient sage from Sakura country. All right, stop talking nonsense. Are you planning to join that stick guy too? Su Li waved his hand impatiently and looked at the stick. My name is Ma Dong-suk. My guardian spirit is Jiang Bogo, the #1 general in the Warring States period. You poor creature from Dragon Country, wait for death. Su Li was stunned for a moment, then nodded and understood. His eyes turned to the ancient Egyptians. Are you planning to kill me too? The ancient Egyptian waved his hand and said, only 2 of the 4 of us can survive. I'm neutral. You'd better kill both of them, so I don't have to do anything. A strong, indelible blood color flashed in Su Li's eyes. The murderous intent of the god of death Bai Qi began to invade his mind. Su Li's body began to tremble. Ha ha ha, I'm already shaking with fear. Yamamoto pointed at Su Li and laughed. Ma Dongxi stretched and said, you and I are both Asian. Let's kill this one first before we talk about other things. Okay, let's do it. 2 guardian spirits roam between heaven and earth. Su Li's body kept twitching and shaking. This caused the ancient Egyptians nearby to begin summoning guardian spirits. He didn't expect that this unruly dragon man in front of him would be so cowardly. What is Su Li doing? Why is he trembling when he sees the bodies of the Sakura country and the Korean country? Are you that scared? When Su Li came out just now, was the level of the guardian spirit displayed? It seems not. That's it, there is no level of guardian spirit. Everyone was in despair. There is no hierarchy of guardian spirits. Old Wang trembled and sighed, it's over, it's over. At least choose the first Lu Bu. Boom. The blood began to spread. Hey hey. A low chuckle slowly echoed. The sound of horses neighing was heard. Gale, gale, gale. In the chaos of battle, soldiers and horses galloped across the land. At a glance, there were millions of soldiers sprinting forward. 100-meter-tall shadow slowly stood up. The figure was wearing a blood-red windbreaker and holding a blood-red sword. There were corpses and bones under my feet, and blood was flowing like a river. His eyes were covered by dark clouds, revealing a blood-red luster like the sun. Oh my God, what is this? Not just Blue Star. All the awakened people within 1,000 miles of the entire mythological space became stunned. That guardian spirit is so huge. Kill. Bai Qi suddenly bent forward and roared. Fu Shun's ultimate move. Yamamoto Ichijin and Ma Dong-suk stared blankly at the 100-meter-tall guardian spirit. Their guardian spirit stood in front of Su Li's guardian spirit, just up to the height of their calves. Bai Qi roared, and the entire shield turned blood red. The awakened people within 1,000 miles all had violent eyes. Kill. Yamamoto Ichijin drove the guardian spirit towards Su Li. He's from Korea. I'll block his guardian spirit, and you kill his real body. We can't let him go on like this, or we'll kill each other. Yamamoto roared while trying hard to suppress the urge to commit suicide. Go. Ma Dongxi rushed forward with bloodshot eyes. Hey hey. Su Li's shoulders began to shake and he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Bai Qi leaned over and grabbed with both hands, and in his hands there were thousands of galloping horses and murderous intent. The torrent of weapons and cavalry turned into a bloody mouth. He swallowed Yamamoto Ichijin's guardian spirit in one gulp. Crunch, crunch. The soft chewing sound is particularly loud in the quiet world. Yamamoto Ichijin turned pale and wailed in despair, no no no. Give my guardian spirit back to me. Bai Qi slowly stood up and suddenly looked at Ma Dongxi's guardian spirit. The moment Su Li attacked Yamamoto Ichiro, his guardian spirit went around from behind and went straight for Su Li's body. A blade of energy cut through the sky and headed straight for Su Li's mind. Boom. The guardian spirit, which was 100 meters in size, instantly shrank to 3 meters. Bloody mucus was flowing on Bai Qi's body, like a walking river of blood. Clumsy. Bai Qi disappeared on the spot. He opened his mouth wide and pounced on Ma Dong-suk. Huff. He bit off Ma Dongxi's head with one bite. The broken granulation tissue on the neck is still wriggling and growing. Oh my God. The ordinary people watching on Blue Planet closed their eyes in horror. How is this possible? How can a guardian spirit eat people? Even the little Dei in Sakura country turned pale. Although the war between gods will result in death. But they were all directly wiped out by the rules of the world of war between gods. Death is just a number. Now, real tragic deaths are occurring around the world. Some timid children were already trembling all over and looking dazed and lifeless from fear. What on earth is this Dragon Kingdom guardian spirit? How can it bite off a person's head in one bite? The chaebol of South Korea was caressing the girl group and took off his clothes the moment he was shocked. Ma Dongxi is a genius awakener in our country. He ranked among the top in the college entrance examination this time. How could he be killed in an instant? When did Longhua pretend to be such an awakener? Only then did the chaebol's lips twitch. He invested in Ma Dong-suk, once he survives the War of Gods. In South Korea, his voice will be greatly enhanced in the future. But now. Yamamoto sat on the ground trembling all over and looked at Su Li in horror. devil, devil. You are the devil. Ma Dongxi's severed head was still standing 5 meters away. The trachea on the granulation tissue at the severed end was still moving slightly to breathe. Su Li's whole body was trembling. He walked towards Yamamoto Ichi step by step. Yamamoto Ichijin, who had lost his guardian spirit, had already collapsed and was staring at Su Li in a daze. What are you going to do? Yamamoto Ichijin's voice was distorted and hoarse. Su Li stroked Yamamoto Ichijin's cheek tremblingly. He looked as thirsty as a man who had been suffering from drought for a long time and finally met a widow who was alone in her room. The eyelids of the surviving ancient Egyptians nearby were twitching. What kind of perversion is this? Haven't you seen a man? Phew. Su Li suddenly dug his 10 fingers into Yamamoto's eye sockets and started to dig out his eyeballs with a ferocious look on his face. Ah! It hurts so much. Yamamoto struggled madly. Su Li pounced on him with a bloodshot face, sat on Yamamoto's body and squeezed him little by little. With a puff, the 2 eyeballs connected to the nerves were forcibly squeezed out. Stop making noise. Su Li used his hands to continuously disintegrate Yamamoto Ichi's face. Not long. Ichiro Yamamoto kicked his legs and died. After tearing one of Yamamoto's swords with his bare hands, the murderous look in Su Li's eyes slowly faded away. He stood up and looked at Bai Qi behind him. Bai Qi smiled slightly, nodded, and gradually disappeared. Su Li, covered in blood, stood up and looked at the ancient Egyptian beside him. Mo Hanmo's lips trembled, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva after rolling his throat. He was really scared. This kid from Dragon Country tore someone to pieces alive. How outrageous this is. Just like a mad beast. My brother from Dragon Country, the rules say that the game ends when 2 awakeners are eliminated from the 4 awakeners. Look, we have already won. Su Li looked at Mo Han without hesitation and said with a smile, my guardian spirit has disappeared, and yours has not been summoned yet. This is a good opportunity to attack me. If I am alive and meet you in the future, wouldn't you be courting death? Mo Han was stunned for a moment. His eyes also became deep. What is Su Li doing? Why is he trying to provoke others like this? The other party's guardian spirit hasn't been summoned yet. The people of Long Country did not understand. Some people even thought that Su Li had gone crazy. That normal person would tear others apart with their hands. If this isn't perversion, what is? Shingo Amp of Sakura Country sat on the ground with a gloomy face. The cabinet minister pursed his lips and said, Prime Minister, why did Dragon Country produce such a demon? Shingo Amp remained silent. Suddenly he sneered, it's okay, this is only the 2nd level. You know, Shansuan Xiaojian hasn't met him yet, not to mention that our respected Oda Nobunaga's awakener, the Nichiren steel plate cover, is absolutely invincible. The cabinet minister smiled in relief upon hearing this. Among the 10 legendary generals, the first 5 are comparable to gods. The 2 killed by Su Li are insignificant. I was worrying too much. After they finished talking, they fell into silence for a moment. There was uneasiness on their faces. The young man from Longhua is only 16 years old. First time participating in a war of gods. Why is he so bloodthirsty and perverted? Death in a war of gods is normal. People died in other countries. But only the Sakura country relies on its complete history and many ancient sages. Massacre of awakened people from other countries. Especially for the awakened ones of Dragon Kingdom. They are such double standards. You can kill others. But what if the awakened people from other countries massacre the people of Sakura country? They will launch condemnations uncontrollably. Prime Minister, something is happening. The cabinet minister suddenly stood up and pointed to the sky. In the area where Yamamoto Ichi died. The ancient Egyptian launched an attack instantly. Behind him, a bandaged mummy walked out of the coffin. The mummy was emitting a purple halo all over its body. His eyes were filled with a dark light. 18 meters tall. It is 8 meters taller than the guardian spirit of an ordinary awakener. I am the king of ancient Babylon. The ancient horns with overlapping sounds resounded throughout the area. It's over. Su Li has no guardian spirit now. He is going to die. Everyone in Dragon Country was in despair. Su Li looked up at the mummy. This was the first time he had seen this kind of guardian spirit. Neither human nor ghost. Just a rotting, bandaged corpse. Isn't this beyond historical records? Su Li found it a little ridiculous. They are all historical figures. What is this ancient Egypt? Dig up the ancestral grave. Can the corpses of ancestors be summoned? Dragon Country boy, what you just said makes sense. I can't leave you as a serious threat. Thank you for getting rid of the 2 Asians for me. Now, go with peace of mind. Mo Hanmo suddenly knelt on the ground, raised his hands and kowtowed. My beloved ancestor, please come to this world, the enemy before us is being annihilated by evil, please wake up from your long sleep far away. Su Li's face turned strange. He walked slowly towards Mo Hanmo Deji. Mo Hanmo Demoji was still praying devoutly. The tone became increasingly intense. At the moment of subversion, the floating mummy pointed with one hand. A strong wind blew inside the shield, and yellow sand flew into the sky. Puff. Next second, Mo Han was so depressed that he showed a painful expression, sat down on the ground and looked at Su Li in disbelief. Su Li's right hand suddenly gained strength from nowhere, and he used the knife to chop his neck into pieces. You. Mo Han pointed at Su Li without hesitation. Su Li sighed, looked at him in confusion and asked, by the way, are the skills of you ancient Egyptians to summon guardian spirits so abstract? Do you think others will wait for you to finish reading those things? When I was in school, the teacher would read such a long paragraph and the students would fall asleep. Su Li stood up and sighed, remember to speak faster in your next life. Dragon Country bastard. A sound of extremely gritting teeth was heard. Su Li turned sideways and looked. I saw it inside a protective shield next door. A young man with an Asian face stood on the 3 corpses and looked at Su Li with gritted teeth. Su Li's eyes narrowed. The bodies under the young man's feet were all torn into pieces. The limbs were cut off and the head was torn off. Even the intestines and stomach were hollowed out. The blood gathered into a small stream. My name is Yumuroshiabi, and my guardian spirit is Yukimura Sanada, the top soldier of the Empire's warring states period. I hope you can meet me in the 3rd level God War. Then I will show you what a real man is. Su Li muttered strangely, I'm Li Bai, what a good name. If you see Edo Ruaju, please say hello to him for me and ask him if he misses the leeches from his hometown. I will bring him some next time. After saying that, Su Li ignored my confusion. Turn around and look behind you. Only he could see a translucent blood-red shadow. It was the god of death Bai Qi. Su Li's eyes were filled with excitement. Bai Qi did not disappear. He is always by her side at this moment. There is no need to summon or chant the real name. I guess I'm the only one blessed for the 2nd level of the God War. Su Li smiled slightly. Now he has 4 guardian spirits. But the god of killing Bai Qi will not fight if he can avoid it. Once the god of killing Bai Qi appears, that strong bloody aura can affect everyone, including the host Su Li. Endless murderous intent and killing urge emerged in my heart. That Yamamoto Ichijin was because he was invaded by murderous aura. Tear it apart alive. But Su Li didn't have any strange emotions at all. Instead, I feel an indescribable sense of satisfaction. So far, Guan Yu, Qin Shi Huang and even Li Bai never took action. Su Li also wanted to see what Qin Shi Huang and Li Bai's skills were like. Moreover, Guan Yu 7 kills, Tu Lu Yi, has only 4 kills now. There are 3 more killer moves. How majestic it will be once it is fully unleashed. The 2nd level of the God War is over. The top 10,000 will be awarded a myth fragment. Su Li looked up at the sky, but this time the ranking list did not appear. At this moment, I own 2 myth fragments. The next step should be a short rest. Su Li stretched. Kill 3 people in a row. He felt a little irritated. It's time to take a look at the scenery and take a rest. The 3rd level of God War begins. The shield will be evacuated in 30 minutes. The awakened person must kill one person to end the level. Open. A mechanical voice stunned Su Li. It's not just him. Everyone in the entire God War world was subconsciously stunned. How come the second level and the third level are connected? Not good. Su Li is in danger. His guardian spirit just now was 100 meters long. All the awakened ones within 1,000 miles have seen it. They will definitely attack him in groups. There are awakened people from Dragon Country within 1,000 miles. The director of the Myth Law Enforcement Bureau, Wang Ren, has announced to the whole country that the awakened people from Dragon Country will help Su Li, right? I will, right. Hurry up. Han Hong, don't waste time in the battle, hurry to Su Li's area immediately. His guardian spirit is about 500 miles away from us. Xiang Wu and Han Hong rushed towards the area where Su Li was. In the south, Wang Nuo and Wang Ren were also flying at a low speed. It doesn't matter if they die. Su Li's safety must be protected. You little bastard, you finally fell into my hands. I am Xiaobi looking at Su Li ferociously. More than 30 people gathered behind him one after another. Each of them has an Asian face. Everyone, before we descended into the God War world, the Emperor once said that if we encounter a genius awakener from the Dragon Country, we must put aside all grudges and rush to kill this beast with all our strength. I am Li Bai and I directly summon a 20-meter guardian spirit. He was wearing white and black armor and a flowing cloud cloak behind him. The two swords were emitting black smoke. His entire body was covered in a faint black mist, and he wore a pair of horned bone armor on his head. Su Li exclaimed in amazement, "It looks like a pile of shit. How dare you insult the ancient sages of the Empire?" I am Xiao Bai pointing at Su Li and yelling. Everyone, get ready. Boom 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 boom. Like billowing smoke of war. Like the blood boiling. A total of 30 guardian spirits stood above the earth, blocking out the sky and the sun. You bastard from Dragon Country, today is the day you die. I am Xiaobi's low roar. Su Li turned around and looked at the air with a melancholy face. Oh, which one should I choose? Senior Guan Yu has been out for several times, there is no need to pick up these garbage. The words of the first emperor seemed to overestimate them. Su Li thought for a moment and looked to the left. How about, Senior Li Bai, have some fun? There was a long silence. Li Bai said, don't be so careless. There are 30 guardian spirits on the opposite side, and there are also a constant stream of awakened people rushing towards here. You might die in this battle. Su Li's expression changed. You are a legendary guardian spirit. Li Bai said calmly, I am at the legendary level, but your strength is far from being able to unleash my divine power. Let me take action once. There is a power in you that has not been stimulated. That is the foundation I left for you. Qin Shi Huang's voice drowned out Li Bai's. Su Li was stunned. Why did Qin Shi Huang start speaking actively? Could it be that the mythological fragments could give these guardian spirits autonomous consciousness? Next second. Pink mist was coming out of Su Li's body. The powerful original soul power began to be absorbed by him. Junior Su Li, please invite the great Qin Shi Huang to come. Crunch. Between heaven and earth. A loud teeth-grinding sound was heard. An 80-meter-tall black-robed emperor slowly appeared. Deathly silence. Whether it is the awakened people in the surrounding mythological world. Ordinary people watched by Blue Star. At this moment, they all stopped everything and stared at the emperor's body in a daze. Aren't all emperors wearing yellow robes? Why is this emperor wearing a black dragon robe? Besides, the crown curtain covers his face, so we can't see his features at all. Su Li's whole body was stiff, and pink mist continued to emanate from his body. The mist began to transform the body. Su Li felt like there were countless ants eating away at him on the surface of his skin. The tendons in both hands began to twitch and twist. Where does this mist come from? Why does it look so much like the one coming from Lu Qianqian? Su Li only felt that he had infinite strength, and even his whole body was emitting extremely strong explosive power. He clenched his hands slightly, and his knuckles made a crisp crackling sound. The heart beats like a drum. Now, start killing. Su Li looked at Qin Shi Huang with anticipation. Qin Shi Huang's guardian spirit skill is the Emperor's sword. Su Li looked at the bronze sword worn by Qin Shi Huang. Once the sword is unsheathed, it will surely be like the Son of Heaven descending to suppress all things, right? Why is his guardian spirit so big? Do we still have to fight? A little boy looked at his guardian spirit. His guardian spirit was half bald and wrapped in grayish-white bandages. But at this moment, his guardian spirit kept retreating. It seemed that the Black Emperor in front of him was a vicious tiger. The rapid warning sound made the little guy tremble all over. It was the first time he heard this ancient sage be so scared. I am Shiabi staring at the little day that speaks out fiercely, are you scared? No, his guardian spirit is too big. Even though there are so many of us, but... Puff. I am Shiabi who suddenly approached, grabbed Xiao Rizi's neck with both hands and tore it apart. Xiao Rizi's neck was torn in half. The trachea and large white tendons are exposed in the middle. He fell to the ground and died, holding his neck with a look of disbelief on his face. Whoever dares to disobey the Emperor's instructions, I will kill you now. His family will be liquidated because of his stupidity. Do you also want your family members to be treated like pigs and dogs? I am Li Bai. I slowly lick the blood on my hands and look around with my scarlet eyes. The days that were originally retreating are rushing forward. Just kill him. A total of 300 awakened people rushed towards Su Li with their guardian spirits. In the distance, there are still a steady stream of awakened people approaching. Su Li looked towards the farthest point. A group of 10-meter-tall ancient guardian spirits came rushing over. They are the awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom. Charge with all your might, we must ensure Su Li's safety, the middle-aged man in the lead growled. But there are also some awakened people from the Dragon Kingdom who remain on the sidelines. There were too many awakened people from the Sakura country who besieged Su Li. This situation, once you join the battlefield, they would be torn apart in an instant by the concentrated force. It's like hitting a rock with an egg. More awakened people from the Dragon country were offset by the awakened people from the Sakura country on the periphery. Most of them died instantly. Su Li looked at this group of little people and murmured in a low voice, Your Majesty, please draw your sword. Sonorous. Qin Shi Huang opened his eyes, and 2 golden rays of light shot out from them. He drew out the Emperor's sword with his right hand. Die. I am Li Bai suddenly stopped, and the guardian spirit behind me instantly turned into rain of light and dissipated. Bang, 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 bang. With Su Li as the center, with a radius of 1 kilometer. Except for the Dragon Kingdom, the guardian spirits of all awakened people in other countries turned into rain of light. The golden rain of light spread across the earth like shooting stars. I am Shiabi, looking down at my feet. Ahem. He began to cough, and with each cough large mouthfuls of blood gushed out of his mouth. Gradually, my neck started to grow thicker and my whole body became swollen. Su Li, cough cough, you bastard from Dragon Country, cough cough. What? Su Li stepped on the ground, ran over quickly, stood beside Li Bai, and listened attentively. You. Huh? Speak louder, didn't you eat? Su Li put his right hand on his ear and asked loudly. Bang. I am Shiabi. My whole body exploded, blood spurted everywhere, and my intestines, stomach and organs fell to the ground with steam. Bang bang bang. It seems like some kind of opportunity has begun. All the little days the body keeps exploding. Looking from a distance. The earth was blooming with blood-red flowers. This flower has a fishy smell. Bai Qi behind Su Li showed an intoxicated expression. He slowly squatted down and stroked the ground with his hands. The blood river on the earth was absorbed with a gurgling sound. The blood-colored veins connecting Bai Qi's hands were completely absorbed by him. Vaguely, Su Li saw Bai Qi licking his lips with satisfaction. Su Li then looked at Qin Shi Huang in shock. He never imagined that Qin Shi Huang could kill everyone instantly just by drawing his sword. And those who carry guardian spirits will be suppressed and killed forever. This is too strong. At this moment, Bai Qi saw Qin Shi Huang for the first time. He slowly lowered his head and knelt on one knee. Su Li was completely shocked. Bai Qi is a guardian spirit of legendary level. Qin Shi Huang is just at the maximum level. Why was he forced to kneel down by Qin Shi Huang's aura? Thump. The awakened ones from the Dragon Nation who were standing 100 miles away knelt down uncontrollably one after another. The absolute pressure from the greatest emperor of all time in the Dragon Kingdom. The first emperor who founded Chinese civilization. He is an absolute god. Blue Star. Shingo Am's whole body was shaking and his lips were quivering. Sweat kept flowing down his forehead. My legs were shaking slightly uncontrollably. I want to see His Majesty the Emperor, I want to see His Majesty the Emperor. He struggled to stand up and walked outside muttering to himself. The cabinet ministers were completely paralyzed. This kind of large-scale instant kill. There are only 2 people in Sakura country who can do this. Miyamoto Musashi, the lowly guardian spirit of the mountain village. Oda Nobunaga, the guardian spirit of the Hikawa steel plate. But even they couldn't do it instantly. Something terrible has happened. If this continues, once the Dragon Kingdom wins the Divine War, everything will be over. The cabinet minister fell to the ground, holding his stomach, and stared at the sky unwillingly. In the Second War between gods, they have received special information. This was prior information only available to the victorious country for the first time. If the Sakura Kingdom wins this War of Gods, a mythical figure will be born in their country. It will be an absolute crushing blow to other countries. By then, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely be destroyed. But now the unexpected happened. Su Li. This 16-year-old boy. This bastard came from nowhere. The entire Sakura country fell into unprecedented fear. Su Li is awesome. Dragon Kingdom Kyoto. Everyone shouted in ecstasy. They don't need to hide their inner frustration. Su Li instantly killed more than 300 awakened people from the Sakura country. What kind of concept is this? A student from Kyoto 3rd Junior High School. Become the top existence in this world. This gave hope to ordinary people in Long Country, who had originally worried about being wiped out this time. They are no longer in a state of panic. Don't ignore the legal system. Now, Su Li represents the life of every one of them. Maybe we can really turn the tide this time. The most central part of Kyoto. One of the beings adjusted his glasses, looked up at the sky with tears in his eyes, ignoring the support of the guards around him. Su Li looked at Qin Shi Huang. He bowed and nodded. Junior, thank you very much, great Qin Shi Huang Di. Qin Shi Huang looked around with dignity. Wherever you look, everyone is in submission. Boom. Next second. The black fog was everywhere. The first emperor disappeared. Call out. Wang Ren, Wang Nua, and others landed in front of Su Li and stared at him in shock. Are there any words on my face? Su Li touched his cheek. Good boy. Han Hong walked forward and slapped Su Li's shoulder in ecstasy. But it was just an inch away from Su Li's shoulder. Han Hong's face suddenly turned pale. The body took 3 steps back uncontrollably. Vomit. Under the shocked gazes of Wang Ren and others, Han Hong spat out large mouthfuls of sticky juice. What's wrong? Su Li asked in surprise. Are you okay? Is it because you ran too fast and your stomach is moving too fast? Wang Ren walked up and patted Han Hong on the back. No. You'll know if you try it. Su Li. There's an indescribable feeling about Su Li. Han Hong straightened up and pointed at Su Li with a look of horror. Wang Ren frowned. He looked at Su Li and asked, do you have anything on you? No. Su Li looked at his whole body carefully and spread his hands. Then would you mind letting me? Wang Ren stretched out an arm and moved carefully step by step. Su Li nodded. Under the gazes of Wu Wang Nua and others, Wang Ren placed his right hand on Su Li's shoulder. At a distance of 1 inch. Wang Ren's face suddenly changed. Li Shimin suddenly appeared behind him. The Emperor's aura fought against the invisible force. What on earth is this? I was only an inch away from your shoulder, and I felt a disgusting and bloody feeling all over my body, as if I had eaten a piece of raw intestine that had just been slaughtered, and there was a lump of liquid inside the intestine. I'm sorry to bother you. Wang Nuo covered his mouth. Can you please stop talking so disgustingly? Are you a pervert? Su Li subconsciously glanced at Bai Qi behind him. Seems to understand something. He turned around and explained, maybe the guardian spirit killed too many people just now, and there is a smell of blood on it. Su Li had just finished speaking. The four people in front of him had strange expressions on their faces. What's wrong? Su Li asked puzzledly. Wang Ren said seriously, only 300 people are a lot. When you reach the last level, in the melee, you will face millions of awakened people. By then, the word killing will be redefined in your concept. Remember one thing, from now on, never trust anyone, even the awakened ones of Dragon Country. People can do anything for their own lives. After Wang Ren finished speaking, he looked at Wang Nuo and said, let's go, find a small day to kill, our mission is not yet completed. Take care, Su Li. The others flew away at full speed. Su Li looked at the silence around him with a thoughtful expression. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, his vision began to shake. The vision around me began to distort. This is... Su Li looked around vigilantly. Your mission is complete. I guess you will be transferred to that world of rules. The mythology battlefield does not allow you to kill anymore. Li Bai explained in Su Li's mind. Only then did Su Li feel relaxed. His body slowly became transparent. At the moment of disappearing, Lu Qianqian arrived and looked at Su Li with surprise. I'm still alive, Su Li. You're alive too. Let's live together. Lu Qianqian jumped and waved excitedly. Just as Su Li was about to speak, his body instantly disappeared from this world. Lu Qianqian smiled and felt sweet in her heart. Oh my, look, who is this? A voice sounded calmly. Lu Qianqian turned back suddenly. I saw a middle-aged man with a teenage child looking at her with interest. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shansuan Xiajian. I am such a beautiful girl. Shansuan Xiajian showed his teeth and licked his lips. A gentle breeze is blowing. Kingfishers chirping. The lake was swept by dragonflies, creating ripples. There is a pavilion by the lake. At this moment, Su Li was lying on a recliner, looking at this modern-style building. That's not right. The third level is over. Where's my reward? He stood up suddenly and looked around in confusion. There was no sign of anyone around. Just him and the kingfisher in the distance. It was extremely quiet. Let's wait. Su Li lay down again and waited. 3 days passed like this. He still didn't hear the mechanical announcement. You damn thing, are you greedy for my reward? Su Li couldn't bear it any longer. He just stood up, pointed at the sky and cursed. Give me back my stuff, you greedy bastard. I worked so hard to get that by killing people bit by bit. My perfect and kind heart has been perverted, and you still covet my things. Ah. Have you any conscience? Oh, you have none, you damn thing. Su Li was like a madman, cursing and smashing things. 3 more days passed. Su Li finally gave up. His reward was embezzled. Maybe he killed too many people, and the world of War of Gods does not allow it. But this doesn't make the rules clear. Aren't things that are not in the rules allowed by default? It has only been about 10 days since he entered the God War from Blue Star. It took only 10 days to reach the 3rd level. There are more than 300 days left. 6 levels. 1 level every 50 days on average. Su Li has been guessing. When he was bored, he would chat with Li Bai. But Li Bai often had no topics to talk about with him. So he turned his gaze to Bai Qi behind him. But, every time Bai Qi showed his scarlet mouth, Su Li gave up the idea. In this battle of gods, Guan Yu's skills are pretty much just like that. At the charge-killing level, he can charge and kill the opponent from a distance, while Qin Shi Huang's is a range-destroying killing skill. Bai Qi is absolutely invincible in one-on-one fights. What about Li Bai? Su also asked Li Bai. But Li Bai said he didn't know either. Just make yourself memorize the 300 Tang poems. Helpless. Su found something to do for himself. I am alone in this world without a cell phone or computer. It's really going to drive you crazy. He started fishing. Make your own fishing rod and go fishing by the lake every day after waking up. Occasionally go to the mountains to see if there is any game. But when he dug some vegetables and cooked them and ate them. The next day, he found half of his body buried in the soil. I will never dare to eat randomly again. During this period, Su also went to other places to see if there were any humans. After he spent 5 hours wandering around, he found that there was no one around him. Perhaps the God War world is afraid that he will torture Shaozi again. Therefore, all areas within 100 miles around him were cleared. Su couldn't go any further. He had to stay near the house. Once you leave, you can't get food as you wish. How boring. Su put down his fishing rod and screamed madly. The Awakener Su won the 3rd level with an absolute advantage, and was specially granted the Gate of Fortune, allowing him to awaken an ancient sage and choose the opportunity. Whether successful or not, it will not be wiped out by the power of God. Rewards are now available. All awakened people in the God War world are welcome to watch. Su stared blankly at the vortex light gate that appeared in front of him. Exclamation point. The ruler of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom looked up at the sky occupied by Su. This is a big trouble. Yes, before, only part of Suli's reputation was known. Now, the remaining hundreds of millions of awakeners all know it. If Su succeeds in awakening this time, he will be the first person to awaken 3 guardian spirits. Other countries do not allow existence of this level on the blue planet. I hope that the awakened ones in our dragon country have a patriotic heart and can protect this peerless precious flower. The Sakura country is the most powerful country in the myth. At this moment, he was in unprecedented panic. In the previous 10 years, they turned the tables and became the masters. Even the Eagle country has become the back garden of the Sakura country. The president of the entire Eagle country was dismissed by the Sakura country. This kind of arrogance that looks down on everything makes the entire country fearless. But it's different now. Changes have occurred in the mythical world. There is actually a reward specially issued for one person. Emperor, Dragon Country Su was the awakener of 2 guardian spirits before, and now there is a high possibility that there is a 3rd one. His Black Emperor directly killed hundreds of awakeners in the Empire in seconds, and even killed Li Bai, who ranked 6th among the top 10 legendary generals. I am the guardian spirit of Shiabi, but its master Yukimura Sanada. Shingo Ampi knelt on the tatami and cried with his head down. In front of me, an old man in blue and white plaid pajamas was blowing away the leaves while holding a cup of tea in his hand. This old man is none other than the Emperor of the land of Sakura, Hirohito. Your Majesty, we killed so many awakened people from the Dragon Nation in the last War of Gods, and we have also slaughtered tens of thousands of soldiers in the border waters in the past few years. Hirohito put down the teacup in his hand and looked calmly at the cherry trees outside. Xiao Wu, one person cannot influence the overall situation. Let alone a battlefield with hundreds of thousands of people, even on a small scale with thousands or tens of thousands of people, the power of one person is so insignificant. As the Prime Minister of the Empire, you must not show your joy. As long as the history of Dragon Country remains broken, it will not be able to make any waves. Your task now is to collect all the resources of Eagle Country. Hirohito stood up and took off his socks. The beautiful girls on both sides hurriedly crawled over and put his right foot with dry and cracked dead skin in their beautiful arms and rubbed it gently. Moreover, the Empire will always be strong, and myths will come. Only the Empire has a complete history, and it took the first step. After the victory of the First War of Gods, the Empire will definitely open the mythical characters this time. Remember, Lord Yamada no Orochi must come. As long as this lord comes, the Dragon Kingdom will be destroyed, and Blue Star will be under the rule of the Empire. Now, let the President of Eagle Country come in. I have something to tell him. Emperor Shingo frowned, stood up and walked out. He stood under the cherry tree and looked at Mount Fuji in the distance. You old fool, you know nothing at all. Continue to follow this trend. Suli, what if? What if I get 9 myth fragments in the next war between gods? The history of Dragon Kingdom is broken. What if the myths and legends are complete? Reminded him of the mythological stories his grandfather told him when he was a child. Once Pangu comes, Blue Star has to reopen. And after the myth comes, what if other countries come too? Norse mythology and Greek mythology of Eagle Country. Brahma of India. Each one is stronger than the Sakura country. Therefore, we must not allow the global myth to come to pass. Shingo Amp walked out of the mansion. Found the cabinet minister. If someone gets the 9 myth fragments once the god war is over, kill them all. Let the shadow killers go into various countries and prepare. No matter who they are, even if they are the awakened ones of the empire, kill them all. The cabinet minister's lips trembled as he looked at Shingo Abe in horror. Does it also include the 10 legendary generals? Are they despised by the mountain village? Kill them all. You can ask the guardian spirit to come out, but we can't let the myth come. This will be a devastating blow to the empire. You don't want those Eagle Country soldiers to move into the empire again, do you? You don't want your granddaughter to be lined up by them to greet her, do you? The cabinet minister nodded hastily. I'll go and give the order right away. Unless only the awakened ones of the empire get the myth fragments, then there is no need to take action. Ampere Shingo said softly. The cabinet minister shuddered as he walked out of the door. Clear. Why should this bastard from Dragon Country be chosen as the guardian spirit? I have killed 100 of them. Somewhere in the mythical world. Edo Ruaju's eyes turned red with jealousy. He will never forget the 3 days he was tortured by Suli. Bastard. 3 guardian spirits. The mountain village girl licked her lips and looked at Suli in the sky. This is Dragon Country, Suli, quite interesting. My good son, do you like that woman? Shansuin looked at his silly son who was hugging the uncle. It's delicious. It seems like she's been digested in my stomach. Shansuin Xiajian laughed. Dad will find you something delicious in the future. Suli. I want to let you know what a real human butcher is. Void space. Fireflies rise. 2 huge bodies shrouded in red light appeared in front of Suli. It's actually red light. Suli was a little shocked. And there are only 2 ancient sages chosen this time. Choose one from the 2. Red light. What level of guardian spirit is this? Does the Dragon Nation have such an ancient sage? Aren't the ancient sages of the Dragon Kingdom all our subordinates? Shiba from the Korean country asked puzzledly. In history, the emperors of the Dragon Kingdom all submitted to the majesty of our country, such as Li Bai. Can you shut up? Edo Ruaju stared at Shiba in the distance with a ferocious expression. Oh, so the Sakura country is so great. Our country is no worse than yours. What can you do to me in the mythological world? Shiba looked at Edo Ruaju jokingly. Edo Ruaju's face turned red and his body began to tremble. Boom. A guardian spirit flashed by. The mountains on both sides began to separate. Shiba's body suddenly sank and was stuck inside. Combine. The mountains slowly closed in. How did you do that? Let me go, let me go. What are you going to do? You can't touch me, or you'll die too. Shiba struggled, twisted his body, and roared. Edo Ruotake stared at his hands excitedly. His eyes became extremely gloomy. His whole body was trembling, and he pounced towards Shiba like a pervert. Do you know leeches? Do you like toads? Do you know anything about boa constrictors? Exclamation point. Shiba cursed loudly. Jiang Huruaju stood up, trembling. It's okay, it's a long time, don't look at the sky, look at me, I'll go down the mountain to find some leeches for you, don't move around here. After saying that, he jumped down the mountain. Suli walked towards the 2 sculptures step by step. Each of these 2 sculptures is 30 meters high. If once awakened, become a guardian spirit, it will definitely exceed 100 meters. Several rulers of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom stood at the gate of the palace and looked at the sky nervously. 2 red lights, something that has never appeared in Dragon Country, right? Once successful, Suli will have 3 guardian spirits. I didn't expect that our Dragon Country could produce a genius of this level. It seems there was someone named Lu Qianqian before. The previous record of her guardian spirit was not so big, a full 50 meters. A leader suddenly asked. No, what a pity, he was killed by the lowly mountain village in Sakura Country. Here it comes. The first one is out. Everyone looked up. Then they were all stunned. This is... Suli stepped back 10 meters and looked up at the huge sculpture that was 30 meters high in front of him. This sculpture is of a big man with a curly beard, but his face is extremely handsome when you look closely. He held a bronze iron sword in his right hand and rode a group of war horses. The cloak behind him spreads out 100 meters. More importantly, he has double pupils. Suli was completely confused. Is the mythological world so cruel? There must be at least 100,000 ancient sages in the history of Dragon Country, if not a million. Are you going to give me no information at all and just give me a sculpture? Suli walked around the sculpture. Try to see clearly in detail. But there is still no information. In addition to double pupils in his eyes, he also holds a bronze sword in his hand. He looks like a big man with a beard. I can't tell. Suli walked directly to the second sculpture. The red light dissipated. The appearance of this sculpture made Suli rub his eyes subconsciously. After confirming again and again that I was not mistaken, Suli took a deep breath. Bang bang bang. He slapped himself twice on the cheek. This sculpture is not tall. Only 8 meters high. Shirtless, animal skirt. Dark yellow face, long hair tied up. The muscles bulge high like explosives. There was an axe hanging behind him. What shocked Suli was the mount of the big man in front of him. A giant panda. Giant panda. Could it be that the ancient sage has refreshed to such a far historical distance? Mr. Wang, what is this? A researcher asked, looking up at the sky. The horse's hooves are white, its eyes are double-pupiled, and it is wearing an ancient bronze sword. That horse. Mr. Wang hurriedly turned on the computer and started looking through it. Entered a red level 1 confidential file. Found a description. Black horse, double pupils, committing suicide at Wujiang River. The Dragon Kingdom is about to rise completely. That is Xiang Yu. The legendary Xiang Yu. The absolute #1 general in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. The overlord of Western Chu has been refreshed. Mr. Wang shouted in ecstasy. The researchers around stood up suddenly. Mr. Wang, are you sure? Is that really Xiang Yu? A middle-aged man, regardless of respecting the elders, put his hand on Mr. Wang's shoulder and asked loudly. That's right, it's not wrong. Longhua has been waiting for this opportunity for 10 years. Xiang Yu has finally appeared. Quick, report to the ruler. Just say, the overlord of Western Chu has appeared. A top-secret message reached the walls of the Imperial Palace in Kyoto within a minute. Suli's first sculpture is Xiang Yu. Looking at the note handed over by the guard, the Dragon King shouted tremblingly. What? Xiang Yu. The legendary one. The king of Western Chu. Dragon King, we can't be careless about this. All the royal family members gathered around. The Dragon King's chest heaved. It's true. The first one is the overlord of Western Chu. Once Suli chooses the first one, the Dragon Kingdom will win. That's the overlord of Western Chu. Suddenly, there was rejoicing on the city walls. The shouts and roars were unobstructed and deafening. Wrong. Look, Suli didn't seem to recognize Xiang Yu. He didn't even look at the sculpture of Xiang Yu. Instead, he was squatting in front of the second sculpture and looking at it seriously. How come? Washed by the joy, everyone woke up one after another. They looked at the sky screen tremblingly. It's over. Suli may not know Xiang Yu. Everything is over. What is he looking at? He's looking at the second statue, the one with the panda on its back. What's the point of looking at that? The Xiang Yu sculpture is 30 meters tall. 30 meters tall. There's nothing this big on the entire blue planet. These royal family members roared and gnashed their teeth. I wished I could rush in and shout out Xiang Yu's name. Is the dragon nation's only hope for rising shattered, just like that? Old Wang stared blankly at the sky. He realized it too. If Su Li didn't know Xiang Yu, unable to wake it up, it's all in vain. Xiang Yu. Everyone in Dragon Country waited for 10 years. 10 years. He is going to awaken the second one. Not good. Someone stop him. Su Li stood in front of the second sculpture. He took a deep breath, bowed and chanted, Junior Su Li, please ask Qi Yu, the chief of the Jiuli tribe in ancient times and the greatest war god of the Dragon Kingdom, to open the door to dialogue. Boom. Bang. The first sculpture exploded directly. Qi Yu's eyes glowed scarlet red. The giant panda under his crotch let out a thunderous roar. Su Li and Qi Yu slowly disappeared. The mythical world began to tremble slightly. Hundreds of millions of awakened people raised their heads and looked at this scene. Ancient times. What era is this? The minister of the Jiuli tribe? A barbarian minister? What power can he have? Although the scholars of Long Kingdom were shocked by the title of Long Kingdom's greatest war god of all time mentioned by Su Li. But I am still dissatisfied inside. Xiang Yu is a recognized military general in history. The only ancient sage who fully described the Dragon Kingdom. Su Li would not choose anyone of this level. Choose something like Qi Yu. The earth was dark and gloomy. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky. Thousands of meters high mountains. The volcano erupted. This was a time in Dragon Kingdom history when natural disasters were common. The earth is dark. Qi Yu stood on a high mountain, with tens of thousands of tribal members standing behind him. Each of them is 2 meters tall and rides on a giant panda, looking down the mountain without fear of life and death. Tens of thousands of people were hiding in the shade and darkness at the foot of the mountain. The world began to freeze. Su Li stood in front of Qi Yu and looked up at this legendary existence. You are the one who woke me up from my deep sleep. Qi Yu bared his teeth and stared at Su Li with his ferocious face. Su Li said neither humbly nor arrogantly, that's right. What are you talking about? Qi Yu asked, stroking the giant panda under his seat. Kill. Oh. How many? 1 billion. A brilliant light suddenly burst out from Qi Yu's eyes. In that case, I will kill you first. A powerful aura instantly rushed towards Su Li. This moment. Su Li looked up and saw a huge demon god 100,000 meters tall carrying the heaven and earth and pressing down. Boom. The sky and earth changed color. A demon god that blocked out the sky and the sun crushed down. The earth cracked. The giant panda under Qi Yu's seat growled ferociously. Countless mountains were blown into dust. Su Li's face changed drastically. He was completely shocked by Qi Yu's ferocity. This is completely unreasonable killing. He exists only to kill. Enjoy the wonderful smell of killing. Junior invites the Marshal Saint Guan Yu to come. Su Li no longer hides his incompetence. Guan Yu rushed towards Qi Yu. 7 killings to slay the dragon. First kill, destroy the heaven and earth. Second kill, cut off the soul and kill the spirit. Third kill, kill with 100 kills. Fourth kill, cut with 1 knife. The 4 swords instantly surged, transforming into 1,000-meter-long sword energy that slashed towards Qi Yu. Die. Qi Yu's punch was like an ancient mountain. Bang 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 bang. 4 sword strikes landed firmly on Qi Yu's fist. Qi Yu's fist suddenly stagnated, and countless ripples and cracks slowly appeared and fell away. Youngster, you have some strength, but that's all. Qi Yu repaired his fist instantly, then pulled out the axe and chopped it down. Su Li was locked tightly and unable to escape. 2 red lights flashed in Guan Yu's eyes. The red rabbit horse under him leaped high. Guan Yu held the knife in his right hand and chopped from bottom to top. 7 killings, 5th kill, break the evil spirit. The void around this knife began to distort. The big sun breaks through the dark clouds. Chi Yu's body shrank by 1,000 meters in an instant. But the remaining force hit Guan Yu's body hard. Guan Yu's body suddenly disappeared. Su Li's pupils shrank. Junior Su Li, please invite the great Qin Shi Huang to come. Crunch. An 80-meter-tall Dark Emperor appeared. Qin Shi Huang looked at Chi Yu. Draw out the Emperor's sword. Whether it is the mythological world or the hundreds of millions of people on Blue Star. At this moment, even their breathing stopped. With one strike of the Emperor's sword, he instantly killed 300 awakened people from the Sakura country. Now, it comes again. Su Li's second guardian spirit has appeared. Everyone was excited. In the capital of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, several royal family members and even the Dragon King stood up and looked at the scene nervously. If Su Li can subdue this guardian spirit. Invincible. Cherry Blossom Country. Hirohito ignored the attempts of his entourage to stop him and looked at the sky tremblingly. Failure, failure. He must fail. Hirohito's face was distorted. The Emperor's sword slashed towards Chi Yu. Chi Yu's body suddenly stopped. What kind of power is this? The axe in Chi Yu's hand froze in place, unable to chop any further. Su Li let out a long sigh. As expected, he is Qin Shi Huang. It can suppress all the ancient sages in the history of Dragon Kingdom. The title of the greatest emperor of all time is no joke. Crunch. Suddenly, a slight crisp sound made Su Li's body tense. He looked up at the sky. 8 figures slowly appeared behind Chi Yu. The giant panda under the seat walked forward step by step. The first emperor was actually forced to take a step back. And this retreating force is becoming stronger and stronger. Not good. Su Li was horrified. Open the sky. Chi Yu's muscles exploded and black mist appeared behind him. Snap. The first emperor's robe trembled wildly. You little emperor. I don't even take the yellow emperor seriously, let alone you. Die. Boom. There was thunder in the sky. The thunder transformed into countless silver dragons, roaring and galloping. Qin Shi Huang sighed slightly and gave way. Su Li was anxious. He suddenly looked at Bai Qi behind him. Bai Qi struggled to stand up, but was completely suppressed. Facing the first god of war in the history of Dragon Kingdom. Even Bai Qi couldn't move. Apart from the blessing of Qin Shi Huang's luck, it seems that no one can stop him. Senior, if you kill me now, you will be sealed in this world forever. There are many evil spirits waiting for you to kill outside. Don't you want to get out? Su Li roared and roared. Chi Yu laughed jokingly, I will not allow anyone to control me, from ancient times to the present. Hack. Chi Yu's axe finally chopped down. Qin Shi Huang's body turned into countless rains of light and disappeared. Guan Yu, the first emperor, cannot be summoned out in a short time. Su Li gritted his teeth. He looked at the 1,000-meter-tall giant. If I had chosen Xiang Yu, I might have succeeded long ago. But this Chi Yu. He really couldn't bear to give up. This is infinitely close to a character in mythology or legend. The battle for supremacy. Chiyo fought against Huang Di. How earth-shattering that was. Passed down through the ages. You can survive if you give up now, but if you get killed here, everything will be in vain. Li Bai spoke calmly. No, this is my only chance. I have one less myth fragment than the Awakener of Sakura country. Even if I survive this battle of gods, once a mythical figure descends from Sakura country, the dragon nation must be destroyed. Never retreat. Li Bai laughed, young people are naturally wild and arrogant. How can we be considered young if we are not wild and arrogant? Now, my teachers and classmates must be watching. Even if I die, I will make them understand. Su Li slowly stood up. Pointing at the huge Chi Yu, he roared, people of Dragon Country, you must kill all those little bastards. Don't spare a single one. Okay, okay. Li Bai's voice became louder and louder. You've always wanted to know why I'm a legendary guardian spirit, and how powerful my guardian skill, 300 Tang poems, is. Today, I'll show you. What is a sword immortal? Sonorous. In the dead silence of heaven and earth, the sound of a sword resounded throughout the land. It's over. See Qin Shi Huang fade away. The royal family members in the imperial city of Dragon Kingdom Kyoto were all in despair. Suli only had 2 guardian spirits, and now they have all been killed. Everything is over. What is the origin of this huge existence? I can only give up. Didn't the myth rule say that even if I fail, it won't be erased? If Suli had chosen Xiang Yu at the beginning, at least Longguo would still have the underlying capital. Some people began to speak in dissatisfaction. Shut up. The Dragon King was furious. The others shuddered with fear. Now, as long as Suli retreats, Dragon Country still has a chance to turn the tables. The 2 guardian spirits on him are enough to give Dragon Country a glimmer of hope. Mr. Wang, what are you looking at? The researchers looked at Mr. Wang, who was slumped on the ground, staring at the computer screen. Old Wang laughed. Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu was not chosen. I have spent so many years researching this. I give this notebook to you. Let the whole country learn from it. If it can really be refreshed. Old Wang, with gray hair on his temples, looked at the sky. Generally, ancient sages are only refreshed once. What's more, there is a person of Xiang Yu's level. Perhaps, it will be impossible for me to meet anyone again in this lifetime. Puff. Qi and blood attacked the heart. Old Wang spat out a mouthful of blood, his pupils dilated, and he died. Mr. Wang, hurry, an ambulance. The institute suddenly fell into panic. Mr. Prime Minister, is Suli going to die now? The cabinet minister smiled in a good mood. Ampere Shingo gave him a fierce look. Won't he give up? How could he die? Are you getting old and confused? Go, bring the president of Eagle Country here. The Imperial Army must enter the White House. He no longer needs to be the president. Yes, huh? The cabinet minister suddenly stared at the sky in amazement. What are you looking at? How is this possible? The sky has changed. The heyday of the Tang dynasty. All nations come to pay tribute. Li Bai stood beside Li Longji with his erudite poetry. He originally intended to be loyal to the country, but ended up becoming a poet praising Li Longji. Even at a party, he was forced to write a poem for Yang Yuhuan. That poem has been passed down through the ages. But it is Li Bai's eternal shame. The clouds look like clothes and the flowers look like beauty. He is angry. Thousands of years of accumulated anger. This spirit spans the long river of history. Gathered into a sword. Suli looked at the chopped-off axe and suddenly spoke. Life in this world is like a traveler on a long journey. As soon as the poem came out, there was a gleam of breeze under Suli's feet. The body suddenly disappeared. Little bug, where have you gone? Qi Yu split the earth with one axe, spewing out magma. Suli looked at the ground below in shock. He actually flew up. No, you can only dodge now. You need an extremely powerful killing move to kill this beast. Li Bai's voice reminded. Suli's eyes flickered wildly. Found it. Qi Yu turned around suddenly and grabbed Suli with one hand. Suli disappeared instantly under the rapid blessing. Qi Yu's speed is too slow. Although the attack is powerful and invincible, the larger it is, the slower it is. This is the law. A poem that kills with one strike. Suli kept thinking about how to avoid Qi Yu's killing move. He can dodge countless times. But just be hit by Qi Yu once. Die instantly. You don't need my poems, any poems from Dragon Country's history will do. You must find one that can kill with one strike. I only have one chance to attack now. The myth has not yet descended, and I cannot exceed the rules of the mythical world. Li Bai said anxiously. Suli kept turning and moving. The speed gradually slowed down. Why is it getting slower and slower? Su Li dodged Qi Yu's killing move and asked hurriedly. You only have a quarter of an hour. If you haven't figured it out before the poem loses its effect, you will surely die. Unless you give up this opportunity. Listen to Li Bai's explanation. Su Li's heart became heavier and heavier. He slowly looked at the devastated land. Saw the shadowy army at the foot of Zhulu Mountain. I should have studied Chinese hard when I was in school. There are so many poems in Longhua, just give me one. Su Li rubbed his head frantically. A poem that can be absolutely powerful. Li Bai's ability is to visualize the poetic scenes in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Bang. Su Li's body suddenly fell rapidly. He was getting farther and farther away from the sky. Getting closer and closer to the earth. Once he got too close, he would be thrown to death. Looking at the gloomy and dark sky, Su Li slowly closed his eyes. Wake up. Su Li opened his eyes and found himself lying on the desk. Teacher Wang stared at him angrily. The classmates in the classroom turned around and looked at him with laughter. Okay Su Li, you failed the last exam, and now you dare to sleep in class. Call your parents before the afternoon class. Su Li looked around. He stood up and leaned over the window, looking down. The sunlight shines on the willow trees, casting mottled shadows on the floor of the corridor. Su Li, what are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Do you still have classroom discipline? Look at you, you don't even look like a student. You're just a gangster. Turn around. Boom boom boom. Teacher Wang slammed the desk in frustration. If I am in a dream, why don't I wake up? Am I already dead? This is impossible. If I'm dead, where does this consciousness come from? Su Li leaned against the window and thought to himself. Su Li, sit down quickly. A familiar voice made Su Li tremble, and he lowered his head in disbelief and looked at the female classmate beside him. Lin Lingling. How could you possibly? Is this the previous life? In the previous life, Lin Lingling and he were in a premature love relationship. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at studying. After graduating from high school, Lin Lingling was admitted to a 211 university. But I could only stay in my province and go to a second-tier university. Their long-distance relationship was abruptly cut off by their families. When he saw Lin Lingling again. It has been 5 years since I graduated from university. Su Li suddenly hugged Lin Lingling's face and kissed her in front of the whole class's incredulous gazes. You. What are you doing? Lin Lingling's face turned red, and she lay on the table with her shoulders shaking and crying. Su Li laughed, I really hope this is true. Su Li. You're done. You have no future. Teacher Wang roared with a distorted face. Su Li thought for a moment, and suddenly asked urgently, Old Wang, do you know which poem describes a grand scene? Preferably one about Qi Yu. Teacher Wang was stunned for a moment, then frowned subconsciously, there is only one song about Qi Yu. Zhuelu is covered with white grass in autumn, and Xianyuan once defeated Qiyo here. The red clouds are reflected in the water in front of the temple, and one might think that the river is still filled with blood. Su Li's eyes lit up and he kept muttering. Ahahaha, Old Wang, you're worthy of being a Chinese teacher. Su Li rushed forward, hugged Teacher Wang tightly, and patted his shoulders vigorously. Ahem. Teacher Wang's face turned red after Su Li slapped him. You. Boom. Suddenly, the sky turned gloomy. Cracks began to appear in the earth. Countless students were directly swallowed up. The students in the school ran around in panic. Teacher Wang was trembling all over as he looked at this almost devastating scene. Go. Teacher Wang opened the classroom door and shouted loudly. Su Li looked at the window and smiled, Here I come. Su Li, what are you doing? All the classmates huddled together in fear and looked at Su Li. Su Li turned around and saluted with 2 fingers together, Look, brother is so handsome this time. After saying this, Su Li turned over and jumped out of the window. Falling down at high speed. He began to recite the poem. Zhuelu is covered with white grass in autumn, and Xianyuan once defeated Qiyo here. The red clouds reflected in the water in front of the temple. I wonder if it is the blood flowing in the river. Boom. The sky suddenly became dead silent. The scene in front of Su Li disappeared instantly. There is still a dark world and the huge Qi Yu in front of him. This time. The world is different now. The solidified Huangdi moved. Zhuolu is covered with white grass in autumn, and Xianyuan once defeated Qiyo here. Huangdi Xianyuan defeated Qiyo in Zhuolu. Kill. The power of gods and demons ripples across the world. Behind Huangdi, thousands of generals marched forward. Huangdi, holding the Xianyuan sword, grew bigger. Qiyo, you will die. Boom. Su Li dodged quickly. This is the battlefield awakened by Li Bai. It comes from the story of Emperor Huangdi beheading Qiyo 5,000 years ago. The battlefield behind Su Li began to erupt. He smiled at the world and stretched out his arms. This is the real historical battlefield of Dragon Country. You scum, watch carefully and learn well. Especially you two, the dwarf from Sakura Country and the thief from Korean Country. I will destroy you all inch by inch. No one will be left alive. Su Li smiled shyly. But it made Emperor Shingo's lips dry. Chiyo's end was doomed. He is always the loser in the battle for supremacy. The dark underground. Su Li looked at Qiyu, who was tied up with iron chains. You either come out with me now, or you will be completely exterminated here. However, in the history of Dragon Country, Qiyu has become a stinking person who attempted to rebel. Your opponent, Emperor Huang, has become an ancient sage who has been passed down in Dragon Country for thousands of years. I know you don't want to be constrained by me. If you meet Huangdi in the future, don't you want to compete with him again? Are you willing to accept the failure from 5,000 years ago? Su Li's words made Qiyu stop struggling. He slowly closed his eyes. Su Li showed a look of joy and was about to speak. Qiyu suddenly opened his eyes and struggled fiercely. How dare you order me around? But the next second, Qiyu's face calmed down instantly. He stood up and looked at the earth and sky. Will Huangdi appear in the future? Are you sure? Su Li nodded. In the history of Dragon Country, the Yellow Emperor is a milestone and he is bound to appear. Qiyu said, from now on, I can only be born when I want to take action. You have no right to command me. Su Li stood up, his face a little stiff, but he still started to recite, today I confer the name of Qiyu as the devil god. A black light emanated from Qiyu's body and instantly merged into Su Li's body. Su Li sneered, when the myth is revived, the Monkey King Sun Wukong, the Lord of Heaven, and even the god of the East Emperor Tai appear, then you, Qiyu, will beg me to come out and fight. The world began to slowly dissipate. Su Li's figure slowly disappeared in this world. Black. Dragon Kingdom Kyoto. The Dragon King looked at the sky in disbelief. What level is black? The royal family members nearby were also stunned. The highest levels on Blue Star right now are gold and red. What level is black? The Dragon King was slightly startled, then gave a bitter smile. It seems that we only know a little bit about the revival of this myth, and we still have a long way to go. Dragon King, Su Li seems to have been teleported to that damn bastard in Sakura Country. The trembling voice made everyone tense up. They raised their heads and looked up at the sky little by little. Oh no. It's that pervert from Shansuan. It's over. That pervert is extremely powerful. What if Su Li loses his mind? Not necessarily. Su Li now has 3 guardian spirits on him, and even the fierce Qiyu has been taken in. But, he is only 16 years old. Can he mentally withstand the torture of that pervert? Cherry Blossom Country. The cabinet minister's eyes suddenly widened. Prime Minister, that Su Li has been teleported to the mountain village. Emperor Jinwu, who had a gloomy face, stood up with an excited look on his face. Among all the awakened people in Dragon Country, none of them will not go insane when they meet Shansu and Xiajian. Now, this genius of Dragon Country is going to become a psychopath. Ah, it seems that the awakened people in our empire have also become mentally ill. The cabinet minister looked to the left. Emperor Shingo followed his gaze and his face couldn't stop shaking. Good boy, don't move. Come, eat this leech. Edo Ruaju was squatting in front of a Shiba, holding a leech in his hands with an obsessed look on his face and smiling foolishly. Sibyllum. Let me go if you can. Looking at Shiba struggling. Edo Ruaju's face flushed and he sighed. Ah, so this is how it feels. No wonder that kid from Dragon Country enjoys doing this. Come, open your mouth, and say, ah. Blue sky and white clouds. Suli stood by the lake and looked at the red and white carp in the water nearby, and was a little dazed for a moment. The normal world is better. That world is too dark and not suitable for human beings. Suli stretched and smiled with satisfaction. Oh, isn't this the famous person from Dragon Country? Welcome, welcome. A feminine voice mixed with vicissitudes of life sounded behind Suli. Suli turned around. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face and a square face looked at him with a happy expression. Next to the middle-aged man, a boy of about 16 years old was holding a white rabbit and laughing at Suli. Listen to the mechanical translation from the mythical world. Suli instantly understood that the guy in front of him was not a Dragon Countryman. Are you a bastard from Sakura country or a bastard from Korean country? Suli asked with a smile. Shansuan Xiajian suddenly widened his eyes, licked his lips, and showed exaggerated body expressions. I didn't expect that there would be such a hot-tempered teenager in Longwa. I like it. Let me introduce myself. I am a lowly man from the mountain village. Suli's pupils shrank. The mountain village is lowly. The guardian spirit Miyamoto Musashi. This semi-mythical existence from the Sakura kingdom terrifies the awakened ones from the Dragon Kingdom. Suli's body began to tremble. Not scared, but excitement. At last he had caught someone who could be considered a figure. Otherwise, he would be known as one of the three guardian spirits. How to help hundreds of millions of people in Dragon Country get rid of their nightmare. Miyamoto Musashi directly slaughtered the awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom in the last war between gods. You must know me, right? Don't be afraid. I'm not as cruel as you think. The village boy sat on the ground and looked at Suli with a smile. Suli patted his cheeks, looked at Shansuan Xiajian with excitement and asked, who is the boy over there? Which country is he from? You are talking about him, my son, Shansuan Xiaofu, the Golden Awakener. Shansuan introduced it proudly. Why do you look like a moron, holding a rabbit and smiling foolishly? Suli found a place to sit down and said casually. Shansuan Xiajian smiled slightly. It's true that my brain is a little bit not so smart. Hey. Mr. Lowly, I heard that your Sakura country's population has increased from 200 million to 600 million in just 10 years. Suli moved his butt and chatted enthusiastically. Shansuan Xiajian laughed proudly. That's right, the reproductive ability of our Yamato people is pure blood. Suli stood up and walked up to him amid the confused gazes of the mountain villagers. I heard that in order to reproduce in large quantities, you have started some kind of plot. What about brothers and sisters, sisters and brothers, mothers and sons, fathers and daughters, and even grandfathers and granddaughters? The smile on Shansuan Xiajian's face slowly disappeared. Suli sighed, speaking of which, if we crossbreed like this, we really don't have to worry about problems. Oh, sorry, I'm not talking about you, your son should be able to reproduce normally, right? Shansuan Xiajian's face turned gloomy. Hey, brother, who is your mother? Suli shouted to the village man. The village boy bit the rabbit's ear, raised his head and thought for a while, then smiled and said, it's little Leah. Oh, who is little Leah? Suli asked kindly. Shansuan Xiajian suddenly roared, shut up. Look, you are anxious, calm down. Teacher Shansuan, who is little Leah? Suli looked at Shansuan innocently and asked. Are you looking for death? Shansuan Xiajia threatened sinisterly with his chest heaving. Look, I told you not to be anxious. Could it be your daughter? Suli showed an exaggerated expression. Die. Sit down. Suli stared at the village lowly men who rushed towards him. This is a mythical world. Can you really turn the tables? But please don't attack me. You must hold back. If you are wiped out by the rules, how can I kill you happily in the future? Be good, put the stone down. Put it down, put it down. Su Li waved his hand. Shansu and Xiajian suddenly laughed. Pointing at Su Li, he laughed out of breath. Haha, you guessed right, I am my son born to my daughter. Not only that, I am also my brother born to my mother. Are you trying to provoke me with words? You're wrong. I just like the feeling of being exposed. Ah. It feels so good. The village bastard threw down stones and laughed wildly. Su Li blinked. What a fucking pervert. He still underestimated the perversion and distortion of this little life. Sure enough, he has become very perverted. I can do those things with my family. Where do you expect the moral bottom line to come from? Su Li looked at the mountain village with boredom and began to communicate with Li Bai. After discovering that Li Bai could still sense, Su Li showed an evil smile. His eyes turned to the two of them. Why not let me tell you some interesting stories about your dragon country? Shansu and Xiajian smiled slightly, looking up at the sky as if reminiscing. When I first came in, I killed a boy from dragon country. I forgot his name. Do you know? He was also killed by me in the truce area. The rules of this mythical world are very simple. Guardian spirits cannot attack or touch others, but I killed them just like that. In this world, I am a god. That young man begged me to spare him, so I kindly let him explode and die. It was a real explosion. The intestines and stomach were all over the floor, just like a slaughtered pig, ha 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 ha. The mountain village villain smiled and slowly restrained himself. He looked at Su Li's calm expression and asked in a deep voice, aren't you afraid at all? Su Li asked in confusion, why are you saying this? Are you trying to scare a 3-year-old child? It's okay, it's okay. I'll tell you another one. Shansu and Xiajian patted his cheeks, encouraged himself and continued, not long ago, I met a woman from your dragon country. She was so beautiful. If it weren't in the God War world, I would have given her to, you know. But this woman is incredible. She actually has a full-level guardian spirit. It's a bit too powerful. As he spoke, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in it. Fortunately, her guardian spirit is just a woman who is not good at fighting, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Do you know what I did to her? Shansu and Xiajian opened his eyes in fascination. But he was surprised to see Su Li squatting by the lake looking at something. Listen to me, you bastard. I dismembered her alive and let my son eat her alive. She was still breathing when I ate her heart. That girl looked so terrified when she died. I remember her name seemed to be. Oh, I remember now. Shansu and Xiajian smiled slightly, Lu Qianqian. Su Li paused suddenly. He had his back to the village, his body frozen in place like a rock. Even breathing seemed to stop. When the village boy saw Su Li's appearance, his face turned red with joy. In an instant, he was full of energy and started talking incessantly. What happened to Su Li? Why isn't he moving? Hey, I knew it. Few normal people can withstand the perverted attack of Shansu and Xiajian. Now, the Dragon Country's genius boy is going to become a mentally abnormal person. Dragon Kingdom Kyoto. The Dragon King took a deep breath and slowly leaned against the wall. Su Li, you must not let yourself be overwhelmed by the attack. Cherry Blossom Country. Emperor Shingo laughed loudly, pointing at the sky and shrugging his shoulders, as expected. Shansu and Xiajian is worthy of being the most outstanding warrior in the empire. So what if he has 3 guardian spirits? I won't fight you with the guardian spirit, I will just make the awakened one collapse mentally. The cabinet minister relieved his long-standing depression and said with a smile, after all, he is a 16-year-old boy. What did the mountain village bastard say to make this boy look like this? They cannot hear the interpretation of the mythological world. No matter what it is, this genius from Dragon Country will become just like those in the past. He will only become demented and insane, and turn into a lunatic. Shingo Amp felt very refreshed. Waved. A dozen young women with fair skin and beautiful looks walked in slowly. A multiplayer layup began in front of the cabinet ministers. You just said, what was the woman's name? Su Li's voice became a little hoarse and rough. As dry as a dehydrated patient. The chatterbox was stunned for a moment, then repeated with a smile, Lu Qianqian, do you know her? Your sister or something? Could she be your girlfriend? Oh. What does her guardian spirit look like? Su Li slowly straightened up. Let me think, it should be a woman in palace dress. I can't see clearly at that time. There is too much pink mist. Shansu and Xiajian sighed, it's so beautiful, is my son delicious, that little sister? The village boy nodded innocently, it's delicious. Junior Su Li, please invite the sword immortal Li Bai to come. Su Li's expression was very calm, and he started reciting as soon as he opened his mouth. Haha, are you a fool? This is a truce world, how can we possibly summon? Shansu and Xiajia's face suddenly froze. A sword energy burst out from Su Li. Su Li waved his hands slowly. Shansu and Xiajian suddenly shouted in surprise, you can actually summon guardian spirits too. This is going to be fun. Son, let that thing out. The mountain village villain suddenly roared. The villageman chuckled and bit off the rabbit's ear. He clicked his eyeballs. Bang. After throwing an eyeball away, an indescribable figure appeared in darkness and mist. Boy, within these rules, you are not the only one who can summon a guardian spirit. Even we, father and son, can do it. Shansu and Xiajian chuckled, as if he saw something funny. Su Li said indifferently, Senior, please lend me a hand. Next second. A whisper echoed in Su Li's ears. Su Li's eyes became increasingly cold and dead. With the indifference that sees through everything in the world. He spoke slowly. The clouds are so thick that the moon is invisible, the devil in the heart comes and slaughters all living beings. The 3-foot Kunwu slays gods and demons, and all things become meat for slaughter. Boom. The ground within a radius of 10 miles began to tremble. Bai Qi behind Su Li greedily absorbed this breath. His body condensed instantly and penetrated into Su Li's body. The most bloody and cruel aura in the world burst out from Su Li's body. Su Li's eyes turned bloodshot. Today, I will let you know what true cruelty is. Hee hee. Su Li's whole body turned red and blood flowed from his eyes. The blue veins on his face looked like maggots moving around. That's interesting. You can let the guardian spirit possess you. Get ready, son. Shansu and Xiajian smiled slightly. He had tortured so many awakened people from the Dragon Kingdom. Every time I think of the sound of him kneeling down and begging for mercy, my whole body trembles. I want to see what it would be like if the legendary genius of Dragon Country kneeled down in front of me and kowtowed and begged for mercy. The villageman slowly placed his hands on his belly. Slowly, blood-red marks from scratching appeared on the belly. His face became more and more excited, and his hands moved faster and faster. Puff puff. The flesh was chiseled open, revealing white subcutaneous tissue and yellow fat. The mountain village man's face became more and more hideous and distorted. With a puff, his stomach was torn open and his intestines were spilling out. Hee hee, pain, painful torture. The black mist behind the villageman swept away, and part of it sank into Su Li's body. Feel my pain. The village boy roared ferociously. Shansu and Xiajian smiled slightly and said, let's start. Su Li chuckled. What are you laughing at? Shansu and Xiajian asked curiously. Who are you looking down upon for this little pain? Let your father show you what true terror is. Su Li raised his head in obsession and spit out the black mist that had previously penetrated his body. Sharing the pain. Come on, kid, try this on me. Su Li's pupils turned scarlet. The moment his feet touched the ground he disappeared. The next second, he appeared behind the village boy. He quickly lowered his head and glanced at the intestines and stomach on the ground. A cloud of blood mist completely enveloped Su Li from behind. Ha 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 ha, pain, pain, extreme pain. Su Li chuckled, amid the shocked gazes of the villagers. He ripped his arm off. White tendons mixed with blood and broken bones sprayed out. Crazy blood. Su Li smiled foolishly and grabbed the thigh bone out of the muscles again. Ah! The village boy rolled on the ground holding his intestines. Wailing and crying, Daddy, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Li smiled slightly. Physical pain is nothing, it is the most insignificant torture in the world. Don't you like pain? I'll show you what real pain is. Li stared at the rolling villageman. The absolute bloodlust from Bai Qi, the god of death 2,000 years ago, filled the air. Son. The mountain village villain had a ferocious look on his face and was running towards them at full speed. Li chuckled, what? You want to attack me? Such imaginary things are beyond the control of mythological rules. If you dare to attack me, you will be wiped out immediately. Shansu and Xiaojian looked at his son rolling on the ground with an anxious look on his face. Li slowly inserted the fingers of his right hand into the wound of the broken arm. Start stirring and rolling continuously. Do you like pain, kid? Shansu and Xiaojian looked at Li with horror. You. Now comes the real pain. Li's eyes suddenly widened. The villageman covered his head and kowtowed madly. The whites of his eyes turned blood red. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Ayayawiawa. There's something in my head. I. The village boy suddenly sat up and smiled foolishly. His eyes slowly turned towards the mountain village. Son, what's wrong with you? Shansu and Xiaojian became anxious and ran to Shansu and Xiaofu and asked. The villageman lowered his head and looked at his intestines and stomach, which were stained with mud. Suddenly he looked at the village bastard beside him and smiled foolishly. Daddy, hee. I am in so much pain, let's die together and go see my sister. As soon as he finished speaking, extreme pain started instantly. Shansu and Xiaojian's face changed drastically. He ran backwards, holding his stomach. Li smiled as a blood mist enveloped his body. Father and son killing each other, what a good show, lowly brother, what are you going to do? I say, minors shouldn't watch this, right? The teachers in schools across Longhua turned pale. Some female teachers even vomited jaundiced water. It's okay. The higher-ups just notified us that all the people are now mobilizing as soldiers. Will we be scared to death on the battlefield without any training? But a male teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses looked around the playground worriedly. There was not a single student out of the 3,000 students in the school who didn't vomit. It's really bloody. Kyoto. The Dragon King's face turned pale as he lowered his head and drank lemon water, trying to wash away the nauseous feeling in his stomach. This is too abnormal. Who did Li learn this from? No, quick, give me some water, I'm going to vomit. Kyoto, the land of cherry blossoms. The cabinet minister's lips turned pale. There were 5 doctors standing around, with various testing instruments plugged into their bodies. Don't worry about me, go see the Prime Minister. Emperor Shingo looked calm as he gazed up at the sky. It seems that after the revival of the myth, there are also such people among the Dragon Country people. We can't underestimate them. The cabinet minister pulled out the tube from his body, stood up tremblingly and asked, Sir, what should we do now? Look, that lowly son of the mountain village is chasing his father like a madman. Once a fight breaks out, both of them will be wiped out. And Pei Jinwu's face was calm, it doesn't matter. As a soldier of the Empire, I must be prepared to make sacrifices for the Empire. That's the lowly Yamamura. His guardian spirit is Lord Miyamoto Musashi. Emperor Shingo smiled slightly. The Mythology Research Institute has already made a preliminary simulation, with a 90% success rate in refreshing the ancient sage's experiment. As the greatest general in the history of the Empire, Miyamoto Musashi must reach the maximum level of fusion. It's time to make way. When did the ancient sage of the Empire become so despicable? The cabinet ministers quickly lowered their heads. This is a killing spree. Not good. The lowly Shansuan is going to die. The red mist slowly dissipated. Li stood aside in one piece, watching the village boy with red eyes chasing after the fleeing village villains. I said you are a scumbag, you have to fight back. Look at you, if you keep running like this your son will kill you. Once you die, your son will also be wiped out by the rules of mythology. Oh, no, it looks like both of you are dead. The village villain suddenly rolled forward to avoid the fatal attack from his mad son. You bastard from Dragon Country. The village villain stared at Li viciously. Su Li shouted hurriedly, hide quickly. Shansu and Xiaojian suddenly dodged to the left. Didn't I learn this from you? Isn't this painful? Do you really have feelings in your life? There's a cliff over there. Why don't you run down and let your son fall and die? Su Li introduced enthusiastically. If you have the guts, tear this damn thing off and fight me one-on-one in the Fourth God War. Shansu and Xiaojian was completely panicked. Su Li sighed. He stood up and walked towards the village. Shansu and Xiaojian suddenly looked behind him. For such a long time, his frantic son kept running with his intestines and stomach dragging around. The blood had already been shed. Completely dead. Son. The lowly village boy wailed and cried on the ground. Don't cry, it's just the death of a son. You can just have another child with your daughter in the future. Su Li smiled slightly. You seem to be in a bad mood, how about I teach you how to fish? This is also a skill. Shansu and Xiaojian slowly raised his head, stared straight at Su Li, and swore word by word, from now on, I will make the awakened people of Dragon Country repeat this torture indefinitely. Their suffering starts with you. Su Li licked his lips and said, I'll wait for you. After saying that, Su Li walked towards the villageman step by step. What are you going to do? The village villain stared at Su Li viciously. Su Li smiled slightly, if you want to fish, you have to make a nest. I'll borrow your dead son's body for use. As he said this, he kicked the body into the river. The hungry fish rolled over and began to eat. Su Li looked at the dazed mountain villager, if you have a grudge, just do it right now. Who are you trying to please? Are you threatening me, your father? Now, your son's body has been eaten by fish. What can you do to me? What can you do? You incestuous bastard. Hee hee. Ever since the death of his son in the mountain village, he had been sitting within 5 meters of Su Li with a ferocious smile on his face. Su Li also often told stories to the people in the mountain village. Things like Yugong moving the mountains and Calabash brothers. Do you understand the meaning of the stories I told you? Sun Wukong had just caught a fish and turned around to ask. I'm talking to you. Your son died, not you. Be alert and don't lose points. The mountain village villain's face trembled and he stared at Su Li viciously. That's right. The stories I just told you are saying that even if other people have descendants to carry on their family line, you don't have any. You only have this one son, right? Then your family line will be wiped out. Why? Because you are doomed to die in this battle of gods. There is no way I will let you get out alive. After Su Li finished speaking, he started to light a fire and grill the fish. Soon, the burnt smell of the grilled fish slowly spread out. Shansu and Xiaojian was suddenly stunned. He lowered his head with a thoughtful expression. Hey, what are you thinking about? Su Li shouted, throwing down the burnt fish. That girl, is she a very important person to you, right? Shansu and Xiaojian raised his head and asked softly. Su Li paused. She must be an important person, a fiancée. Or a wife. You really should have seen how my son devoured you. The description of the lowliness of the mountain village began vividly. Su Li narrowed his eyes. His heart still hurt. He clearly remembered Lu Qianqian waving and smiling with joy. That sentence, let's live together. Su Li calmed down and looked towards the mountain village. Don't worry, Dragon Country has a punishment called Lingqi. I will give you a comprehensive understanding from the basics to the practice. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you. Shenkunxia gave a sinister smile, my guardian spirit, Miyamoto Musashi-sama, can't wait any longer. Ah, did you hear it? That's the sound of bloodthirstiness. The 4th level of God War begins. 3, 2, 1. Open. The sudden sound made all the awakened people tense up suddenly. Su Li smiled at Shansu and Xiaoshi, bastard, we must meet later. The mountain village bastard grinned fiercely, I will. Boom. The War of Gods begins. The vast earth. Mountains 10,000 meters high stand tall. Even a single tree is 100 meters tall. Su Li looked at the huge world in front of him in shock. An ant just passed by him. The ants were 1 meter tall. What is the mission of the 4th level God War? Why didn't you tell me? Suli looked up and listened carefully. The rules for the 4th level of divine warfare are as follows. Hunting down 3 bosses in the gigantic world, the first one who gives the boss a fatal blow will be rewarded with a myth fragment. Grant a slot for selecting mythical characters. Each awakener must hunt down a boss above the Lord level, including Lord level. The time limit is 1 month. When the countdown ends, the awakeners who have not completed the task will be killed on the spot. Suli was stunned when he heard the rules of the mythological world. Lord level. World boss, why is it a bit confusing? But the next second, a different message came into my mind. After digesting the information, Suli suddenly realized. It turns out that this gigantic world is divided into ordinary small monsters. For example, the ant that just passed by. Just an ordinary monster. Going further up are elite monsters, Lord level, King level boss, and finally the 3 world boss. The 3 world bosses live on the 3 highest mountains in this world. If you want to get the 1st level reward, you must rush to that mountain. Along the way, countless monsters and bosses block the way. It is absolutely impossible for one person to go up there. This forces these awakened people to team up with each other. Join forces to hunt down Lord level boss. After understanding the rules, Suli twisted his neck. Junior Suli, please invite His Majesty the First Emperor Qin, the god of killing by Qi, the martial saint Guan Yu, and the sword immortal Li Bai to come. 4 figures descended with a bang. Suli smiled slightly. It seems that the summoning has been completed normally. Seniors, please go back. Several bodies slowly dissipated and disappeared. Suli closed his eyes, and pink mist began to seep out of his body. His eyes suddenly opened and he punched the 2-meter-tall grass tangerine next to him. Snap. The strawberry, which was as thick as a bucket, broke in an instant. It seems that my body has been strengthened after sleeping with Lu Qianqian. Suli was in a bad mood. After all, she was a woman with whom he had had sexual contact. She was also the first woman he had intimate contact with in this world. In fact, the girl can still be resurrected. Li Bai suddenly spoke. Suli's face trembled. Senior, you must be joking. How can I be resurrected if my body is gone? Li Bai said in a deep voice, you have the original power of the girl's guardian spirit in your body, as well as her mucus aura. When the myth comes in the future, if you can refresh King Yama, it won't be easy to revive a person with a breath. Suli was a little confused. Can be resurrected. Senior, why do you know so much? This is also what Suli has never understood. Li Bai's skills are too exaggerated. All poetry can be concretized. And you can know most of the ancient sages in the history of Dragon Kingdom. Li Bai smiled slightly. I am a legendary figure. I know a thing or two about any legend you have heard. Suli was ecstatic. Isn't this a walking dictionary? It's just a mythical figure coming. I don't know if King Yama can be refreshed. There are too many mythical figures in Dragon Country. There are a lot of them in Investiture of the Gods and Journey to the West alone, not to mention the others. Now I'm going to find that bastard Shansu and Xiajian. I'm going to let him know what true cruelty is. Suli crawled into the bushes and walked towards the center. Don't move, don't move. Wang Ren and Han Hong stood back to back in the open space. 2 10-meter-tall guardian spirits protected the 2 of them. There were more than 20 awakened people from the Sakura country around them, looking at them jokingly. What a fucking bad luck. Wang Ren's face looked extremely ugly. The 2 of them had just arrived in this world and had not yet felt the joy of reunion when they were surrounded by more than 20 awakened people from the Sakura country. Now we can play slowly. Edo Ruaju stepped out from the crowd, his eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. Dragon Country bastards, when you die in agony today, remember that all this was caused by that bastard Suli. Wang Ren was stunned and looked at Han Hong. What happened to Suli? Summon, guardian spirit. Edo Ruote growled. A guardian spirit appeared behind him. Boom boom boom. Like billowing smoke of war. More than 20 guardian spirits fill this world. This is over. Wang Ren's face was extremely ugly. Bang. A 10-meter-tall blade of grass was cut in half. The powerful force crushes all obstacles on the road. Wang Ren's guardian spirit was shattered. Li Shimin's degree of integration with him was not high to begin with. In addition, Li Shimin was a benevolent and righteous emperor. It can calm the irritable and turbulent hearts around you. But the guardian spirits of the Sakura kingdom are extremely brutal and violent. There is simply no way to smooth it over. Old Wang, remember to take good care of my daughter. Han Hong blocked 20 guardian spirits and roared loudly. His body gradually began to disintegrate. And the speed is getting faster and faster. Han Hong, run. You are fast enough to get out. If you die, they will catch up with you and kill you. Is your brain filled with shit? Wang Ren roared heartbreakingly. Han Hong, who was originally trying to block it, was stunned. He immediately dispersed his resistance, turned around and transformed into a Qingxuang sword and sped away. You are right. I can survive and help you take care of your family. Go slowly. Listening to Han Hong's voice gradually fading away, Wang Ren opened his mouth and said, "This brat." Those of them, the older generation who had participated in the War of Gods, would do the same. Facing certain death. Whoever can escape, run now. There is no such disgusting and brainless phenomenon of sympathizing with each other and dragging everyone down to die in vain. Wang Ren took out a pack of cigarettes from his arms and lit them. Looking at the huge thing in front of him, he blew out a smoke ring. "Suli, I'm counting on you for everything. I'm old and useless." It was during this battle between gods that he saw the true gap. Every awakener in Sakura country is very experienced. Last time, most of their awakened ones survived. Almost 90% survived. That kind of vicious attack. Send away desperately. Old guy, I let you run. The guardian spirit general behind Edo Ruaju walked step by step. Wherever it went, the earth trembled. All the vegetation is broken. Wang Ren threw away the cigarette butt. His guardian spirit could not be summoned for a short time. You little bastards, come and give Grandpa a good time. Wang Ren closed his eyes. Edo Ruaju sneered, "This is too cheap for you, go find me a leech." The little boy on the side was stunned for a moment. "Sir, what do you want a leech for? What nonsense are you talking about? I told you to go and hurry up." Edo Ruaju was trembling with excitement. Wang Ren didn't care anymore and leaned against the grass that was as tall as a person and looked at the sky. Bang. Next second. The days of looking for leeches were thrown in like cotton wool. Fell heavily to the ground. The head was missing and the blood quickly gathered into a depression like a spring. Be alert. Edo Ruotake's body tensed up and he roared. His guardian spirit kept looking around. The guardian spirits of all the remaining people began to walk. Flame. Strong wind. Thunder and lightning. Even the sword energy continued to wreak havoc. Bang. On the left side, half of the body of a little boy disappeared. The guardian spirit slowly began to dissipate. What happened? Edo Ruotake screamed. Bang 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 bang. He just finished speaking. One brutality after another resounded. All the happy days in the Sakura country were broken in an instant. Come out. Edo Ruaju looked around like crazy. I see you. Come out. This strange death made him pale. The other party's guardian spirit didn't even see it and was killed directly. Buzz buzz buzz. A series of light vibration sounds came from the right. Wang Ren suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be Suli? Snap. A 10-meter high grass was broken in half. A large piece of leaves was crushed into powder. A giant mosquito, 8 meters tall and more than 30 meters long, was buzzing and floating 10 meters above the ground. Mosquito wings are studded with tens of thousands of finger-sized bristles. Wang Ren saw it clearly. Every time the mosquito flaps its wings, the countless bristles on it will turn into a row of thorny steel knives and fly out to cut off everything. This is how the awakened ones from the Sakura country were cut in half by the invisible bristles. This mosquito is so big. If you get bit by it, you'll be dead as an adult. Wang Ren's eyes widened. A 30-meter-long mosquito. The blood bag in the abdominal cavity was shaking continuously with the sound of flowing water. It was as loud as a flood bursting through a dam. Seeing this, Edo Ruaju looked towards the top of the mosquito's head. There are 3 large gold-plated characters written on it. Elite mobs. Fuck, the elite monsters are so scary. How big would the Lord-level ones be? But now you can only be my prey. Sir, please help. With a target, you will no longer be attacked by surprise. This giant mosquito is no match for the guardian spirit. Naosuk Kensugu, the guardian spirit of the Edo bamboo, swung the sword with both hands. With one knife, the mosquito's blood bag was cut off. Phew. Suddenly, it began to rain blood from the sky. I say, just a mosquito has killed so many of you awakened ones. It seems that we can't underestimate any monster in this world. Wang Ren reminded as he was enjoying the show. Edo Ruaju's face turned pale. A tiny mosquito. Killed so many awakened ones. What an irony. The next thing is you're dead. Edo Ruaju ran straight towards Wang Ren. I said, what are you doing? A familiar voice made Edo Ruaju stop abruptly. He turned his head and looked behind him in disbelief. Suli. Wang Ren shouted in surprise. Suli lowered his head and looked at the river of blood in front of him. What the hell, what is this thing? Is it a mosquito? It's too big, isn't it? If it sucks me, I'll be exhausted. Suli stood there in shock, looking at Mosquito. Be careful, Suli. This little guy is very powerful. Wang Ren hurriedly reminded. The knife of his guardian spirit can cut everything into pieces. My guardian spirit was killed by him. You better be careful. Suli nodded. Finally, he turned his gaze to the motionless Edo bamboo. You've lost weight. Haven't you been eating well recently? Suli suddenly asked with concern. Wang Ren was stunned. Jiang Ruaju's body began to tremble, and he pointed at Suli and opened his mouth. Ah, he. But only a loud sound could come out of his mouth. You bastard. I finally met you. The Edo bamboo shoots roared towards the sky. The guardian spirit behind him also began to vibrate. Suli frowned. Do you know where the mountain village is lowly? Haven't you seen it? You damn bastard. You know what you did. Kill him. Edo Ruaju pointed at Suli and roared. His guardian spirit stepped forward and slashed at Suli with the Japanese sword in both hands. Suli snapped his fingers. Junior invites the Marshal Saint Guan Yu to come. Boom. A huge guardian spirit of 30 meters in height suddenly appeared. Edo Ruaju was stunned. Why is your guardian spirit so big? 7 killings to slay the dragon. First kill, destroy heaven and earth. Second kill, slash the soul and kill the spirit. Guan Yu rode on his horse and swung out 2 swords. The first strike directly shattered Edo Ruaju's guardian spirit. The second sword directly wiped out its guardian spirit from the long river of history. This is how powerful Guan Yu is. A comprehensive kill from the awakened to the guardian spirits. Suli smiled slightly and looked at the dazed Edo Ruaju. Just stand here and don't move. I'll find you a leech. Wang Ren leaned against the tree trunk and covered his ears. I subconsciously looked into the distance. But he turned his head away the next second. Edo Ruaju's limbs were directly broken by Suli. Suli caught a leech from somewhere. This leech is 1 meter long. The mouthparts alone are more than 30 centimeters long. At this moment, it was inserted into Edo Ruaju's anus and sucking. The Edo bamboo had long been numb from the pain. He looked straight at Suli. I have nothing to say about being a defeated bandit, but you will be punished for your cruelty sooner or later. Looking at Edo Ruaju's face gradually becoming gloomy. Suli smiled. Do you know that Shansuan is lowly? You don't know how many awakened people in Longwa have you killed? More than 10,000, right? Are you pretending to be your mother in front of me? You think I would feel guilty? No, if I wasn't in a hurry to find that bastard in the mountain village, you would have been so embarrassed by me that you would have wanted to commit suicide. Now, go well. As the leech's abdominal cavity sucked hard, all of Edo Seiko's intestines and stomach were sucked into the leech's mouthparts. Edo Ruaju's face was pale and only his head was left. From a distance, it looks like a head growing on a piece of skin. Suli clenched his right fist, stepped on the ground and rushed out instantly. Phew! It directly hit the leech and made a hole in it. He picked a leaf and wiped the mucus off his body. Only then did he look at Wang Ren. Uncle Wang, why are you alone here? Where are the others? Are they scattered? Wang Ren sighed. As soon as I arrived in this huge world, I was surrounded by these people from the Sakura country. Han Hong was with me, but he ran away. Suli frowned. Ran away. Wang Ren saw Suli's expression and explained hurriedly, don't think too much. This is how the war between gods works. Those who are fussy will die. If you encounter an invincible enemy in the future, run away if you can. There is no need to stay and die together. Suli was silent. Wang Ren smiled and said, this is reality. This is how the war between gods works. People only have one life. Boom. Next second, a figure appeared beside Wang Ren. Suli took a quick look. Han Hong. Why are you back again? Wang Ren asked in surprise. Han Hong scratched his head and said, I think you are dead now. Those awakened ones from Sakura country must have left and are planning to come back to collect your body. Wang Ren's lips trembled. Thank you so much. Suli, long time no see, how are those little days? Wang Ren pulled Han Hong aside and told him what had just happened. Han Hong was full of admiration, as expected of Suli. Let's go. We still have a month. Let's first find out what a lord-level monster looks like and see how strong it is. Wang Ren reminded. The three of them teamed up and headed towards the woods. No other awakened people were seen for 3 consecutive days. I did see a few elite monsters. However, this time, after discovering the elite monsters in advance, even Wang Ren's guardian spirit was enough to kill them all. 3 more days passed. This time Suli spoke directly, this won't work. We rely on walking, and we don't know how big this world is. If we don't kill the Lord Monster in a month, we will be wiped out by the rules. Wang Ren nodded. I've been wanting to say this these past few days. Everything here is too big. We may be stuck in a pile of grass and have no idea where this world is going or what it is. Suli thought about it and said, that's easy. Let me take a look. After saying that, Suli recited in a low voice, Junior invites the sword immortal Li Bai to come. Next second, the elegant shadow of Li Bai appeared behind Suli. Guardian. Guardian spirit. Han Hong was completely stunned. Aren't you one of the 3 guardian spirits? Where did this come from? Suli smiled slightly. 4. I'll go up and check the direction first. Suli recited, one day the great rock soars with the wind, and soars up to 90,000 miles. Rise. Suli's feet were like the wind and he flew into the sky in an instant. Han Hong was a little confused. 4 guardian spirits. Wang Ren let out a long sigh. The gap between people is really bigger than anything else. Suli felt the scenery on both sides falling rapidly. Peripheral vision becomes extremely blurry. It soared upwards for 3 full minutes. He finally saw the entire blue sky. The scene that caught Suli's eyes shocked him beyond words. A land that stretches as far as the eye can see. A mountain 10,000 meters high. Occasionally, a huge bird or beast would fly by quickly. At this moment, Suli finally saw clearly. The area they were in was just a depression on the ridge of a mountain. The entire mountain is so huge that it is comparable to the Dragon Kingdom in the real world. Keep going at the same pace as before. It took a month to reach the halfway point of the mountain. No wonder this world can accommodate hundreds of millions of people. Even a mountain is this big. This planet is probably 10,000 times bigger than the blue star. Li looked in the direction. He didn't know where the Lord-level boss was. This world is too big. Is it just luck? If we take our chances like this, many people will die. Not killed by monsters. I just can't find a Lord-level boss and am waiting to be wiped out by the rules. Suddenly, a light blue light flashed by. Could it be over there? Li estimated the distance. If I walk, I will be gone in 20 days. The buoyancy under his feet slowly dissipated and he fell to the ground. Wang Ren and Han Hong came over, confusion written all over their faces. Li sighed and told them what he saw. Wang Ren frowned. In other words, that light blue area is very likely a Lord-level boss. Li nodded, maybe. That's not right. What if it's not right? We only have a month. Now there are only about 20 days left. If we run over there, we won't have time to find the Lord boss. Wang Ren expressed his concerns. Li smiled slightly. It's very simple. With the power of the guardian spirit, we can reach that area in 3 days. The power of the guardian spirit? Li looked at Wang Ren and Han Hong in astonishment. Didn't you two tell me when you were in the Myth Law Enforcement Bureau that the awakened can use the power of the guardian spirit? Wang Ren nodded. That's true, but it can only be used to borrow strength for a short period of time. 3 days is too long. Li blinked. 3 days, is it long? Oh. Li, Wang Ren, and Han Hong were lying on a 3-meter-wide green leaf, flying rapidly close to the ground. Wang Ren narrowed his eyes and shouted, Li, you are really amazing. You can use the skills of the guardian spirit to apply them to this leaf. This way, the 3 of us can fly. Han Hong asked worriedly, can this power really last for 3 days? Li, lying in front, replied, 3 days is impossible. I will have to use the blessing again after 1 day, but I will have recovered by then. Hold on tight, it's going to speed up. Call out. The 3 of them rode away in a flash and disappeared from sight. Boom. A huge flaming beast that is 100 meters tall is sleeping. The flames exhaled from his breath transformed into countless flying beasts that flew in all directions. After continuing for 1,000 meters, it slowly became transparent and dissipated. There were more than 30 charred corpses lying within 800 meters of the flame beast. 1,000 meters away, there were tens of thousands of people standing densely packed together. Kid from Sakura country, what should we do now? Our guardian spirits can't even reach this Lord-level boss. They are too weak. A middle-aged man from South Korea asked with a grim expression. Those more than 30 charred bodies were all from their Korean country. Even the people of ancient Egypt and India lived well. Why do they let the awakened people in their country test it? Among tens of thousands of people, a young man from the land of Sakura was holding a cup of tea and looking at the giant beast slowly. This person is Xiaobi Dongxi, who ranks 5th among the 10 legendary generals of Sakura country. And his guardian spirit is none other than the famous Toyotomi Yoshihide in history. Why rush? We have 10,000 awakened ones. We can outlast it even if we try. As long as we all kill this beast once, the mission will be accomplished. Xiao Bai Dongxi said confidently. Moreover, most of you have complete historical records, such as India, ancient Egypt, Greece, and Iran. There are too many of us for such a big cake. 8,000 people are enough. As for the remaining 2,000 people, I don't think they are necessary. Xiao Bai Dongxi looked at the 2,000 people standing at the end of the crowd with a smile. The Dragon Country bastards don't need to participate. You all just watch for a while, and we will eliminate these Dragon Country weaklings. Xiao Bai Dongxi took a deep breath, stretched out his hands, and chanted softly, Please come, Master Toyotomi Yoshihide. Boom. A golden beam of light descended from the sky. Next second, a total of 3,000 pillars of light fell from the sky. The awakened ones of the 3,000 Sakura Kingdom summoned their guardian spirits. Wang Defa. The guardian spirit behind Xiao Bai Dongxi is 25 meters tall. It looked magnificent standing in front of more than 2,000 guardian spirits. There is a tendency of one man defeating 1,000. Sakura country is indeed worthy of being the country with the most complete history. The guardian spirit of this Xiabi Dongxi is so great. Fortunately, I didn't attack just now. A 25-meter guardian spirit is enough to kill most of us in seconds. The awakened ones of the dragon nation stepped forward one after another. I'm scared. I don't want to die. My mother is waiting for me at home. A girl from Dragon Country ran to the back crying. Cut. A guardian spirit of the Sakura country slashed out a blade of energy. He caught up with the girl in an instant and cut her waist in two. His intestines and stomach were scattered all over the floor. A middle-aged man walked out of Longua. He looked at the awakened people of Sakura country in front of him and said, "They have 3,000 and we have 2,000. We may not lose. Besides, we also have powerful ancient sages among us. People from Sakura country, if such a large-scale chaos breaks out, are you sure that you won't attract the attention of that lord-level boss?" Xiaobai Dongxi looked down on the dragon people and laughed. What a weak nation they are. They don't even know what they are facing. He raised his hands and looked at the fingerprints on them. I am so powerful that I make you despair. Kill them. Xiaobai Dongxi pointed forward. Boom. The awakened one of Dragon Country was just about to summon the guardian spirit. Suddenly everyone was stunned. Everyone stared blankly at what was happening before their eyes with their mouths wide open. Xiaobai Dongxi slowly lowered his head. The pride on his face turned into confusion. Confusion turned into puzzlement. All the confusion finally converged into endless fear. Because his lower body was missing. The body from the waist down fell neatly to the ground. He slowly turned around and looked. In addition to the more than 3,000 Sakura people. And there are 5,000 awakened people from other countries who are watching the show. A total of 8,000 people. All were cut in half. What on earth is? His vision began to blur. His eyes widened in a strong sense of reluctance. He was killed without even noticing the aura. He was unwilling to die like this. Boom, boom, boom. In his final seconds of death, a big leaf fell from the sky to the ground. Behind the 2,000 dragon people, a 30-meter-tall guardian spirit with a red face and long beard, riding a red warhorse, wearing armor and holding a big sword, was looking at them indifferently. It's like looking at a group of paramecium with absolute contempt. This is too much. The people in a vast part of the Dragon Kingdom stared at the sky with gritted teeth. These bastards from Sakura country are so disrespectful. They are still in the mood to deal with such a big boss. There's nothing we can do. Who made our Awakeners fusion with guardian spirits lower than others? It's because our history is too broken. If it were a complete history, how damn powerful it would be. If history is complete, would we all be Suli? Let's talk about Suli. Everyone fell silent. But there was a strong sense of envy in everyone's eyes. The kind of summoner who is comparable to a god. A guardian spirit that is 100 meters tall. What a yearning that is. Don't talk about youth. Even some elderly people are looking forward to something great. When they saw the girl being cut in half in the picture. Some of the bad-tempered ones even smashed everything around them. Everyone, come on. Even if there are 3,000 people on the other side, you still have 2,000 people. What are you afraid of? Give me a gun, I'll go. These damn devils. Kill them. The older generation has a deep-seated hatred for the easy life. This hatred invades the soul. Even everything in this world cannot be dissipated. Ah. A girl's face turned pale, her mouth opened wide, and her whole body trembled. It's all dead, is that the intestine? The entire land of China was silent. Cherry Blossom Country. Korean Country. All countries in the world fell into silence at this moment. They saw the carnage. With one strike, 8,000 awakened ones were killed. Shingo Amp felt as if a ball of cotton was stuffed in his throat. One sword, killed 8,000 people, Suli. Cough, cough, cough. Ampere Shingo's eyes rolled back and he fainted. The cabinet minister shouted in fear, "Doctor, doctor. Get on the oxygen machine." Mythological world. Suli felt a little excited as he looked at the corpses. Bai Qi behind him licked his lips, put his hands into the ground, and began to absorb the bloodthirsty breath. Su Li turned around and looked at the shocked dragon people behind him. You guys really disappoint me. More than 2,000 people were frightened by the 3,000 people of Shaori. A little boy said tremblingly, he's the 5th among the 10 legendary generals of Sakura. What can we do? What can we do? If we can't defeat them, can we not die? You can retreat, but how can the ordinary people of Dragon Country retreat? Once the War of Gods fails, your family and your parents may be wiped out. With great power comes great responsibility. The Eagle Country movies make it very clear. If you retreat, you will die. What do the ordinary people in Dragon Country who are watching you think of your performance? You are their hope. I don't want to see you back down again. The girl who was just cut in half is what will happen to your family members after you fail. But what should we do now? We only have 2,000 people, and that Lord-level boss can melt any attack from the guardian spirit. Listen to these people crying. Su Li sneered, I'll do it alone. Watch out. Wang Ren grabbed Su Li and said, don't take risks. We don't know how powerful that boss is. Su Li replied in a deep voice, I am invincible, you can do whatever you want, just watch. Su Li walked towards the Lord boss step by step. Junior Su Li, please ask the god of death Bai Qi to come. Boom. A huge body of 80 meters appeared with a loud bang. Bai Qi was wearing a red robe, holding a saber in both hands, and his eyes were emitting scarlet mist. The legs were rolling like a red river of blood. Every step left a pair of bloody footprints on the ground. Behind him are mountains of tens of thousands of skeletons following him. Oh my god. What kind of horrible existence is this? The awakened ones of Dragon Country retreated in horror. The strong smell of blood replaced the oxygen in the air. The smell of blood invades the nose with every breath. Some little girls even bent over and retched. Wang Ren and Han Hong stared blankly at the 80-meter-tall body. It didn't seem to be this big last time. Wang Ren asked. Han Hong's lips trembled. Absolutely not. His guardian spirit can grow. You must be joking. Is there really such an ancient sage in Dragon Country's history who treated human lives like leeks? Look at the floating mountain of bones behind him. How many people did he kill? Should we go up and help? That's a Lord-level boss. Can Su Li do it? Han Hong was eager to try. Wang Ren nodded and said, let's try it first. After that, Han Hong's guardian dragon appears. The silver spear and the war horse galloped forward. The 100-meter-tall fire beast suddenly raised its head, and all the scales on its back exploded, and countless flying mosquitoes spread in all directions. Next second, they all rushed towards Long Jie. Long Jie's eyes narrowed, and the end of the silver spear in his hand began to burn. The huge flame stabbed straight forward. Thousands of fire mosquitoes in front were blown up by this force. But more fireflies flew towards the dragon and began to burn. In just a moment, the 10-meter-tall Long Ju kept struggling, but his divine power was completely absorbed by these fire mosquitoes. Han Hong's face turned pale, he groaned and took 3 steps back. He sat down on the ground and gasped heavily. No, I just felt like someone hollowed me out from the inside. I was too weak. Wang Ren took a breath and turned to look at the awakened person from the Dragon Kingdom behind him. Who among you has a guardian spirit of ice attribute? I'll do it. I'm coming too. Seeing the fire mosquito is just absorbing the guardian spirit. It does not pose a fatal threat to the awakened person. The awakened ones of Dragon Country stepped forward one after another. Boom boom boom. More than 300 guardian spirits suddenly appeared. All of you, come together. All guardian spirits rushed towards the Lord Boss. 800 meters away from the Lord Boss. The guardian spirit instantly unleashes skills. Suddenly, half of the sky was covered with azure blue frost, forming a ferocious gluttonous beast that pounced towards the 100-meter-tall boss. Everyone else, attack its belly. Its belly is always close to the ground, so it must be its weakest spot. Wang Ren took over the command and shouted. Boom boom boom. The remaining 1,700 people attacked at the same time. Suddenly, smoke and dust exploded around the Lord Boss. This bombing lasted for 10 minutes. All the awakened ones withdrew their guardian spirits with pale faces. The degree of their fusion with the guardian spirit can only last for this period of time. Wang Ren sneered, 2,000 awakened ones attack together, even if you are me, you will have to drink a pot. Han Hong staggered to his feet and looked at Su Li in the distance. Su Li stopped when Wang Ren spoke. He just stared at the Lord Boss quietly. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. Wang Ren stretched his neck to look, and the next second his face became extremely gloomy. The Lord-level boss endured the bombardment of 2,000 awakeners, but still lay there motionless. But half of the body has turned black. The blackened part is just the damage to the epidermal scales. Even the endothelium was not injured. Is this thing so hard? Wang Ren was desperate. I told you that we shouldn't kill the awakened people from other countries. If the 10,000 people just now had attacked together, they would have been able to kill it. Some mentally broken dragon country teenagers muttered. That's right. If we explain it clearly to the awakened people in other countries, maybe those in Sakura country won't attack us. Hey, what should I do now? I can't summon a guardian spirit in such a short time. Fortunately, this Lord-level boss did not actively attack, otherwise. The boy who was talking stopped abruptly. Everyone looked in horror at the 100-meter-tall boss lying on the ground and slowly stood up. Everyone craned their necks to look at the sky. Even Wang Ren was frightened. How can this be a 100-meter-long boss? When it stood up, the curled-up lower body began to grow. The huge body, which was 300 meters long, obscured the sky. These awakened ones are not even as tall as a hair on this boss. It can actually grow. This is over. Flames began to appear on the boss's body. Waves of heat swept around. Run. Someone takes the lead. The others turned around and ran away. Even some little girls were trampled and tripped. Wang Ren stared at the group of Dragon Kingdom guardian spirits in astonishment. He smiled sarcastically. I finally understand why we were defeated by the people from Sakura country last time, even though we had more people than them. They all lack one thing, the honor of their country and an unbending hatred for their enemies. There are also ties to family. These children have been spoiled by their families since they were young. Wang Ren said a lot of unpleasant things. But there was no response. He looked at it in confusion. I saw Han Hong looking ahead with horror on his face. Wang Ren looked over. The next second, his face twitched. Su Li stepped forward and rushed towards the 300-meter-tall boss. Behind him, Bai Qi showed a cruel smile and rushed forward. He swung the saber in his hand and slashed horizontally. The blood on his body was flowing with a burning sound. Boom. Next second, most of the Lord Boss's head was chopped off. Bai Qi grinned, held down the boss's head with his left hand, and cut off the Lord's head with his right hand. Roar. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Bai Qi opened a river of blood and devoured the Overlord boss mouthful by mouthful. Su Li smiled slightly, killing the boss in seconds was not too bad. After Bai Qi finished absorbing it, it disappeared with a burp. Su Li looked at the pool of blood in the distance. This time it was Bai Qi who took the initiative to come out. The flesh and blood of this large creature is more effective in strengthening Bai Qi than elixirs. Take care of yourself. Just now, these awakened people from the Dragon Nation collectively bombed the boss. Therefore, they also participated in the attack. The mission issued by the mythical world has been completed. Brother Wang, Brother Han, the mission is complete. I will go alone from now on. It will be dangerous if you go. You should take these awakened people with you first. At least this group of people can survive until the countdown ends. Wang Ren nodded. I understand what you are going to do, hunting down the world boss. The Lord level is so terrifying, and there is a king level above it. The world boss is at the highest level. I can't imagine how powerful that thing is. It's really despairing. Su Li smiled slightly, turned around, and sped away. Wang Ren sighed and glanced at Han Hong. The two men walked over to the girl who had been cut in half earlier. The girl was still breathing because of the power of the guardian spirit. My intestines and stomach are already cold. But the heart was beating slightly. What's your name? Wang Ren squatted down and asked reluctantly. The girl's eyes were filled with fear, she was shaking and crying, please, save me. It's torture for you to live like this. Give me a name, at least you won't be an unknown corpse buried here. Han Hong walked forward and said coldly. Her name is Guan Yu, and her guardian spirit is Hua Mulan. A boy shouted. Han Hong sighed, goodbye. After speaking, he pressed with one hand. It broke Guan Yu's neck. Crack. Su Li expressionlessly broke the neck of a young awakener. Are you deaf? You can't hear me even when I'm so close. Along the way, Su Li learned how to assassinate secretly in the jungle. Most of these awakened people are participating for the first time. Most of them are afraid inside and shrink back when they arrive in an unfamiliar environment. But what puzzled Su Li was why these awakened people from other countries look so experienced. They are all 16-year-old boys, and they don't realize why it is so big. Su Li climbed a hill, stretched himself and looked at the sun that never set in the sky. Careful. Li Bai suddenly and sharply issued a warning sound. Su Li's heart was filled with alarm and he instinctively turned to the side. Bang bang bang. Where he had just stood, 3 sharpened arrows were stuck in the ground, and the tail was shaking. If Li Bai hadn't reminded him, he would have been pierced. Su Li turned around suddenly and saw 3 Arabs covered in white robes drawing their bows and arrows and continuing to shoot. Damn it. Su Li was angry. This was the first time he was attacked by surprise. Have you always been so brave? Don't you know who I am? Who gave you the courage? Su Li grinned, clasped his hands together and twisted his joints. He just wanted to try out the effectiveness of his hand-to-hand combat. His physical body can now break a crooked tree with one punch. Be careful. Li Bai spoke again. Su Li lowered his body and looked around vigilantly. Over there is murderous intent in the jungle to the southwest. It is possible that something is targeting you. Su Li suddenly understood and said in a cold voice, this is to kill my real body directly. My real body is very fragile. Once it dies, no matter how powerful the guardian spirit is, it will be useless. In that case, Senior Li Bai, I need you to take action. Su Li just opened his mouth when his mouth suddenly became numb. Everything went dark before my eyes. You are poisoned. There is poison gas around you. Hearing Li Bai's reminder, Su Li felt heavy in his heart. These guys are professionals. A professional killer. You kid from Dragon Country, we may not be able to fight against guardian spirits, but I believe that there are not many people in the world who know assassination better than us. A middle-aged man covered in green leaves emerged from a blade of grass. It's hard for you to even open your mouth now, your body can no longer support the appearance of the guardian spirit. Hee, we gained a lot using this trick. Su Li staggered and slowly squatted down, rubbing his eyebrows hard, his body weak. How did you know I would pass by here? Su Li really didn't find any signs of an ambush. Stop talking nonsense. I only spoke to you because I saw that you are among the top myths. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the chance to speak. Now, let's go. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 sounds of breaking through the air shot out from the hidden giant grass. Su Li wanted to dodge, but his body was too weak to move. Damn it. Junior asks Li Bai to surrender. Li Bai said in a deep voice, your physical strength is not enough to support me. All guardian spirits require the basic physical strength of an awakened person. Unless, it doesn't need the host to summon it. A gleam of light flashed in Su Li's eyes. He barely dodged to the sides, and 3 arrows passed by his shoulders. Are you blind? Look carefully, the middle-aged man turned around and scolded. Su Li was breathing heavily and looking at these Arabs ferociously. He could clearly rush over and hack me to death. But standing far away and playing. He didn't even use the divine power of the guardian spirit's feedback. This was the first time he experienced such a feeling of humiliation. Chiyo. If I die, you will forget about living. You will be trapped in the long river of history forever. Except for me, there is no one else in the entire Dragon Kingdom who knows the complete history. I allow you to kill as much as you want. I allow you to kill all living beings in this world. Now, come out. Hee hee. You are such a weak bug. You call me when there is such a small danger. But I have said before that I will not listen to anyone's orders. Even if I'm imprisoned forever. Chi Yu jokingly rejected Su Li's request. Su Li chuckled. He gritted his teeth and slowly stood up, looking forward unsteadily. God of killing by Chi. Phew. Su Li put 2 fingers of his right hand together, inserted them into his neck, and tore a blood vessel apart. I will sacrifice my blood to your mouth. Su Li, stop it. There is no need to do this. This will ruin you. Once you let the god of death absorb your blood, he will completely merge into your body. Not only will your guardian spirit disappear, but you will also become insane from time to time and become a murderer. You will become the second god of death by Chi. Su Li covered his bleeding neck and grinned, if I don't do this now, I will die. Although you guardian spirits are powerful, I am still a disadvantage. Only by eliminating the drawbacks can we become stronger. Kill without mercy. Su Li pointed forward. Bai Qi suddenly appeared. The knife cut off in an instant. Not good. How can he still summon a guardian spirit? John, fuck you, didn't you say it was okay? Quick, summon the guardian spirit. The Arabs began to call collectively. It's too late. Damn. A flash of blood rose, and then there was complete silence. Bai Qi's huge body looked down at Su Li. A pair of eyes that were like rivers of blood, mixed with a murderous aura of bloodshed. Su Li looked up at Bai Qi. Next second. 2 bloody lines appeared on Bai Qi's huge body. The lines were like snakes that drilled into Su Li's eyes. Boom boom boom. Bai Qi was like a large blood station, and began to pump blood into Su Li's body continuously. 1 day and 1 night later. The huge Bai Qi disappeared completely. Su Li slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes are those? Cruel, bloody, bloodthirsty, killing. The coldest eyes in the world appeared. Li Bai sighed, blood sacrifice. You could have chosen a kind and perfect guardian spirit to merge with. If a mythical figure descended, you could have merged with a real god. An awakener only has 1 chance in his life, and you actually chose such a murderous thing. But Su Li couldn't hear it at all. His eyes turned bloodshot and stared straight ahead. Another day passed. The blood color in Su Li's eyes slowly faded. But there is still a sense of indifference and ruthlessness. Senior Li Bai, do you believe in fate? It's not that I was forced to choose Bai Qi, but Bai Qi has been waiting for me. Su Li smiled slightly, and a 10-meter-high blood-red vortex suddenly appeared behind him. The powerful adsorption force even made Li Bai look sideways. Su Li closed his eyes in fascination. My latest skill, sticks. It can devour everything and fuse and evolve. Li Bai suddenly lost his voice. Mingi Patriarch. Is Bai Qi related to Mingi Patriarch? Su Li narrowed his eyes. Qi Yu, just wait, I will make you pay for your arrogance in the future. Rustle. Su Li walked to the ambush area of these Arabs. Pushing aside a leaf, more than 30 corpses appeared before my eyes. They were all cut in half by Bai Qi. Only the big white robe is particularly eye-catching. From now on, there will be no more god of killing Bai Qi. Ingzheng, Li Bai, Guan Yu, they will still be the 3 guardian spirits. Then Qi Yu was simply a rebel. It's impossible to make him surrender. No matter what the reason is, it won't work. Therefore, he must be digested. Su Li still has too few means. Therefore, it is necessary to kill the world boss and get the chance to awaken the mythical figure. Otherwise, once the Sakura country gets it, the Dragon Kingdom is completely finished. The president of Eagle Country has now become a toy of Sakura country. All the white women in the Eagle country are bullied by the short guys every night. Even a military base was established in Eagle country. Therefore, the world boss must be hunted. Roar. Just 3 days after Suli set off. A roar like that of a tiger but not a tiger, and like that of a bear but not a bear resounded through heaven and earth. Suli simply covered his ears and lay on the ground in pain. What's that sound? According to the rules of the mythological world, there should be a king-level boss ahead. Li Bai analyzed aloud. King level. I want to see what it looks like. Suli cleaned his ears, stood up, brushed off the dust on his body, and walked towards the source of the roar. The sound was louder than any he had ever heard. Puff. A figure fell from the sky. Suli took a step to the left to avoid. Snap. Suli lowered his head and looked. This is a young boy with an Asian face. The boy's lower body disappeared, and the broken waist was full of pits and bumps, as if it had been eaten away by something. The entire upper body was hollowed out. The intestines and stomach are gone. It's shriveled like a doll that hasn't been inflated. There was a trace of extreme fear on his face. Bang bang bang. With such a leader, people started to fall from the sky one after another. Thousands of people fell from the sky and were killed. Suli was extremely alert. I invite the martial Saint Guan Yu, the ancestral dragon Ingzheng, and the sword immortal Li Bai to come. Boom boom boom. 3 guardian spirits suddenly appeared. With Suli's current body, he can keep his guardian spirit walking at all times. 3 guardian spirits appeared. Suli's uneasy heart gradually calmed down. What on earth is this king-level thing? More than 2,000 people were slaughtered like this. Suli didn't show any fear. Instead, it is filled with rich ecstasy. He felt his blood rushing and his heart beating. The palms of my hands began to itch. Blood began to rain from the sky. Minced meat, intestines, heart, tripe. Even the thighs were flying. Suli also saw male and female reproductive organs hanging on the trees. These people were torn to pieces. The number has reached tens of thousands. Were tens of thousands of people torn to pieces by this king-level boss? Walk through the call. A vast plain appeared before us. Suli saw a scene that shocked him for the rest of his life. A 1,000-meter-tall humanoid demon god was walking on the earth. The surface of the god and demon's body is covered by 9 layers of shields. Hundreds of thousands of awakened people were densely packed on the plain. They kept their distance from the demon and constantly summoned guardian spirits to attack. Every attack is a fatal blow to hundreds of thousands of awakened people. Each time, the god or demon would pause and the protective shield on their body would dim. Boom. Next second, the gods and demons suddenly raised their heads and roared. Visible shock waves emanated from his body. Then it shot in all directions. Tens of thousands of awakened people had their bodies torn apart like grass being mowed. The minced meat was swept into the sky by the shock wave and fell all over the ground. Is this the king-level boss? Are you kidding me? When Suli bypassed the call, he directly withdrew the 3 guardian spirits. Therefore, it did not attract other people's attention behind hundreds of thousands of awakened people. A world boss that is 1,000 meters tall. Walking Mount Everest. The guardian spirits of these awakened ones are not even as tall as the ankle bones of this boss. Don't worry about these hundreds of thousands. If we continue to attack like this, even if we have 10 times more people, we may not be able to surround and kill him. Don't these awakened ones understand? This is also what Suli is wondering about. These people are just looking for death for no reason here. But the next second, Suli figured it out. The gigantic world is so huge. They don't have much time left. Instead of looking for a Lord level 1, it is better to gather more people and try to strangle it. Even the king level is so powerful. What kind of world-class existence should there be? A direct god. Suli's originally confident heart gradually sank at this moment. Bai Qi is 100 meters tall. It has been absorbed and integrated by myself. Qin Shi Huang only had the sword of the Son of Heaven, and that power seemed only powerful enough to make the Dragon Kingdom bloodline submit. Li Bai's words. Don't think about it. You can't fully utilize my power now. Li Bai directly rejected Su Li. Su Li became more and more curious. Even now, Li Bai is still free and proud. He even has a very good understanding of the war between gods. What level of existence is he? And most importantly, he knew the ancestor of the Styx. That existence ranks among the top few in the history of Dragon Kingdom mythology. Then it can only be one person. Guan Yu, the martial saint. Guan Yu's 7 killings and slaughtering also has 2 special moves. Su Li thought about it and decided to give up. Killing such a king-level boss is a thankless task. Not only is there no reward, but I'm also exhausted. He has only one goal. One of the 3 world bosses. Blue Star. At this moment, everyone was rubbing their eyes. Now the awakened are no longer acting alone. The awakened ones walking in groups made the whole sky extremely chaotic. There are people and monsters everywhere. Some parents can't even find their children. Some of their own children have died, and their family members are crying so hard that their eyes are almost blinded. It's too confusing. I won't watch it for now. I'll watch it at the next level. Su Li bypassed the crowd and determined the direction to rush towards the world boss level area. The world boss landmark can be seen by everyone in the world. The 3 red beams of light ignored the huge trees and mountains that blocked their view. It appears in everyone's sight as if it were perspective. A bunch of idiots looking for death. Su Li shook his head. There is no way these people can surround and kill this king-level being. Although there are many people, there isn't much explosive power. I can only tickle this king-level being. You bunch of rubbish. Stop it. A roaring sound exploded. A 28-meter-tall guardian spirit slowly appeared. That's Nianai, the 4th of the top 10 legendary generals in Sakura country. His guardian spirit is the legendary Tokugawa Ieyasu. Someone recognized the body. Nianai's eye was floating on Tokugawa Ieyasu's arm. Don't disperse your strength. Gather all your strength and hit his right knee. This king level is too big. I can only knock him down bit by bit and finally attack his head. Hit it. Hundreds of thousands of people listened quietly. Did you hear that? Senior Nianai's words are experience. A little Day shouted in agreement. Listen to this voice. Su Li had already walked out of the range of this group of people. Suddenly stopped. He licked his lips, tilted his head, and his eyes exuded blood-red murderous intent. You damned bastard, you mountain village bastard, I finally found you. Everyone, activate your guardian spirit skills. Aim at the right knee of this king-level boss and hit it. The mountain village bastard floated in the air and roared and commanded. Nianai's nodded with satisfaction. This kind of war commanding hundreds of thousands of people fascinated him. It seems that I am a natural-born military strategist. Shingo Amp looked up and finally smiled. He picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip. You are indeed a warrior of the Empire. You can gather so many awakened people together in an instant and make them subconsciously think that you are the leader. The cabinet minister bowed humbly and praised, this is all because of your good management of your subordinates, your excellency. No, 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 the awakeners chosen by Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu must represent the highest honor of the Empire. They have fragments of myths on them. They represent the most honorable warriors of the Empire. It's just that the mountain village is lowly. After so long, it still can't cause fatal damage to the awakened people of Dragon Country. If this continues, how can the Empire change the Dragon Kingdom into Manchuria? Listening to Shingo Abe's plans and grand vision, the cabinet minister took a deep breath and seemed to see the land of Dragon Kingdom turning into the territory of Sakura Kingdom. Yes, it would be so wonderful, Ampere Shingo looked up subconsciously and became stunned. In the picture, the right arm of Shansuan Xiaojian, who was giving a speech, suddenly shattered into pieces and turned into meat paste. No time to shout. A figure rose into the sky, grabbed Shansuan's thigh and pulled him down. The figure was covered in red light and disappeared into the crowd, dragging the village bastard with him. There were hundreds of thousands of people, crowded together. Heads clamped within heads. It's impossible to tell who did it. Nai was furious, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, who was 28 meters behind him, roared. Under the protection of hundreds of thousands of guardian spirits, he could only growl helplessly and threaten, "Don't let me catch who you are. You bastard. You rat-like thing." Suli, who was galloping with Shansu and Xia, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will come and kill you later. It's not your turn yet." Suli is very fast. In a flash, it disappeared around the corner of the valley. Leaving behind the frightened mountain village Loli, Suli stretched himself, lowered his head and smiled kindly, "Brother Loli, we meet again, but you're going to suffer the same punishment this time." "It's Suli." Shingo Amp stared at the area where Shansu and Xiajian was. The areas of these legendary generals were enlarged and broadcast live by a special person. Seeing Shansuan lying on the ground in a lowly manner, Amp Jinwoo felt that everything in front of his eyes was dark. This is Miyamoto Musashi. The first war between gods massacred countless awakened beings in Dragon Kingdom. It is the heroic symbol of the Sakura country. But now, his arm was cut off by Suli, who appeared from Dragon Country. What a shame. What a shame. Ampere Shingo's throat rolled, he pointed at the sky, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground and fainted. The cabinet minister looked up at the screen. Suli could have killed the village villain directly, but now he captured him. He is planning to undermine the momentum of our empire. As expected. A star-level awakener like Shansu and Xiajian. He is an idol in the hearts of many people in the land of Sakura. Damn bastard. The Dragon Kingdom should have been destroyed in the first place. How dare these sick men insult the soldiers of the empire like this? Bakayalu. I personally petition to go to Dragon Country and kill this demon's entire family. Countless people in the Sakura country shouted and cursed. Don't worry, we don't know who will win yet. The one carrying the Imperial General Miyamoto Musashi is Shansu and Xiajian. Miyamoto Musashi's swordsmanship is unrivaled in the world. Yes, yes, don't be so desperate. Get up, let me see the guardian spirit on you. Suli did not kill him, but took a few steps back and looked at the village villain with interest. Shansu and Xiajian struggled to stand up, turned his head to look at his broken arm, and suddenly laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting, what extreme pain." Suli gave a thumbs up. "How can you, a dead son, smile in front of me? You are such a pervert." "But I didn't kill your son. You killed him yourself." The smile on Shansu and Xiaozi's face turned into a hideous grin. Suli continued with a smile, "Think about it, if you had stood still and been killed by your son, and you two had died together, wouldn't the hatred have been on me? But you just watched your son bleed to death. What a coward." Shansu and Xiajian licked his lips, his voice became hoarse, and his eyes became extremely calm. "Don't you want to see the guardian spirit on me? Then I will let you see it, the existence that makes your entire dragon nation tremble. Come out, Lord Miyamoto Musashi." Boom. Wrinkled patterns appeared in the void behind Shansu and Xiajian. A black fog began to spread. The black fog gradually condensed into a huge body of 30 meters. This is a general. Wearing black armor. He wore a Japanese sword with a black scabbard at his waist. He was wearing a hideous black mask on his face. Bastard. Feel the terror of Lord Miyamoto Musashi. Miyamoto Musashi twitched the Japanese sword with his backhand, and black mist flowed back on the sword. It makes a sizzling, corrosive sound when it comes into contact with air. Suli smiled and said, "Comparing swordsmanship. That's interesting. Senior Li Bai, are you willing?" Li Bai smiled cheerfully. Japanese pirates, the swordsmanship was introduced from the Han and Tang dynasties to the Edo period, and the pirates were extremely sincere in their desire to learn from the master. "Now, you take out a sword in front of me." "Interesting." A 1.9-meter-tall young man in white appeared behind Suli. The young man held a sword in his right hand with a smile on his face. "I will only strike once, and you must be able to take it. I am interested, please don't let me down." After that, Li Bai raised his right arm and pointed his sword at Miyamoto Musashi. A 1.9-meter-tall swordsman faces a 30-meter-tall giant. Dragon Kingdom Kyoto. The Dragon King stared straight into the sky, ignoring the support of the guards around him. All members of the royal family were extremely nervous at this moment. Last time, it was this person who killed the awakened people of our dragon country like leaks. Even the awakened people who survived received psychological treatment for a long time. The Dragon King took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Now, this nightmare has appeared again. The entire Dragon Kingdom is paying attention to Suli. If..." The Dragon King paused. "If Suli loses this time, his impression as a genius in the eyes of the Dragon Country people will instantly collapse, and the fear of Miyamoto Musashi will be raised again. The Dragon people will live in endless fear and will not have any sense of security in their country. Now, it's up to Suli. Once he is successfully killed, he will become a role model in the eyes of the people of Dragon Country. Dragon King, it's moving. Look." Everyone looked up at the sky. Boom. The sky suddenly turned into bright daylight. Hundreds of thousands of people turned their heads and looked towards the direction of the call. Ni's eyes flashed, and ripples spread out with him as the center. "Found it. The rat. All the awakened ones in the Sakura Empire are over there." Boom. Among the hundreds of thousands of people, there were as many as 100,000 awakened people from the Sakura country. The Dragon King's face changed drastically, and he said in a trembling voice, "More than 100,000 people." But a figure rushed towards the call at a faster speed. The figure glanced and flew back upstream. Behind him, a figure in gorgeous clothes suddenly stood up and growled anxiously, "Suli. Suli's guardian spirit is fighting with Miyamoto Musashi. All the people in the Dragon Country who have blood in their veins, stop these little bastards." Phew. Next second, the awakened one from the Dragon Nation had his waist cut in half by the sword light. 100,000 awakened people from the Sakura country rushed towards Suli in a mighty force. They had seen this young man from Dragon Country receive special rewards from the mythological world. And before the War of Gods began, Mori Motonari from the land of Sakura brought information. There are awakened people with absolute power in the Dragon Country. Stop them. 120,000 awakened people from the Dragon Kingdom soared into the sky. The guardian spirits filled the entire land. Seeing this, the awakened people from other countries evacuated the battlefield one after another. Fortunately, the huge king-level boss will not actively attack. Otherwise, in such a big fight, everyone must die. "You little bastard, I've been fighting you one-on-one for several levels. Now I'll let you have a taste of my guardian spirit. Come out, Cheng Yaojin. Please come, Lord Yuqigong. Lord Qi Jiguang, please go to battle." Countless rays of light exploded. Ni's eye sneered and rushed straight towards Suli. "Where are you going, bastard?" 100 figures blocked his way directly. "It's a 1v1 over there, did you grow up eating shit over there?" Ni's eye smiled grimly and pointed at the 100 awakened Dragon Nation people in front of him. "Kill. Brothers, we in the Dragon Nation are not cowards. We must stop them even at the cost of our lives to buy time for Suli. Count me in." 2 pale golden figures joined in. Wang Nua and Xiang Wu grinned at each other and said, "I finally met Suli. Let him eliminate this nightmare of Miyamoto Musashi. I believe in him." Wang Nua twisted his wrist. "Xiang Wu, your guardian spirit is the closest thing to the overlord of Western Chu. With you here, we can stop this bastard." Xiang Wu smiled slightly. "Please come, Lord Xiang Zhuang." Wang Nua began to chant, "I invite Master Zhuge Wushan to come." Xiang Zhuang is 15 meters high. 10-meter tall Zhuge Liang. Wang Nua sighed, "I am such a jerk. Lord Zhuge Wushan is the closest being to a god in the history of Dragon Country, but now he has to suffer such injustice with me and has to deal with such rubbish as Xiao Rizi. I say, you weaklings from the Dragon Nation, do you think I'm invisible? I'm a golden being with a fusion degree of 90, you bastards. Kill." The world began to become quiet. The sword in Li Bai's hand burst out with 1,000-meter-long sword energy. The sword energy rushed towards the bull and shot into the sky. Cut the auspicious clouds above the sky. Miyamoto Musashi held the Japanese sword in both hands and his body slowly rose. Black fog spread behind him. Gradually it spread into a dark cloud that covered the sky. The dark nothingness of the clouds. It's like a demonic aura rising to the sky. Miyamoto Musashi's body is getting bigger and bigger. Directly broke through 100 meters. It's even growing. He was like a demon god that blocked out the sky and the sun, standing between heaven and earth. One sword style, kill the god with one sword. 100-meter-long sword chopped down like a knife. Suli felt the huge sword that was like an ancient mountain. Step by step, he moved towards the lowly mountain village. I'm curious, if the guardian spirit is summoned, will the main body just sit there and wait? If I kill you right now, will your guardian spirit disappear immediately? This has always been Suli's problem. If two people fight against guardian spirits, the main body is naturally weak. At this time, even an ordinary person with a bow and arrow could directly shoot and kill one party. Can't it just end directly? But Shansu and Xiaojie smiled and said, come on, try to kill me. Okay. A blood mist spread behind Su Li and suddenly burst out and rushed towards the mountain village. The village bastard is still smiling. Su Li was 10 meters away from the bottom of the mountain village. An invisible shield burst out with black lightning. Su Li just felt that he had encountered something incomparable. His body was flung out violently. That's interesting. It turns out that when you summon a guardian spirit, your main body will also be protected. Yamamura grinned meanly, wait until Lord Miyamoto Musashi kills your guardian, eh? No, why is your guardian spirit so small? Shansuen's vulgar voice shocked everyone. They are all paying attention to these guardian spirits and wars. But not many people care about the young man in white beside Su Li. Everyone then realized that the guardian spirit summoned by Su Li was as tall as an ordinary person. No, doesn't he only have 3 guardian spirits? How come another one appeared? The emperor of Sakura country covered his stomach and his lips trembled. 4. How many guardian spirits does he have? Damn it. It would be great if this kind of person was from the empire, to have so many guardian spirits at the same time. How great is that? The Dragon King of Dragon Kingdom looked at the sky in shock. 4 guardian spirits. How many surprises will Su Li bring to Dragon Country? Dragon King, why is this 4th guardian spirit so short? The Dragon King frowned in confusion. I understand. An 8-year-old royal family member said bluntly, my teacher said that concentration is essence. The more it is, the more powerful it may be. Once these words were spoken, everyone's tense hearts were calmed a little. You bastard from Dragon Country, let's see whether you live or not this time. The mountain village villain shouted with a sinister smile. Su Li shook his head and sat on the ground instead. One sword, slay the immortals. The huge sword intent that Li Bai had been brewing burst out in an instant. It's like a stick connecting heaven and earth. The sword intent emitted a dazzling brightness that tore through everything. Miyamoto Musashi's sword intent was shattered in an instant. But the sword intent did not weaken in the slightest. Still slashing down with the sword intent that could not be usurped. Miyamoto Musashi's huge body was torn apart starting from the top of his head. Finally, the sword intent slashed on the distant ground. Miyamoto Musashi's body was split into 2. It turned into black mist and dissipated between heaven and earth. Killed in seconds. Are you kidding? Everyone on Blue Star was completely shocked. Last time, Miyamoto Musashi treated the awakened people from other countries as garbage. It left everyone with a haze of despair. But now, he was killed instantly by the mysterious guardian spirit summoned by Su Li. One sword, killed in seconds. He. Shansu and Xiaojian sat on the ground, looking up at the sky. Impossible. Lord Miyamoto Musashi's swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world and can shake the earth. How could you kill him? How could you kill him? Su Li nodded at Li Bai. Step by step, he moved towards the lowly mountain village. I was an ambitious young man with a kind heart. I used to rescue small animals every few days. When the war between gods comes, there is no need to ask for anything. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are in the hands of God. But why do you, the Sakura country, want to kill people like this? You are still thinking about destroying our country. I was forced to do it. What are you going to do? Shansu and Xiajie took 2 steps back. Su Li frowned. Don't retreat, don't retreat. What I want is your perversion. You told me before in the myth world that you are very perverted and you don't care if your son dies. Don't lose your integrity now. The lips of the lowly village boy are white. He didn't understand what kind of person was thinking to say such a thing. Su Li walked up to Shansu and Xiajie, looked at his broken arm and asked softly, "Does it hurt? Did I use too much force when I broke it?" The village villain covered his broken arm with his hands, frowning. His face suddenly turned ferocious. "You want to insult me? You want to insult the soldiers of the Empire?" Su Li fired with his right hand instantly. Snap. A kick from the front broke Shansu and Xiajian's right leg. The reverse kyphosis of the joint. Oh. The lowly mountain villageman lay on the ground wailing and screaming. Su Li smiled slightly, turned around and faced the screen as much as possible and said, "My name is Su Li, I am from Long Country. Before, your awakened people slaughtered our awakened people. I will record this matter from now on. From now on, I will kill anyone I see, regardless of gender, age, or status. Now, I will show you what the bone-breaking hand is." Su Li squatted in front of the village boy with a smile. "What are you going to do?" Shansu and Xiajie's face turned pale with fear. "Don't worry, just show your perverted aura." Su Li pulled with both hands. The right leg joint of Shansu and Xiajie was torn off directly. Only a thin layer of skin connected the thigh. The blood from the blood vessels directly filled the space within the cavity. A big blood bag suddenly appeared. Oh. Shansu and Xiajie covered his thigh and wailed, "Kill me. You bastard from Manchuria. Kill me if you dare." Su Li still smiled, "I'm not a pervert. I don't like to torture people. I would never torture ordinary people like this, but you are different. You are the same as your dead son. Die." "No, that won't do. It's too easy for you." "How can that be possible?" Su Li grabbed Shansu and Xiajie's left leg with both hands and pulled it hard. Snap. Shansu and Xiajian's left leg along with the fascia was torn off. Blood spurted out instantly. "Ah, he. Shansu and Xiajie laughed and lowered his head, his lips bitten into a bloody hole by his teeth. "Dragon country boy, I am in your hands today. I am inferior to you in skills, but don't even think about it. You can't imagine how great Lord Oda Nobunaga is. You will be torn to pieces. Just wait." Su Li frowned and stood up, looking unhappy. "I am happy that you said you are not as skilled as others, but I am very unhappy that you threatened me. Very unhappy." Su Li kicked out with the wind. Kick the membrane of Shansu and Xiajian's right leg directly and break it. Broken bones and blood splattered everywhere. Hee. The mountain village lowly has lost all feeling due to the pain. "You are attracted by that woman, right? That woman is so pretty, with long, white thighs, and a really nice butt. Especially those heavy breasts. If I hadn't been short of time, I would have given her a good once. What a pity. My son ate her bite by bite. Hey, do you know how to eat it? I'll tell you, AA." Su Li grabbed the ribs of Shansu and Xiajie with his hands like sharp knives and tore them hard. Snap. Shansu and Xiajie's 2 ribs were torn off and pulled out. Su Li didn't even look at him and just lay on the ground. Insert both hands into the abdominal cavity and slowly pull out all the intestines and stomach. The mountain village villain stared straight into Su Li's eyes. Su Li continued to pull calmly. Slowly he held his lungs with both hands, found it. Use the 10 fingers of both hands to press on the lungs little by little. Hey. Shansu and Xiajie showed a silly smile, tears kept flowing from his eyes. Phew. Su Li crushed his lungs with one hand. His hands continued to explore the abdominal cavity. Except for the heart, all other organs were pulled out by Su Li and left on the ground. Looking at the mountain village slut with a shriveled and hollowed-out upper body. Su Li stood up and wiped the blood off his hands. You are an awakener, and you have the power of a guardian spirit. You will not die anytime soon. This state can last for a year. In order to prevent you from having a healing-level guardian spirit in your life. Su Li tore off both his arms. He placed his hands on Shansuan's face and squeezed it slowly. Swish. The two eyeballs of Shansuan Xiaoxia flew out. After thinking about it, Su Li even broke all his teeth. Tongue pulled. Insert the middle finger into the eye socket and crush the brain. That's it. The lowly village guy is still opening his mouth. Most people would have died without these things long ago. Those who can be awakened only need their heart and brain to be there. He can survive for a long time slowly. Well, that's about it. It can't be cured. Let's just leave it like this. Su Li smiled slightly, stood up and looked at the chaotic battle in the distant sky. Vomit. Shingo Ampere lay on the table and vomited. His stomach was cramping from vomiting and his face turned terribly pale. The tubes inserted into his body couldn't stop his nausea. It's not just him. Millions of people in Asia were vomiting with pale faces at this moment. Most people have never seen such a situation in their lifetime. Now it fills the big screen directly. This bloody scene overbearingly invades the eyeballs. No one can resist vomiting. The young men who had previously threatened to kill Su Li's entire family and even planned to go to Longhua to assassinate Su Li. At this moment, everyone's face was pale and their calves were cramping. Standing on the street, leaning against the wall, I vomited until my eyes turned white. Dragon Country. The Dragon King swallowed and lowered his head. Fortunately, Su Li's area is only in Kyoto, otherwise if the people of the entire Dragon Country saw it. Dragon King, even in Kyoto there are 80 million people. No, Su Li's area is only that area. There are too many pictures of awakened people in the sky. If you don't pay attention, you can't see it. It's just a bit cruel. This is considered a massacre. Listening to other members' dissatisfaction. The Dragon King suddenly turned around and stared at everyone with sinister eyes. Seeing this, everyone lowered their heads. Puff. Xiang Wu's chest was sunken and he was spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Half of Xiang Zhuang's body became invisible. Ni Nizi patted his chest proudly and said, Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu, who has a fusion level of 90, is far beyond the imagination of you ants. Wang Nua asked anxiously, are you okay? Xiang Wu coughed twice and smiled bitterly, my ribs are broken, and half of my heart and lungs are shattered. Wang Nua turned his head and looked at the number of awakened people from the Dragon Kingdom whose numbers were constantly decreasing. Our integration level is still too low. We are no match for the other side at all. If everyone had Su Li's level of integration, Long Country would have dominated the world long ago. Xiang Wu said. Su Li. By the way, how is Su Li? The Bagua plate appeared behind Wang Nua. The Zhen, Dui, and Li Bagua under his feet dragged his body towards the valley. Want to run? Die. Ni Nizai scolded harshly. The guardian spirit behind him stepped forward, holding the knife in both hands, and slashed at the ground. Boom. 100-meter-long sword energy whistled and slashed forward. Wherever it went, the clouds shattered and the mountains and trees collapsed. Hide. Xiang Wu's shrill voice echoed behind Wang Nua. Wang Nua's face changed drastically. But he did not develop the abilities of Zhuge Wushan. There can only be a range shield. Haha, these are just some happy days. Wang Nua turned around and looked at Zhuge Wushan. Senior, it is my incompetence that caused you to suffer this injustice. After saying that, he stared straight at the knife energy, his body tense and glaring. Even if I die, I won't close my eyes. I will watch all of you die in the underworld. 7 killings, 4th kill, cut with one knife. A deep voice burst out in an instant with supreme will. 1,000-meter-long sword energy swept over like a huge wave. The 1,000-meter-long sword energy swallowed up the 100-meter-long sword. The sword energy continued to slash forward with unrivaled momentum. Ni's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked up and roared, "My lord! I have to use my ultimate move. I can't let this kid from Dragon Country kill me today. Tokugawa Ieyasu's eyes widened, and a river of blood slowly appeared behind him. The blood river endured this blow and turned dim and transparent. The blood river began to roll, and occasionally bloody human hands stretched out from the river, struggling and swaying. Seeing this, Nizi turned around and roared, "The awakened people of the Empire must now unite against the enemy. If Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu is defeated again, even if we survive, we will be sinners of the Empire. The Empire will take care of your family. At this moment, on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor, I initiate the plan of death by honor." Suli stood beside Wang Nuo and poked his shoulder with his elbow. "What is the Jade Death Plan? Mass suicide?" Wang Nuo shook his head. "I don't know, I'm not the Emperor of Xiaoshi. But the mythological world is so big, it's fate that the three of us can meet." Suli smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to survive at the 4th level. By the way, where is Lu Qianqian? She's not with you." Wang Nuo showed a smile that you know. Suli's face looked a little gloomy. Wang Nuo felt something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Suli looked ahead. "Lu Qianqian is dead." Wang Nuo was stunned for a moment and sighed, "That child is kind and cute, and is our happy pill in the bureau. But I'm also prepared. After all, anyone can die in a war of gods. I might die in the next second." "Stop chatting. What are they doing these days? Are they crazy?" Xiang Wu interrupted their conversation. Suli raised his head and looked, and his whole body became dazed. All the people in Sky who were fighting with the awakened ones of Dragon Country had evacuated to one side. A full 100,000 little creatures rushed towards the river of blood on the body of the guardian spirit of Nizi. The moment they got close, the divine power in their bodies began to flow backwards, and a powerful impact force burst out from their bodies. Blow the body into pieces. Their flesh and blood flowed into the river of blood. Tokugawa Ieyasu's body slowly broke through to 35 meters. Even slowly began to grow. "Suli, this thing is too evil, just stop him. Let me try it first." Xiang Wu jumped up, and Xiang Zhuang, who was dancing with a sword, slowly appeared behind him. Slash at the long river in the distance. The visible white sword energy drew an arc across the sky and slashed the blood river. But it was instantly absorbed by the blood of the blood river. The size of the blood river also grew slightly. "It can't be broken." Xiang Wu's face looked extremely ugly. "If it continues to grow like this, won't all of us here die?" Wang Nuo said in a deep voice. "Suli, why don't you kill him before it gets too big?" Wang Nuo suggested hurriedly. Suli shook his head. "It's okay, let him continue to grow. Sure enough, life has changed since he ranked 4th. Those people in the first few places are nothing, so weak that they can't even take a single move. Now it's a little interesting. It doesn't feel like a one-hit kill." Wang Nuo frowned. "Suli, I know you have many guardian spirits, but you can't be righteous. This is a battle of life and death. It's not like playing games where you can reload the game after death. You only have one life." Suli still looked at the increasing number of Tokugawa Ieyasu without caring. Wang Nuo frowned, feeling unhappy. It is normal for teenagers to act recklessly. But we still treat life so frivolously. This is only the 4th level. However, Suli didn't really want to test Tokugawa Ieyasu's limit of strength. Ever since he merged with Bai Qi, I was particularly excited when I saw the river of blood. The soul began to tremble. He had a hunch. If only I could swallow up the river of blood behind Tokugawa Ieyasu. Maybe something will change. Bai Qi was able to break free from the rules of the mythological world and force himself to appear behind him. There must be something more behind him than that. So far, he discovered that he was the only one who had merged with the guardian spirit. He was one step ahead of others. If you take one step ahead, you will have to walk faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom. After tens of thousands of awakened people integrated into it, Tokugawa Ieyasu's body has reached 80 meters. A blood-red mist began to dissipate behind Nizi. His eyes turned murderous red. Suli was getting more and more excited, a little more, only 80 meters. Not enough. Let's go to 100 meters. 100 meters is a threshold. But then, no matter how many awakened people there were, they all shattered and merged into the blood river. Tokugawa Ieyasu's body still remained at 80 meters. Kill. The overwhelming desire to kill made him completely out of control. He turned his head and slashed behind him with the sword. The 80,000 little days awakeners behind him had no time to react and were instantly cut in half by the huge sword energy. Even Suli was swearing at this moment. 80,000 people were cut in half in an instant. The river of blood and the minced flesh formed a flesh cloud in the sky. The huge Tokugawa Ieyasu opened his mouth and swallowed it. It was immediately sucked into the mouth. Aren't you surprised? Suli looked at Wang Nuo. Wang Nuo was silent for a moment. During the first god battle at the 9th level, I didn't dare to open my mouth. If I did, it would be very likely that minced meat and brains would be thrown into my mouth. There was no earth under my feet but flesh and bones, and the river of blood was 5 meters deep. Suli nodded, I understand. Then I'll do it. Suli stretched. The next second it turned into a ball of red light and rushed into the black fog. The black fog under Tokugawa Ieyasu's feet had spread into miasma. Some awakened ones inhaled it and fell to the ground on the spot. No. How did Suli get in? Xiangwu stamped his feet anxiously. Even if his guardian spirit is very powerful, his main body is just that of a high school student. That's miasma, how can he get in? He's doomed now. Wang Nuo glared at him angrily, can you please stop talking? How could Suli do something he wasn't sure of? Rushing in to die. Just watch first. In the fog. Suli's body began to mutate and swell. The blood on his body solidified and was forged into armor. In just 1 minute, Suli turned into a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster wearing blood-red armor and with scarlet eyes. He took a deep breath of the miasma in the air. Found it. Boom. A cloud of blood mist erupted behind Suli. He rushed forward in an instant. The next second, Waran took action and smashed the black fog in front of him with his right fist. The air was compressed into a huge bursting sound. Bang. Large blank gaps appeared in the black fog. Black mist spread over Nizai's body, and his bloodshot eyes stared at Suli. Suli's voice sounded hoarsely, my delicacy, I found you. What kind of monster are you? Nizai stared at the humanoid monster in front of him hoarsely. Suli patted his chest and said, blood sacrifice. You also know blood sacrifice, but it seems that the fusion degree between your guardian spirit and you is not at the maximum level, so you cannot correct the awakener. In that case, leave this huge power to me. How can a monster like you get close to Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu, who was created by tens of thousands of imperial warriors? Nizai looked at Suli with contempt. During the time we are talking, all the awakened ones outside have died. You are destined to be a clown. Suli nodded and snapped his fingers. Bai Chi's shadow slowly appeared, and Suli's eyes turned completely blood-red. 2 streaks of blood shot out. Suli stepped on the ground, and a bloody hurricane rolled up. In an instant he stood behind Nizai. The god of killing Bai Chi, his bones are piled up like a mountain. The skeleton of the mountain slowly emerged from the black fog. A bone road slowly opened up on both sides of the mountain of bones. On both sides of the road lay skeletons with red glowing eye sockets. On top of the bone mountain, a skeleton throne stands. Suli slowly sat on the throne. Behind the bone mountain there was a river of blood. Just like the eternal emperor, ruling the world. Bai Chi was covered in blood, kneeling on one knee on the bone mountain, his eyes shining like the sun, shocking everything. The 10,000 bones demon mountain is complete, move in. Nizai's whole body began to tremble. With his eyes in a trance, he walked towards the road to Bone Mountain step by step. No, no, no. Stop. Damn it. Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu. Stop. That Bone Mountain seemed to have endless magical power. Tokugawa Ieyasu behind Nai was like a wild dog that had found delicious food, urging Nai to step into the Bone Mountain step by step. You despicable dragon country bastard. Fight me one-on-one if you can. What the hell are you doing? Stop it, ah! His uncontrolled walking made the fear in his heart grow wildly. No. Nai opened his mouth, stuck out his tongue and bit it hard. Crack! He bit off half of his tongue. The intense pain made him pause. He raised his eyes half an inch and looked at Suli on the Bone Mountain. Suli looked down with an indifferent expression. Come up. Bai Qi inserted his arms into his chest and opened his heart. Crash! Torrents of blood flowed from Bai Qi's chest. A river of blood rushed down. The bones were stained bloody. 6 paths of reincarnation, Ashura. This information suddenly appeared in Suli's mind. Next second, with a look of joy on his face, Nai strode towards the Bone Mountain. Tokugawa Ieyasu behind him rushed towards the Bone Road frantically. Nai ran while he was running, while yelling. The flesh and blood on his body began to fall off. The calf is supported by 2 red bones. Slowly the 2 buttocks became flesh and bones. Gradually, his flesh and blood melted. Only the head was left. From a distance, it looked like a red skull with a fleshy head on top. Nai smiled foolishly. Suli stood up and pointed at the blood river beside him. Without thinking twice, he plunged in and was melted. The huge body of Tokugawa Ieyasu began to nourish the entire mountain of bones. Suli took a deep breath and smiled with satisfaction. More. More. Outside the black fog, Wang Nuo and Xiang Wu dodged frantically. What should we do? Our guardian spirits can't break the defense of this thing. So many people have died. Xiang Wu yelled at Wang Nuo anxiously. Wang Nuo was in a trance. What the hell is this Tokugawa Ieyasu? He just went crazy and smashed all the awakened people in Sakura country into pulp. It's out of control now. Did you see that? Fortunately, we all retreated here. The awakened ones from other countries were killed instantly. Is this thing really something that the guardian spirit can fight against? Listening to Wang Nuo's despair, Xiang Wu said in a deep voice, after all, it is something that was fused together from swallowing more than 10,000 awakeners. It is normal for it to mutate. Now I estimate that even the guardian spirit summoned by Suli will not be able to deal with it for a while. Wang Nuo was silent. He looked worriedly at the black fog that covered the sky and the earth. If Suli still can't solve that little problem, it will be our turn next. Uncertain. Xiang Wu stared straight at Tokugawa Ieyasu. What do you mean? Wang Nuo was puzzled. Xiang Wu pointed at the king-level boss who was still walking silently. I think Xiaori's guardian spirit has lost its mind now and is fighting based on instinct. If we could just... What a genius! Wang Nuo was overjoyed. He slapped his forehead vigorously, looking annoyed. How could I forget this? When it comes to the art of war, Lord Zhuge Wuxian is the #1 in the history of Dragon Country. Come on. Let's see who is more powerful, our guardian spirit or this king-level boss. Blue Star Cherry Blossom Country. Emperor Hirohito lay in a chair and watched the fighting on the screen. The beautiful girls around him were all pale and trembling. The scene of the massacre made some children demented. The timid ones were sent directly to the ambulance. Seeing that Nai devoured more than 10,000 awakened people, he began to grow and become as tall as a demon. A blush appeared on Hirohito's dry face. He kicked away the girl who was massaging his chapped feet with her breasts. He stood up with a trembling body and shouted excitedly, "Blood, blood, only blood can show the majesty of the empire. What a wonderful color. Kill, kill, kill. Kill them. Let the world know that the empire is the greatest. The empire is strong." He was even trembling with excitement. But then, when he saw Tokugawa Ieyasu kill 80,000 awakened people in Sakura country in seconds, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Why? Why did Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu do this? He is a good man of the empire. Why? The old Hirohito roared to the sky and shouted at the top of his lungs. Suddenly his eyes rolled up. Pale lips. He fell straight to the ground. The back of his head hit the concrete floor hard. Open your mouth and breathe deeply. His chest slowly stopped rising and falling. His Majesty. Something has happened to His Majesty. The girls throughout the imperial residence screamed in fear. When Shingo Abe arrived, Emperor Hirohito had already been covered with a white sheet. What's going on? Emperor Jinwu asked softly. The cabinet minister stepped forward and lowered his voice. After seeing Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu slaughter the awakeners of the empire, he couldn't stand the shock and had a myocardial infarction. He fell to the ground and hit the back of his head, causing cerebral congestion, and died just like that. Emperor Shingo nodded. It's a natural death. The most important thing now is the war between gods. Once the mythological fragments are gathered, the empire will directly destroy the Dragon Kingdom. With so many women in the Dragon Kingdom, the population of the empire will explode. What are you looking at? Emperor Jinwu frowned. The cabinet minister pointed to the sky and said, Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu rushed towards the boss. What? Quick, everyone remove all defenses. Use your divine power to speed up and charge towards that boss. We must bring the guardian spirit of Sakura country here. Tens of thousands of guardian spirits tens of meters tall were galloping madly. Occasionally, he would show his gossip attitude and backbomb Tokugawa Ieyasu. Their route bypassed the king-level boss without deviation. The 1,000-meter-high king-level boss has gone very far. Tokugawa Ieyasu strode towards him at a terrifying speed. Each step left a 3-meter-deep hole in the ground. The blood mist behind him became more and more condensed. There was blood mist flowing all over his body. It was like a ghost covered with red gauze. But this evil spirit is 100 meters tall. Even the sky began to sound mournful music. The music is mournful and long, like hundreds of ghosts parading at night. Everyone disperse. Now. Zhuge Wushan's feather fan behind Wang Nuo waved forward. The sound reached everyone's ears. They instantly burst out with astonishing speed, and the guardian spirits carried the awakened ones to scatter to avoid the attack. Tokugawa Ieyasu rushed towards the king-level boss with bloodshot eyes. Under the expectant gaze of tens of thousands of people, Tokugawa Ieyasu slashed the king-level boss's thigh with his sword. Time began to freeze. The king-level boss slowly stopped and looked down at his body. 100-meter-long gully appeared on the chest. The ravines are not filled with flesh and blood, but it is a crystal light. Behead. Tokugawa Ieyasu growled and slashed madly with his long sword. The king-level boss was completely enraged. All the scales on the body are open. Countless crimson beams of light shot out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The beam of light pierced Tokugawa Ieyasu's body like a sieve. But this instead made Tokugawa Ieyasu furious. He was only 1/10 the height of a king-level boss, but he jumped up. He jumped 800 meters high and chopped down the king-level boss's neck with his long sword. The scales all over the king-level boss's body continued to expand. The second wave of attacks is imminent. Snap. Tokugawa Ieyasu was faster and cut off the neck with one stroke. The huge body of the boss slowly collapsed to the ground. Formed a dragon spine mountain range. These things from Sakura country are indeed perverted, but they are really powerful. He can kill this king-level boss by himself. Wang Nuo was amazed. Xiang Wu retorted, it's not that simple. The guardian spirit of the Sakura country absorbed more than 10,000 and killed another 80,000. Look at the blood and flesh all over the sky that merged into the black mist. More than 100,000 awakened people gathered together. That is a huge force. Even 100,000 ants can eat a tiger. Use a point to break the surface. Wang Nuo nodded in agreement. More importantly, this king-level boss will not actively attack. Although its attack interval is extremely powerful, it has a cooling period. It is more like an NPC. Xiangwu looked up at the tall mountains and trees in the distance and took a breath. Are we in a huge game world? Look over there. Xiao Rizi's guardian spirit seems to have been absorbed by the black fog. Wang Nua screamed. Everyone looked over. Tokugawa Ieyasu, who was 100 meters tall, completely turned into a bloody mist. The body began to melt. It turned into clouds of mist and merged into the black fog. The black fog began to shrink. Each contraction reduces it by 1/10. Vaguely, Wang Nua saw a flash of white in the black fog. The black fog completely dissipated. Only Su Li looked at them with a smile on his face. Wang Nua and the other men rushed to Su Li's side. He leaned over to look behind Su Li. Where's that little Dei? Su Li spread his hands, looking innocent. I don't know, who knows what Xiao Ri is doing. We have killed the king-level boss. The mission is accomplished. All the men of Dragon Country can enter the next level alive. Wang Nua was happy from the bottom of his heart. One more person means one more hope. Su Li smiled and said, okay, you guys stay here first. There are enough people to wait until the countdown is over. I'll leave first. Wang Nua grabbed Su Li and asked anxiously, what are you doing? Where are you going? Our mission has been completed. Xiangwu also blocked Su Li's way. Yeah, now just wait, what else are you going to do? Su Li smiled and said, isn't there a world boss? I have to go check that thing out. No. Absolutely not, Su Li. Wang Nua held Su Li's arm with both hands and said in a trembling voice, look, the king-level boss is 1,000 meters tall. It took hundreds of thousands of us to kill it. Even if you are awesome and invincible. But it's not that strong yet. No one knows how strong the world boss will be. Is he 10,000 meters tall? We have completed our mission, what else do you want to do? Longwa cannot live without you, Su Li. Even if we all die, you must live. Wang Nua's voice is very loud. There is also an expansion of Zhuge Wushan's Bagua formation. Tens of thousands of awakened people in Dragon Country heard it. All of them looked straight at Su Li. Look at this 16-year-old genius. Su Li still looked at them with a smile. Among them are some plain-looking girls, while others are extremely beautiful. There are also loving couples, fathers and sons, and even mothers and sons. These few short months. They experience perhaps the most unforgettable life and death story. I want to go. The world boss has a choice of mythical characters. If the Awakener from Sakura Country wins, even if we win this time, we won't be able to face a mythical character. Wang Nua shook his head. Maybe he's not as strong as you think. Although we don't know what the mythological characters are, with you here, the history of Dragon Country will definitely be completed in the future. There are so many of us, so what if he is a mythical figure? We can just kill him. Su Li's smile became more sad. He discovered in despair that the history of Dragon Kingdom was not only broken. Even the myths have completely disappeared. If I die here, or the world boss is obtained by people from other countries, the Dragon Kingdom must be destroyed. You don't understand. Su Li shook his head and walked towards the center of the world. Su Li. Wang Nua grabbed Su Li. Su Li stopped, turned around suddenly, and punched out. A powerful fist wind swept around. Wang Nua and Xiangwu were smashed and flew more than 10 meters away. He was hurriedly hugged by the awakened ones behind him. Su Kai opened his mouth. Kuanping soars to 90,000 miles. Fly. Call out. Su Li's feet were moving fast. Rushing towards the sky rapidly on the clouds and wind. It soon turned into a small black dot and disappeared from everyone's sight. Wang Nua sighed, you must stay alive. Dragon Country cannot live without you. Cherry Blossom Country. Ampere Shingo stood upright on the ground. Sir, you have been standing here for half an hour, take a rest. The cabinet minister said worriedly. But Shingo Ampere still stared at the sky. 80,000 men. 80,000 men of the empire sacrificed themselves to Tokugawa Ieyasu, yet they were so vulnerable. He is a sinner. A disgrace. Go, dig up Tokugawa Ieyasu's grave and throw it into the sea. His bloodline is completely ruined. Such a person is not worthy of being an ancient sage of the empire. The cabinet minister saw Abe Shingo's ferocious face from the side, and his heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head and said, "I'll do it right away." "What are you doing? What do you want to do?" A little Day retreated in horror. The guardian spirit behind him had already been shattered. Sully had a blank expression on his face, and his right hand was clenched. A wisp of pink mist slowly emerged. The mist was blown into Xiao Rizi's nostrils by the wind. Xiao Rizi's face suddenly turned red and his body became paralyzed. Sully walked past Xiao Rizi and slapped him on the temple. Bang! The sound of the explosion was followed by Xiao Rizi's body falling to the ground and dying. His temple was beaten into a pulp by Sully. A blood-red mist emanated from the corpse and sank into the soles of his feet. Sully flew towards the central world with the wind under his feet. Bai Qi's desire to kill became stronger and stronger. Every time Sully kills someone, the blood-red vortex gate behind him grew a little. Sully even discovered that the other guardian spirits showed a hint of fear. Bai Qi is the only one given by the mythological world. Seems to be growable. There are still 8 days left, which is enough time to reach the central mountain. 1 day later. Sully no longer saw the endless green trees. A blood-red color appeared in front of me. The earth was split in two. Usually green. The other half is a 10,000-meter-high mountain separated by charred lava in the middle. The mountain blocked out the entire sky at a glance. It seemed as if another planet was cut in half and inserted straight down. The ground beneath the mountains is large enough to cover the entire Dragon Kingdom. There are dozens of volcanoes around that erupt lava from time to time. Sully stood on a 100-meter-high tree and looked at the mountain. There were dense swarms of insects crawling on the mountain. There were also countless black spots moving on the surface of the face at the foot of the mountain. Sully jumped on the treetops and approached the central mountain. This mountain is too big. So much so that Sully ran wildly for 3 hours and still had no sense of distance. Another 3 hours passed. Sully finally stood outside the lava. Then he took a breath of cold air. Those black spots are not bugs at all. But people. Countless people. The awakened ones occupy half of the area. They started climbing the mountain frantically, constantly avoiding the lava. Sully initially estimated that there were millions of awakened people climbing here. Sully looked at these densely packed guardian spirits, targeting an awakened person from the Dragon Kingdom. Approach quickly. Hey, brother, I just got here. There is a world boss on top of this mountain. Are so many people going to kill the boss? Sully asked, pulling a young man from Dragon Country. The young man glanced at Sully and said, "Nonsense, if you're not going to kill the world boss, are you going on a trip?" "Haha, bro, you're so funny. My name is Zhao Wu." "What's your name?" Zhao Wu asked, looking around. Sully introduced himself, "Just call me Wang Nua." "Brother Wang, why do you look familiar? It seems like I've seen you somewhere." Zhao Wu frowned and looked at Sully. Sully laughed, "An ordinary face, an ordinary face. There are only 3 world bosses. Will so many people go to hunt them? There are also only 3 rewards. How will they be distributed?" Sully asked in confusion. Zhao Wu suddenly rushed to the left. He pulled out a cut bamboo stick from his sleeve and stabbed it directly into the neck of an Asian-looking boy. Puff puff puff. He stabbed the boy 8 times in succession and saw that the boy did not move. Zhao Wu came back again, put the bamboo into his sleeve and continued to walk forward. "Most of us have completed our missions. It's okay anyway. We might as well go and see what the world boss looks like. What if we are lucky enough to find something good?" Sully stared at the dead boy with wide eyes. Zhao Wu still looked around. "That's a small day. You have to be careful. Someone from other countries might rush over and kill you," Zhao Wu reminded. "Oh, I see. How many people have you killed?" "About 20. Zhao Wu asked. Su was stunned. 20. It must be tens of thousands. More or less. You're still a long way from here. Including the little day just now, I've already killed 30 of them. Come with me. Follow me. When we reach the top of the mountain and see the boss, the countdown will almost be over. I just don't know what the next level will be like. Su hurriedly followed. Thank you very much for your cultivation, big brother. Do you see that woman 10 meters to the left? The one with big breasts and wearing a J. Go kill her. Zhao Wu glared and said in a low voice. Su looked over quickly. A girl about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a black miniskirt and white stockings, was walking timidly forward. Su glanced around. Behind the girl stood an awakened person with a pale face. He lowered his hands and followed the girl expressionlessly. Next second, he suddenly turned his head and locked his eyes directly on Su. Su frowned. This was the first person he met who could lock onto him with just her eyes. Don't be afraid to kill her just because she's a beautiful woman. She was just a normal girl. It's right to kill them all, regardless of whether they are men or women. If you don't come, I will. After he finished speaking, lightning and thunder appeared on Zhao Wu's body. His feet flashed as he prepared to rush towards the beautiful girl. Ah! A sudden scream interrupted Zhao Wu's preparation. I saw a middle-aged man on the right rushing towards the girl. At the moment of being caught, the dead-faced man behind the girl suddenly attacked. He raised his hands, flashed a cold light and cut off the man's arm. The man screamed and wailed on the ground. Shit! Shit! This is an awakened person from the Korean country. At this moment, both hands are lost forever. Zhao Wu took a deep breath. Oh my goodness. Let's stay away. We only have one life. Let's go. Zhao Wu pulled Su away from the girl. Su narrowed his eyes and stared at the girl's thighs. Sure enough, this action made the man's face gloomy. He took 2 steps forward. He held the girl's arm and walked towards Su step by step. Su's mouth curled up slightly. Brother Zhao Wu, I saw my second uncle's younger brother's nephew's second uncle. I'll go over there first and look for you later. In Zhao Wu's confused eyes, Su started to retreat quickly. He began to run in the opposite direction of the crowd. The young man and the girl sped up to catch up. Su ran for a long time. He stopped suddenly and looked behind him leisurely. Why don't you run away? The young man looked at Su indifferently, his eyes calm as if he saw a playful dog. The girl beside him was not panicked at all and looked at Su curiously. What's your name? Su asked softly. The young man grinned. Su from Longhua, right? I saw your guards, 3, right? You will die in my hands today. Su was stunned. The next second he burst into laughter. Interesting, interesting. I've been tired of killing you guys for so long. You're all a bunch of trash. Finally I met someone interesting. Name. The boy let go of the girl's arm. He smiled slightly and said confidently, Zhuaixia Kong. Guardian Spirit, Usuji Kenshin. Usuji Kenshin. The third most powerful general in the empire. A talented boy with a fusion degree of 99. Zhuaixia Kong. The dying Emperor Shingo stood up straight, pointing at the sky and shouting at the top of his lungs. The originally sluggish atmosphere of the entire Sakura country suddenly rose. Prime Minister, can he win? Dragon Country Su has 3 guardian spirits on him. The cabinet minister said worriedly. Haha. What 3 masters? He's my son. Even though he didn't participate in the first War of Gods, he is our hidden killer. A middle-aged man in military uniform walked in from the gate. Zhuai Shangkong. Why are you here? The cabinet minister asked in a deep voice. Why can't I come? You 2 losers, what else can you do except hiding here and playing with women? I'm working hard outside. Zhuai Shangkong stared at the 2 old men with disdain. Aren't you in Eagle Country? If you don't keep a close eye on them, what if they rebel? The cabinet minister shouted in a trembling voice. Zhuai Shangkong sneered, Eagle country. Their country has no history, no awakened people, we only need to send 10 awakened people to destroy them. Such a weak country still needs to be taken care of. It's a waste of time. Other countries with awakened people have already annexed the surrounding small countries. Now the president of Eagle country has begged me that the women in their country are willing to give birth to children for us. We have already done this, do we still need to plead with the president? Shingo Abe sneered with the aura of a prime minister. Zhuai Shangkong raised his head and looked at the sky, my dear son, kill this bastard of dragon country, and then I will let you be the prime minister. Shingo Abe's face changed drastically. Zhuai Xiaokong. Yusuji Kenshin. What the hell? I've never heard of it. Suli twisted his fingers and said, come here and seek death. Zhuai Xiaokong was stunned. Suddenly, he bent over and pointed at Suli and laughed wildly, ha 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 ha. So what if there are 3 guardian spirits? I have also seen many awakened guardian spirits, but your dragon country has a historical gap, so how can there be any powerful ancient sages? I heard that you... Bang. Zhuai Xiaokang's voice suddenly stopped, covering his cheek blankly. The left side of his face was missing. The blood-stained teeth and tongue were revealed. Ah, he. The blood in Zhuai Xiaokang's mouth sprayed out along his fingers. There's so much blood, are you okay, brother? The girl next to him covered her mouth with her eyes wide open. She carefully moved forward and pulled apart Zhuai Xiaokang's arm, then bent down slightly and looked inside the wound. It's so bloody. Really, how could you beat your brother like this? Suli moved his lips and complained, what's wrong with you? You talk too much nonsense. You. Bakayalu. The girl put her right hand on her waist, pointed at Suli with her left hand and shouted crisply. I will punish you on behalf of the sun. Suli sneered, what a second dimension, come on, come and punish me. I want to see what you are up to. How about giving me a foot massage? Foot massage is also a form of Taoism, how about that? Seeing Suli's hateful face with a playful smile. The girl pouted, turned around and inserted the knife into Zhuai Xiaokang's wound. He grabbed a handful of blood and smeared it on his chest. Slowly the body began to become transparent and disappeared. We. A snicker sounded behind Suli. Suli suddenly felt someone blowing behind his ear. Suli suddenly turned around and looked around. He. If you hurt my brother, you're dead today, he. The woman's strange giggle came from near and far. There were smiles as sweet as silver bells everywhere. This smile is frequent and dense. The air in front of Suli's eyes gradually bent, and smoke-like distortions appeared. Bang. Next second. Suli felt like his chest was hit hard. Its body arched up like a cooked shrimp. He knelt on the ground with a hideous and painful expression. He felt like his intestines were being mashed. What the hell is this? We. The woman's snickering continued. And with an urgent playfulness. Bang. Suli was hit by an inexplicable force, and his body leaped high and fell to the ground 3 meters away. We. What on earth is this? Dragon Kingdom Kyoto. The Dragon King's face turned pale. How could there be such a thing? What is this? How could such a sinister thing exist in our daily lives? Is it a ghost? The Dragon King was silent. He saw it. Suli had absolutely no way to deal with this thing. No one can even see that thing. If it wasn't for playing with Suli. During the first attack. Directly hit Suli's innate inspiration. At this moment, Suli had already become a corpse on the ground. Is God going to destroy our Dragon Kingdom? Oh my God. Hee, I've had enough fun. I'm going to destroy you on behalf of the moon. At this moment, Suli was spitting out blood. He grinned as he listened to the unseen voice, it's the sun, you retard. Hee, go to hell. Senior Li Bai, is there really no way? You are the guardian spirits. Suli communicated frantically. This thing carries a trace of divine power. There must be something wrong with it. Once a guardian spirit is summoned, it can only fight against visible things. There is a way. Guan Yu's Qi Sha Tu Lui has a skill to break evil spirits, but you can't summon it now. Su Li dodged an attack by instinct. Why? Li Bai said in a deep voice, there are millions of awakened people here. No matter how powerful we are powerless in the face of so many awakened people. You will be beaten to death. Ha ha. I'm not afraid either. Senior Li Bai, when did you start to care so much? Junior invites the Marshal St. Guan Yu to come. Boom. The sky turned dark red. Guan Yu, riding on the red hare, slowly descended. There was a thriving blood glow on his body. His eyes turned blood red. Even the green dragon crescent blade turned into the Ashura blood blade. A solemn and murderous atmosphere instantly spread out. Countless awakened ones stopped and looked back in horror. The surrounding trees are 100 meters high. The 30-meter-tall Guan Yu was now completely hidden among the trees. 7 killings, 5th kill, break the evil spirit. Guan Yu chopped with his sword. Suddenly, a blood-colored wind blew in the surrounding area. The wind is howling. Come out to someone. Guan Yu swung the second sword. In an instant, a scream came from behind Su Li. The girl was chopped out alive. The upper half of the body was cut in half. Seeing this, Su Li stepped forward, grabbed the intestines, and pulled them out along with the stomach. Directly hollow out the girl's abdominal cavity. Now, you're done. Su Li looked at the dying girl viciously. The girl smiled foolishly and pointed at Su Li tremblingly, I represent the stars to destroy you. That's the sun. Su Li corrected coldly. Hee, it doesn't matter. So this is what death feels like. It's really too overwhelming. The girl rolled her eyes and died instantly. Su Li looked at the two-dimensional girl in silence. It's your turn next. You watched your girlfriend being killed and did nothing. You are such a pervert. Su Li twisted his fingers and looked towards Xia Kong, who was standing on the left. Xia Kong, the short guy from the left, stared at Su Li with a smile on his face. Slowly put down the fingers on the cheek. Su Li's pupils shrank. The cheek that had been shaved open was now intact. Do you like this tune? Zhuai Xia Kong looked at Su Li with a smile. Su Li's pupils shrank. Suddenly I lowered my head and looked. There was no body of the girl on the ground. Li Bai's voice was filled with doubt. Guan Yu's destroying evil spirits can kill all evil spirits, unless the opponent is not an evil spirit. Su Li was puzzled. If it's not evil, what else could it be? Can a person become transparent and disappear? I tore open the woman's abdomen myself, but now she's gone. Could it be? It seems that you understand that the other party affects your subconscious mind and the vision of the entire guardian spirit. If I'm not mistaken, the other party's guardian spirit's skill is that girl's. Su Li looked at Zhuai Xia Kong in the distance in astonishment. He asked tremblingly, you mean, the other side threw people out to fight? What's so strange about that? That's easy, just kill him. Su Li made up his mind. Pink mist spread under his feet and he resumed his daily life on the opposite side. Xia Kong, the short guy on the left, looked at Su Li jokingly. The woman's tittering voice rang in Su Li's ears again. The sound was long and dense. Blow air in your ears from time to time. Bang. Su Li's body, which was originally rushing forward, was suddenly bent back. His body was smashed away like a piece of torn cotton. Puff. Su Li spat out a mouthful of blood. Master Guan. Su Li wiped the blood and roared. Guan Yu slashed forward. The girl was struck into nothingness. Half of his body fell heavily to the ground, his intestines covered with dirt and leaves. Hee. It's really confusing, but I can come out as many times as I want. Strong Oni-chan, if I punch you 100 times, I will definitely kill you, Kong bade. The girl's eyes suddenly widened, she rolled her eyes, and died gasping for breath. Next second. The snickering laughter covered the air again. Bang. Su Li was knocked away by a punch. This time, there was blood on his chest. That's not right. Why doesn't Guan Yu attack the other awakener? His sword energy is enough to kill him instantly. Li finally reacted. Since the opponent's guardian spirit skills are so difficult to deal with, why not attack the awakened directly? Li Bai's tone was somewhat solemn. The other party's guardian spirit can block the sight of our guardian spirit. I told you before that it can't attack and can't lock onto anything. Unless you want those millions of awakened ones to notice you. If you do that, you can cover the entire area within a 10-mile radius with the attack. It's enough to make the other awakened ones flee and hide. Li covered his chest and coughed, watching the dismembered girl appear again. I can't let this lunatic continue to attack me. Luckily, my body is strengthened. Otherwise, my abdomen would have been ruptured after the first attack. Li closed his eyes, then opened. No. Bai Qi's 6 reincarnations cannot be released. Before, it was a black fog covering the entire city, blocking everyone's vision. Now once released, I guess even Longguo won't tolerate him. Can summon extraordinary guardian spirits. You can't turn yourself into a god or devil. Otherwise, we will become the global enemy. Senior Guan Yu, I'm in trouble. Guan Yu was covered in blood mist. Raise the knife and kill. 7 killings, 4th kill, cut with 1 knife. Boom. The bloody sword energy stirred up a hurricane. 100-meter-high hurricane swept everything around it. Zhuai Xiakang's pupils shrank. There were countless flying knives in that hurricane. Countless flying knives continued to devour everything around. The air is sucked out. The earth was swept away. The 100-meter-tall tree was shattered into smoke. Screw one. What an amazing masterpiece. The girl exclaimed with eyes wide open. Zhuai Xiakang fled without looking back. No carbon-based creature on the blue planet can withstand this hurricane. Why are dragon nation's skills so abnormal? Zhuai Xiakang no longer has the confidence he once had. What does a hurricane that is 100 meters high mean? If this hurricane appeared in Sakura, Kyoto, everyone in the city will be hanged. It's so unfair. Why are his skills different from ours? Zhuai Xiakang's mentality suffered a serious blow. Since participating in the War of Gods, 1-on-1, even 1-to-many, he was not the least bit timid. His guardian spirit is the most powerful and mysterious. The opponent will be killed instantly by him without any sound. But this time, seeing something so horrific on such a large scale, he couldn't hold it in any longer. This is a natural disaster. It's a natural disaster. General Zhuai Xiakang, it seems your son has suffered a setback. Shingo Amp smiled happily. Ever since the emperor died, he became the voice of Sakura country. Don't be so complacent. Do you really think that an ordinary person can become the leader of a country? Zhuai Xiakang had a look of sarcasm on his face. What do you mean? Zhuai Xiakang sat down on the chair, picked up a cherry on the table with 2 fingers and put it into his mouth. Look at other countries, all the national resources have been divided up by the awakened people, and ordinary people are just servants in their eyes. On the planet Blue Star, there are only 2 kinds of species, humans and other animals. Once humans transcend the limitations of the masses, does he still have the concept of a country in his heart? Listen to what Zhuai Xiakang said. Shingo Amp's face turned terribly pale. He sat on the ground trembling, his eyes becoming dull. Now that the emperor is dead, who do you think you are? You are still here showing off. If you want to live, quickly choose a royal bloodline before the God War ends. At least the emperor is inviolable in their eyes. That's not right. Then why is Longguo still so stable? Ampere Jinwu asked unconvinced. Zhuai Xiakang raised his head and said, who knows? My son may not survive, it all depends on those 2 people. Zhuai Xiakang was muttering to himself. Shingo Ampere looked up at the sky. Dragon Kingdom Kyoto. The Dragon King looked into the distance. The ancient sages of Dragon Nation are truly great sages. The awakened ones they chose have been protecting the territory of Dragon Nation since ancient times. Dragon King. In the past few years, all those capitalists have been killed by these awakened ones. An old man said. The Dragon King smiled slightly. Good kill. Now it depends on whether we can win this time. Dragon Country can no longer bear the loss of 100 million people. People of Sakura Country, run! A shrill roar blasted through an area of 100 miles in radius of the central mountain. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound in confusion. I saw Xia Kong, who was short and had no legs, being held by a tall-legged girl and jumping wildly. Each step spans 100 meters. Veins bulged on the girl's taut thighs, and with every step she took, a half-meter deep hole was left on the ground. But Xia Kang's face was still filled with fear. A huge 80-meter-long Lord-level boss was blown by the blood-red hurricane. In an instant it turned into a cloud of blood mist. Run faster. All awakened guardian spirits are single-point attacks, with a maximum range of 100 meters. This bastard actually attacked the entire map. This is unfair. Why don't I have a skill like this? Baka. Isn't this Xia Kong? Why are you so flustered? When you came here, your father promised that you were the most outstanding in the empire. I am so disappointed. A group of more than 20 people stood in front of Xia Kong. The leader, a middle-aged man in his early 30s, frowned and lectured. Get out of my way, you old bastard. Xia Kong was frightened to death. He had heard that 2 great generals of the empire were beheaded in the capital of Dragon Kingdom. Finally, it was transmitted to Sakura Kyoto with the help of the power of the guardian spirit. A 30-meter-tall guardian spirit killed 2 awakened ones with 1 strike. But now, he was desperate. Whose guardian spirit summoned a natural disaster with 1 strike of the sword. A hurricane 100 meters high. As high as a 33-story building. And there is no sign of abating. After devouring those elite monsters, the speed became faster and faster. What a piece of empire garbage. The middle-aged man sneered at the fleeing Xia Kong. That must be Suli from Dragon Country. The middle-aged man's eyes emitted a faint light of light blue. Instantly brought the distant view closer. There are 38 of us here. No matter how strange his guardian spirit is, he can't defeat us. Even I would have a hard time facing more than 3 awakened ones. 30 people. Enough to kill him. Yoshi, get ready. Middle-aged people take the lead. 30 people summoned their guardian spirits and rushed towards Suli. A bunch of idiots. How dare your guardian spirits resist something that's 100 meters high? You must have drunk too much residual nuclear wastewater. Xia Kong rushed towards the central mountain. Look. Look. Xia Kong pointed at the huge screen in front of him and roared, glaring at Ampere Shingo. What a bunch of idiots. Huh? They dared to rush into a tornado that big and die. Is this the Bushido spirit of the empire? The people of Dragon Country are so smart. If they can't win, they just turn around and run away. It's all because of you, old man, who insisted on instilling the spirit of seeking death in them. Ampere Shingo stood up, biting his cigar, and said nonchalantly, our nation must have this kind of fearlessness of death. There is an old saying in the Dragon Country, even if you die, you will have no regrets. Huh, I heard your son went up there too. Why isn't he shown on the screen? All awakened people in all regions of the world will be shown in the sky, but where is your son? Where is he hiding? Ampere Shingo shook his head, my son gave up when the space was awakened this time. Give up? Old man, are you kidding the devil? I searched the entire Kyoto, and there is no trace of your son. Ha ha. Ampere Shingo looked at the screen, what a warrior of the empire. In the picture. The 30 people were swept away by the hurricane. In an instant it turned into pink mist. Not even a bone was left. Suli looked at this scene excitedly, I knew it. I knew that reaching the maximum level of an ancient sage is not that easy. Li Bai was silent for a long time before he exclaimed, you are not simple. Your soul power seems to be the same as 2 people. It can make us guardian spirits exert power beyond our level. Suli pursed his lips. Next, you are completely exposed. Be prepared. Suli raised his head and looked. A huge ball of light spread out like a hurricane. The hurricane was extinguished in an instant. Suli looked along the trajectory of the ball of light. There were tens of thousands of awakened people taking action together. Suli smiled slightly and walked forward on foot. We soon reached the border. Brother, did you create that hurricane just now? Zhao Wu suddenly appeared with his mouth opened in an exaggerated manner. Suli nodded. Why are they so hostile to me? Zhao Wu coughed and said, it's like this. Now everyone has small groups just to climb the mountain without being attacked by others. But once you climb the mountain and face the world boss, it all depends on luck. After all, no one wants to work hard to make wedding clothes for others. But it's different now. The strength you showed alone made them feel the crisis. Suli frowned. I seem to have seen some awakened people from the dragon country. Zhao Wu sighed. In the face of interests, it's normal. Even if the war between gods fails, the awakened ones and their families will not be wiped out. These people just want to become stronger, so who cares? Suli was silent for a moment, then raised his head. What if an awakened dragon nation person attacks me? Zhao Wu looked at Suli in confusion. What do you mean? I say, if I kill the dragon nation awakener, what will happen to me when the god war is over? Zhao Wu blinked and said, I don't know. Anyway, everyone was united in the first battle of gods. I don't know why it changed this time. Didn't the families of the awakeners who survived the first round have their families wiped out? How do you know that the families won't be wiped out if the war between gods fails? Who told you? Zhao Wu frowned. That's what everyone says. Suli took a deep breath. That is to say, someone told them that if the war of gods failed, the awakened ones and their families would not be wiped out, so they became selfish in this war of gods and did not care about the honor of the country, right? Zhao Wu nodded. It seems to be like this. Suli pointed to the direction of Sakura country, where a group of Japanese pirates were guarding spirits in the distance, and asked, why are the awakened people in Sakura country so united and even willing to sacrifice themselves? Don't they know about this? Zhao Wu's face turned slightly pale. The voice was trembling a little. You mean, someone deliberately spread this news in order to cause civil strife among the dragon people during this war of gods? Suli said calmly, I am just guessing. If my guess is true, then, I will be in big trouble. I cannot dominate the victory of the national god war alone. Now, get out of the way, I'm in trouble. Suli looked at the crowd of people in the distance. Each of them is very confident. Everyone is awakened. I felt like I could kill someone with just a raise of my hand. Suli narrowed his eyes. Dragon country. Sakura country. Arabs. Ancient Egypt. About 10,000. Just kill them. They don't seem to want to talk to me properly. Suli raised his hand and pointed forward. Senior Guan Yu, the martial saint, kill without mercy. You are not allowed to take a single step forward. A little boy walked out of the crowd, and the guardian spirit behind him reached a height of 30 meters. This was the first time Suli saw a guardian spirit so tall other than himself. Behind Xiao Rizi stand more than 20,000 awakened people. And their numbers are increasing. Suli stared at the group of people with a serious expression. The reason why Na Ni Zai was able to kill 80,000 awakened people from the Sakura country. It was only because those 80,000 people did not resist and loyally carried out the plan of suicide. These 20,000 people in front of us will resist. The huge combined force from before instantly dissipated Guan Yu's sword wind. People from Dragon Country, do you still have any integrity? They killed so many of us awakeners, and you are still colluding with them. You are a bunch of traitors. Suli shouted in a loud voice, pointing at the awakened people of Dragon Country in the crowd and roaring. Don't pretend to be a saint. We are awakened ones. We are no longer human. We are gods and immortals. Since the war between gods has failed, we awakened ones and our families will be spared from being wiped out. Why should I risk my life for those ordinary people who are like garbage? I was owed 30,000 yuan back then, and it took me 3 years to get it back. Where were you at that time? I could only watch my mother die because she couldn't have chemotherapy. Who do you think you are, standing here blaming us? I just want to live. More and more dragon people are joining in. Get away from me. They could not tolerate an overly powerful awakener climbing the mountain. This is not fair to them. Although the chances are slim. But what if? What if you accidentally give the world boss the last blow? He is a mythical figure. Enough to become the chief of Blue Star. Faced with the temptation of achieving success overnight. What is national destiny? Li was silent. These people only care about themselves. There is no sense of crisis at all. The Sakura country has the most awakened people and is the most powerful overall. Once they have captured the mythical figure. Is there still a way out for Longua? Aren't you really afraid that your family members will be exterminated by the Dragon Kingdom? You traitors! Zhao Wu couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily. Boom boom boom. Thousands of awakened people from the Dragon Kingdom summoned their guardian spirits. They faced the sky and spoke word by word, listen carefully, Dragon King of Dragon Country. If any of our family members are injured, once the War of Gods is over, I guarantee that your family will be the first to lie in the coffin. Li sighed. Under the general trend. He was at his wit's end. It's already very restrained for these people to become like this. The weaker a person is, the more powerful he is and the more perverted his mind is. Get out of the way. I have to climb this mountain. Li was too lazy to care about it. He is not a saint. Why bother so much? Just to avoid being wiped out. It's a pure hoax that the awakened won't be wiped out. Just you. There are only tens of thousands of us, and there are 8 million people on this mountain. You can't make it up. Li smiled slightly, I can get there. Not to mention 8 million people, even if it's 80 million or 800 million, I can get there. The Dragon King looked at the sky calmly. These awakened ones are too presumptuous to threaten you like this. The Dragon King said, in fact, it's good that they can show such a mentality now. Li can't get in. It's impossible for millions of people to do that. Is God going to destroy our dragon nation? The Sakura nation's intelligence elimination plan seems to have been successful. Most of the awakened people believe that the God War will not wipe them out. But in fact, they are being killed indiscriminately. The water of the great river comes from heaven, rushes to the sea and never returns. I want to go back with the wind. Soaring up to 90,000 miles. Li withdrew Guan Yu. Recite 3 poems. What's that sound? Everyone on Earth looked around in confusion. It seems like the sound of running water. There are volcanoes and magma all around here, where does the river water come from? Oh no. Look up at the sky. Run. Someone pointed to the sky in horror. Everyone looked up at the same time. The azure blue sky turned snow white. The sky looked like a falling galaxy. The sound was majestic and deafening. A huge river began to fall from the sky. Run. The crowd was suddenly terrified and turned around to flee. Don't run. Don't run. There are so many of us, all summoned guardian spirits, and a big river has scared you like this. All men, take action. I don't want to. I'm a beautiful girl and I won't join in the fun with you guys. Some girls were so scared that they cried and summoned their guardian spirits and ran away. More awakened ones reacted. The earth began to bloom with brilliant light. The light gradually stagnated, forming a larger wave of light that rushes upstream. Bang. The huge collision sound made everyone present cover their ears in pain. There was a moderate rain in the area of 100 miles. Watering the hot black earth produced sizzling white smoke. Where's that kid from Dragon Country? Where did he go? Hey, you should be more concerned about where this big river comes from, okay? This is the weird part, damn it. Where? How did he get up there? Everyone looked over. 40 meters above the ground, Li stood in the air, looking down at the crowd on the ground. What can you do to me, you rubbish? The second line of poetry worked. I want to go home with the wind. Knock him down. If this kind of person goes up, it will only reduce our chances of obtaining a mythical figure. We must not let him go up. Kill him. Boom. Tens of thousands of skills shot out from the earth and aimed at Su Li. Su Li took a look. There are almost 200,000 people gathered on the land. About half of them took action. More dragon people are remaining on the sidelines. After all, education from childhood is to fight against the mundane life. Once you become involved in the dirty business of daily life, their surviving grandparents will definitely not forgive them. That generation was truly persecuted by the people of the Sakura country. Feel the tremendous power under your feet. Su Li took a breath of cold air. With this power, even the previous king-level boss would be killed instantly. Invincible. This was Su Li's first reaction. Soaring up to 90,000 miles. Launch. Next second, Su Li soared up like a fairy riding a sword, and rushed straight towards the central mountain. Chase. This may be our last chance. I can sense that after the fourth level ends, there will no longer be such an opportunity to reach the top overnight. Kill that kid from Dragon Country, and we'll compete fairly with the rest. Feel the earth becoming increasingly blurred. Su Li laughed wildly. What a bunch of idiots, there are millions of them, I'll just dive in and you guys use your heads to find it. I didn't catch myself at first. Once you are immersed in this crowd of 8 million, no one can find himself. He wants to see what the 3 world bosses look like. And of the top 10 generals in Shaori, 7 are dead, 1 has escaped, and 2 have not yet shown up. They must be slaughtered at this level. Get down. Suddenly, hundreds of red coffins blocked Su Li's way. These coffins are more than 10 meters long. Crunch. Quiet sky. The lid of the coffin was slowly opened. The mummy, who was bound with bandages all over his body, walked out. Here they come. The most mysterious awakeners have appeared. Su Li finally met them. The Dragon King looked up and looked at the scene with worry. Dragon King, according to rumors, the guardian spirits of the ancient Egyptians have shadows of mythology. Is this true? The Dragon King was silent for a long time. Their guardian spirits are corpses made by secret methods in ancient times. There are also the remains of immortal ancient sages in the pyramid. Therefore, their guardian spirits are the most powerful and strange. The bodies of the ancient sages of other countries have long been decayed by time and turned into powder. Only they can unleash the full power of the guardian spirit. This power is 100. The others gasped in shock, they are max-level guardian spirits. Why didn't we know this before? The Dragon King sighed. The discs hidden in other countries around the world reported that these countries only allowed people to enter and leave the country after the War of Gods began. I just found out about this now. An old man wearing glasses asked doubtfully, are there many full-level guardian spirits in the world? A lot. The initial estimate is over 10,000. But the good thing is that none of them have a second guardian spirit. For Su Li, a one-on-one fight will be no problem. The members of the Imperial City all looked gloomy. In other words, in this War of Gods, many countries concealed their strength. The Dragon King glanced sideways. We in Dragon Country also have hidden things, but we just keep them absolutely secret. Although they only have one guardian spirit, they are not inferior to Su Li. The others smiled instantly. That's what I said, placing all our hopes on Su Li is too much pressure. But why didn't he see it? Such an outstanding person should be able to see it, right? The Dragon King smiled but did not answer. Su Li stared curiously at the 300 mummies in front of him. This is the second time I see you. The last time you summoned it, it was too slow and I killed it. It was pretty quick this time. Su Li lowered his head. On the ridge below stood 300 ancient Egyptians shrouded in white robes. They only showed their cheeks. There are both men and women. A bunch of living dead, come and show me your strength. A bloody mist began to spread on Su Li's body. The wind under my feet dragged and shook me wildly. Die. The sky was covered with black fog. It obscured the sun. Heavy snow began to fall within 100 miles of the area where the ancient Egyptians lived. The temperature dropped below zero in an instant. We shouldn't get too close to these monsters. Get out of here and climb up. This bunch of perverted dead people. So creepy. It's freezing. The crowd around the ancient Egyptians dispersed. Death harvest. Gate of hell. Eye of death. They sang to a weird tune. The mummies in the black fog surrounded Li. A pair of scarlet eyes suppressed the center. Evil. Li felt the black fog. This was the first time he saw such a strange attack method. Senior Guan Yu, please take action. Just evil spirits. Guan's big knife is used to kill evil spirits. But the next second, the smile on Li's face disappeared. He looked up at the black fog in confusion. What's going on? Why didn't Guan Yu come? Senior Li Bai. Why is this? Li Bai also lost his voice. Only then did Li become serious. The suspended force under my feet gradually began to disappear. Once it disappears, this place is 40 meters above the ground. If you fall down and die, you won't be able to die again. Sure enough, we can't underestimate anyone. These pyramid guys are quite powerful. But, in the black fog, maybe I am at home. More than 310-meter-tall mummies strangely surrounded Li in the center. Li closed his eyes, and blood-colored mist continued to grow on his body. The breeding rate is getting faster and faster. Directly infected the black fog. In the black fog, a mountain of corpses and bones slowly emerged. Behind the bone mountain, Bai Qi knelt on one knee and held the entire bone mountain with his arms. A throne of bones stands in the center. Li turned around and sat down slowly. He sits on the eternal throne. The surrounding bone mountains are cast. Come. A gray mist was emanating from the bone mountain. The whole mountain was covered with fog. Gradually the fog turned grayish-white. The bone powder on the surface of the bone mountain was flying everywhere. The red light in the eyes of more than 300 mummies gradually turned back to white. Just like inlaid with white jade gems. The 10-meter-tall mummy walked towards the bone mountain step by step. On the ridge, an ancient Egyptian's face changed. Oh no, I feel the breath of God abandoning me. Me too. What happened in Hell Realm? Quick. Remove the black fog. I am gradually losing control of the gods. 300 people closed their eyes and evacuated. Next second, they opened their eyes in horror. We can't withdraw. Impossible. No awakener on Blue Star can withstand our sacrifice. What on earth happened? Let's go. Find Master Muhammad. His guardian spirit is a high priest of the highest level. What about our gods? Is this the end of it? It's okay. After the gods disappear, we can still summon them out. Let's go, this guy is too weird, our lives are valuable. Don't fight. In an instant, 300 people rushed towards the top of the mountain. In the black fog, Li stared at the 300 mummies with a stern expression as they walked into the bone mountain. The bone mountain suddenly erupted with a powerful tremor. Bai Qi slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of white air. This aura spread and enveloped the 300 mummies. Their huge bodies gradually began to melt away, gradually seeping into the huge mountain of bones. Bai Qi's body suddenly trembled. There was a rustling sound inside the bone mountain. A blood-red river runs across the bone mountain. The bone mountain expanded to 100 meters in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. A 2-meter-tall black emperor stood on the left. Guan Yu riding on red hare stands on the right. Li Bai stood beside Li holding a sword. What is this? Li was a little shocked. He is a little confused now. What exactly is Bai Qi able to forcibly pull Zheng, Guan Yu, and Li Bai over? Li's thoughts moved. The white bone mountain disappeared in an instant. Picture it in your mind again. The bone mountain appeared in an instant. Does this mean I can summon them at the same time? Li was a little confused. Summoning guardian spirits is always done one by one. After one comes out, unless the divine power is exhausted. or be shattered and disappear. If the awakened person's soul power is strong enough, you can continue to summon the second one. But now the situation. Su Li's eyes became a little dazed. Summon 3 guardian spirits at once. Find a place to try it, but you can't try it now. The black fog is about to dissipate. This will summon. The entire blue star will know. What secrets does he have? Soaring up to 90,000 miles. The moment the black fog dissipated, Su Li was dragged by the strong wind and flew towards the mountain quickly. Su Li hid in the crowd. Looking at the mountain top, which is as big as Dragon Country, I feel a little moved. The entire mountain top is viewed from the edge. It was as if the ground was flattened and turned over. The entire top of the mountain was crowded with people. Where is the world boss? Logically speaking, with more than 8 million awakened people, a single spit from each of them could drown them all. 3 world bosses. Hey, brother, where's the world boss? Helpless. Su Li looked at the awakened person from Dragon Country beside him and asked. The awakened one from Dragon Country glanced at Su Li sideways. I think I've seen you before. You look familiar. Su Li waved his hand and said, maybe I'm handsome. I've been handsome since I was a child. The awakened one's lips moved, and his teeth made a clattering sound. Brother, can you please answer the question I just asked you? We are all from Dragon Country. Did you see that countdown in the sky? Su Li was stunned. Lift your head and look toward the sky. Only then did I realize it. The sky is divided into 3 regions. Each area cuts off the mountaintop land area. The countdown above is 2. I've been here for 8 days, and I've watched the number 10 turn into 2. It will probably be 1 tomorrow, and then the world boss will appear. Su Li was stunned. How do you know the countdown will appear? What if the mountain collapses when the countdown ends? What if it is destroyed? Who told you that the world boss will appear when the countdown ends? It will be a month in 2 days. Will the countdown end and we will all be teleported away from this world? I am. Su Li was stunned. The awakened person from Dragon Country covered his ears, tilted his head, and stared at Su Li with squinted eyes. It's like watching a buzzing poisonous mosquito. Can you please stop talking? Why do you talk so much? It's really unlucky. I'd better stay away from it. Watching the awakened one from Dragon Country run away, Su Li sighed and sat on the ground looking at the countdown in the sky. 3 world bosses. What does it look like? He's played games before. The world boss is the top player in the game. Anyway, I have completed my mission. If I don't come out, there will be no loss. 1 inch. Su Li frowned, unable to figure it out. There are 2 days left to count down. Even if the world boss comes out, everyone will be teleported away. Who can get this reward? Are they planning to have 8 million people attack together and instantly kill the 3 world bosses? Whoever makes the final blow will get the reward of a mythical figure. Isn't this just based on luck? Therefore, any of these 8 million people has the potential to obtain a fragment of the myth. Boom. That dragon bastard, get out here. Hand over our guardian spirit. Above the sky. 100-meter-tall mummy emits golden light that illuminates the entire sky. Such a big guardian spirit. What a joke. I said the ancient Egyptians hid the information, and it turned out to be true. 100 meters. Is he stronger than the genius from Dragon Country? What is he barking about? Someone from Dragon Country. Who has provoked these living dead? Boom, boom, boom. A powerful breath spread across the earth. The temperature suddenly dropped to below 0. Some girls in stockings and short skirts were already shivering with cold. As a last resort, I summoned the guardian spirit to protect my body. Get out. Otherwise, all awakened people in Dragon Country will be killed without mercy. Hey, a bunch of zombies, how dare you be so arrogant? Brothers, knock that vegetable down. Thousands of awakened people from the Dragon Kingdom summoned their guardian spirits. It's like a large cloud shooting into the sky. The vast force shattered the surrounding rocks. Chop up the clouds. Die. The huge mummy's body was covered with golden light. The golden light transformed into tens of thousands of golden skeletons swooping down. The golden skull opened its mouth and greeted it. The vast clouds were actually completely swallowed up by these golden skeletons. A golden meteor hit the earth. Run. Their guardian spirits were completely vulnerable and were crushed directly. All awakened people within a 3-kilometer radius were smashed into pieces. The air was filled with the stench of brain matter and blood. Is this a full-level guardian spirit? Everyone was shocked. The awakened ones from the Dragon Kingdom did not dare to attack for a moment. If you die now, it will be a waste. Dragon country bastard, I know you are here, get out of here. Get out. Hee hee. Boom. 100-meter-tall guardian spirit rises into the sky. Below the guardian spirit, there is an Asian face wearing short-sleeved shirt and long pants. I am Ichiro Yamamura of Sakura country, and this is the guardian spirit of my Sakura empire, Shinjin Takeda. Men of the Sakura country, get out of the way and let all the awakened ones of the dragon country come out. Today, we will kill them all. Another 100-meter guardian spirit. Sakura country also has a full-level guardian spirit. When did Blue Star produce so many full-level statues? The awakened people in other countries all looked terrified. Who is it? Come out. An awakened dragon nation roared, don't implicate us. You caused this trouble yourself, so you have to deal with it yourself. There are as many as 1 million awakened people in this area. They all watched the scene with great interest. Dragon country. Weak country. What's the use of having more people? The degree of fusion of their guardian spirits is pitifully weak. Not even as big as an elephant. Hee hee. Anyway, it's boring now. Look at the girl from Dragon Country. She's so pretty, with long white legs. I'm welcome first. Some of the little guys rushed up with lewd smiles. Miss Hua, come here, let your brother get close to you. Help. Each of them is a school beauty. But now she ran away in horrified state. Some awakened people from Dragon Country saw this and began to hide away. This will protect yourself. As for being brave and righteous. Joke. Is there anyone who can save me? A beautiful girl with long legs sat on the ground with a pale face, looking at the awakened people of Dragon Country around her with tears in her eyes. Brother, save me, uncle, save me. But what I got in return was a cold look. The boy pounced on her with a lewd smile. Bang. Just at the moment when Xiao Ri grabbed the girl. Xiao Rizi's entire body exploded. Intestines and stomach were sprayed all over the floor. Sure enough, from ancient times to the present, these little days should not be considered human beings. Su Li slowly rose. Today, I want to see how much blood there is. Guan Yu, come out. Boom. The 30-meter-tall Guan Yu gallops across the sky. The red rabbit horse under him was riding with its 4 hooves stepping on bloody auspicious clouds. Are you that Dragon Country bastard? An ancient Egyptian elder in a white robe slowly appeared. Su Li's gaze was directed towards the 100-meter-tall guardian spirit of the little day. Yamamura Ichiro, right? If you guys in this area can survive today, I will cut my throat in front of you. Su Li roared, awakeners from Dragon Country, get out of this area. Otherwise, I will kill you all. Is this the awakener you are hiding? Zhuai Ai Shangkong stared at Ampere Jinwu, who had a smile on his face, and asked. Shingo Amp stretched and rubbed the girl's leg with his right hand. The Empire has a complete history. Is it rare for a full-level guardian spirit to appear? So I think you are really too panicked. The Dragon Kingdom will be ours sooner or later. Takeda Shinjin. The Empire's ancient wise and greatest general. He has reached the maximum level. This Yamamura Ichiro. Ampere Shingo smiled slightly. It's been 10 years, there must be some secret weapons hidden. So, where is your son? Ampere Jinwu stood up and looked at Zhuai Ai Shangkong calmly. Guess. Okay, you won't tell me, okay. Be careful and hide yourself. Zhuai Ai Shangkang left the imperial residence angrily. The cabinet minister came out from the back. Prime Minister, there may be awakened people in Dragon Country who are hiding their abilities. Their history spans 5,000 years. Emperor Jinwu frowned. What do you think those awakened people in hiding are doing? They would rather see these Dragon Country girls almost being defiled than take action. The cabinet minister looked up at the sky and said, what I am considering now is whether Suli from the Dragon Country can escape from these two full-level guardian spirits. Emperor Shingo chuckled and asked, what if he wins? The cabinet minister burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, he wins. Those are two maximum level guardian spirits. Maximum level. Even if Suli's 3 guardian spirits are all at maximum level, he can only summon one at a time. 1 against 2, you think it's a fight between men? Emperor Shingo laughed. That's right. Millions of people looked up at the sky. So many people are crowded here, and looking down from the sky, they look like a group of black ants. You bastard from Dragon Country, you're going to kill me. Me. Ichiro Yamamura pointed at himself in disbelief. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. He laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. The smile instantly disappeared. Are you crazy? Are you enjoying killing those rubbish? Look at the guardian spirit behind me. Do you understand the maximum level? Do you understand? Everyone from Sakura Country, move out. Rape all the women from Dragon Country. Listen carefully, men of Dragon Country. Once you make a move, I will kill you without mercy. The earth was in chaos in an instant. Suli lowered his head and looked at the crying woman in the crowd of millions. All conscience disappeared from his heart. Guan Yu, kill. 7 kills to slay the dragon. The first kill, the heaven and earth will be shattered. The second kill, behead the soul and kill the spirit. The third kill, 100 kills. The fourth kill, cut with 1 sword. The fifth kill, break the evil spirit. The sky and the earth suddenly darkened. Guan Yu slashed with 5 swords in an instant. Boom boom boom. The huge sword energy cut down the earth. The guardian spirits of Shao Rizi had just been summoned, but they were all chopped to death by the sword energy. It passed through the sky like mowing the grass. But more Little Days Awakeners rushed towards the Dragon Country girl. Suli looked over slowly. The male awakeners of Dragon Country are still hiding. Back then, Small Days invaded the land of Dragon Kingdom. With 1 person and 1 gun, he can guard the people of an entire village. Today, history seems to be re-evolving. The murderous intent in Suli's eyes became more and more powerful. What a damn bunch of things. Senior Guan Yu, please use the 6th sword. Guan Yu suddenly put away his green dragon crescent blade. Under Suli's shocked gaze, an ancient voice slowly descended. 7 killings, the 6th killing, the true soul arrives. Next second, Guan Yu disappeared completely. Above the earth, a 2-meter-tall maroon warrior stands on a horse. Unparalleled fighting skill, 100 slashes across the prairie. Guan Yu's true body descended, and if no one rushed into the million-strong army. The green dragon crescent blade in his right hand fought and killed at 360 degrees. 1 cut. Thousands of people who had awakened during the small days raised their heads high. Rich blood gushed out from the broken neck. From a distance, it looks like thousands of human-shaped fountains. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Guan Yu is like a human-shaped spinning top. A hurricane blew up. Wherever it went, all the awakened ones were crushed alive. The hurricane turned to flesh and blood. You really treat the men of my empire like grass. Who the hell do you think you are? Sir, please help. Yamamura Ichiro roared. The 100-meter guardian behind him moved. He slowly opened his eyes. He pulled out a long knife from his back. Swordsmanship, cutting the water and flowing the sky. 1 sword, cut through the air with thunder. Boom. A 100-meter-long crocodile dragon burst out from the sword, roaring and twisting as it rushed towards Suli. Death God Ghost Human. A powerful aura suddenly burst out from the head of the ancient Egyptian elder mummy behind him. A 100-meter-long column of black fog shot up into the sky. stirring up the clouds in the sky. Swirls appeared in the clouds. In the pitch-black swirling clouds, tens of millions of white skeletons struggled to get out. 200-meter-long, maximum-level guardian spirits stand one in front and one behind. Attack and kill Su Li together. Su Li's face was solemn. Senior Guan Yu. Above the earth. Guan Yu's sword stopped abruptly. The broadsword sewing was only half an inch away from a little Day's forehead. Guan Yu disappeared in an instant. Xiao Ri's whole body was shaking and his legs were twitching and trembling. Shit and piss gushed out of the crotch. Hey hey. He smiled foolishly. The surroundings became mountains of flesh and rivers of blood. He was frightened into a fool. Guan Yu revealed his 30-meter-tall body and guarded behind Su Li. Senior Guan Yu, it's time to use your ultimate move. Boom. The surrounding space and time suddenly stopped. The thunder dragon in front of Su Li was 100 meters away from him. The army of bones behind him was 80 meters away. Everything slowed down. Guan Yu knelt down on his legs extremely slowly. He knelt in midair, clasped his hands, and tears welled up in his eyes. Pink stamens were raining from the sky. 7 killings, Dragon Slayer, 7th killing, Peach Garden Oath. Boom boom boom. 3 beams of light connected the sky and the earth. Millions of people looked up at the scene in a daze. Dragon Kingdom Kyoto. The Dragon King stood up in shock. 80 million people in Kyoto all looked towards the sky where Su Li was. The dazzling light illuminated the entire Kyoto. In the dark night, a sun rises in Kyoto. A real sun. What on earth happened to Su Li's guardian spirit? Why is it so powerful? This light not only illuminates the capital of Dragon Kingdom, the country where millions of awakened people live on the top of the central mountain in the mythical world. The entire sky in the area is illuminated. Standing high in the sky above Blue Star and looking down, white flowers bloomed on the surface of the Blue Star. According to the customs of the Dragon Kingdom, this white flower only appears after a loved one passes away. Funeral flowers can only be worn on the collars of family members. Blue Star seemed to be holding a memorial ceremony. The light slowly went out. Guan Yu stands on the left. In the middle stood a middle-aged man with a black beard and linen robe. On the right stood a big man with a dark face and angry eyes. The big man held a 10-foot-long spear. Su Li's body was shaking and he even started to cry. He slowly bent down and bowed his head. Junior once again pays homage to Emperor Zhao Li Bai, Emperor Huanho Zhangida, and Marshal Saint Guan Yu. The Dragon Kingdom is honored to welcome the arrival of 3 gods. 300-meter-tall bodies stood up in the sky. There is a circular ring of light behind him. Cut. Kill. Destroy. Guan Yu turned over and chopped down the Wangu mountain behind him. Zhang Fei grabbed Lei Long's neck and pulled him to the ground. Liu Bei's eyes roared with thunder and lightning, and he pointed with one hand. Millions of awakened people from the Dragon Kingdom summoned their guardian spirits. Countless guardian spirits soared into the sky and began to merge. They shattered all of their divine power and split it into 2 swords, each 100 meters long. The sword changed direction and aimed at Xiao Zi and the guardian spirits of the ancient Egyptians. Want to kill me? You bastard from Dragon Country, are you worthy? Su Li smiled slightly. Don't keep calling me a bastard. As far as I know, the population of your Sakura country has tripled in just 10 years. It seems like you are hybridizing. You really are a bastard. You are looking for death. Ichiro Yamamura turned around and rushed to the forehead of the guardian spirit. The body slowly blends into it. Moment. The guardian spirit's eyes began to sparkle. There was a glimmer of wisdom between his eyes. Su Li was stunned. Can an awakened person merge with a guardian spirit? How come I don't know about this? Can Senior Li Bai do this? Li Bai said, of course. Su Li frowned, then why didn't you tell me before? Li Bai said, everything has a price. When an awakener merges with a guardian spirit, they can exert 100% of their strength. A fully merged guardian spirit can easily crush those of the same level. Li asked, but. Li Bai said, but once the fusion occurs, 1 year of life will be consumed. I said that there is no such thing as power without reason in this world. Li laughed, I don't believe it. Except for me, everyone else on Blue Star is trash. This is my confidence. I have the memories of 2 lives. The selection of this mythical figure must be mine. 3 seniors, kill them all without mercy. Boom. The Thunder Dragon was crushed instantly. Guan Yu chopped the ancient bone mountain into white bone powder. The 3 ancient sages who swore brotherhood in Peach Garden took action immediately. Li's eyes turned, and he fell to the ground and looked up. He believed that these 3 could kill everything. A living dead. An incestuous little day. If you can defeat these 3. That is the shame of the mythical world. The crowd began to stir. Li glanced sideways and suddenly turned to look at them. Li. As a dragon countryman, you actually used sorcery to deprive our guardian spirit of its power. You know we can't summon it out in a short period of time, you are putting us to death. A group of awakened people from the Dragon Nation pointed at Li tremblingly. Li smiled contemptuously, you are a bunch of trash. If you were not from Dragon Country, I would have chopped you into pieces long ago. Why didn't you take action when Sakura Country raped the girl from Dragon Country before? In the face of major issues, is the life and death of an individual so important? What's more, you had hundreds of thousands of people at the time, and those small days only numbered tens of thousands. There was no need to sacrifice lives at all. You borrowed the Dragon Nation's awakening space, but turned around and stabbed the people. A middle-aged man pointed at Li and sneered, okay, you are standing on the moral high ground and want to educate us like a saint. Who do you think you are? No, I'm not the Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary only talks but does nothing. I'm a saint. I talk and do. Today, even for the Dragon Kingdom, I will not kill you. Roll. Li pointed down the mountain and said, get away from me now. Don't blame me for going crazy later. Your guardian spirit is now blocked by the 2 gods, why are you still so arrogant? Brothers, fight for me. The awakened ones from Dragon Country flocked in. Thousands of people rushed towards Li. They are used to being rebellious. How could I possibly swallow this? Dragon Country. Everyone stared at the sky in a daze. Under the tree in the countryside, a group of old farmers stood up tremblingly, muttering with tears in their eyes, no, we are all children from Dragon Country, how can we kill each other? An old man even collapsed on the ground, shouting at the top of his lungs, there are people waiting for you nearby, have you forgotten your shameful history? Kyoto. The Dragon King stood up suddenly and his body began to tremble. We are all Dragon Country people, how did it become like this? Dragon King, when the God War began, some words spread among these awakened ones. An octogenarian wearing glasses stepped forward. The Dragon King sighed, you mean if the war between gods fails, the awakened ones and their loved ones will not be wiped out? Yes. They believed it, but they didn't think about it. The God War has no will. Where did these words come from? They must have been made up by humans. At that time, I planned to let Wang Ren announce it to the world, but the God War came so suddenly. Everything was over. What should the Dragon King do now? There are tens of thousands of people here, and Li's guardian spirit is entangled by the other 2. The Dragon King sighed, this is their conspiracy. Internal strife is the most direct way to destroy a powerful force. It has been like this since ancient times. Li has the protection of the guardian spirit, so he will definitely not be defeated for a while. But once the guardian spirit is defeated, the awakened ones around him will swarm over, Li will definitely die. The Dragon King sat on the ground in agony, holding his head and saying, how could this happen? Why did this happen again? Even if Li wins and kills these awakened ones, after the God War is over, the relatives of the awakened ones across the country will drown him. Oh no, Li has taken action. There are tens of thousands of people here, and his guardian spirit is trapped. Is he looking for death? The old man suddenly shouted. The Dragon King looked at the sky with a limp body and said in a trembling voice, the hidden awakeners must not take action now. they will take action at the last level. Su Li. Sigh. It's really the sky. The Dragon King's voice suddenly stopped. Even the people of the entire Dragon Kingdom fell silent. Red flooded the screen. The blood mist spread. A mountain of bones slowly appeared. There is a throne on the mountain. Su Li sat on the throne and looked down. Standing on the throne are Qin Shi Huang and Li Bai. The bloody Bai Qi was kneeling on one knee behind him. What is this? Millions of people looked toward the rising bone mountain throne. That tall shadow of Bai Qi. The blood in Su Li's eyes became more and more intense. Once the mountain of bones rises, there was only brutal murderous intent and endless blood in his heart. I just said that if I don't take action while I'm down the mountain, today, there will be a river of blood here. Now, Dragon Nation Awakeners, I will give you 10 breaths to get down the mountain immediately. Otherwise, kill them all. Gotcha gotcha. Countless white bones slowly stood up. The bone mountain was 50 meters high, and Bai Qi slowly opened his eyes. The blood began to seep slowly from above. The white bones were gradually stained blood red. The desire to kill is rising. Ha 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 ha, you bluffing thing, you still want to bluff us. Boy, you have now incurred the wrath of the people. It's not just the awakened ones from the Dragon Kingdom. The awakened people in other countries were full of sneers. But most of the awakened people from the Dragon Kingdom turned around and ran down the mountain. The mountain was divided into 3 areas. Su Li's area is located on the border. The least number of people. The riots did not attract the attention of other areas. After all, the mountaintop is vast, comparable to the entire Dragon Kingdom. The distance between them is too wide. Even where some awakened people stood, there was no one within 100 miles. They are still waiting for the countdown to end. Kill him. More than 100,000 awakened people from other countries summoned guardian spirits. Next second, the guardian spirit burst into murderous intent. But it did not bombard Su Li's bone mountain. Bang. The head of an awakened Dragon Nation cultivator exploded, and the flesh growing from his broken neck was still struggling. The large veins of the blood vessels hung straight down, drooping in front of the chest. A half-meter-high column of blood spurted out from the neck. Kill these awakeners from Dragon Country first. They won't be able to summon guardian spirits for a while. The more people die, the greater are chances of capturing the mythical figure. The awakener from the Dragon Kingdom who was planning to kill Su Li was attacked from behind by the guardian spirit. Their fragile bodies were shattered in 2 in an instant. Some people were cut open right in the middle. The hot intestines and heart fell to the ground. Su Li. You bastard. You are a traitor to the Dragon Nation. You have taken away our power, and I will never let you go even if I die. Phew. The divine power burst out in an instant, and he was squeezed into juice. Su Li. Grandpa Su, please save me. I still have a wife and daughter. I don't want to die here. More awakened people from the Dragon Nation knelt on the ground and begged. Do you need to look behind you? The awakened people from other countries behind him began to reap lives from the outside to the inside. Easier than mowing the lawn. Su Li was still sitting on the bone mountain, looking at the guardian spirit war that was in full swing in the sky. The 2 most dangerous people were held back by himself. Now he has to make a decision. Clear out everyone in his area. Kill them all. At that time, the world boss will arrive. Your chance is 100%. This is not playing house. Once there is any mistake, then I will die. There is no chance of resurrection. Even if this decision is extremely dangerous. Better than getting a mythical figure from others. It would be a good idea to destroy the Dragon Kingdom. These are the awakened Dragon Kingdom people who attacked him. Timid and cowardly. They can even betray their country for the sake of profit. This kind of person. Nor can they become comrades in arms. Su Li remembered to clear it. Wang Ren once said. The last level of the God War is likely to be a melee. If such people stay, they will only stab the Chinese people in the back. It's a good thing that it's been cleared now. Li, I curse your entire family to death. Abusive voice. The wailing sounds became weaker and weaker. Less and less. Kill all these Japanese pirate bastards. Suddenly, tens of thousands of powerful forces rushed up from the bottom of the mountain. Guardian Spirit Qi Jiguang has arrived. The Guardian Spirit Udayo has arrived. Guardian Spirit Li Rusong has arrived. The Ming Dynasty general who hated Japanese pirates broke through the limitations of the Awakened Ones at this moment. The Awakened Ones rushed towards the Sakura Kingdom with supreme murderous intent. Kill these bastards. The ground began to tremble. The smell of blood filled the sky. It rained blood from the sky. The rain is getting thicker and thicker. The dead bodies were trampled and turned into minced meat. Kill these people from the Dragon Kingdom. The awakened people of the Dragon Kingdom did not show the slightest fear when facing awakened people several times their size. They yelled like crazy. They rushed forward with red eyes. Some people were even covered in a thick quilt of flesh and blood. But there is no time to wipe it. There was only murderous intent in his eyes. Kill all these Japanese pirates. Su Li's bones gradually turned into a bloody mountain of bones. He slowly stood up and looked at the battlefield where people were fighting. Everyone from Dragon Country, get down the mountain. Leave these people to me. While Su Li was speaking, Bai Qi behind him stood up slowly. The aura of killing and cruelty began to absorb the flesh and blood of the battlefield. The awakened ones of Dragon Country were bloodthirsty. No one listened to his advice. Su Li frowned. Since then, if you attack yourself, you may hurt someone by mistake. Aren't all the people in Long Country greedy for life and afraid of death? That guardian spirit can influence the personality of the awakened one. Qi Jiguang, Udayo, Li Rusong. They were all generals who killed Japanese pirates during the Jiajing period of the Ming Dynasty. Now, we are facing the daily life of these people in the Sakura country again. The obsession that has lasted for thousands of years is forced to awaken. Su Li had no choice but to look at Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang arrived with a bang. An 80-meter-tall emperor in a black imperial robe slowly appeared. He can summon two guardian spirits at the same time. What is this? Is his soul power so strong? But there was no way to estimate the number of people fighting. They completely swam in a sea of blood. The guardian spirits were shattered one after another. The awakener was cut in half by a single blow. Qin Shi Huang suddenly drew out the emperor's sword. Swing forward. In an instant, the awakened people of the Dragon Kingdom who were originally fighting were drawn down the mountain by the sword intent. This is the influence of the bloodline of the greatest emperor of the Dragon Kingdom in history. Facing Qin Shi Huang, any awakener who does not have a full-level guardian spirit will be completely suppressed. Was expelled. The rights of the emperor. The families of some of the awakened people who were killed in Longguo were pointing at the sky and cursing. This damn traitor clearly had this ability. Why did he let my son die? Why did he let them be killed by Xiaori? This is a traitor. His power is enough to allow our son and daughter to leave safely. But he insisted on waiting until the fighting was almost over and all our sons were dead before he took action. This kind of person is even more vicious than Xiaori. So many awakened people from the Dragon Country were killed. This is the power to protect the country's borders, but it was wiped out by such a bastard. The families of these awakened people who died tragically in Longguo were completely furious. They could only yell and curse in anger. Out of millions of people, only 600,000 are left. As many as 70,000 to 80,000 people died on the ground. The sticky blood and flesh even stained other people's shoes. The person in sandals squatted on the ground and picked up the pieces of flesh and eyeballs between his toes with his fingers. And Su Li's bone mountain was finally infected. The blood mist began to spread. Su Li's eyes were filled with blood. There is a 10-meter-wide road on both sides of the bone mountain. Bai Qi opened his mouth and began to chant, "Come in." Among the more than 600,000 people, the awakened ones who heard Bai Qi's voice all had red eyes. Their awakeners floated motionless in the air. 90% of the awakened ones have a pitifully low degree of fusion with their guardian spirits. Now, murderous intent invades my mind. Completely turned into a walking corpse. Hundreds of awakened people were the first to enter the Bone Mountain. The blood mist began to shatter their guardian spirits. And their bodies were thrown off the mountain. The blood color on the Bone Mountain gradually rose. Help! An awakened being who had been deprived of his guardian spirit stood on the mountainside and looked around in horror. He found that the guardian spirit had completely disappeared. It was as if the door was completely closed. A 10-meter-tall ordinary monster emerged from the bushes, its scarlet eyes reflecting his figure. Open mouth and reveal sharp fangs. A 2-meter-long tongue covered with barbs, and on the tongue crawled a huge mouth with half of its body submerged in the pink flesh. No, no, no. He crawled hastily in the opposite direction. The monster stretched out its tongue in an instant, and a gust of wind carrying a fishy smell blew up. The man was swallowed whole and chewed. Suli deprived them of their guardian spirits. In this mythical world, it's fatal to them. Not only will you be eaten by monsters, they will also be suffocated to death by the thin air and high pressure. They may even be hunted by awakened people from other countries. Gudong, Gudong. Suli's Bone Mountain devoured these guardian spirits in big mouthfuls. They are the most abundant nutrition in the world. The skeletons on the entire Bone Mountain even grew taller, and the white light flowing on the bones turned into a blood-red light. Just like red amber is drilled. Come on. Come on. Suli looked up in fascination, feeling the abundant nutrients rushing into the Bone Mountain. The red light emanating from Bai Chi's eyes became increasingly intense. Run. Get away from this area. Countless awakened ones fled in terror. It's too late to run now. The first emperor opened his eyes. Draw the sword with your right hand. Slash forward. 100-meter-long sword energy fell from the sky, shooting and sweeping. Wherever he went, both the awakened ones and the guardian spirits were cut in half. The earth turned red. The massacre began like mowing the grass. Suli raised his eyes and looked at the ancient Egyptian. A dead man is trying to rebel against the heavens. There was madness in Suli's eyes. Integrate. The Bone Mountain gradually melted away. Bai Chi's huge body slowly merged into Suli's body. Suli was wearing a bright red robe, his eyes glowing scarlet. The skin is gray all over. Then let me see the true strength of integrating the guardian spirit. Suli directly dispersed Qin Shi Huang and Guan Yu. Guan Yu put away his sword and looked at Li Bai and Zhang Fei with tenderness. The two smiled slightly and turned into rain of light and disappeared. After all, this is just Guan Yu's skill. It cannot be considered as the true thought of the ancient sages. At the same time, the two awakened people from Sakura country and the ancient Egyptians looked at each other. They both saw a hint of relief in each other's eyes. That guardian spirit is really hard to fight. 1 against 2 can even transform into 2. If it lasts any longer, I will be really exhausted. Ichiro Yamamura sat on the ground, panting and looking at the sky. He suddenly frowned and touched his body. Get a sticky piece. I lowered my head and looked away. His pupils shrank and he stood up screaming in fright. Every step he took, he felt something sticky under his feet. The feeling of stepping in shit gave him the creeps. The ground was covered with blood, flesh, brains, and trampled intestines. The flesh was pierced by hair. The human skin forms a thick blanket. Ichiro Yamamura's face turned pale, and he covered his chest and retched heavily. Vomit. He vomited heart-wrenchingly. Suli's eyes were fixed on Yamamura Ichiro. Next second, Suli turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the flesh and blood ground. Your damn guardian spirit is pretty good at withstanding Guan Yu's final killing move, but that's it. Ichiro Yamamura suddenly raised his head. The face of Suli wearing a bright red robe appeared towards him. No. He was just about to summon the guardian spirit. Suli grabbed his neck with both hands. A blood-red vortex began to flow behind Suli. The suction force in the blood-red vortex roared. The guardian spirit behind Yamamura Ichiro was sucked in while struggling with fear. Suli licked his tongue and smashed Yamamura Ichiro's head hard into the flesh and blood on the ground. You were the one who barked the loudest just now, right? Now bark one for me. As soon as Ichiro Yamamura opened his mouth to roar, sticky blood and flesh flowed into his mouth. He wanted to vomit but couldn't. You are already a useless person. I want you to experience for yourself what it feels like to be hopeless. Suli didn't kill him. An ordinary person. It is simply impossible to survive the remaining levels of the disaster. Suli stood up and looked down at Yamamura Ichiro. At altitude. There is a sharp lack of oxygen at the top of the mountain. Ichiro Yamamura soon took deep breaths. Slowly the rise and fall of the chest became fainter. He would be suffocated to death by the air pressure above. Now, it's time to deal with that damn mummy. Suli looked at the sky. The countdown became 1. That 1 could disappear at any time. Once it disappears, everyone will be teleported out. And at that time the world boss will also appear. Suli wanted to see how to capture the world boss under the mythological rules. If it is a range awakened group bombing, well, the other 2 areas are favorable. There were only a few people scattered around the area. The other awakened ones were all killed by Suli. The ones who went down the mountain went down the mountain. However, more than 600,000 people left. There were more than 500,000 people standing on the edge, looking at him. Haha, this is human nature. If it's not for the sake of profit, even if there are 5 million people, there will be no cohesion. Suli was determined. It is impossible for these 500,000 people to unite and deal with him. Bang. Just when Suli was about to turn around, a powerful force hit his waist. Suli's body was knocked back and smashed onto his flesh. Bang. He had just stood up when the force from behind hit him instantly. Damn it. Suli couldn't even turn his head to see what it was. He was like a football, being kicked away all the time. If it weren't for the fusion of Bai Qi. At this moment he had been kicked into a pulp. You really think I have no temper, don't you? 6 paths of reincarnation, open. Suli's body suddenly disappeared. The sky turned dark. A blood-red vortex was floating in the sky behind Suli. Only then did he see that Xia Kong, the shortman's who had disappeared for a long time, appeared. The one who just hit him on the back was his guardian spirit. That middle school girl. Oh no, he escaped. The middle school girl scratched the back of her head in distress. I will destroy you on behalf of the Moon Bayou. The middle school girl pointed at Suli with a serious look on her face. Suli frowned. He also found out that Yusuji Kenshin was a general during the Warring States period. Why did this wood dwarf Xia Kong summon such a modern two-dimensional thing? This thing can't be killed. But Suli smiled slightly and pointed at the girl, come. The 6 realms of reincarnation have begun. All guardian spirits will be absorbed by him. The 6 paths of reincarnation specifically absorbs ghosts. From an ancient perspective, it is the underworld. When people die, they go to the underworld. Guardian spirits, to put it bluntly, they are just some ghosts. The 6 realms of reincarnation are a natural nemesis for them. This is also why Suli opened the Bone Mountain. Those guardian spirits will pull the awakened ones in. But the next second, Suli's smile disappeared. The girl tilted her head and looked at him curiously. It was like looking at an idiot. How is this possible? Suli stared at the girl with wide eyes. What are you doing? The girl frowned and flew into the sky. The next second it disappeared completely. Suli's whole body was on alert. Turned his head suddenly. The girl plunged directly into the 6 paths of reincarnation and punched Suli's back with her pink fist. Suli was beaten and fled in a hurry. There is only one way to stop it. Let Xia Kong leave this area. This weird two-dimensional girl will also disappear. Cut. Suli turned into a ball of red light and rushed towards Xia Kong. Xia Kong smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. The sky was covered with bones. The 100-meter-tall mummy exploded. A strong wind blew up in the area where Su Li was. A huge white face 100 meters long appeared in the sky. The big face opened its mouth, and countless gravel began to roll inside. I forgot that these mummies can summon natural forces in the movies. The awakeners of the daily life are just a bunch of garbage even if they have reached the maximum level. During the Warring States period in Longua, Xiao Rizi said that he was a general with history. In fact, it was just several villages fighting each other. Those ancient sages are just like stronger men. In other words, they shamelessly wrote these great men into history books and embellished them to make them rare in history. In fact, they are just a bunch of scoundrels. How could there be such a powerful ancient sage in a place as small as a palm? It was a great honor that the two guardian spirits were able to withstand Guan Yu's fight. From the very beginning, Su Li never took Xiao Ri's guardian spirit seriously. What he fears is the gods. Once the existence of Yamada no Orochi and Hida no Amakami appears in our daily life, that's the real horror. Now the natural disaster has appeared. A genius from the ancient Egyptians. Why not just summon a natural disaster at the beginning? Why did you have to summon such a huge bandaged man? Su Li just ran away. He is thinking of a solution. Under natural disasters, the 6 realms of reincarnation are not very useful. The 6 realms of reincarnation only target guardian spirits. And it is the guardian spirit of history. This natural disaster is definitely unstoppable. Then run, handsome big brother. The two-dimensional girl waved her fist and blocked Su Li's way. Su Li chuckled, "Little sister, get out of the way. Brother, can I buy you an AJ and stockings? Hey, what a crazy big brother, take a punch from me." The girl's body suddenly disappeared. Su Li was shocked. Turn around and look. The next second, a lightning-fast fist hit his lower back. Su Li suddenly staggered forward and ran forward. No, this thing seems useless for defense. Why do I feel like she hit my internal organs? Su Li's heart and lungs were now in pain, and jaundice water kept spitting out from his mouth. Violent woman. Xia Kong, the left dwarf, had already run far away. This girl kept pestering her. Just because of the place where Su Li stood, the disaster could come. Boom. A tornado spewed out of the big white face. From the initial 10 meters it gradually grew to 100 meters. The flesh and blood on the earth were swept away by the tornado. The tornado gradually formed a pillar of flesh and blood, becoming more solid. He rushed towards Su Li with a roar. Su Li's eyelids twitched. Hit by this thing. The body will break into pieces, right? Get out of the way. Su Li said with a cold face. No, I don't want to. If you are mean to me, I will beat you to death. The girl disappeared instantly. Su Li took a deep breath. The pillar of flesh and blood must not be hit. Otherwise, even a strong body cannot bear it. Senior Guan Yu, please draw your sword. Su Li's body was stained with blood. He withstood the girl's punch. Zhuai Xiaokang's eyes widened. Fuck you, his body can withstand a punch from the guardian spirit. Is he still a human being? That's a guardian spirit. Although she looks like a weak girl. But each of her punches contained powerful divine power. Enough to smash the strongest iron in the world. Boom. Guan Yu suddenly appeared. Chop it down with a knife. A hurricane gradually grew stronger and crashed into the bloody pillar of flesh. Boom. The blood bead exploded and turned into charred fragments that were blown to the far end by the breeze. Su Li then turned around, ignoring the two-dimensional girls that were throwing themselves at him around him. The blood-carrying murderous intent rushed towards Zhuai Xiaokang. You annoying mosquito, you are such a headache. Su Li's speed reached a subversive level. Zhuai Xiaokang's face changed drastically, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Save me." Su Li was filled with murderous intent and his eyes were cold and dead. What a troublesome boy. Su Li was 10 meters away from Zhuai Xiaokang. A voice sounded helplessly. Su Li's body was smashed away. A swordsman in white appeared in front of Zhuai Kong. The great general of the Warring States period in the Sakura country, Kenshin Yusuji. He waved slightly. The two-dimensional girl threw herself into his arms. Kenshin Yusuji gently caressed the girl. The girl's body gradually became slender. The flesh began to melt away. In Su Li's solemn eyes, the girl turned into a skeleton. Yusuji Kenshin slapped the girl, breaking her joints greatly. In the end, only a spine was left standing on the ground. Yusuji Kenshin picked up the bone and finally looked at Su Li. Is the sword in my hand already so difficult for you? Zhuai Kong knelt on the ground excitedly and kowtowed repeatedly, Sir, sir, you finally came out, sir. Then he looked at Su Li fiercely, Boy, my master finally came out. This is the first time he comes out. Just wait for death. Su Li licked his lips. Interesting. A guardian spirit that can be separated. This is the first time I've seen one. But, there is a senior in my body who has been eager to show his eagerness. This is also the first time he has seen a guardian spirit of this level. Su Li took a few steps back and said, Senior Li Bai, I leave it to you. A swordsman in white appeared. Li Bai stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. The breeze blew the Buddha's skirt against the weak sunlight. Like a banished immortal from heaven. So handsome. The Dragon Nation woman looked up at the nearly perfect swordsman in white. They subconsciously covered their chests. Yes, he is handsome. A man next to the young woman also agreed. No, he is really handsome. A swordsman in white. He totally fits the image of an immortal in my mind. Honey, you should lose weight well. Can I buy you some ancient costumes? The girl looked at the man excitedly. The man lowered his head and looked at his beer belly, thinking about his weight of more than 200 pounds. He stood up and walked to the kitchen. Wife, I'll make you something delicious. The girl pouted, It's always like this. You're trying to make me fat, but I'm not fat. The entire dragon kingdom was in an uproar. They saw the angel from heaven. The swordsman in white. Everyone subconsciously put themselves into it. Bloody battlefield. The swordsman in white faces off against the most powerful swordsman in Sakura country. The two countries' 1,000-year-old powers collided completely at this moment. Who do you think will win? Shingo Abe looked at the cabinet minister. The cabinet minister thought for a moment and lowered his head, I don't know. Amp Shingo sneered, Yusuji Kenshin, the #1 swordsman in the history of the empire, has killed so many people with his Qingxuang sword. This time, the kid from Dragon Country is doomed. The cabinet ministers looked at Shingo Abe in confusion. Ampere Jinwu smiled slightly, this kid summoned so many guardian spirits before, and continued the fight for a long time. How much strength does he have now to summon guardian spirits again? Although that swordsman in white looks more like Lord Yusuji Kenshin, he is far less powerful than those generals. We will win this battle. Ampere Shingo put his toes in the mouth of the girl beside him and smiled slightly, that kid from Dragon Country has eliminated most of the awakened ones for us. Now there are not many awakened ones in this area. Once the mythical figure comes, we will definitely win. Buzz. Shingo Ampere just finished speaking. The sky was lit up with white light. Li Bai held the sword in his right hand and chanted softly, I have a sword that can cut through rivers. Bang. One sword pierced through the sky and the earth. Kenshin Yusuji's expression suddenly changed. He raised the bone sword high with both hands, and the 100-meter-long sword intent rushed forward. His face turned ferocious and manic, I'm the greatest swordsman of all time. Who do you think you are? I will chop you into pieces with this sword. Li Bai remained calm and slashed suddenly with his right hand. Bulala. A gully 100 meters wide appeared on the ground. The clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the azure blue sky. The sword intent slashed towards Yusuji Kenshin with devastating force. Come on, you bastards from Dragon Country. Zhuai Kong and Yusuji Kenshin, one man and one soul, rushed forward. The sword river instantly submerged them. In an instant, the two of them disappeared in the sword light. Killed in seconds. The awakened ones who were about to take advantage of the opportunity retreated madly in horror. This sword cut the earth into ravines. How majestic is this? Is this still an awakened one? Impure immortal. Fuck you, immortal. We are all awakened, what the hell is this? That's the earth, even the previous artillery shells couldn't blow it open. Exceeding the limit. Definitely exceeding the limit. I'm going to sue him in the God War world. This is definitely an excessive weakening, how can we survive? He can kill a group of people by himself. Suli then turned his gaze to the mummy in the sky. He jerked forward and fell to one knee. No matter how powerful the soul power is. So many guardian spirits were summoned one after another, and a long battle was fought. Golden flowers began to appear before Suli's eyes. My heart was pounding. The guardian spirit completely overdrew his soul power. Suli smiled bitterly, have you reached your limit? The mummy in the sky remained vigilant. The sword that Suli just unleashed made the ancient Egyptian's face turn black. It's so horrible. But Suli could be seen kneeling weakly on the ground. The ancient Egyptian's eyes suddenly lit up. He can't do it. The other awakened ones who were originally retreating stopped one after another. That's not right. He seems to be dying. It seems so. Walk forward slowly and take a look first. Hundreds of thousands of awakened people slowly advanced from the edge towards Suli. A young boy timidly summoned his guardian spirit. About to attack. Tens of thousands of people gradually walked up to the edge of the mountain. They are the awakened people from various countries whose guardian spirits were deprived by Suli. There are some from Dragon Country, but most of them are from ordinary people. Let us do it. We are already useless anyway and will surely die in the upcoming War of Gods, so we might as well kill this biggest threat. Xiao Ri, who took the lead, walked towards Suli with gritted teeth. Brothers, go. Kill this bastard. Tens of thousands of people who had lost their guardian spirits rushed towards Suli like crazy. Dragon King, what should we do? Those hidden awakeners you mentioned should be coming out by now, right? The old man shouted anxiously. The Dragon King shook his head. They are most likely the last level to come out. The old man sneered, an awakener of Suli's level, fighting against so many awakeners from other countries alone, and even killing a full-level guardian spirit, isn't this peerless genius worth their while? Watch your words, the Dragon King scolded. Words? What time is it now? You and I are both ordinary people. What is the Dragon King in front of the awakened? Did you see that Sulisha was too cruel? The Dragon King said nothing. He stared at the sky for a long time. If we want to win the national war, we must sacrifice something. We cannot let our personal perspective affect the overall situation. Suli is powerful, but facing hundreds of millions of awakened people, he is of little use. The old man pointed at the Dragon King and roared tremblingly, what if Suli gets a mythical figure? The Dragon King shook his head. So-called mythical figures are just some ancient sages who are slightly more complete. What good can they do? In the face of vast power, mythical figures can only hold on for a little longer. The old man was suffocated by what the Dragon King said. He raised his head and muttered to himself, what do mythological characters look like? Suli, can you still get up? Suli, get up. Downtown area. An elderly man suddenly shouted. Well done, you killed so many bastards from Sakura country and avenged my father. My father was burned to death by them 100 years ago. Suli, stand up. Countless people shouted to cheer and encourage. But some also stared at the sky with hatred. Their family members. Suli extracted the guardian spirits of their son and daughter. Suffocated to death by the atmospheric pressure and eaten by the monster. He deserves to die. This murderer is a disgrace. That's right. Didn't my son team up with Xiao Rizi? It was so dangerous, so what? They colluded with each other. Now my son is dead too, woo-woo. They are all heroes who have contributed to the War of Gods. Even though they cooperated with Xiao Ri, I hope the country can treat them as martyrs. Yes, that's right. They looked at the sky stubbornly. A son can be reborn after he dies. This compensation issue is enough to make them worry-free for the rest of their lives. Su Li smiled and looked at this group of people from various countries who had lost their guardian spirits with disdain. He looked up at the countdown in the sky. The brightness of that moment was barely visible. It could disappear at any time. Once it disappears, everyone will be teleported out. Whether the world boss will appear or not is still a question. However, I must scare some people now, otherwise I might be killed by these awakened ones. Su Li raised his head, and his hands were flashing with scarlet light. A cloud of red mist emerged from his back. People from various countries who were running here stopped one after another. The fog enveloped them in an instant. The chewing sound was crisp. The entire battlefield fell into deathly silence. A trace of sadness flashed in Su Li's eyes. In this way, he has completely become the public enemy of mankind. The black fog dissipated. The awakened person who was so excited before was frightened and collapsed to the ground. Tens of thousands of people have lost all their bones. Su Li turned around and looked at Bai Qi behind him. Bai Qi licked his tongue and looked at the rest of the people with murderous intent. You can't devour them anymore. If you continue to kill them like this, it will go against the harmony of the people. Su Li's face was a little stiff. He originally thought that Bai Qi would interrupt or kill all these people. Killing is normal. But he never expected that Bai Qi would directly eat these people. None of those awakened ones dared to take a step forward. Even the huge mummy behind him disappeared in an instant. The ancient Egyptian hurriedly ran to other areas. Killing someone is one thing. Cannibalism is another matter. But now I have the final say. Su Li stood up coldly and stared at the crowd in the distance. From beginning to end, he fought alone. No one is qualified to teach him how to do anything. Where are people? The Dragon King's face turned pale as he slumped to the ground, trembling as he stared at the sky. He was completely frightened. The red smoke emitted by Su Li at this moment could make such a large group of people disappear silently. Are those people dead or alive? Where is the body? The unknown is the most terrifying. The old man who had been helping Su Li speak before was now trembling with a pale face. Who is this ancient sage? Has there ever been such a person in the history of Dragon Country? Isn't this just a wild beast? Where did those people go? The ordinary people of Long Country who originally supported Su Li suddenly fell silent. They looked at Su Li in the picture. It's like looking at an alien. Look at a beast. Could it be that he was possessed by something? Only those people in Sakura Country could do such an inhumane act. Yeah, I also think that Su Li is not from Long Country. There are no such cruel people in Long Country. He just killed my son. Please, God, someone can kill this devil, even if it's from Sakura Country. A fat woman with scars all over her face was kneeling on the ground wailing. This time, no one spoke up to stop it. But, it was your son who tried to kill Su Li first. A man broke the silence. The fat woman stared at the man fiercely, spitting and yelling, "How old is my son? Can he beat this devil? Can't you be more lenient? I really hope he dies in there." The voices of abuse were overwhelming. Some people even shouted that they would wait for Su Li to come out and bring him to justice. Please end it soon. I can't support the guardian spirit any longer. Bai Qi's devouring mist directly drained Su Li's last bit of strength. At this moment, he was sitting on the ground weakly. Killed so many people. He had already reached his limit. Any wild beast at this moment would be enough to kill him completely. But the horrific phenomenon of swallowing before. This made hundreds of thousands of awakened people in the distance feel frightened. This unknown death has broken their courage. Su Li chuckled and simply lay on the ground looking at the sky. I'm really tired. The threat of death forced him to keep fighting. Once the Dragon Kingdom fails in the Divine War, there is also a chance that he will be erased. He was just doing it to survive. End of the 4th level, 30 minutes countdown. World boss begins to refresh. Please pay attention. 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 The boss is too powerful, please be careful. Buzz. The whole world began to tremble. 3 balls of light appeared in the sky. Next second, the ball of light dissipated. Su Li's pupils shrank to the size of a pinhole. Roar! 3 black crocodiles appeared roaring. Each one is 10,000 meters high. Amidst the roar, the awakened one at the bottom of the crocodile dragon was instantly spit into ashes. 10,000 meters. Everyone stared at the crocodile in a daze. The entire Himalayas are twisted in the same way. Go. Now. More than 7 million people in the other 2 regions launched the attack in an instant. Millions of attacks swooped down, covering the sky and the sun. The crocodile was instantly knocked away by this powerful force. Continue. They now don't know what it means to have obtained a mythical figure. Just kill this crocodile. Rules may emerge. Therefore, all the bad qualities of human beings disappeared at this moment. Regardless of nationality. Regardless of type. Regardless of gender. Everyone tried their best to kill the huge boss in the sky. However, the power of the awakened ones in the area where Su Li was located was so strong that even the crocodile could not feel it. It's over. We are too few in number and can't hurt this boss at all. It's all the fault of that demon from Dragon Country. If he hadn't caused the killing, how could we be so weak? Su Li stared in amazement at the 10,000-meter-long crocodile. The whole earth was shrouded in shadow. The clear sky turned dark. Unexpectedly, these awakened ones have spent all their soul power and can no longer support the emergence of any guardian spirits. Su Li stared at the numbers on the ground. Countdown to half an hour. This 10,000-meter dragon must be killed within half an hour. A world boss of this level can only be attacked collectively by millions of people. The other 2 areas are almost ready to be taken down. Su Li coughed and stood up and looked up at the dragon. It's really big, such a big dragon. Is there really nothing we can do? Su Li looked at the sky unwillingly. Bang. Suddenly, an unbearable sting hit him, and Su Li knelt down on one knee with pain in his chest. The sticky feeling on his right hand made Su Li lower his head. Blood flowed. His shrunken bones were penetrated by something. Su Li turned his head and looked. An Asian-looking boy stared at him with a playful look on his face. Let me introduce myself. I am Hikawa Gangpangai, and my guardian spirit is Oda Nobunaga. Let me introduce you to this mythical figure I got from the Second War Zone. Reach One Steel Plate Guy stretched out his right hand, and a golden snake coiled around him. When I activate this Lord, Dragon Country will be the population tool of the Empire. Su Li covered his chest and stared at the Reach One Steel Plate cover. You came out when my divine power was exhausted. You really are worthy of being a devil. Reach One Gangpangai sneered. Then my young master is not in this area, otherwise there would be no way you can show off your power. Now, it's your honor to die by my hand. What a pity, trash like you has no idea how powerful I am. Reach One Steel Plate cover raised his arm. A 1-meter-long arc-shaped sword energy trembled. Su Li's body couldn't help shaking. So this is what death feels like. It's too sad to be alone. Su Li looked at the sky. I actually felt a little sad. Die. The sword energy rushed straight towards Su Li's neck. Ampere Shingo jumped up excitedly, pointed at the sky and laughed, damn it. The Empire wins this time. The cabinet minister lay comfortably in the chair, revealing a relieved smile. The Empire is now safe, and the Hikawa steel plate is worthy of being chosen by that lord. The Dragon King of Dragon Kingdom closed his eyes and couldn't bear to watch. The entire Dragon Kingdom was filled with mixed feelings. More importantly, I watched Su Li die. This man-eating demon has been expelled from the human race. Phew. Blood splattered all over Su Li's face. My arms are filled with softness. Su Li, I'm here to repay your favor. Su Li suddenly opened his eyes. Lu Qianqian's face came into view. At this moment, half of her body was cut off by the sword energy. With a pale face, he stretched out his hands and grabbed Su Li's sleeves. Su Li stared blankly at Lu Qianqian's body slowly falling to the ground. Everything in the world became dead silent. Why was Lu Qianqian still alive? Wasn't she eaten? Suli, I'm sorry, I'm useless again. I didn't mean to use the power of the guardian spirit to absorb your divine power. I'm really going to die this time. Lu Qianqian's beautiful face turned pale, and she fell to the ground and died, clutching her collar with her hands weakly. Suli only felt that his chest was being drained by a huge force. He squatted down slowly with his eyes open, and stretched out his right hand lifelessly to poke Lu Qianqian's body. Hey, wake up. Hello. I know I'm a cheap woman, but I just want to survive. The only thing I can sell is my body. If I die, I hope you won't hate me. That night, the moon was bright in the sky. On the roof, Lu Qianqian held her long black hair in her hands, and the moonlight reflected on her fair face. With tears in her eyes, she apologized to Suli. Now. Suli lowered his head and watched Lu Qianqian's beautiful figure being cut in half. He suddenly felt something rising in his heart. Then the thought of being unattainable grew stronger and stronger. Are you scared, silly? Richuan Gangbangai stared at Suli with a grim smile. The fleeing mummy also slowly fell to the ground. The awakened ones from other areas rushed here like mad. Only the world boss here is still alive. They still have a chance. You piece of trash, you're still defeated. An ordinary girl picked up a stone and threw it at Suli. The other awakened ones took a few steps back. Bang. The stone hit Suli's forehead accurately. Rich blood was flowing. In an instant, it covered his entire face like spring water. He really seems to have no resistance. The girl plucked up her courage and walked step by step behind Suli. She pursed her lips nervously. He bent down, took off his shoes, and slapped Suli hard on the back of the head. Suli was knocked forward to the ground. He stared at the chopped-off Lu Qianqian. Go ahead. The crowd instantly became excited. The guardian spirits dispersed and surrounded Suli to beat him. Sir, why not just kill him? A little boy bent over and suggested to Richuan steel plate cover in a flattering manner. Richuan Gangbangai was disdainful. There's no need for me to attack this kind of trash. I thought he was a strong opponent, but I didn't expect him to be so vulnerable. His eyes suddenly turned to the ancient Egyptian in white robes. Sir, there are too few people here. How about waiting for the awakened people from the other two areas to come and fight? Yes. The ancient Egyptian still looked at the crowd. More and more awakened people are pouring into this area. They didn't wait for the crowd and directly killed the world boss. But the number is still too small. The attack didn't even break the water mist on the world boss's skin. Ha ha ha, he's finally dead. Ampere Jinwu breathed a sigh of relief. So many people attacking. Just one kick per person. Suli had already turned into meat paste. It seems that the plan was successful. The people of Dragon Country are completely immersed in our rumors. The cabinet minister smiled slightly and said, This is all your preparation for a rainy day. It has alienated the awakened people of the Dragon Nation. The Dragon King looked up at the sky and saw Suli being beaten by the crowd. For the human race, it's better for such a cruel person to die. An old man said. The Dragon King frowned. The combat power of one person can never affect the overall situation. Suli has killed so many awakened people. He is already good enough. I actually don't want him to die, but now there is nothing I can do. It's not our fault. Dark. Endless darkness. Suli just felt that everything had become dark. He was constantly sinking into nothingness. It's all me against everyone. Too tired. But why? I cleared the obstacles for them. Why didn't anyone help me? Am I not a dragon countryman? Why do you still want to hit me? Dark resentment gradually grew. Suli felt as if his whole body was engulfed in fire. The fire burned his heart. He was shaking with fever. It turns out that it was just my wishful thinking. The awakened ones from Dragon Country will not help me. While sinking, Suli saw a pair of eyes in the darkness. Then a glimmer of light appeared. The eyes were huge, revealing a mountainous body. Iron chains were wrapped around his body. The iron chain locked the body. Suli was suspended in confusion between these eyes. Boy, this resentment is very similar to what I felt back then. That Xianyuan killed 108 of my brothers and cut off my body. Now, thousands of years later, I feel this resentment again. It's so rampant. In that case, I will take action once. Sparse. Chiyu's body slowly stood up. The iron chains on his body made a vibrating sound. The sound was as vast as thunder. The echo continues. What's going on? Why do I feel flustered? The first girl who beat Suli suddenly frowned. The Suli under his feet was no longer in human form. But this palpitating feeling began to spread. Like a rapid virus that continues to spread. The awakened ones who were stampeding frantically stopped one after another. What's going on? Richuan Gangbangai frowned and looked at the crowd. A bad premonition made him tense. That aura was domineering and murderous. That breath shook my mind. Even the world boss above the 9 heavens slowly stopped swimming. Then there was light. The color of that light is black. Everyone saw black light. A beam of light suddenly rose violently into the sky. The awakened person who stepped on Suli fell inch by inch. The skin is torn. The bloody muscles and blood vessels are exposed. The muscle-blood vessels slowly dissolve. The sonorous heart was beating loudly on the skeleton. The light gradually increased in size by kilometers. A huge figure with ferocious horns and head, wearing black magic armor, descended to the earth. Roar. Chiyu opened his mouth wide and roared. Visible layers of sound waves in the mouth spread all around. After all awakened people touched it, their bodies began to disintegrate. No, retreat quickly. Richuan's steel plate cover was terrified and quickly took off his clothes. Run away. The guardian spirits of countless awakened ones made sound spontaneously. At the same time, the guardian spirits' frightened warning emerged in their minds. But the speed of this sound wave was more violent than their reaction. In an instant, the bodies of 200,000 awakened people in an area of 800 miles were melted. What on earth is this? The awakened ones who were originally rushing here stopped one after another. A full 3 million awakened ones stood thousands of miles away and looked at the huge body. More awakened ones were frightened by the roar and fell to the ground. None of you ants will survive today. Chiyu opened his mouth and roared like thunder. His eyes traveled across 100 kilometers and locked onto the Richuan steel plate cover that was fleeing madly in the void. Damn it. What on earth is this? Why is Lord Oda Nobunaga so frightened? What on earth is this? Shingo Amp looked at the sky tremblingly. That thing is 1,000 meters high. What is it? I remember now, this is the guardian spirit chosen by Suli in the War of Gods. That thing can't be summoned. The cabinet minister was shocked. Prime Minister, quickly let the hidden Empire Awakener come out, otherwise all these people will die. Did you see it? This thing killed 200,000 people just by roaring. 200,000. They were slaughtered like grass. Shingo Amp gritted his teeth and said, I can't control it. Their purpose in entering the God War is for the final battle. Are they just abandoning them like this? Where did this Suli come from? Why does he have something like this? It's not fair. The cabinet ministers wailed with tears in their eyes. Ampere Jean dug his 50 fingernails into the flesh of his palms, gritted his teeth and stared at the sky with trembling hands. Dragon King. An old man stared at the Dragon King's back. The Dragon King's shoulders relaxed and his voice became hoarse. Am I really wrong? One person can turn the entire battlefield around. How is this possible? Is there such a greatness in the history of the Dragon Kingdom? Dragon King, we must let Suli survive. Suli must know the complete history. If he survives and completes the history he knows, our Dragon Kingdom won't have so many casualties in the next War of Gods. The Dragon King smiled bitterly, I can't decide. Those hidden awakeners will completely erupt in the final battle. The final battle is the basis for determining the victory of the country's destiny. The question now is, how powerful is this thing that Su Li summoned? Is this roar his last trump card? Moreover, there are only 8 million awakened people on the top of the mountain. The entire God War world is as large as Blue Star, and there are still hundreds of millions of people who have not arrived yet. Su Li still has no substantial changes to the battlefield. Damn it. The soul of Richuan's steel plate cover was terrified. Sir, that gaze has locked onto me. Why? There are so many people here, why is he locking onto me? Oda Nobunaga said, young man, don't run away. You can't escape his range. As a warrior of the Empire, you can't be so cowardly. Stop. Stop and fight. Die with dignity. The Richuan steel plate cover suddenly stopped. His teeth chattered as he suppressed the fear in his heart as he looked at the 1,000-meter-tall figure. That is no longer a guardian spirit. More like a world boss. Those mountain-like eyes emitted a stream of black light. It seems to absorb all the souls. I am a warrior of the Empire. I cannot retreat. Kill. Richuan's steel plate cover rushed towards Chi-Yu head-on. Oda Nobunaga, who was 100 meters behind him, suddenly appeared. Youngster, we are going to fight to the death. Use your ultimate moves. Call. Oda Nobunaga raised his head and howled. The 9 guardian spirits suddenly lined up in a row. They are the 9 legendary generals who died in Sakura country. Tokugawa Ieyasu, Takeda Shingen. Even the dead Miyamoto Musashi appeared. There's a chance. Ampere Shingo's dead heart rushed towards revival. Staring excitedly at the 10 generals who appeared. One is not enough, but now the 10 legendary generals are gathered together. That thing is just big in size. There is a chance. Yes, sir, there is a chance. Get on it. Richuan Gangbangai was excited, pointing at Chiyo and shouting, Dragon Kingdom, our empire has a longer history than yours. Today is the day of your blood sacrifice. Boom 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 boom. 10 smoke plumes rose into the sky. It was like 10 tornadoes rushing past. The other awakened ones watched intently the great collision between heaven and earth. The power brought by the 10 great generals is enough to split mountains and rocks. Roll up the clouds in the sky. There were flashes of lightning in the air. Lightning penetrates the void. Snapping sound. So powerful. Like a jar. My lord, it's Kongbade. Those who have awakened to their daily lives cheered loudly. They saw hope. Someone could actually have the guts to take on this kind of thing. Richuan's steel plate cover laughed out loud as he listened to the tide of shouts. My fellow men of the Empire, watch me slay this monster. He jumped up. 10 smoke beams swept forward from behind him. It was like 10 fairy swords from the sky, pointing straight at the face of the huge Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu's eyes, free from the black mist, stared quietly at the 10 generals coming towards him. It's really abominable. Even though this thing is tall, it is one of the 10 legendary generals of the Empire. Too arrogant. No one can stop the joint attack of these 10 adults. Millions of awakened ones looked up at this scene. The sky is blue. Like a picture scroll. The ink is used to write boldly. Bang 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 bang. 10 loud thunderclaps exploded in Chi-Yu's face. The sky and earth resounded with thunder. Deafening. Rolling up the yellow earth. Raise the hills and roll the stones. Successful. Ampere Jinwu couldn't help but stand up and looked at the scene nervously. The people of the entire blue planet held their breath. Millions of awakened people dared not even breathe. The corners of Richuan's steel plate cover's mouth are curved. Then he laughed out loud, hit it. He has the confidence. As long as you are hit by the top 10 generals. Even gods cannot remain unscathed. But the next second. The smile on Richuan Gangbangai's face slowly froze. He blinked and waved his hands frantically. The sweat on my face was getting more and more dense. Pale lips. His eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. How is that possible? Why didn't the guardian spirit react? Why can't I summon it? Hiccup. A burp resounded through the heavens and earth. Reach One steel plate guy stared blankly at the sky. He saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. The huge thing opened its eyes and blinked continuously. The 10 legendary generals were being chewed by him with his eyelids. Right. That's right. The eyelids of that thing were like teeth, constantly chewing on the 10 legendary generals. The general's body was swallowed up bit by bit. It's fun. The voice of an eternal god and demon was filled with vicissitudes and tyranny. The devil's voice is heavy. Now it's your turn, Ant. Chi Yu's eyelids suddenly stretched out and turned into a piece of black scaly skin that swept over. The Reach One steel plate cover, which had already been frightened into a state of stupor, was sucked into the black skin. The black skin shrank instantly. The body of the Hikawa steel plate cover was sent into the eye. Eyelids blink up and down. Drops of blood flowed from the corners of Chi Yu's eyes. His body was bitten to pieces alive by Chi Yu's eyelids. It's fun. Chi Yu bared his teeth and a cloud of black mist gushed out of his mouth. He slowly untied the axe on his back and looked down with his mouth wide open at the 3 million awakened people below. Could it be that Suli intends to massacre all 3 million people? The Dragon King lost his voice in disbelief. 3 million people. Such a large-scale extinction of mankind. This isn't a big fight. Completely alone. One person is comparable to gods and demons. If this could be done, Dragon Country will definitely win. Great. Chi Yu held the axe in both hands and chopped fiercely at the more than 300 awakened people. Run. Those awakened ones originally ran away. Seeing the attack by the Reach One steel plate cover, some of them returned. 2 terrifying axe energies split the earth. More than 400,000 awakened people were crushed. The sticky meat paste and blood exploded into a lake. The ground shook like spilled tomato juice. What a hearty slaughter. There are so many ants. I will kill them one by one today. Chi Yu stomped his feet and roared. All the awakened ones turned pale and ran away frantically crying for their parents. You want me to kill that beast? That's boring. I haven't had enough fun yet. Chi Yu suddenly frowned with a look of disdain. What a waste, you can only hold on for such a short time, there is really no point in killing those ants. But Chi Yu's eyelids popped out instantly, and he swept the fleeing ancient Egyptian's body into his eyes and chewed it into meat paste. Only then did he look up at the 10,000-meter-long crocodile roaming in the sky. You little beast. Watch my killing move. Chi Yu growled, 9 heavens slay the demons. Kill. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Chi Yu, who was 1,000 meters high, jumped up and leaped straight into the sky. He clamped his legs together and rode on the crocodile's body. The crocodile swayed from side to side and roared continuously. Beast, die. Chi Yu chopped the crocodile dragon's head with an axe. Bang. The moment the axe touched the scales, golden light shot out. The huge roar created waves visible to the naked eye. Chi Yu's face changed suddenly, and he became ferocious and furious. This beast is so stubborn. Hee hee. It's been a while since I've encountered something that can exert my full strength. Boy, open your eyes and see my true strength. Chi Yu grinned, and his huge body suddenly exploded. But no flesh and blood fell. The entire crocodile was shrouded in black fog. Soon, screams were heard. The sound was neither that of a tiger nor that of a wolf. Then the roar stopped abruptly. The sound of chewing could be heard in the silent world. The sound was crisp and rhythmic. The body of the crocodile shrouded in black fog slowly shrank. Every time the chewing sound is heard, the crocodile's body was shortened by 100 meters. This thing is eating that world boss. Someone shouted in horror. Impossible. It took more than 3 million of us to defeat this world boss in 1 second. Even though it was huge, its attack methods were too simple. How could it possibly resist 3 million people? Then explain to me, what's going on with this thing? This Stop arguing. A little day interrupted the argument. There are so many of us, there's no reason for us to be scared by this thing. We didn't even attack together before. There are more than 2 million people here. If we work together, we can definitely kill this thing. A middle-aged man from Dragon Country sneered, more than 2 million people, do you know how widely dispersed they are? There was a world boss before, and with plenty of time, word of mouth spread, so they all worked together to defeat the world boss in seconds. At this moment, most people are scared out of their wits by that thing. Who do you expect so many people to obey? Xiao Rizi was choked and didn't say anything for a while. This is a mythical figure. Even though I don't know what he is, this may be our only chance to cross the class barrier. I don't want to give up. A middle-aged man wearing glasses from Longguo rubbed his eye sockets. Besides, Suli is my student at the 3rd middle school. I think he will give me, his teacher, some face. What is your name? The middle-aged man who lived a simple life stood up and asked politely. Hey, get out. Get away from me. I'm a teacher, and what you do in your daily life makes me sick. Get away from me. You, take care, sir. Xiao Rizi stared at Ma Sanpeo coldly and turned away. It's just because there are too many dragon people around Ma Sanpeo. Ma Sanpeo looked at the black fog in the sky and said, let's not worry about that thing. If these 3 million people can't work together, they will definitely not be able to break the defense of the world boss. Besides, the time is almost up. Our mission is not of this level. Prepare to evacuate to prevent someone from taking advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack. Clear. Thousands of awakened people from the Dragon Nation straightened up, and a golden light appeared in their eyes. The turbid and hot breath was comparable to that of a huge furnace. Get ready, the countdown is over. This world boss cannot be killed at all, and no one will get the reward. Boom. The sky began to flicker and distort, shaking like smoke. Water waves were visible on the ground. Some of the weak ones sat on the ground and retched. The time has come, everyone. Be prepared for the enemies around you, they may take advantage of the chaos to assassinate you. All the awakened people on the top of the mountain looked around vigilantly. The middle-aged man was lobbying everywhere during that small day. Suddenly I realized the changes in heaven and earth. No. He sat on the ground and wailed in despair. The Hikawa steel plate cover who had obtained the mythical figure before was dead. I don't know who has the remaining mythical figure. Boom boom boom. Large numbers of awakened people disappeared in an instant. Hey, you little bastards, see you in the next level. Then I'll tear your mouths apart. Boom boom boom. The entire mythical world was filled with pillars of light rising up like smoke. More than 200 million awakened people were teleported out. The month-long fighting finally came to an end. It also heralds the end of the Fourth Estate. Only the black mist crocodile in the sky was still roaring and trembling. The crocodile's body shrank from 10,000 meters to 2,000 meters. And the length of the reduction is getting shorter and shorter. Buzz buzz buzz. The distortion of heaven and earth is becoming more and more torn apart. The entire sky was torn apart like wrinkles. Hee hee. You bastard from Dragon Country, you didn't expect me to be alive, did you? The sound of the Richuan steel plate cover resounded gloomily. The figure of Richuan steel plate appeared above the black fog. Ampere Shingo suddenly stood up and looked at the sky in ecstasy. God bless the Empire. The Dragon King's face turned pale, and he trembled. Why isn't this thing dead yet? The folds of the sky became more and more torn. There was even distortion. Darkness completely tore the sky apart. Under the watchful eyes of everyone on the entire blue star, the space belonging to Suli completely disappeared among everyone. A huge dark hole appeared in the sky. Where did Suli go? Dead, right? Torn apart by the rules of the world, right? The thing he summoned enveloped the world boss, and the rules of the world tacitly accepted that Suli was a creature from the mythical world. Now that the mythical world is broken, will Suli be torn apart along with the world boss? This rumor spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom in an instant. Some are happy and some are sad. What I like is that the executioner Suli finally died. even if it was their son who attacked first. What is worrying is that such a powerful awakener of Dragon Country is being treated extremely badly by other people. Being abandoned by everyone. Everyone was teleported back to the true space before the Second War of Gods. The nerves that had been tense for a month relaxed instantly. Some people just fell to the ground and cried. Finally survived. Some people just fell into a deep sleep. But Su Li disappeared completely. In the peach blossom forest with birds singing and flowers blooming. A young girl stood silently. The breeze blows the peach blossoms. Pink peach blossoms fell on the girl's shoulders. The girl turned back suddenly. The sun is shining. That girl was plain and beautiful. Su Li. Are you still alive? You can't be so impulsive anymore. You've died 3 times. In the peach blossom forest. Pink mist spread. Su Daji, dressed in palace dress, stared at Lu Qianqian with dissatisfaction. Lu Qianqian caressed the peach blossom sadly. I know, but I owe him this. Su Daji said coldly, you were killed once by that awakener from the Sakura country, and you were killed again when you fought the Lord Boss. You died again to protect that kid. Although I am the power of the 9-tailed demon fox, I only have 9 immortal tails. You only have 6. The next level of the God War will be more dangerous each time. It is still a question whether you can survive. Lu Qianqian knelt on the ground. I know, you asked me to seize the mythical figure before, but I failed. Didn't my sister say that I can only follow Su Li in this life? If I get involved with any other man besides him, I will be killed by the power of God. You. Su Daji glared at Lu Qianqian in dismay. Can you please stop being obsessed with men? Don't you want to become stronger? Su Li is stronger than you think. You should take good care of yourself. Su Daji coldly transformed into a crystal-clear 9-tailed fox, jumped onto the peach blossoms and floated in the air. Lu Qianqian squatted down, and the fear of being eaten bite by that little kid emerged in her mind. That was her first death. At the last moment when consciousness disappears. What appeared was the scene of Su Li on the roof that night. She has no love for Su Li. But what is certain is that there must be concern. She has always been a woman who admires strong men. This is also the reason why she could remain chaste for 26 years. Until Su Li appeared. The mystery in that person deeply attracted Lu Qianqian. She is 10 years older than Su Li. Available in the trend of curiosity. She still used Su Daji's skills. Su Li was bewitched. Su Li, don't worry. I can die 6 more times. You will definitely survive this war of gods safely. Even if it costs me my life. Su Daji stood on the tree branch and glanced coldly at the infatuated Lu Qianqian. You're a woman with a watery brain. I was the best example back then. Why are you still imitating me? You're a stupid love-brained woman. Now, we must unite, otherwise we will all be torn apart in the upcoming War of Gods. Wang Ren, Wang Nua, Han Hong, and Xiang Wu were luckily teleported to an area. There are 3,000 awakened people around them. Each of them has a fusion degree of over 50. Wang Nua looked around and said, we had 80,000 people at the beginning with 50 degrees of integration. Most of them were scattered, and we don't know whether they are dead or alive, but our initial plan was correct. Once the God War level ends, as long as we hold hands, there is a high probability that we will be teleported to the same area. Now, it's time for us to fight back. I calculated that there are about 30 million awakened people in Dragon Country, 80 million in Sakura Country, and the rest are from other countries. They haven't launched a unified attack on us yet. Therefore, our biggest enemy is the Sakura Country. The 4th level is fighting on its own and doesn't know what the 5th level is, so we must unite. Wang Ren nodded and said, I believe you have all heard that even if you fail in the God War, the Awakener and his family will not be wiped out. The 3,000 awakened ones raised their heads and looked at Wang Ren. Wang Ren's voice gradually increased. This is bullshit. Who told you that? Did the mythological world tell you? If it's not the mythological world, then who told you that? So, if the war between gods fails, we will all die. I hope you will fight to the death and win this war not only for the country, but also for your family and your parents. But sir, our number is not even enough to fill the gaps in this war of gods. How can we fight? Wang Ren smiled slightly. In terms of integration and historical completeness, we are lacking, and the Sakura country is indeed more complete than us. One-on-one, they are definitely stronger than us. Not all of us are Suli. But the things our ancestors left behind are beyond his reach even if he is reborn for 80,000 years. The crowd was confused and whispering. Art of war. Although the history of Dragon Country is unknown, the military tactics handed down are enough to support our daily life. Moreover, your guardian spirits can deify the formation. In the confusion of the crowd, Wang Nua took 2 steps back. Junior invites Prime Minister Zhuge to come. Boom. The sky is gray and the line is black. A millstone appeared in the sky, covering an area of 10 miles in radius. The millstone turned slowly. An awakened person suddenly pointed to the sky and said, "I've seen historical clips before. This is gossip. The 8 trigrams can be used for divination and calculation, or they can be formed into a large 8 trigrams formation to kill the enemy invisibly." Wang Nua smiled and said, "That's right. Prime Minister Zhuge's Bagua formation can theoretically affect the heaven and earth and open up the mountains and rivers. Now you are all awakened and have a small amount of divine power." Wang Nua paused. 3,000 men can be used as a surprise force to kill the enemy. Now, please cooperate with me and study this formation together. Dark. Endless darkness. Suli just felt himself sinking deeper and deeper. There was dead silence all around. His abdomen was filled with something. He wanted to howl. But there was no strength in the body. "Suli, you deserve to die. You killed my son, I want you to pay with your life. Why should you live and my son be killed by you? Traitor, the traitor who attacked the dragon people." Vaguely. Suli saw countless voices standing high up accusing him. The sound was deafening. The brilliant light dispelled the darkness. The light gradually became brighter. Suli couldn't open his eyes for a moment. The scorching light is so cold. Go to hell. Dragon Nation can still win without you. Hey, he deserves to be shattered by the world. That little guy did a great job, he avenged me. Suli covered his ears in pain. The black fog was gradually swallowed up. He was condemned by thousands of people. He was reviled by all. He faced the gossips of the crowd alone. He could only lower his head and remain silent. A pure white picture appeared in the silent sky. The speckled human looked at him with disdain. "I don't want to, they killed me first. I feel so miserable, I'm almost being trampled to death by them." "No, stop arguing. Don't want." Boom. The pure white painting was suddenly stained with blood. A faint chuckle sounded strangely. The sound came from far away. Emerging from the endless darkness. "I didn't expect you to be in such extreme pain. This pain is unwilling but full of resentment. Among all the gods, I think you are the only one who suits my taste." The sound of snickering blew gently into Suli's ear. Suli turned back suddenly. A humanoid creature with a leopard tail, tiger teeth, and a soft roar was looking at him quietly. Blood rushed to the sky and pain spread. Suli's voice was hoarse, and he looked at the creature with horror in his eyes. "Is this the mythical figure I chose? Hee hee. Let me introduce myself. I am the Queen Mother of the West.